everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
I Become Deathstroke, synopsis traveling through American comics, Su Ming changes from an ordinary person to a world-famous mercenary and assassin. Just when he tries to get some information of this world, he encounters another Deathstroke. Chapter 1-90, Development of the DC Universe. The DC Universe refers to a unified worldview composed of the comics under American DC Comics, including the comic characters Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, The Flash, Green Lantern Hero, Sea King, etc., the cosmos, divine spirits, God, new gods, etc. Historical directions, physical laws, and more. The DC Universe once included countless parallel universes, but after the 1986 Crisis on Infinite Earths, it was controlled to just one. After the 2005 Infinite Crisis, DC again controlled the parallel universes within the DC Universe to 52. In the 2015 Multiverse Furnace and Action Comics, it is mentioned that there are other universes beyond the 52 parallel universes. Although DC cancelled the parallel world concept between 1986 and 2005, they created the concepts of the Supertime Stream and Pocket Universe to replace the multiverse concept. Strictly speaking, the film universe, television universe, game universe, and animation universe are also considered part of the DC Universe, but DC has not specifically numbered these derivative universes. In the 1950s, DC Comics acquired many comic companies. For example, Captain Marvel was not originally part of DC Comics. To prevent logical conflicts in the setting of different series of comics, DC Comics introduced the concept of parallel universes. Another reason was to allow heroes from the 1940s to meet those from the 1960s. However, over time, as various parallel universes increased in number, comic characters and their settings became chaotic. In 1986, DC Comics used a major event, the Crisis on Infinite Earths, to revise the entire DC Universe setup. Parallel worlds were eliminated, and any remaining heroes from different worlds stayed in the single universe. Although DC cancelled the parallel world concept between 1986 and 2005, shortly afterward, they created the concepts of the Supertime Stream and Pocket Universe to replace the multiverse concept. Afterwards, DC Comics has made several modifications to the DC Universe. Among the more important were the Infinite Crisis, in which the history and continuity of the main world were revised. Afterward, the major event, Flashpoint, was released, resulting in the creation of 52 parallel universes once again. The universe where the mainstream comics are set has been named New Earth or Earth Zero. In recent years, N52's Rebirth, most heroes' issue numbers were reset to 0, and some characters' origin stories were adjusted. In the 2015 Multiverse Furnace and Action Comics, it is mentioned that there are other universes beyond the 52 parallel universes. DC Comics' main competitor, Marvel Comics, also adopts a similar parallel universe worldview. Chapter 2, DC World Major Events Timeline. Some readers have mentioned that they are not very familiar with comics, and the DC World's timeline is quite confusing. The author feels that if you want to get a general understanding of the DC Universe, it is easier to start with the major events. Major events include changes in the world, cooperation among hero teams, the appearance of major supervillains, and cosmic settings. The stories are also quite exciting. Once you understand the world's background, you will be more interested in following the individual issues of your favorite heroes. Below is a timeline of major events in the DC Universe, most of which can be found online for more information. 1985 to 1986, Crisis on Infinite Earths, 1986 to 1987, Legends, 1988, Millennium. 1988, Cosmic Odyssey, 1988 to 1989, Invasion. 1989, Janus Directive, 1991, Armageddon. 2001 / War of the Gods, 1992, Eclipso, The Darkness Within, 1992, The Death of Superman. 1993, Trinity / Nightfall / Bloodlines, 1994, Worlds Collide / Panic in the Sky / End of an Era / 0 Hour, Crisis in Time, 1995, The Way of the Warrior, 1995, Underworld Unleashed, 1996, The Final Night, 1996, DC vs. Marvel. 1997, Genesis, 1998, DC 1 Million, 1999, Day of Judgment, /JL Ape, Guerrilla Warfare. 2001, Our Worlds at War, 2001-2002, Joker, Last Laugh, 2003-2004, Justice League vs. 2004, Identity Crisis, 2005, Countdown to Infinite Crisis, 2005-2006, Infinite Crisis, 2006, 1 year later, 2006-2007, 52, 2007, Amazon's Attack. 2007, Countdown to Final Crisis, 2008-2009, Final Crisis, 2009-2010, Blackest Night, 2010, Batman, The Return of Bruce Wayne, 2010-2011, Brightest Day, 2011, Flashpoint. The New 52 begins 2012, Night of the Owls, /The Culling, /Rise of the Third Army, / Death of the Family, 2012-2013, Rotworld, /Hawkman, Wanted, /Hell on Earth, / Throne of Atlantis, 2013, Wrath of the First Lantern, / Trinity War, 2013-2014, Batman, Zero Year, 2013-2014, Forever Evil. 2013, Lights Out, 2014, Gothtopia, / Superman, Doomed, Uprising, / Godhead, 2014, The New 52, Future's End, 2015, Batman, Endgame, 2015, Convergence, 2015, Truth, / Superman, Savage Dawn, / Super Heavy. 2015, Darkseid War, / Robin War, 2016, Super League, / Rebirth, 2017, Doomsday Clock, / Metal, Chapter 3. Thoughts on the major event Metal and some ideas about Dango in the 2017 DC Comics major event Dark Knights. The main editor of Batman, Scott Snyder, brought us a grand legend about a Batman alliance, but these 7 Batmen from different universes did not come to save the world, they came to destroy it. The origin of the matter was that Batman of Earth Zero was secretly fed 5 special metals from the cosmos, making him a gateway for summoning the Dark Dragon Barbados. Although Master tried various ways to prevent the summoning conditions from being fulfilled, he ultimately failed. Batman of the main world was replaced, and with that came 7 warriors brought by Barbados from the dark faraway universe, the Dark Knight Order. The Dark Multiverse is one of the worldviews in DC Comics, introduced in Metal, created by Scott Snyder and Greg Capullo. It exists on the reverse side of the multiverse of the DC universe. The Dark Multiverse is filled with stories that should never play out. They are twisted, deformed, and struggle desperately to survive under the true multiverse's brilliance. Below is Tuanzi's personal understanding. In the book, Tuanzi calls the Dark Multiverse simply negative, a shorthand representing how their world is more negative. Personally, I habitually refer to Earth Zero as the main world, though this naming isn't very precise. This major event is more like a super individual issue about multiverse Batman, where the events happening to the Batman in the Dark Multiverse are various possibilities of Batman going bad. The event describes many instances of the 7 mad Batmen, and the biggest reason they ended up like this is regret, attempting to correct their mistakes, only to make things worse, ultimately destroying the world. Barbados reaches the main world, binding all of humanity to the Dark Tower and transforming them into batteries, trying to convert everyone's negative emotions into dark energy to pull the bright multiverse into darkness. The comic tells the story of the Justice League and other heroes battling against Barbados. Tuanzi selected this major event as the beginning of the entire book, primarily because it introduced the concept of the Dark Multiverse, greatly expanding the world. Secondly, during the battle, the origin wall of the DC universe fractured, and beyond the wall lies the unknown, creating endless possibilities. Lastly, in the comic, Earth-11, such a beloved gender-swapped world, was casually destroyed. Tuanzi wants to change this ending, merely using DC's gender-swapped characters. The story is entirely original, and there is no comic plot to reference. Well, that's it, meow. The Metal major event is just the beginning of the entire book, and the protagonist still has a long way to go. Chapter 4, about the Marvel Universe in the book. The book will present a relatively independent Marvel Universe, with little intersection with the DC Universe, set as the next-door neighbor of the DC Comics universe, while retaining the concept of the multiverse. The timeline will be basically similar to the Marvel Cinematic Universe, but will be slightly adjusted, as it will incorporate all Marvel movies and TV content, adding some majorly nerfed comic superheroes, so the world's situation will be a bit different, but it can be fully compatible with the worldview of the cinematic universe. The Marvel Cinematic Universe is independent of the main universe Earth, 616, and the Ultimate Universe Earth, 1610 in the Marvel Universe, numbered as Earth 199999. Ben thought for a moment, and decided to call his Marvel Universe Earth 40K. By the way, here's an interesting tidbit. Marvel claims its parallel worlds encompass everything, including the worlds of anime and other literary works within its concept. Our real world is numbered Earth 1218 in the Marvel multiverse. There are two very similar false reality worlds, called Earth TRN 565 and Earth 38119. Earth TRN 565 is a world with only Marvel and no DC. Earth 38119 is a world where superheroes actually exist, and Spider-Hero and Stan Lee often go out to perform chivalrous deeds together. After AC Company was acquired by Marvel in 1997, the world of Men in Black was also added to the Marvel multiverse. Now that Marvel has been acquired by Disney, logically speaking, Mickey Mouse and Donald Duck should also have joined the Marvel multiverse. The author can't figure out who is stronger, Mickey Mouse or OAA. What do you think? Chapter 5, Chapter 1, Sin City 2102 words. He stood on the rooftop of the skyscraper, with the sleepless city beneath him ablaze with lights. He could see the neon blooms in the night, dyeing the thick steam rising from the manhole covers along the roads a bright red. It was an early spring night. The bustling metropolis was enveloped in smog, and in the slightly chilly wind, one could smell the industrial emissions and wastewater. What his eyes beheld was the world of wealth, prestige, and power, a riot of lights and revelry built upon indulgence and decadence. But in the distant darkness, in places beyond his sight, perhaps in the dim alleys lined with trash bins, perhaps in the sewers where the homeless hid, or perhaps beneath the overpass where gangs gathered. Those carelessly discarded guns and bodies, those sinister laughter and screams in the dark, those black-dried bloodstains, constantly reminded those who came here that beneath the city's glitzy exterior lay boundless sin and madness, ready to devour anyone who dared underestimate it. Where was this place? Perhaps by simply listening to the citizens' descriptions, one could guess. The residents of this city liked to use the names of familiar villains to describe this place. Some said it was like the killer crocodile, for it always devours people from the darkness, leaving not even a bone fragment, maybe just a splash or a bubble, but nobody cares. Some said it was like the two-faced man, for its merciless choices, whether good or evil, order or chaos, perpetually spun in a frenzied dance. Fate, like a coin, constantly tossed and falling, leaving people powerless. Some said it was like the scarecrow because no matter the beautiful dream one had, it would suddenly turn into a nightmare, digging up the deepest fears until driving people mad, leaving them drooling and wandering the streets. Some said it was like the Joker because the city was absolutely insane. Ha 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 ha. Of course, it was highly possible that the next moment, this citizen would erupt, plunging a pencil or fork into an outsider's eye, then widen their blank eyes and curiously ask the twitching corpse, "Why so serious?" As an otherworldly visitor, he didn't need to ask any resident. Just by raising his head and seeing the bat-shaped light spots left on the cloud layers by the bright beam in the night, he knew where he was. Gotham, he murmured. In the next moment, a sudden downpour engulfed his figure. The gray rain, with a faint acidic smell, obscured everything that he had seen and heard, concealing all the sins, leaving only the sound of the rain, and a chill that seeped from the heart. But this chill didn't originate from the rain. Fully armored, both his head and body were shielded by exquisite metal armor. A full-face mask helmet and chain armor wrapping his entire body from the neck down, with the chest, shoulders, and limbs outfitted with another layer of armor like pauldron, all announcing to him that, in this moment, he was no longer just an ordinary person. He was, in fact, once an ordinary person, living a modest life not worth mentioning. Working as a nighttime storekeeper was indeed just a security guard. He wasn't particularly tall or muscular or intimidating, but he was young with a bit of youthful bravery. The process. Why am I here? I don't remember. He reached out, wanting to touch his forehead, but the thick tactical gloves completely isolated the touch and the temperature of the helmet. Indeed, as a young man, things like transmigration were something he had encountered in various literary works. In novels, there were stories of transmigrating due to a computer explosion, choking on food, getting hit while saving someone on the street, or falling into a toilet, but why him? Gazing through the curtain of rain towards the distance, he tried to divert his attention from the bat symbol, staring blankly at the gloomy clouds at the horizon, striving to recall. The neon lights on countless skyscrapers became blurred in the rain and mist, everything seemed so unreal. All he could remember was coming home from work, handling a phone call inviting him to a middle school classmate's wedding. Then what followed, playing some computer games. His old laptop would make a tractor-like noise when the power was on. Yes, he enjoyed those worlds of fantasy, which let him momentarily forget about his monotonous real life. There was no memory of an explosion, no strange light or sound. Just one blink, and he found himself here, standing atop Gotham City's highest Wayne Tower, inexplicably feeling the evening breeze. In this damned place, he had stood in a daze for about 5 minutes, and after gradually accepting this fact, he fell into confusion. As for who he was, after realizing he had transmigrated to the DC universe, he knew. Night shifts were boring, so he read many novels and later became fascinated by American comics. Because even a humble security guard like him had heard his colleagues mention, "The Avengers 2 is good," or "Guardians of the Galaxy is fun," along with female colleagues saying, "Shield Winter is the ship, Iron Man is the third wheel," and the like. Initially, he didn't understand at all. To have a common topic to build rapport with colleagues, he watched the movies on his old computer and found them nice. American blockbusters were indeed thrilling. Later, during work, he used the office Wi-Fi to catch up on some comics. Although at first, he was a newbie who couldn't tell the difference between Marvel and DC, after reading more, he even remembered the names and abilities of hundreds of heroes and villains, as well as the key stories they were involved in. Even though he only read the translated comics, it was enough to chat with colleagues. At this moment, his helmet only had a view on the left side. He lowered his head and looked at the small puddle forming beneath his feet. In the ripples, he could see his own current appearance. A black and yellow metal helmet, styled like a hockey mask, with 2 long fabric straps fluttering in the wind and rain behind his head, reminiscent of Rambo's headband. The left eye of the mask was a red diamond-shaped lens, and the right half of the mask was completely black without a single seam. He had become Deathstroke. Real name Slade Joseph Wilson, one of the greatest mercenaries and assassins in the DC universe, a master of strategy and tactics, a martial arts master, and a master of all weapons. Originally, he was a modified human by the United States military, with 90% brain development, just slightly less than the female protagonist in Superbody, also with physical abilities that surpass human limits, and a self-healing ability that can heal most wounds. Later, because his superior betrayed his friend, leading to his friend being captured by the enemy, although Deathstroke rescued his comrade and broke through the encirclement, he inevitably fell out with the military, causing him to become a mercenary, using his superpower to do dirty work for a living. The key is, he inherited everything from Deathstroke except the memories. At least he had freely learned things like English, driving, and gun handling as body memory. He was like an outsider, watching the constantly wavering reflection of himself on the water's surface from a third-party perspective. Everything he knew about Deathstroke now came from the comics. When he first discovered he had turned into someone with superpower, he was quite delighted. Becoming Deathstroke is pretty good in prepared and planned situations. He's not afraid of anyone, even against Batman, the golden boy of the DC universe. He has more than a 50% win rate. As a villain, he even beat Robin and the Teen Titans. In the recently reformed New 52 comics, he fought hard with Wonder Woman in hand-to-hand combat, without kryptonite, and got away unscathed from Superman. However, after the initial excitement, he felt a lot of pressure. Because Deathstroke is a mercenary, doing things for money, no matter what. As a result, in almost every world, he has offended almost all the superheroes and villains in the DC universe. Helping Penguin Man against Two-Faced Man, helping Two-Faced Man against Black Mask, helping Black Mask against Penguin Man, and occasionally taking on tasks against various superheroes. In Deathstroke's view, there's no difference between superheroes and supervillains, they are just employers and targets, they are all people. No matter who gives him a task, as long as there's money to be made. This is troublesome. His name before crossing over was Su Ming, and the veteran masters at his unit always called him Xiao Ming. Every time he was called that, he always felt like he had made a lot of mistakes. Like not washing hands before eating, crossing the street without looking at the traffic lights, being late for class. Anyway, if there was a mistake in an elementary school textbook, it was surely him. First of all, I need to determine which parallel universe of DC this is, then find out the timeline, where the story has progressed. He sighed, wanting to have a cigarette, but the mask blocked him. In the DC universe, there are many worlds with Gotham and Batman. If it's the movie universe, the power ceiling of the world is not very high. In the recently released Justice League movie, Desert Wolf was beaten like a doll. But if it's the comic universe, no matter which one, the danger greatly increases. Earth 0, the main world of New 52 Comics. Earth 3, a world where all heroes and villains have swapped identities. Earth 10, a world ruled by Nazi. Earth 38, the initial world of DC Comics. Su Ming wiped his mask, raindrops like small streams converged beneath his feet. Inside the armor, there were no other clothes, now he felt very cold, his whole body immersed in water. But he had never felt his mind was so clear before, recalling completely the comic world setting he had only glanced at once. Was this due to Deathstroke's superbrain? But memory should come from his own soul, right? Now this body is filled with an explosive sense of strength, something he had never felt before. It seems his soul has possessed this, the original body of Deathstroke. The problem is, although Deathstroke has a self-healing ability, it is not strong enough, it cannot achieve the level of regenerating a lost limb, so his right eye is forever blind. When high-speed regeneration is in effect, it consumes a large amount of his stamina, and even causes him to lose his rationality. Deathstroke is over 50 years old, both his son and daughter have become superheroes, wanting to kill him anytime, and also has an unaging father who is a supervillain with telekinesis, also wanting to kill him. Fortunately, he's strong enough, they can't kill him. I'm a young man in my 20s, turned into someone over 50. It's so difficult to have a family, yet the relationships aren't great. Su Ming shook his head helplessly. Deathstroke is strong in abilities and intelligence, but is obviously lacking in emotional intelligence. By the way, why did he come here in the first place? Did he receive some mission? Fully armed, he should be planning something. Su Ming gave up thinking further. Although the current body is an enhanced person, his habit still made him want to find a place to hide from the rain, not only because the early spring rain was too cold, but also because Gotham's industrial pollution was too severe. The rain had a sickening acrid smell he had never experienced before. Leaving the edge of the building, he turned to leave. Even though he carried a glider backpack, he decided to use the stairs. Having never played with a hang glider before, it would be a joke if he fell to his death. World-famous mercenary jumps to death in Gotham City last night, rumored to be related to a romantic entanglement with Batman. Su Ming had already imagined it. If he fell to his death, tomorrow's front page of the Gotham Daily would surely be that. He didn't want to die, nor did he want to despite crossing into a dangerous world. Not to mention, he is a genuine straight man. Although he doesn't discriminate against Joker and Batman for showing love all the time, he has no desire to join them at all. Chapter 6, Chapter 2, One's Own Reflection. Just as he headed towards the door to the stairs below, the door burst open with a bang, and a very imposing figure walked up from the entrance. Su Ming's first reaction was that the person Deathstroke had arranged to meet had arrived. But a gust of wind blew through, dispersing the dense rain, and the neon lights of Wayne Tower illuminated him and the newcomer. He realized something was off. The person opposite was wearing identical armor, equipped with the same weapons, only slightly shorter, about 5'7". The atmosphere instantly became tense. As if by instinctive reaction, he reached behind to grasp his staff, which unfolded automatically into a long baton with a twist and press, placed firmly in his hand, assuming a combat stance. This was Deathstroke's beloved weapon, with powerful electric shocks and tranquilizer darts at both ends, often preferred by employers who liked Deathstroke to capture targets alive for their amusement. The opponent's actions mirrored his exactly. Had he not seen that person emerge from the door, Su Ming would have thought he was looking into a mirror. Everything, from the speed of assembling the staff to the stance adopted, was identical. "Who are you?" They both asked simultaneously, their voices, altered by the mask, resembling a hoarse demonic whisper. "I am Deathstroke." Once again, they spoke the same words, making the atmosphere between them even more tense, as they circled around an invisible hollow ring, weapons drawn. The rain poured down, and neither spoke further, instead contemplating their strategies. Maintaining distance and silence. Observing an opponent before a fight is the habit of a martial arts master. Though unsure of his opponent's thoughts, Su Ming was certain he was thinking more. What is going on? Another me? Or did a bunch of people time travel here, each becoming Deathstroke? Or is this the real Deathstroke, and I'm just a cosplay enthusiast? No doubt, my current physical and mental speed are beyond human levels. Of course, in the DC world, there are quite a few with such physical abilities and fighting techniques. Some are even better in close combat than Deathstroke, but they have their own titles and don't need to wear black and yellow armor to impersonate Deathstroke. Thanks to the supposed ninefold thinking speed of ordinary people, within fractions of a second, Su Ming considered and dismissed various possibilities. The situation was now at a stalemate. If he were to retreat, it would destabilize his steps, making him vulnerable to attack, and turning his back was not an option in Gotham. Do I have to fight? Defeating the opponent would allow me to leave. Needless to say, this thought occurred simultaneously to both, and was quickly adopted, leading them to take identical actions at the same time. The metal staffs clashed in mid-air, with both showing equal strength, causing each to retreat a step, splashing up water, moving quickly, with the end of the staff pointed at each other, ready to counter any pursuit. Su Ming exhaled quietly. Fortunately, he also inherited Deathstroke's combat experience, and with such skills and moves, his life was somewhat assured. The opponent seemed to mull over some strategy, not pursuing further, perhaps contemplating tactics. If the opponent is an ordinary person simply wearing Deathstroke's helmet, lacking vision on the right side would be difficult to adapt to. My attack should target the right side, exploiting the blind spot, as the blockage from the nose makes the right foot the optimal target. Su Ming immediately devised a strategy, spun his staff, and swung it towards the opponent's right foot. The staff whistled through the air, the cold metal slicing the rain, shattering droplets mid-air, as two black shadows, wrapped in neon hues, traced two vacuum planes, striking each other. The staffs collided again in mid-air. Clearly, both aimed at the other's right foot and defended their own, resulting in another draw. With great force applied by both, they instinctively spun opposite to dissipate the force, crouched to the ground, one hand on the floor, the other holding the staff behind like a scorpion's raised tail, ready to use the tranquilizer gun. But as they both splashed up murky water and saw the other in the same position, they knew the ambush plan had failed. Damn, just arriving in the DC world to encounter this mess without rhyme or reason. It's clear we're both Deathstrokes, with even the same memories and habits. Maybe we could talk it out. We're both modified people and martial arts masters. If we fight, it might take 3 days and nights to determine a winner, causing a huge commotion. Su Ming thought and decided to shelve the dispute. Knocking out the other to escape wasn't feasible. Again, both spoke simultaneously. Su Ming mentally rolled his eyes, realizing the other also had qualms, and wasn't intent on entanglement. Crucially, no one was paid a commission to confront such a strong enemy. Mercenaries couldn't afford such costly battles. No grudges or emotions surpassed the reality of cold, hard US dollars. Chapter 7, Chapter 2, Reflections of Oneself _21186 words. Put down your weapon, let's talk. You put yours down first. Let's put them down together. Su Ming was helpless, whatever the two of them did was synchronized, eerily so. Clearly, he was just an ordinary person from an otherworld Earth, not the real Deathstroke. What was up with this mysterious synchrony? How much had he been influenced by the real Deathstroke, to the point that even his way of thinking was the same? No, it's because I've never had life-or-death experiences with others. Being a thug before was more like a life of confusion, never having dealt with truly dark matters. Thus, I relied on Deathstroke's experience, adopting his mindset and methods. I am still myself, at least now I have a clear and objective understanding of my identity. While thinking this through, Su Ming also dropped his weapon. Clank clank. Both long sticks were decisively thrown into the rain, soaked with the rooftop's filth. The two stood facing each other, the heavy rain flowing down their masks like small waterfalls. Seeing that they once again spoke the same words at the same time, Su Ming promptly fought to break free from the influence of Deathstroke's mindset, raising his hand, and used the other hand to press down on the palm. Stop, let's not play this telepathy game anymore, it's the creepiest thing I've ever experienced. I'll speak first, okay? Fine by me. The person opposite visibly breathed a sigh of relief, at least now they could communicate. I'm a mercenary, codename Deathstroke, real name Slade, but you can also call me Su. Su Ming briefly described his background, unable to discern which parallel world he was in, so he couldn't understand any other settings. Interesting, I'm also a mercenary, codename Deathstroke, real name Cindy. The person opposite uneasily touched their helmet. Unlike other masked men, Deathstroke's black and yellow gear is a warning color like a bee, and his identity is not secret at all. Everyone knows Slade is Deathstroke, a legend in the mercenary realm. Thinking about it, if things were kept mysterious, how would there be business? At the very least, future clients with financial power need to be able to locate you. What's going on? Did the military once again use my blood for clones? Su Ming knew of Deathstroke's military past, and that his genetic modifications came from the military. Not to mention, in the DC world, clones are everywhere, with plenty of entities possessing cloning technology. No, I think we're not related by cloning. The person who transformed me biologically has long been dead, and there's only one dose of the enhancing potion. The Deathstroke who called herself Cindy felt around the lower right edge of her mask, lifted it off from the back. Su Ming was taken aback. This Deathstroke who called herself Cindy was actually a woman. She had short golden hair and a stern yet beautiful face, a typical visage of an American beauty. The only pity was that her right eye was covered with a black eye patch, seemingly blind. Su Ming couldn't comprehend. She looked only in her 20s, not at all an old lady. For a female version of himself, she should be over 50, right? With this thought in mind, he also felt around under his mask. Indeed, he found an inconspicuous latch. Pressing and sliding it aside, he removed his helmet. Cindy from across was also shocked, clearly unable to understand what was happening either. Su Ming looked down. Though the rain obscured the details in the puddle, he could still make out his youthful appearance, short golden crew-cut hair, handsome with a rebellious face, a faint stubble, and a black leather eye patch over his right eye. He felt it. There was no eyeball under the eye patch, undeniably inheriting the body of a young Deathstroke. Here's the issue. In the old stories, Deathstroke's right eye was shot blind by his wife, and in the New 52 world, poked blind by Batman's son, Damian. But no matter how you slice it, a 20-something Deathstroke should still be a solitary grunt in the army. What's going on with this timeline? How did I become blind? You're a man. Cindy's expression was calm, but her tone hinted at disbelief. Su Ming was equally vexed. A female Deathstroke was what didn't make sense here, right? Is a man so strange? A man as strong as you is very rare. Among superpowers, I only know of the hero. Cindy walked beneath the gigantic W emblem of Wayne Group, fished out a cigar, lit it, and started smoking, feeling the need to ingest some nicotine to ponder this baffling situation. Su Ming walked over, the two of them no longer inclined to fight. Their individual questions had morphed into a shared puzzle. When Cindy reached for the pocket with the cigars, Su-ming also had a small cigar box on him. He pulled one out too, and they stood together, silently puffing clouds of smoke. Upon hearing Cindy mention Hero, he more or less figured out which world this was. It's one of the many parallel worlds in the DC universe, Earth 11, a world ruled by the Amazon race, where both supervillains and superheroes are female versions. Batman becomes Bat-Heroine, Superman becomes Supergirl, Sea-King becomes Sea-Queen, The Flash becomes Flash-Heroine, Steel-Bone becomes Steel-Girl. The Joker becomes Jester, Penguin Man becomes Penguin Lady, Two-Faced Man becomes Two-Faced Woman, and Shadow Warrior Alliance becomes Shadow Dancer Alliance. The key point is, those originally female celebrities remain women. Harley Quinn is still Harley Quinn, Poison Ivy is still Poison Ivy, Black Canary is still Black Canary, but they've transformed from couples or partners with the original superheroes or supervillains into best friends. This bizarre world, who knows how it was created, but the DC editor department certainly had an open mind. In any case, in this world, men's status has always been lower. It was only in modern times that concepts of gender equality emerged, but typically it's women managing careers outside while men handle the household. There's no helping it if the world's top leadership is Amazon, and they're all women, so government officials are also women, possessing greater strength and authority compared to men. The only peculiarity is that the original Wonder Woman in this world turned into a man, called Hero, and is the only known male superhero. However, having been raised by Amazon since childhood, Su-ming found him very peculiar. Can you imagine Wonder Woman's costume worn by a muscular man? In Su-ming's eyes, he couldn't even converse with a man dressed like that. Cindy, who is by my side, seems to be the real Deathstroke of this world, while I might have brought the body of that Deathstroke from another parallel universe, and due to passing through the world's barrier, affected by temporal fluctuations, I became younger. He immediately formulated a hypothesis in his mind, and at present, the likelihood of this hypothesis seems high. Chapter 8, Chapter 3, Endangered World. A sharp sound came from not far away, possibly a cable being severed by the wind, or the rain causing a short circuit in the transformer box. The Wayne Group light box above their heads suddenly sputtered a spark and a wisp of gray smoke, and went out. The wisp of smoke was quickly dispersed by the rain and vanished. The two merely looked up at the now darkened billboard without saying a word. The surrounding area turned dim, except for the glowing cigarette tips of their cigars flickering on and off. Su-ming thought for a moment before deciding to speak first. I come from a parallel world. What's the situation in Gotham now? The counterpart was also Deathstroke. This was information he could share with her. When intelligence can't be used in action, she won't spread or sell the information. Just like how Batman collected the weaknesses of all the superheroes on Earth, ready to resolve the situation instantly if they ever turn evil. This information is a kind of strategic reserve, allowing Su-ming to prove his sincerity without worrying about future repercussions in the short term. Without anybody paying her to kill him, keeping secrets with her was relatively safe. Deathstroke and Batman both know each other's true identities, yet due to their principles, Batman wouldn't attack Deathstroke unless a crime is committed, and even if something is known to be his doing, lack of evidence means no appearance. However, Deathstroke's work is always clean and efficient. And Deathstroke wouldn't target Batman's true identity, Bruce Wayne, because the Wayne Group is too wealthy, and Bruce's life is extremely valuable. Without at least a few $100 billion, Deathstroke has decided to let Bruce's head remain on his neck, maybe cash it in someday. Just like the Joker, who also knows Batman's true identity, but only wants to play with the bat and not that boring billionaire. But that doesn't stop him from kidnapping people around Bruce, from the butler Afu to several of Bruce's girlfriends. They've all been kidnapped by the Joker, forcing Batman out to play his games. A whole heap of villains know Batman's identity, including Black Mask, Silence, Bane, and others. The symbol of Gotham City is Batman. Only by defeating Batman can one claim to rule Gotham, and defeating Bruce without the Bat Guys just means taking down a playboy billionaire. Deathstroke exists on the dark side of this society, so he must also protect the society's existence. Whether someone wants to destroy the Earth or play outside the rules of darkness, these are Deathstroke's enemies. In the comics, every time an alien boss comes to invade Earth, chaos ensues. Thugs seize the chance to rob banks or jewelry stores, and even ordinary people grab TVs from roadside shops, thinking why not when superheroes are busy. But among those taking advantage to mess with superheroes, you'd never find Deathstroke. On several occasions, he's even helped the heroes deal with alien and otherworldly invaders, resolving world crises without charging a dime. However, once the crisis is over and the world is safe, Deathstroke resumes his mercenary business, and any superhero obstructing him has but one fate: elimination. I figured as much. Your skills are impressive, but I've never heard of someone like you. Cindy, with a cigarette dangling from her lips, spoke quietly, drowned out by the sound of rain, yet Su-Ming heard clearly. Have you met people from a parallel world before? He asked her, both standing side by side, watching the distant bat lamp's light twist and turn in the stormy clouds. A pitiful person, wearing a fabric hood like a bank robber, using old-fashioned firearms. He was quite old, his body deteriorating, but he came to kill. Cindy said indifferently, speaking of misery without a flinch of emotion on her face. Did he say why he came to this world? Or how he left? Su-Ming also wanted to leave. While his previous life was dull, at least in his original world, his homeland was peaceful and stable, with people living in peace, places to rest safely. There was no fear of alien invasions or superhero villains beyond common knowledge. He did say, a criminal group called the Syndicate killed his child. He managed to come here by following them when they traversed worlds, trying to find a chance to kill them. Unfortunately, he never succeeded. Our world is ruled by the Amazon Council, whose high centralization represents faster response and greater power. Parallel world invaders are quickly repelled. They returned to their world, shutting the space-time gate, and the old men naturally went back. Did the Justice League drive them away? Wait, do you have a Justice League in your world? Su-Ming pondered for a moment before deciding to ask, because just before his crossing, DC had just updated a new DC Universe event, Metal. If there was no Justice League, it meant this was a dark multiverse, a reflection of a bright multiverse. They are universes composed of dark matter, like two sides of a coin, but due to the nature of this world, everything here turns out darker than the ordinary DC parallel universe. Chapter 9, Chapter 3, Endangered World. If this were Earth-11, then there wouldn't be any big trouble. The environment for survival would be much more relaxed, as long as you didn't provoke the Amazon Council or the female version of the Justice League, you could comfortably make money. But if it's Earth-11, then the trouble is big. This is a world without other superheroes, only Batwoman and countless villains. At the same time, it's a world on the brink of extinction. In the future, the entire world will be submerged due to the war between Bat-Heroine and Atlantis, and the only survivor is Batwoman, who has transformed herself. The root of the matter actually started with the Bat. A land and sea war broke out between Atlantis and Amazon. Regarding the hegemony of this world, Briss, after gathering intelligence, believed it was due to the excessive ambition of Sea Queen Arthur. She was an anti-government schemer and a potential threat, so Briss planned to capture the Sea Queen and imprison her in Arkham. The Atlanteans, under the pretense of peace talks, ambushed the waters near Paradise Island, while Briss took the opportunity to apprehend the Sea Queen. However, during their fight, unfamiliar with underwater combat, Briss accidentally killed her. Afterward, the Atlanteans, of course, chose to retaliate, immediately triggering a tsunami by unknown means, completely destroying Gotham. Gotham was gone, Briss's family and friends all perished. She went insane with revenge, undergoes special transformations to become a demon with aquatic superpowers such as underwater breathing, controlling seawater, high-speed swimming, and renamed herself Drowned. In the comics, she achieved the final victory in the war by controlling her infinitely replicable liquid monster pet Deadwater. Unfortunately, by then, the various disasters caused by years of war left no other life on Earth. She made a bat lamp to shine from the sea floor to the sea surface, which became the last light of this Earth-11. Bat-Heroine Briss Vane was the child of destiny of this world, the only one destined to survive. No, in fact, on the day Gotham was submerged, Bat Heroine died. The one who survived was not her, but the fearsome supervillain drowned. After destroying the world, she would heed the advice of the Laughing Bat, joining the Dark Knight order to head to the bright multiverse to destroy numerous worlds. Justice League. Doesn't sound like a rock band. Cindy chuckled disdainfully. Having an Amazon council looming overhead is trouble enough, and you want to form some idol group. Su Ming bitterly smiled. In truth, he was merely clinging to a shred of hope as well. Now he was in Gotham, the city that should have been submerged first. Even though his physical prowess exceeded that of ordinary people, when all land disappears and the sky is eternally covered by clouds, without food, fresh water, and sunlight, even he couldn't survive. He had to act swiftly, find a way to leave this world soon, or find a way to keep it intact. Earth-11 is no place for a leisurely vacation but rather the front line of war. Then let's hope this world hasn't reached that critical point yet. Su Ming thought. If time hadn't run out, there might still be room to struggle. So he flicked the ashes off his cigarette again, and asked Cindy once more. Can you tell me why you're here? On the rooftop of Wayne Tower. Cindy flicked the ash off her cigar with the same gesture, showing a peculiar expression. A task. Mind sharing the task? Su Ming was intrigued. You should understand, right? I, Deathstroke, don't like collaborating with others. Cindy took a drag of her cigar, and wiped the rain off her hair. The Vane Group's W logo wasn't shielding them well. If it were the Golden Arches M, perhaps they'd be better off standing under it. Su Ming chuckled, letting their single eyes meet. With excellent eyesight, he could even see his reflection in Cindy's eyes. Indeed, you don't like it, but if my memory serves me right, there have been a few times. Although this memory actually came from the comics and was about the main world's Deathstroke, Cindy's corner of the mouth twitched, leaving Su Ming unable to discern whether it was a smile or something else. All right, just this once. This task has me at a loss, but you can only get a quarter, understand? Money isn't the point, information is more important. Su Ming flicked his cigarette, extending his right hand. It was just a joke, he knew he couldn't stay here long. He found himself in the dark multiverse, and its existence meant the grand events had already begun. To avoid dying, he had to head to the bright multiverse. Earth-11 lacked many things. It wasn't the main plane, and some things just couldn't be done here. Fine, but remember you said this. Finally, she laughed, extending her hand to shake his. He could feel the equal strength in both hands. Without hesitation, she began to explain the current task. This is a search mission. Actually, I didn't want to take it, but there's been little work lately, and I just recently bought a yacht. She released his hand, turning to face the rain-soaked city. So, this task still comes from an old friend of mine. Su Ming also looked towards this dark city. She came to Wayne Tower must be looking for Batwoman, and in Gotham, the one who is most persistent in searching for bats would undoubtedly be the Joker. Chapter 10, Chapter 3, Endangered World Part 3 1224 words. In your world it might be called Joker, but here, she's known as the Jester. Of course, we all know who we're talking about. Cindy stretched her neck and exhaled a puff of smoke, the white mist with a hint of nicotine dispersed in the rain. That's how it is, for the past few days, Batman has disappeared, so she's feeling very lonely and wants Batman to play with her. What new tricks has she come up with? Maybe for my world, it's an old trick after all. Su Ming took a deep puff on his cigar. If there are some clues, he's possibly seen the relevant comics, but Earth-11 is uncertain for him. Who knows? I have no interest in her tricks. I just want to get paid. So this mission is to find Batman and pass along a message, tell him that the Jester is waiting for him in Arkham with a big good news. Cindy stubbed out the cigar on the wall, and put the rest back into the pack. Word for word. Su Ming raised an eyebrow. Of course, her exact words were big good news. As mercenaries, if we're passing a message, it needs to be accurate. That's the task. Cindy shrugged, answering with a blank expression. Honestly, I really don't want to work for the Jester, she's too crazy. I doubt what this good news really is, maybe there's a huge nuclear warhead in Gotham. Su Ming sighed. Joker's money is, of course, still money, but he never described the task well. Cindy put on her helmet and fastened the clasp. Thinking too much is pointless, better to think about where Brisbane went. Before coming here, I went to her house, the Batcave, the top of the police building, couldn't find her, and now the company can be ruled out too. When she played Batwoman, she loved to overlook her city from the gargoyle at the top of Vane Mansion. Su Ming added while putting on his helmet. Yes, and then I found you. Apparently, it's not my luckiest day. She picked up a short stick from the ground and tossed it to Su Ming, then picked up her own. Su Ming folded the long stick and tucked it into the holder on his back, moved his neck to ensure it wouldn't affect his movement. Apparently, it's not mine either because I'm here for no reason. I was clearly in my world, doing my own thing, then, whoosh. Well, looking at it this way, you're worse off than me. You could consider saving some money and hire me to help find a way back. Cindy led the way downstairs, moving quickly. That's a decent suggestion, but right now, I must confirm what Joker was talking about. If things are as I think, we'll both be in big trouble. Su Ming sighed and followed her. Is there something I don't know? She pushed the door open, walked down, with a half-smile, her voice sounded muffled inside the helmet. It's not about the task, it's about this world. Incessant rain and Batman's disappearance seemed more like the prelude to an apocalypse to Su Ming. If possible, he still wanted to live, so he had to find Batman quickly. Do you know what I hate? She turned her head and poked his chest with her finger. I hope we can be honest with each other. I told you my mission, but you're hiding something now. I can't be sure yet, but I can tell you, though you can only listen, don't ask, because I can't explain how I know. Su Ming gently pushed aside her finger, quickly bypassed her to walk ahead, and while descending the stairs, he roughly told her about what would happen on Earth-11. This news made her stiffen for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. She held her head and shook it. What should we do next? Do you trust me now? Su Ming was pleased. He didn't want to explain that he got this information from comic books, that would sound crazy. It's because we're mercenaries. If I were to cross worlds to spread such an exaggerated false story, no amount of money would convince me. Our abilities determine our position in the mercenary realm, and top mercenaries don't engage in such boring activities. Cindy quickly overtook him and walked ahead. Then the only possibility is that it's true, our world is heading towards destruction. Su Ming didn't quite understand. The Jester asking for Batman at this point suggests she knows something, and she should be aware of Batwoman's whereabouts. So why go to the trouble of hiring Deathstroke to find someone, and not explain? If you're willing to join me in preventing world destruction, that would be great. If not, then I'll act alone. To stop a flood from drowning the Earth, there aren't many effective methods, the most efficient being stopping Briss from killing the Sea Queen. The Amazon Council won't help, as he's a nobody to them, they wouldn't believe him. The Atlanteans also won't work because they hate all land creatures. Behind this event, there's also Earth-22's Batman infected by the Joker's blood, the Laughing Bat as the commander, and the true mastermind, the final dragon of the dark multiverse, Barbados. They are the true culprits, hiding somewhere observing the developments. I have to be part of the self-rescue operation, don't I? I don't want to die either. Although I don't know what Joker is like in your world, our Jester is a completely bonkers mad man. This mission came to me as a recording tape analyzed through instruments from over 10 minutes of hysterical laughter. Cindy shook her head, explaining more specifically. Jester is in Arkham now, but she's completely crazy. She's not seeing anyone except Batman. It seems the good news is that the Joker I know and your Jester are exactly the same, that's worth a drink. Since she isn't approachable, how about we find her gal? Su Ming reconsidered. If anyone else might know Batman's whereabouts, aside from her, there are a few others. Like Catwoman, Talia from the Shadow Dancer Alliance, and Harley Quinn. Among them, Catwoman is a total stray cat, no one knows where she is now. As for Talia, the Assassin Alliance's base is in faraway Nandabart. Of these, Harley is actually the easiest to find. Although she's quite mad, she understands right from wrong in certain situations. Cindy was silent for a while. Alright, let's go find Harley, but she's not her gal. According to Harley, their relationship is called gal pals. Under the mask, Su Ming rolled his eyes. Something like that. Her exact words were little pumpkin and little pudding. I find you have a knack for insane language. Her voice, although husky through the mask, sounded a bit exasperated. Exasperation is normal. Anyone dealing with the Joker is either terrified or in awe, but people like Deathstroke are mostly just exasperated. The Joker knows this and therefore enjoys people showing other emotions, like anger or curiosity. Of course, he especially likes it when people laugh. He constantly provokes Batman's anger in the comics. Outsiders see it as courting death, but he just wants to know why Batman is so serious. Chapter 11, Chapter 4, Harley Quinn. Going down the stairs, two guys in identical armor wandered around Bat's company flagrantly, completely ignoring the surveillance cameras on the way. Su Ming arrived at the rooftop and was unsure of the situation, but seeing Cindy unconcerned, he guessed it was an intentional move to draw out Bat heroine. When they reached Brice Vane's office, Cindy casually smashed the liquor cabinet and grabbed 2 good bottles of wine, completely ignoring the shrill alarm. She opened a bottle, took a sip, smacked her lips and nodded. She tossed the other bottle to Su Ming, and then they both briskly walked into the elevator, heading straight down. Under normal circumstances, Deathstroke wouldn't take the elevator. If someone cut the power, they could be trapped or fall with the elevator. But seeing Cindy walk in naturally without worry, he said nothing and followed her in. The fact that she was so confident meant she must have already dealt with all the guards downstairs. His brain could immediately deduce this, far better than before he crossed over. If he had a brain this good back then, he might have attended any school on a scholarship, right? The elevator arrived at the first floor, and the two stepped out, only to see a chaotic scene in the lobby, with over a dozen security guards lying around, their fates unknown, and much of the furniture and decor smashed onto the floor. It looked like Cindy's handiwork. Su Ming looked around. Some of these guards were stunning beauties. No wonder Vane Group hired them, they even know how to dress up. He still wasn't quite used to this world where women were dominant, still judging them based on their looks. Let's go, they're all alive. Cindy saw Su Ming standing in the mess and couldn't help but urge him. She made sure to leave these guards alive so they could complain to Brice. Even though the likelihood of Bat heroine appearing was slim, it was worth a shot after all. Dealing with these guards wasn't hard. Did you drive here? Know where Harley is? Of course, as for Harley, she's probably still mixed up with Jester's circus, right? The two of them walked through the shattered glass doors into the dark rain, where some ghostly women were lurking at the street corner, watching. But seeing Deathstroke emerge, they scattered like birds. They only wanted to steal some things or information while Vane Group's security was down. If this was Deathstroke at work, it was better to stay away. Cindy's car was parked across the road, just a regular American Jeep, messy inside, not with trash but with too many weapons. There was a pile of rocket launchers and 2 huge ammo boxes on the back seat. Even now, in the passenger seat, Su Ming found a grenade under him after he sat down. He took it from under his butt and handed it to Cindy. Your grenade. No, it's your grenade. Cindy glanced at him, snickering behind her mask, and turned the key, starting the car. Trying to seduce me won't work. I only work for money. Su Ming's eyes widened beneath his mask. Damn it, seducing. He just wanted to return the grenade. Right, this world is reversed. Here, men are the weaker party, and women are usually the ones pursuing men, giving them flowers and gifts, and men marry them. Su Ming shivered at the thought. It was unsettling. When he considered it, his previous action was indeed a bit suggestive. If it were the original world, and a woman pulled a cylindrical object from under her, but for him, he'd think it was suggestive too. No, I didn't mean that, it's just the different world takes some getting used to. Cindy replied perfunctorily, starting the car. The car sped through the rain on the street lights outside flickering light and dark in the cabin. Cindy seemed familiar with the roads, while Su Ming prepared weapons on the side. Yes, weapons. If they're looking for Harley Quinn, it proves they're not facing world destruction, but they must storm into Joker Gang's territory. Those fanatics blindly worshipping Joker lack reason. If they can't be knocked out, these guys would happily blow themselves up with you. Joker once used a toxic gas that caused people to laugh themselves to death, laughing gas, which those lunatics still carry. The two guns on his thighs, Su Ming didn't plan on using them. He wasn't ready to kill yet, just knocking out was enough. The stun effect of his staff was pretty good. Even the guards carry batons. Could it be because of this that I ended up in Deathstroke's body? But if it was just a staff, getting ready didn't take much time, and the two soon fell into silence. I don't like Gotham. This city is a bit too crazy. Su Ming didn't know why, whether it was nerves or fear of sudden silence. He started a conversation. Cindy curiously glanced at him. I remember being quite popular here. Oh, of course, I mean, me too. It's just that don't you feel our straightforward style doesn't quite fit this city? The people here don't think like us. Chapter 12, Chapter 4, Harley Quinn 1383 words. Su Ming was a bit at a loss, not knowing if Cindy could sense the humor. He just felt the air was slightly awkward, and wanted to find something to talk about. Cindy ran a red light and splashed a puddle of dirty water onto a black man by the roadside. When the man pulled out a weapon and fired at the car, she provocatively flashed her taillights and laughed meaninglessly. Ha ha, nice, everyone here is crazy. If it weren't for the many business opportunities, I'd rather live in Star City. Star City is where the Green Arrow hero resides, and the villains there are much more straightforward than the lunatics in Gotham. If it's confirmed that Atlantis is going to flood the world, Su Ming, in order to survive, would have to fight even if it's dangerous. The problem is, he feels unprepared. Maybe he could indeed fight others for survival, but he still can't take lives as easily as the original Deathstroke. It's not because of the Saint Mother syndrome, it's just that he originally lived in a stable society, and suddenly being made to kill, how is that possible? He also knows that even if it's not a war with Atlantis, if he wants to survive in the DC world, Deathstroke's original enemies would force him to kill. This day was just a matter of time. While he was thinking, a rocket shell trailing white smoke flew towards them from a roadside building. With his extraordinary physical abilities and dynamic vision, he could even see a comically exaggerated smile painted in red and white on the bullet head. Raindrops hit the bullet head, shattering into glistening fragments that refracted the light from the street lamps. Cindy shouted, pushing the car door open and leaping out. Without needing any special care from her, Su Ming's superior physical qualities also made him instinctively take the same action. However, while Cindy landed quite smoothly, once Su Ming reacted in midair, he didn't know what to do, and ended up crashing into a pile of garbage by the roadside. The car got hit and exploded into pieces. Amidst the firelight, as if in slow motion, he saw Cindy glance at him. For some reason, he felt the person behind the black and yellow mask seemed to be in a good mood. The next moment, a barrage of bullets rained down on them, along with the gunfire and mad laughter overpowering the noise of the storm. The firepower was so intense that the gun flames even lit up the nearby streets. Ordinary bullets had no effect on Deathstroke, who was wrapped in heavy armor. Even though promethium metal was not great at shock absorption and the bullets hurt a bit when they hit, they didn't even count as a flesh wound. The two of them found cover separately. Cindy took refuge at the corner of a residential building on the left, already armed with her automatic pistol, retaliating now and then. Su Ming himself hid behind a dumpster, unknowingly holding a gun in his hand. Before he realized it, he had already taken out a few women with colorful face paint. Their bodies fell from the buildings on both sides like sacks, landing in the puddles by the roadside or in the wreckage of burning vehicles. Some could still move a bit, struggle, roll their eyes, and then die. More of them just fell like motionless stumps, lifelessly onto the ground. What the hell? I spent so much time contemplating life's meaning, and doing psychological prep, and this body's reactions were so fast that all my preparations were for nothing. This body, taking lives like second nature, felt no discomfort. Instead, this level of combat felt somewhat pleasurable. As in novels and movies, the nausea or sadness after a first kill was something completely unrelated to him. Alright, since I've already started killing, I might as well keep going instead of pretending to cry like a hypocrite. He bit his lip, poked his head out from behind the dumpster, and fired again. Whether you call it following instincts or breaking free, Deathstroke had long ingrained shooting and fighting into his bodily instincts. What else could Su Ming do but accept it? Surrender these skills and become prey instead. This is Gotham, it's simply not a place where normal people can live well. If it's about being crazier and more ruthless, he's not afraid. With the two Deathstrokes joining forces, the dozens from the Joker gang didn't pose them any trouble. Soon the street returned to calm, the rain washing away all evidence. Of course, no police would come here to investigate either, as death in this area was completely routine. If lucky, the bodies of the dead would be taken to a mass grave or crematorium, if unlucky. Hey, Gotham has no shortage of guys engaging in all sorts of crazy antics, like misanthropic cannibal priests, cash-strapped anatomy professors, and deranged maniacs urgently needing bodies as toys. That's why I love Gotham. The simple folk, enthusiastic hospitality, enjoy real gunfights at any time, a great place for a getaway. Cindy swapped in 2 new magazines, holstered her gun, and walked up to him. I thought the most passionate folks in Gotham all lived in the Arkham district, but didn't expect the residents of this crazy backyard to be this passionate. Su Ming brushed his shoulder, tossing away rotten leaves stuck to him. Thankfully, the rain now was heavier, washing off the filth and making him look less bedraggled. Cindy glanced around as if identifying their location and soon decided on a direction. Let's go talk to Harley, find out what's wrong with these folks. Even if I'm not a doctor, I know their problem is called madness. Su Ming exhaled a breath, following her figure, cracking a cold joke. That's right, the original Deathstroke was also a master of cold humor, often muttering such jokes after blasting a target's head or twisting a neck. The surrounding buildings were silent, as if lurking monsters in the dark. The blacked-out doors and windows were their eyes and mouths. Such hollow expressions would devour hope inside people, driving them into despair, madness. The abandoned residential buildings flanked the road, now used by the Joker gang as hideouts. The high outer walls were painted with large Joker faces playing cards and other magic items, though some colors were fading in the rain, likely painted in the last couple of days. Now, the buildings on both sides were pitch black, with one building not far away seemingly having power, with colored lights shining through the windows, probably indicating Harley's location. It's obvious that with the jester now imprisoned, Harley is either planning his rescue or wallowing in her own sorrow. Su Ming doesn't believe she didn't hear the fierce combat just now, yet she's shown no reaction thus far. As he and Cindy approached the building with lights on, the sound of music started coming through the rain, intense rock music and howls coming from the upper room. Alright, seems our little Harley isn't as heartbroken as we thought, she's getting her workout. Cindy tilted her head, picking up the sounds of boots striking wooden floors amidst the music. In the main world, Harley Quinn was originally a psychologist at Arkham Asylum, gradually drawn to Joker's chaotic mind during her studies, falling madly in love and aiding in his escape, thereafter constantly assisting in various criminal activities. Joker, unfortunately, merely treated her as a bother, often using her as bait or a scapegoat when escaping Batman. But DC's worldview is always chaotic, and Su Ming can't discern the exact relationship between Earth-11's Harley Quinn and the Jester. Like Earth-37, another 60s gender-swapped world, where Harley Quinn and Joker are lesbian lovers. But in the New 52 world, Harley had a falling out with Joker, turned good, joined the Birds of Prey, and even had an ambiguous relationship with Batman. Yet, no matter in which parallel universe, Harley's abilities don't change, a genius-level intellect and perfect gymnastics talent. Her hobbies are listening to music and reading books. When she's free, she might also dance. She's chaotic and mad, but she knows she's a good girl. Chapter 13, Chapter 5, Ambush. The heavy rain showed no sign of stopping, the clouds above them became even denser, and the multitude of corpses around them made Su-Ming feel indescribable. It was like excitement, or like the relief after breaking free from shackles. He wanted to talk to Cindy, to share some joy, but she was more focused on the mission, and did not respond to his jokes. Just as the Joker once said, a person, a city, if it wants to descend into chaos and madness, all it takes is a gentle push from behind. He had pushed Harley, pushed the two-faced man, and now Su-Ming was the one being pushed. After the madness of Deathblow, he felt great, like drinking a bottle of ice-cold beer in the dog days of summer, every cell in his body cheering from the inside out. He turned his head to look at the many lifeless, broken corpses behind him, while Cindy did not notice his abnormality, searching for the building's entrance. The building where Harley was also had the same absurd style. The front door facing the street was actually painted on with oil paint, with the actual entrance being a wall made of thick red bricks. All right, no door, we can only climb up the wall. Cindy took a rope with a grappling hook from her belt. Initially, she just wanted to have a chat with Harley, so she didn't want to make things too serious. Breaking in through the window didn't quite look like a visit. Su-Ming came back to his senses and, looking at the building in front of him, his experience immediately told him there was more than just Harley inside. Then let's go, be careful, you can never guess what might be inside a madman's house. Both of them simultaneously threw their grappling hooks, which securely hooked onto the roof, and with their strong upper body strength, they quickly climbed up. Previously unaware of what this building was used for, the windows on the first and second floors were all blocked, only the third floor had a platform resembling a crude lookout tower, likely used by the circus madmen for shooting at pedestrians or each other. With a quick flip, he landed steadily on it, the rain making everything noisy, and his landing was soundless. Cindy also arrived simultaneously, the two black and yellow masks met with a slight nod of acknowledgement. Crash! Su-Ming kicked open the window beside him, and with his great strength, the window frame and glass all flew inward, as the two of them slipped in, with their guns ready, vigilantly watching their surroundings. Su-Ming flexed his shoulders. This building had lights, so the situation was clear at a glance. They now looked like they were in a simple dormitory, a long corridor with small rooms on either side with closed doors. The floor was covered with dust and trash, only a ghost would know how long it hadn't been cleaned, and the rainwater on him and Cindy quickly turned into small muddy puddles. Don't these lunatics ever take a bath? Cindy shook her head, seeming not pleased with the smell around. Their uniform helmets had an antitoxic mask function but weren't odor-proof. The helmets of the masked people were custom-made. Smells were an essential component of combat's five senses. These special antitoxic features were more expensive and precise, completely different from ordinary products outside. Su-Ming certainly smelled it too, the odor somewhat resembling rancid swill, but he was more concerned about the stairs not far away leading upward. Never mind those, let's head upstairs to find Harley. Wait, there's a trap. Cindy tilted her chin to signal him to look. At the corner of the stairs, there was a faintly glowing fishing line. He went over, uncovering the garbage at the other end of the fishing line, and discovered it was tied to a grenade. This grenade appeared to be custom-made, entirely red instead of the usual olive green of military grenades, painted with a large white smiley face, clearly a masterpiece of the Joker gang. Yes, this was the madman's entertainment game, a contest of self-mutilation or murder, and what lay before them was the famous blow friends to death with joke bombs, then laugh madly game, undoubtedly one of their favorite pastimes. No matter when the Joker saw this program, or their mad self-destruction among utmost chaos, he would always laugh maniacally, marveling at his greatness. Not good. Su-Ming reacted instantly. When you pull off a prank, of course, you'd want to secretly watch how the tricked person gets embarrassed. Since there was a grenade deemed as a prank here, the circus folks must be nearby. And just as his words finished, strange figures swarmed out of the room on both sides of the corridor. These maniacs with twisted makeup screeched with mad laughter, stretching their arms as they hopped and ran towards the two of them. Cindy and Su-Ming certainly wouldn't consider this a warm welcome, because as they rushed out, dense bullet rain and explosives also came flying towards them. Su-ming took shelter at the stairs corner while Cindy leapt out through the window again, hiding on a wooden platform built outside the wall. Then, a series of explosions followed, and he felt as if he was trapped in a popcorn pot. The deafening noise assailed his eardrums. The powerful airflow swept up everything around the explosion point. Strong hot winds forced him to grip the stair railing tightly so as not to be blown away, and he could even see bomb fragments, with exaggerated white-painted smiley faces, scratching a spark off his shoulder plate and flying away. Chapter 14, Chapter 5, Surprise Attack Part 2. The circus performers were still approaching. The earlier explosion had also killed some of their people, but they didn't care at all. Instead, they laughed even more joyfully. They were like cars or other internal combustion engines, except their fuel was blood. Other people's blood, or their own, driving the war chariot named Madness.
Su-ming shook his head. The helmet still had debris and garbage from earlier, and now the hallway was densely packed with laughing jokers, rushing forward with various twisted and exaggerated movements. There are about 40 of them, equipped with light firearms and melee weapons. It seems their explosives are used up. He peeked out, and the battlefield details appeared in his mind like a photograph. The position of each enemy, their movement direction, speed, and equipment, all remembered clearly. Almost simultaneously, a plan emerged in his mind. He took a smoke bomb from his uniform, tossed it out with a swing of his hand, and immediately followed by vaulting out of cover.
The smoke obscured everything, all around was white, and only the hallway lights cast chaotic black shadows of the people, causing immediate chaos among the Joker gang. They couldn't see the walls or the people around them, crashing and stumbling into each other, causing bizarre screams and cursing. This was Su-ming's chance. He quickly pulled a shotgun from his back and also charged into the smoke. Cindy was outside the window behind him, so besides himself, everyone in the smoke was an enemy. No longer burdened by doubt, he didn't hesitate, and with muffled gunshots, bursts of fire dyed the pale smoke red. Not bad, 42 people in 6 seconds, no wonder you're me from another world. Cindy jumped in through the window, sat on the sill, and posed as if checking the time. Though she didn't really need to, her super brain kept perfect track of every passing second. At that moment, Su-ming was reloading the shotgun, looking much bloodier than before, with visceral remains and blood splattered all over him, a common result in close combat. Corpses were everywhere, none of those maniacs survived, either with heads blown out or their guts split open. In such a narrow space, the shotgun proved immensely effective, taking out several with a single trigger pull. Instead of counting over there, why not start shooting early and give me a hand? Su-ming reslung his gun, bent down, and picked up a colorful rag to wipe off the blood on him. Just some small fry, both of us attacking would be a waste of manpower, Cindy said, without a hint of sincerity, and casually headed upstairs. At least you could give me a cigarette after it's all over or ask how I'm doing. Su-ming reluctantly followed, having taken his first human blood shower, feeling inexplicably joyous inside. He wanted to ask her if she ever felt the same. All right, since we're teammates now, it's always troublesome with you guys. How are you? However, Cindy really did take out a cigar and tossed it to him, sounding like she was humoring a child. I'm fine, thanks a lot. Su-ming said, taking the cigar and stuffing it into his cigarette case, feeling that Cindy had some gender prejudice, except for the unknown brain matter that went down my neck, making my chest all sticky. I'm great. Cindy didn't look back, making a mocking sound. You're just like other men, always so vain and clean freaks. I thought your world was a patriarchy. Su-ming shrugged. It's not about being clean, right? A patriarchal society. Sure, but not everyone makes a habit of bathing in blood, though I find I like the sight of flesh and blood. What about you? Cindy, holding her gun, continued upstairs. The 4th floor was now eerily quiet. While Su-ming was busy in combat earlier, she'd been on alert for any moves from the 4th floor to prevent a surprise attack from below. We're technically the same person from different worlds. I don't need to explain parallel world theory to you, do I? Despite minor differences, what you like I like. Cindy couldn't understand why her counterpart would ask such a question, as enjoying warm blood and watching others die wasn't a big deal to her. That's just how people lived in Gotham. So how do you handle this bloodthirsty desire? Su-Ming could accept killing but didn't want to kill for killing's sake. Mindless killing would make him a beast, no longer human. Once you meet Harley, you can ask her. She's a renowned psychologist in Gotham City, well, before she went mad. Cindy, head held high, slowly sidestepped up the stairs. The fourth floor had a similar architecture, but for me, compared to red blood, I prefer green things. Saying this, she held out her hand, rubbing her thumb and forefinger together in front of Su-Ming. Well, in psychological terms, this is called displacement. Her craving for blood shifted to money. That might be why in every parallel world, Deathstroke chooses to be a mercenary and assassin. Doing this line of work lets you taste blood and make money quickly, a perfect two-in-one. Su-Ming came to find Harley for information on the bat, not for therapy. Besides, getting treated by Harley would probably drive him crazier. Chapter 15, Chapter 5, Surprise Attack Part 3. Forget it, I'll just take a break when the sun rises. Fourth floor is secure. Su-Ming followed her into the fourth floor corridor, where the rooms on both sides were empty, except for everywhere adorned with Joker symbols, a pale smiling face with excess replacing the eyes, the walls painted in a riot of colors, like a den of chaos. The small rooms mostly held some miscellaneous items, nothing useful, primarily prank supplies like TNT, laughing gas, and automatic rifles, along with a big pile of oversized red rockets resembling giant bottle rockets. Harley's just upstairs, the music is directly above us, Cindy pointed overhead. Strange, we sounded like we were demolishing the building just now, and yet she didn't react. Sounds like she's still dancing. Su-Ming tilted his head to listen, still able to hear the rhythmic clacking of high-heeled boots. Cindy had no comment on this. Living in Gotham taught her one thing: don't try to understand what goes on in a madman's mind. Gotham, famous for its legendary figures, had seen the emergence of many talents: ventriloquist, Dr. Hugo, Zoz, Pigface, silent actor, weird girl, Lady Aiden, and so on, all of them lunatics and psychopaths. Suddenly she realized that the long list in her mind was mostly composed of her old clients. No wonder some missions in the past were inexplicable from start to finish. To be honest, although she had accepted Su-Ming's theory earlier, she didn't really believe Harley would know any critical information. Harley seemed more like the jester's close-up audience for his magic, rather than the performer herself. If Cindy had a choice, she'd rather seek out Talia from the Shadow Dancer League. The relationship between her and Batwoman was strange, with a higher likelihood of knowing Briss' whereabouts. Even if Talia didn't know, she still had the whole assassin alliance to tap into. At least they were experts in intelligence gathering. Let's go up. Since we're here, it doesn't hurt to ask. She finished speaking, then led the way in the direction of the music, making her way down the long corridor to a tightly closed door. They exchanged a glance and pushed open the door. The room behind the door was like a circus-themed nightclub, the colorful lights swirling madly with the music. Various circus props and inexplicable items were piled in the corners of the room, like inflatable dumbbells, towering funhouse mirrors, big bouncy balls, and fire hoops used in animal shows. However, in the massive dance floor's center stood only Harley Quinn, grasping a steel pole, flipping up and down, performing an array of incredibly flexible maneuvers. The spotlight focused on her as beads of glistening sweat flew off with her rapid spins, her red and blue pigtails blooming like flowers in midair. She wasn't dressed in her black and red outfit but wore a short-sleeved t-shirt and denim shorts, revealing a delightful figure and delicate skin, eyes closed, indulging in the joy of dancing. Her face reflected utter bliss, as if she possessed the entire world. Clutching the pole, she fluttered like a butterfly, while Cindy, showing great disdain for this tomboy act, thought, what was up with this big woman learning pole dancing like a man? Unbelievable madness. She nudged Su-Ming, who seemed to be mesmerized, leaning in to whisper, "There's someone else on the sofa at 4 o'clock in the dance floor." Su-Ming saw it too, was just about to tell her, and there sat someone with their back to them, the top of their head barely peeking out above the tall sofa back, nodding rhythmically with the music, a guest of Harley's, from the looks of it. Chapter 16, Chapter 6, Harley Quinn's Memories. Harley can no longer remember how many nights she has been celebrating. A few days ago, her dearest little pudding sent her a letter through someone from Arkham. The envelope was scribbled with incomprehensible language and symbols, with many lip marks left in red, like blood. But she knew it was real. It was a way of communicating that only the two of them could use, like a code or a secret signal, a little secret just for the two of them. Thinking of this always filled her heart with sweetness. When the trembling prison guard handed the letter to Harley and then screamed, and ran out of the circus grounds, Harley joyfully clutched the thin piece of paper to her chest, twirling happily around the room. The jester had been caught by the bat and thrown into Arkham for over half a year now, and Harley missed her dearly. Upon receiving the letter, she recalled the joy of receiving Christmas presents as a child, the sweetness of tasting chocolate for the first time, and the glee of wearing high heels for the first time. This joy made her forget about smashing the letter carrier with her mallet, which she had initially planned to disguise as a prison guard to infiltrate Arkham and rescue the jester. With one hand gently twirling her hair like a bashful young girl in love, and her other hand inexplicably producing a kitchen knife, she eagerly opened the envelope. Sadly, the joy vanished as soon as she opened the letter. The words on the paper made her involuntarily scream, "Oh no! This can't be real." This is what the jester wrote: "Dearest little pumpkin, how have you been lately? I have some good news to tell you. The world is ending, and we're all going to die. Aren't you excited? Oh, death, such a wonderful word. I've already dressed, ready for the appointment. Today I ate a shriveled roast goose. How about you? Soup Spoon hasn't been talking to me much recently. Before you die, could you bring the bat to see me? I'd rather die with her. You can cab home yourself." "Well, that's it. Do it quickly, moi moi." While the paper couldn't capture the jester's signature hysterical laughter, from the messy handwriting and disjointed content, she was still herself. Among the crooked words were her casually drawn weird doodles, looking like smiling faces, with what seemed like dried snot or drool stains on the paper, indicating she was in high spirits when writing the letter. But Harley, the recipient, was not in good spirits. The long-awaited letter turned out to be like this, which made her very sad. Though knowing everyone is going to die and experiencing the ultimate chaos of people facing death, that thought brought a bit of joy. Overall, her emotions were complex. The jester still had her mind full of the damn bat. It's as if she were just a driver or an errand girl. What about them being each other's little treats? What happened to Little Pumpkin and Little Pudding always being together? With hysterical laughter, Harley set things on fire, smashed things inside the house, venting her dissatisfaction. But in the end, she did as the jester suggested. After all, they were good sisters, right? Harley never doubted her. Isn't the world's end just a small thing? It must be true. Not only she herself, but even the circus had been dispatched to search for traces of the bat in Gotham City. However, the usual methods weren't working. No matter how much chaos they stirred up in the city, only the boring police showed up. Batwoman never appeared. For 3 consecutive nights, Harley went out to cause trouble, as if going to work, and returned exhausted only when daylight came. Yet, the bat seemed to have disappeared, not even her shadow showing up. Maybe she's gone abroad on vacation. I occasionally think about going to Paris or someplace else. Harley left large signs on rooftops where the bat frequently appeared, with cartoon fingers pointing towards her home. She knew that bat would be able to sniff her out. Afterward, she returned here, waiting for the bat's arrival every night. Initially, she just read while waiting, but that made it too easy to fall asleep. Harley thought this wouldn't do. She wouldn't even know if the bat came by. So the next day, it became reading while drinking. On the 3rd day, it evolved to dancing while drinking. Gradually, she seemed to forget her original purpose, and instead turned the nightly celebrations into a new habit to celebrate the impending destruction of Earth. But the circus members didn't dare to play with Harley and disliked having hammers smashed on their heads. This made Harley feel lonely, so she called her friends over to stay and join in the 24-hour-a-day revelry. Meanwhile, the jester in the madhouse was driven crazy by the wait. She had no idea what exactly was happening outside, nor why Harley hadn't brought the bat yet, leading her to laugh more hysterically in her room. Days later, a mysterious tape got taken out from her room by a prison guard, eventually reaching Deathstroke's hands, and Cindy also took on the task of finding the bat. This was what happened before Su Ming and Cindy met. Harley, breathless, clung to a pole, staring at the person on the couch, and then they both started laughing. Harley laughed so hard that her legs went weak, collapsing crookedly onto the couch, seemingly wanting to play with her friend. Chapter 17, Chapter 6, Harley Quinn's memories. Just then, she noticed there was someone else in the room. Under the hallucinatory lights, she could still make out the silhouette clad in armor, a striking combination of black and yellow, the most famous warning colors in nature. The person kept watching them from the darkness, the single red eye on the helmet reflecting a sinister glow. Even Harley couldn't help but blurt out, "Indeed, having Deathstroke, a world-renowned assassin, show up at anyone's home is never a good thing. Deathstroke. Why are you in my house?" Harley shook her head, her face flushed, looking like she had drunk quite a bit. "I need the answer to a question, and maybe you know it." Cindy didn't bother with pleasantries, directly stating her demand, "I'm looking for the bat." "Where is she?" "Everyone's looking for the bat." "What's so great about that annoying bat?" Harley didn't answer but ran to the couch to embrace another person, as if seeking comfort. Su Ming stepped out from behind Cindy and quietly said, "It seems the jester sent her to look too, likely in the same situation as us. Can't we just storm into Arkham to find out directly?" Cindy frowned beneath her mask. Since they thought the jester knew, why not just ask clearly? "The jester doesn't know, my previous judgment was wrong." Su Ming calmly overturned his previous thought, watching Harley rolling around on the couch from afar. "If the task you received was vague or incomprehensible, perhaps the jester intended it that way. But Harley is someone she trusts, and even she doesn't know now, indicating the jester gave her the same needle-in-a-haystack task as ours." Cindy nodded slightly, "So that's why you sought out Harley first, to determine if the jester knows about the bat." Indeed, Harley is easier to figure out than the jester. Such praise wouldn't make Su Ming smug, as the situation was at an impasse. In a comic Su Ming had read, there was no part about Brisbane's disappearance. The comic scene just depicted her hiding in a secret base, watching the Sea Queen land for peace talks through a big screen, then concluding the talks were a guise and going to ambush Queen Arthur, causing a series of chain reactions. But Cindy had already been to the Bat Cave, and it wasn't there. Where could this secret base be? No clues. They say a clever rabbit has 3 burrows, but Batwoman is much slyer than a rabbit. If they waited for Briss to show herself, it would be too late. Su Ming had no idea how Briss mingled with Arthur amidst millions of troops and managed to kill her smoothly. Even knowing Atlantis would attack Paradise Island, he didn't know when or how. The best chance was to intercept Batwoman in Gotham. His foresight was limited, the comic scenes were too vague to be clues. Only then did Harley remember she had to deal with Deathstroke. She got up, shouting with her hair all messy. "I don't know where the bat is, you're looking in the wrong place." "Ah wait, why are there 2 Deathstrokes?" Harley rubbed her eyes and looked up again, still seeing 2, making her mouth gape widely. "Either I drank too little, or I drank too much. Oh no, I forgot Ms. J asked me to find the bat, she'll hate me." It was as if she sobered up suddenly, remembering what she had been waiting for all these days, not to indulge, waiting for the world's end, not for the chaos in the human world, but for the bat to find her. Did the bat come or not? She propped her chin, tilting her head, trying hard to recall, but had been partying too hard these days, spinning like a top on the dance floor. How could she have noticed if Batwoman had been there? "Hey, couldn't you remind me or something?" Thinking for a long time with no result, Harley smacked the sofa person, feigning anger. "You never told me about it, how could I remind you?" The voice on the sofa sounded both amused and exasperated, but the tone suggested she was a very lively beauty, her words always tinged with charm and sweetness. Cindy leaned into Su Ming's ear and whispered, "If things go south, be ready to retreat. I didn't bring herbicide this time." However, the person on the sofa leapt up as if electrified, turned Harley around, and stared at the two by the door with a blank face. Now Su Ming saw her attire clearly. Specifically, she wore nothing but leaves, with green leaves and vines covering her private parts. The semi-revealed posture, like nature itself, had only dressed her in underwear. Slender arms, slim thighs, flat belly, and a smooth back all exposed. The purple, glossy eyeshadow and lip gloss, plus the flower-adorned, naturally tousled red wavy hair, kept her exuding an alluring vibe. It was Poison Ivy, Harley's good friend, a renowned botanist, a fervent environmentalist, and a big problem in Gotham City. Calling her an environmentalist, it's more like a plant protectionist. She doesn't care how dirty the air is, as long as it doesn't hinder photosynthesis, doesn't care how dirted the water is, as long as it doesn't affect her watering flowers. In short, even if Gotham had a nuclear explosion, as long as it didn't harm her precious plants, it wouldn't matter. Chapter 18, Chapter 6, Harley Quinn's memories. Unlike other mental patients, Poison Ivy can be described as a genuine superpower user. She can create, cultivate, and command any plant to serve her, such as summoning giant vines to crush buildings, spreading deadly toxins through city flowers, or implanting tiny lethal spores into others. Besides that, she is very intelligent, holding multiple doctoral degrees, and all her bodily fluids are toxic with various effects, capable of controlling minds, driving people insane, and even killing them in sweet dreams. Modified by plants and toxins, she became a rapid regenerative ability user, capable of reviving even from mortal wounds when buried and watered. In the comic world, even Supermen from parallel worlds fall under her control. Currently, it's known that only Batman from the New 52 world is immune to this mind-controlling toxin. Batman's firm will prevent him from being manipulated, but his mortal body can't fend off other toxins. There are numerous instances in the comics where Batman was near death from Poison Ivy's various toxins, and was saved only by Butler Hero and Robin concocting antidotes. Confronted suddenly with a bona fide superpower user like Poison Ivy unprepared, Cindy naturally felt uneasy, thinking it's better to leave quickly. The herbicide Cindy mentioned was like calling a monk bald, a slap in the face right at the doorstep. How was that heard? Cindy was somewhat bewildered, her hand slowly moving towards her weapon. All the lighting effects here, the lamps above and around us, are controlled by vines. Poison Ivy can rely on them to transmit subtle vibrational waves and hear everything we say. Su Ming, however, didn't reach for a weapon but instead stood in front of Cindy, signaling no hostility, with open palms towards Poison Ivy and Harley while explaining to Cindy. The other Deathstroke said correctly, sound is a form of vibration as well. Poison Ivy relaxed slightly, retracting several snake-like vines back onto her body. If possible, she didn't want to engage with Deathstroke, let alone two of them. Our employer is also MS. J, so since we all have the same goal of finding the bat, why not sit down and have something to eat together? Currently, Su Ming and Cindy's search for the bat had nothing to do with the Jester's task anymore. It was for saving Earth-11, but there was no need to tell Harley and them about it. His mind raced as he quickly removed his helmet. Since Harley isn't a match for him in direct combat, the threat comes from Poison Ivy alone. Her methods of attack can't be defended against by a helmet, so it's better to remove it, reveal his true face, divert their attention, and defuse the tense situation. Because here on Earth-11, he's probably the only male supervillain. As expected, upon revealing his true face, both Harley and Poison Ivy exclaimed. Cindy snorted coldly, also removed her helmet, and walked to Su Ming's side. Aside from their differences in gender and appearance, the two were practically carved from the same mold. The same blind eye, the same armor and weapons, the same aesthetic sense. Except their styles of doing things differed slightly. Harley plopped down on the sofa, looking at Cindy, then at Su Ming, her big eyes full of curiosity. All right, now we're actually interested in your story. As for finding the bat, if we can't find him, we can't find him. I can't exactly mold one out of clay for Ms. Chapter 19, Chapter 7, It doesn't matter even if we die. Su-ming glanced at Poison Ivy. She was also momentarily distracted by her own male identity, and didn't know what to think, so he bypassed Poison Ivy, and walked straight to the couch to sit down. The couch here was somewhat dirty, with several dark red stains and dried drink marks, which under the colorful lights, made the place look more like a club. Sitting on it, his black and yellow armor didn't quite match its colors. So let's exchange some information. What did the jester tell you about finding the bat? Then I'll tell you my story. He looked at Harley, hoping to get some concrete information. Harley also looked at him. No man had ever dared to be this close to her, which made her curious, but as soon as the question came out, she immediately changed her expression as if she was about to cry. Ah, well, that's a long story. Harley agreed with his suggestion and, without caring whether Su-ming intended to listen or not, began to tell the story of her and the jester in a melodious and wistful tone, including the time years ago when the jester first met the bat and became infatuated with her. In her stories, pure and kind little Harley also wanted to play with them, but she was always bullied by the bad bat. As Harley's good friend, Ms. Jester paid no mind, she even wanted to play alone with the bat, abandoning Harley. This left Harley both puzzled and aggrieved, but she's a strong woman, so she gritted her teeth, and held on time and again. Su-ming discovered that, indeed, Harley had her own little calculations. If he hadn't read so many DC comics, and watched the movies, deeply understanding that Harley Quinn was not only a well-known patient, but also an interrogation expert and psychological master, he would probably think that the one talking to him was some kind of princess from a fairy tale. Pure, beautiful, and kind, strong, optimistic, and smart. Anyway, in her story, she and the jester were the two most perfect women in the world, while the bat heroine was the sneaky stalker girl hanging under the eaves, not only sinister but also always laying hands on the jester, her as always lecherously squinting. In her narration, none of the information was useful. Other than Su-ming learning about Harley and the jester's meeting process in this -11 universe, everything else was Harley's memories and views on things. She wasn't just telling a story but was constantly trying to probe Su-ming during their conversation, looking for places where they might share the same views or understandings, attempting to piece together his psychological profile. Beneath Harley's chaotic exterior, she never lacked wisdom. The dual identity of psychiatrist and psychopath combined in her, making her doubly happy. All right, let me just say something. You can stop trying now. I'm Deathstroke from the parallel universe, hence my brain operates much faster than normal people, so you can save your psychological profiling attempts. Su-ming saw that Harley planned to continue telling him about her and the jester's adventure with Penguin Mun, and he immediately interrupted her. Too much time had already passed, and it felt like these stories had no end. He adjusted his stiff neck and looked back, discovering that Cindy and Poison Ivy had somehow sat on another couch, drinking and listening with interest. Well, it seems even in this world, women still have the habit of loving gossip. Oh, so you're from a parallel world. Harley smoothly changed the topic, abandoning her previous psychological battle. A bit boring. I thought you and she were in matching outfits and had that kind of relationship. Saying this, Harley flirtatiously extended her pinky in the air, implying just that. Hearing parallel universe didn't surprise you all, maybe Cindy's last invasion was quite the spectacle. Su-ming didn't rise to her bait. Whether he admitted it or not, Harley would lead the topic away, and once she did, he'd never get the answers he wanted. Yeah, it put on quite a show for us, hee. Harley jumped up energetically, spun around in the air like a ballet dancer, and struck a finishing pose. Even though the main battlefield was in Metropolis, the explosive light, TSK, Gotham saw it all too clearly. It was beautiful. I could almost hear the desperate screams of the residents there. Cindy shrugged at that moment, meaning, see, she's just crazy. Su-ming remained expressionless and suddenly said, so if you knew the world was about to be destroyed, you'd be pretty happy, huh? Harley nodded continuously with a smile, like a student being praised by a teacher. Why else do you think we're celebrating here? Su-ming chuckled in his heart, his plan was a success. Indeed, Harley admitted she knew Earth was going to be destroyed. Wait, did you call me here to celebrate this? Ivy suddenly stood up, looking at Harley in disbelief, wanting to spank her. Didn't I tell you? Little Pudding told me the world was going to end, and we're all going to die. Harley tilted her head, looking at Ivy with confusion. Did she really forget to mention it? You just said no one was home, and asked me to hang out with you. And it's actually because the world is ending. If there's no Earth, how will my plants survive? Chapter 20, Chapter 7. It doesn't matter even if we die. 1484 words. Ivy complained discontentedly that she didn't care about her own life or death, but the plants had to survive. Harley, feeling sorry, quickly ran over, comforting her by gently stroking Ivy's smooth back like soothing a cat. Oh, anyway, we're all going to die soon, and after that, we won't see the plants die, so we won't be sad, right? This kind of crazy talk obviously didn't have any comforting effect, and Ivy just squinted her eyes and stared at her. Su-Ming then asked, don't you have any spaceships or something? Surviving in outer space could work too. In the various worlds of DC, not only are there spaceships, but also aliens, and the Justice League's space station is called the Watchtower, right in Earth's synchronous orbit. As a result, his question prompted a unanimous counter-question from the three women. What is a spaceship? Though their tones and intonations were different, it was obvious that there was no such thing in their knowledge. It's a ship that can take people beyond the atmosphere to live outside of Earth. Su-Ming forcibly explained. Cindy and Ivy looked at him with peculiar eyes, but Harley, as if meeting a kindred spirit, brightened up and looked at him gratefully. I knew it, ships can fly, he, I'm not crazy. Being regarded as a like-minded person by someone clearly insane, what does that say? It turns out that in this Amazonian-ruled world, everything still follows their Paradise Island way. They believe more in the power of gods, and as for science, that's just a lie to fool the commoners. Earth is the center of the universe, why leave Earth? And if you work hard to cultivate, you can fly on your own. Can science make you immortal? Can science keep you forever young? What science can't do, divine power can. So in this world, there aren't even airplanes if you really want to fly. How about a magic flying carpet? For Su-Ming, this news was toothacheing. No wonder Earth-11 eventually perished in a great tsunami. It was all part of Barbato's plan. He definitely saw that there were no aircraft here, and used it as a catalyst to drag Briss into darkness. Su-Ming and the others are currently working hard to cut off the fuse that lights the explosive pack, but they have no clue, and Briss, who is key to the plan, has disappeared, rendering all schemes worthless. No way, I can't just sit and wait to die. If Earth is destroyed, plants can't survive either. I have to do something. Ivy didn't get lost in Harley's sweet talk about facing a beautiful and warm death together. She decided to struggle a bit. Oh right, you said you're from a parallel world, can you go back? It would be nice to take me and the plants to hide. Nice thought, but unfortunately, I can't even go back myself. Su-Ming straightforwardly spoke about his predicament. If he could run, he would have persuaded Cindy to escape together long ago. What does Earth-11's affairs have to do with him? Now the problem is he's stuck on this doomed ship, unable to get off. Poison Ivy's hope was dashed, and she went back to pondering deeply, turning her head to look at Harley, who was idly playing with her hair as if nothing discussed concerned her. Did the jester tell you how the destruction will happen? Didn't say, anyway. She spoke very seriously, so it must be true. It's unclear how Harley saw seriousness in the jester's chaotic letter, but all she knew is the Earth is doomed, though she doesn't know how exactly. Probably due to war. Those guys under the sea have been at war with the Amazon Council for a long time. Ivy leaned on Harley. As the world's most famous environmentalist, she felt a bit listless, speaking weakly. This kind of war isn't something we can stop. Using weapons of mass destruction will destroy this world. The jester probably foresaw this. Harley contentedly patted her head, picking a leaf from Poison Ivy's hair, trying to place it on her own head, but no matter how she arranged it, it just didn't harmonize, totally lacking the beauty of nature, more like a fallen leaf on her head. Probably, who cares? I'm actually curious what dying feels like. I want to experience it. Seeing the two of them start fooling around again, Su-Ming shook his head. You guys have fun, we're leaving now. By the way, the world ends with a great flood. After speaking, he pulled Cindy along, casually grabbing a bag of chips from the table, and lazily left. By tomorrow, when they're sober, maybe they'll be more serious while dealing with the remains downstairs. Cindy, with her helmet on, was pulled along for a few steps and could still hear whispers from Harley and Ivy behind her. A great flood, is it the revelation? Ivy asked. Like Noah in the boat. Harley replied groggily. It's called the Ark, silly. Humph, I'm not dumb, I'll bite you. The two of them ended up on the sofa again, laughing and playing. Harley didn't care about life or death, while Ivy relaxed knowing it would be a great flood in strict sense. Seaweed and kelp count as plants, as long as there are plants, she wouldn't mind dying herself. Cindy sighed, and with Su-Ming returned to the corridor, the music behind them still noisy. She felt a bit helpless. What do we do now? We really have no clues left. Su-Ming pulled out a rope, tied it to a nearby pipe, tested its strength, and used the rope to leap out of the window. The cold rain once again chilled his blood. The vibrant neon environment earlier was actually just Harley's hypnosis on herself, while the threat of death always lingered above them. The car was destroyed, so the two could only talk while walking. You mentioned you've been to the Batcave, so have you been to the Vane Mansion? Su-Ming asked Cindy while looking around, hoping to find some form of transport. Of course, not only her, but her old butler is also missing. Could they have been kidnapped? No, the security measures are still intact, all the rooms are extremely tidy, without any trace of a struggle. She left of her own volition, and with the butler too. Is there a system in her Batcave for monitoring all of Gotham? Ever tried that? Then we'd need her 2 eyeballs and 1 hand to activate that system. The two of them had walked quite a distance by now, almost exiting the circus grounds, still no good solutions. Just then, Su-Ming spotted a mode of transport. It was a bunch of unicycle bikes, messily piled up against the wall in the rain, cold metal glinting. These should be circus property, their owners likely the people Su-Ming and Cindy had taken down earlier, as this wasn't far from the encounter site. No matter which world's Joker gang, these people like to put on a show while committing crimes, say riding unicycles and shooting apples off people's heads. Can you ride this thing? Su-Ming, with 1 hand on each bike, pulled out 2 from the metal pile. Cindy took one to try, initially wobbling, but quickly adapting. With Deathstroke's physique and brain balance, learning to ride a unicycle took merely 10 seconds. Su-Ming soon noticed too, not only moving smoothly, but could juggle small balls or apples while riding. Under the extraordinary power of the two, the unicycles moved almost as fast as cars, the only downside being the lack of windshields, the torrential rain directly soaking them. Their skin felt the chill of the armor. The thick promethium metal was forever reliable, but the black and yellow armor constantly absorbed his warmth, as if intending to transform him cold-heartedly from within. Can you tell me your destination now? If I'm not mistaken, you shouldn't know the roads here. Cindy reminded him while riding alongside. You're right. Of course, Su-Ming didn't know the streets of Gotham. He couldn't even point out Batwoman's home or company locations. We've now learned that Briss took Alfred and ran, meaning she intended to take away her family and friends, but among those people, there's one person who would never leave with her. You mean? Cindy nodded slightly, her mask's red monocle glinting under the streetlights. Su-Ming confirmed her guess, glanced at the shivering dark figures in the alley, and pulled out a gun to scare them off. We're going to find him now, and make some big news, forcing the Bat to come out and save people. Hee, I like this plan. Those earlier actions were too spineless. This way, follow me. Chapter 21, Chapter 8, Gotham's Laws. Gotham's nights always seem the same, with the skyscrapers in the city center hosting upscale restaurants and nightclubs that never lack patrons. They indulge in spending piles of cash for physical or mental pleasures, like dining on meals that cost a poor person half a lifetime's savings or wildly toying with young men of the night. And not far from these buildings, in the dark alleys, cries and gunshots are heard from time to time, where sin always reigns. Any criminal act can be seen in Gotham, regardless of the crime itself, or how bizarre the criminal is. it can be seen here. This place is a living museum of modern crime history. Chaos and order are intertwined, the world of black and white has drifted further away, surrounded by gray areas. Gotham's nights never change, at least they won't get any better. Having worked here for 30 years, James Gordon has understood this deeply. He started as a small homicide detective, became a chief, then today's director. As a man, his steps were arduous. Not only is there some discrimination against men in this workplace world, but everyone also knows he's a principled person. While truly innocent people in the city are pitifully few, everyone is more or less associated with things in the darkness. The mayor is a regular at the Penguin Man's Iceberg restaurant, senators secretly sell Arkham's drugs to Scarecrow, and the judge is the former supervisor of Two-Faced Woman. Black Mask is even affixed to the Gotham Research Institute, brazenly using chemical plants as a front for drug manufacturing in the city. In such a city, for him to become the police director without getting killed sometimes feels like a miracle. But reason always reminds him that it's not like that. It's not a miracle, but because behind him, there's always a shadow in the darkness. That shadow moves through the darkness, hating evil passionately. Things beyond the reach of the law or beyond the capability of police, she will take over. There were attempts to assassinate Gordon in the past, but there would always be a woman in a Batman uniform to dispel their notions. Yes, anyone with darkness in their heart fears the Bat in the darkness. She's meticulous, agile, everywhere, and never holds back. When Gordon was still a captain, that Batwoman appeared for the first time, initially for this masked vigilante, Gordon internally resisted. You can't say you're a good person and expect me to let you roam the city masked, beating people at will. I must see if your actions really benefit public order rather than make the city more chaotic. In those days, Gotham far from what it is now, with crime family led by Falcone spread throughout the city, even half of the police force was crooked cops. Drugs, smuggling, arms, slaves, they did whatever made money, with officials weaving an umbrella for them. Gordon attempted to capture these gang members but always met with heavy resistance. Batwoman helped him, using violence to gather evidence, defeat officials colluding with gangs, allowing Gordon to use the law to punish them. And finally, when Gordon had the final showdown with Falcone, the Bat shattered Falcone's confidence, completely defeated the crime boss, bringing sunlight to Gotham. From then on, Gordon's attitude towards Batwoman became one-eyed closed. Her actions were indeed beneficial to Gotham, advantageous to its people. As for dressing like a bat, maybe it's a personal hobby. Thinking back to those days, Gordon couldn't help but reveal a slight smile. Captain Gordon, we heard the bank robbers were taken down by a strange woman in a bat suit last night. What's the police's opinion? Reporters encircled the police department doors frantically, where Gordon, still a captain, was escorting prisoners from the police car. Completely absurd. Gotham has never had any strange person in a bat tight-fitting suit. Gordon responded righteously. But we have footage, evidence. Unyielding, reporters claimed they had concrete proof. Forged, all forged. I, representing Gotham City's police department, express serious concern and strongly condemn this. Gordon said firmly at once. But after locking the prisoners away, he'd run up to the clutter room on the rooftop and secretly call Batwoman to complain, like how she blew things up again this time. Could she avoid the cameras next time? At that time, Batwoman was still amenable and restrained. But as time passed, Gotham emerged with the news of Bat-Heroine, still circulated the word. It attracted her admirers, but unfortunately all these masked people were villains and lunatics, rapidly deteriorating Gotham's security situation. After that, Gotham was never reported for bank robbery or house burglary, but instead for catastrophic events intended to drag the entire city to hell. Like maniacs hiding a nuclear bomb in the city center, wanting a duel with Batwoman, or someone kidnapped hundreds in buildings to play riddles with Batwoman. Luckily, Batwoman ultimately resolved these issues, but inevitably, the city saw her opposition, thinking Batwoman attracted all the world's villains to Gotham. Chapter 22, Chapter 8, Gotham's Law _2. But the Bat did not intend to explain anything, still going about its ways, and its methods were even more brutal. Gordon became the commissioner at that time, and he immediately ordered a bat signal to be set up on the police station roof, no longer hiding it. Whenever the bat signal lit up, it meant he had something to discuss with Batwoman, as a new madman had come to town, requiring Batwoman to resolve. Yes, from then on, the criminals appearing were no longer ones the police could deal with, relying instead on the bat heroine. The police's role was to follow Gordon's orders, cleaning up the criminals left by the bat heroine, who by that time were often in a state of unconsciousness or disability. Fortunately, during that time Gotham was dangerous, but at least people weren't like today. At least back then, people held beautiful expectations in their hearts. Until Batwoman's greatest adversary arrived. No one knew where she came from. She had long green hair, a ghastly pale face, a perpetually exaggerated smile, and she liked to carve that smile onto others' faces with a knife. She committed several major incidents, showing people how insane she was, and also showing people that madness was a great thing. No more worries about death, hunger, and poverty, just laugh joyfully every day. She planted the seeds of madness deep in the hearts of Gothamites, patiently and sneakily waiting for them to sprout. Occasionally, she'd employ methods of forcing growth just for fun. She became entangled with Batwoman, being captured countless times and escaping numerous times, as if the city had become their stage. She only wanted all of Bat's attention on her. Until half a year ago, the Jester came up with a new game, and planned to invite Gordon to be a prop. However, a mishap in the kidnapping led to Gordon's daughter, Barbara, being hit in the spine by a bullet, becoming paralyzed for life, confined to a wheelchair. In the end, the Jester was captured by the Bat again, and Gordon wanted to kill her to avenge his daughter. But Bat heroine blocked the gun, telling him not to be fooled by the Jester, not to be ruled by madness, not to lose his principles. Gordon ultimately put down the gun, choosing to act by the law, and the law had no verdict for the mentally ill, only confinement at Arkham for treatment. But who could treat the Jester? The doctor who once treated her was instead influenced by her, becoming today's Harley Quinn, not only helping the Jester escape, but collaborating to create the monster called the Two-Faced Woman. Since then, Arkham no longer assigned doctors to the Jester. This time, the Jester seemed tired of the game, and she stayed quietly in Arkham, with no disturbances for a long time. Based on past experiences, when the Jester was captured, Harley Quinn would seem soulless, calming down completely. Therefore, Batwoman and Gordon weren't too concerned about missing Harley last time. It was better this way. If both were confined in Arkham simultaneously, trouble might ensue. Approximately half a month before Su Ming arrived, Gordon, as usual, awoke from a nightmare, shaking his head, fumbling to put on his glasses. He found he wasn't tied to a roller coaster in an amusement park by the Jester, not facing scenes of madness, but was in his own bed at home. Cold sweat soaked the sheets, the partly closed window bringing a howling sound, the curtains were lifted high by the wind. The bedside electronic clock told him it was only 4 a.m, that he had lain down not even 2 hours ago, with the dream being filled with scenes of Barbara lying in a pool of blood, and the ongoing mad laughter of the Jester. Gordon's first wife had divorced him, left Gotham, and the daughter without a word. The second wife, a police officer, was killed by the Jester while on duty saving babies. Besides the Jester, they often appeared in Gordon's nightmares, and now the only daughter left to rely on, was made disabled by the Jester. Gordon had more reason than anyone to go mad, yet he did not. He continued upholding justice and the law. He picked up the gun from under the pillow, first closing the unlatched window tightly, then carefully checked each room to prevent any intruder from sneaking in, finally arriving outside Barbara's room. Gently opening the door by moonlight, seeing his daughter sleeping peacefully in bed relieved him, and he tucked the gun behind his waist, heading to the kitchen for some water. The refrigerator held little. When Barbara was healthy, it was the daughter who did household chores. Gordon was too busy, leaving hardly any time for grocery shopping. After searching for a while, he found half a carton of milk, seemingly not expired, which could slightly soothe his throat. Just as he was drinking milk and closing the fridge door, someone suddenly appeared behind the door, startling him to almost drop the milk carton. "Next time you sleep, it's best to first close the window. Batwoman, can't you make some noise? You always pop up suddenly, you'll scare me to death." Gordon spat out the milk in his mouth, while Batwoman agilely dodged, not a drop staining her cape. "Because I'm Batwoman." The newcomer answered expressionlessly, her voice clearly altered by a voice changer. "I know who you really are, I just don't say it." Gordon grumbled as he looked for a rag to clean the floor. "It's 4 in the morning, and all the madmen are locked up. Can't you let me have a proper sleep? Don't you have anything better to do at night?" Chapter 23, Chapter 8, Gotham's Law _3 Batwoman completely ignored these words. Everyone knew Briss Vane was an empty-headed rich girl. The townsfolk thought she spent her nights living a life of debauchery and revelry, but in reality, it was all a facade performed by actors she employed. She got straight to the point. "I have to leave Gotham for a while. Staying here will pose a threat to everyone." "What lunatic this time?" "I'll call the station right away." Gordon exhaled, threw down the rag in his hand, and went to find his phone. "I don't know, still searching for clues." Batwoman shook her head, hidden in the darkness, her bat cloak blending seamlessly into the shadows, but Gordon, who was familiar with her, could imagine her appearance now. "Then how do you know it's dangerous?" Gordon wondered. "Someone told me, and in some respects, he's very credible." Batwoman seemed to be touching something in her pocket, but did not take it out for Gordon to see. "You and Barbara must leave with me immediately, or those maniacs will use you to force me out." Gordon fell silent. After a moment, he shook his head. "No, I'm the police director of Gotham, I would never leave. Anyone who wants to cause trouble in Gotham will have to get past me first." "Are you sure?" "Although I don't know the specifics, from what I've gathered so far, this danger far exceeds anything before," Briss urged. "Maybe you could take a month's leave. We could take Barbara to find doctors globally." "No, I'm not leaving." "You take Barbara and go. I'll stay here," Gordon insisted. "If Bat Heroine leaves and he follows, Gotham would be doomed, and perhaps 30 years of his hard work would be wasted in a single night. Even if they kill me, you mustn't come back." "I'm not leaving either. If my dad can stay, then as a woman, I have no reason to flee." It was Barbara. Ever since being crippled by the jester, though her life wasn't at risk, the pain in her waist often kept her awake at night. Her nerves always tense, waking at the slightest noise. This time, she heard the conversation between the two in the kitchen, and came out in her wheelchair. "Barbara, you can reconsider, maybe," Briss began to say to her. "If the jester couldn't kill me, no one else will. I'll stay here with my dad. I think the communication room at the station is relatively safe, and allows me to use my computing skills." Barbara refused her kindness, stating she wanted to share Gotham's fate. Briss hesitated for a moment, seeing their determination. Even she wanted to stay. But the mysterious person had told her that if she remained in Gotham, not just the city, but the entire Earth would be endangered. She had to leave. With a swish of her cloak, she left Gordon's house, heading to meet Alfred at their rendezvous point. Gordon held Barbara and cried for a moment, bolstering his determination, and solemnly said into the darkness, "We won't leave, Bat Heroine, go do what you must." "Wait," she left again. "Why can't she ever let me finish my sentence?" Gordon was helpless. Once again, just like hundreds of times before, Batwoman had vanished as suddenly as she'd appeared, never once letting him hear a farewell. "Because that's just how Batwoman is, Dad. Can you take me back to my room?" Barbara yawned, covering her mouth. Chapter 24, Chapter 9, Kidnapping 1,000 words. Director Gordon regained his memory. At this moment, he was on his way back to the station in his car. The journey from Arkham Island to the station was quite long, requiring passage through several bridges and tunnels, followed by traversing a city area that wasn't particularly safe. In that area, Two-Faced Woman and her subordinates were especially rampant. Before going mad, Two-Faced Woman Harvey Dent was a rising star in Gotham, a famous young prosecutor. However, her extensive legal knowledge in the past led to her being quickly paroled even if Bat Heroine caught her, since Batman could never appear in court to testify against her. Since Bat Heroine left, Gordon had been on guard, but nothing happened. Until last week, the the Bureau received a call for help from citizens claiming the circus was on a rampage, burning, killing, and looting in the streets. He immediately dispatched people to maintain order while he drove to Arkham. Whenever the circus acted like this in the past, it often meant the jester was at it again. However, when he arrived at Arkham, after passing through layers of security to see the jester, she was sitting cross-legged on the floor of her cell, elegantly using a plastic knife and fork to eat a roasted rat. He had nothing to say to the jester. After confirming she was properly locked up, he planned to return to the Bureau and continue dealing with the city's unrest. Gordon was an experienced detective. Such situations wouldn't make him lower his guard. The circus's actions made him sense something unusual, so every day since then, he would visit Arkham to personally confirm that the jester was still inside. Only then could he feel at ease. Although the bat lamp on the police station's roof was always on, it served solely as a deterrent to criminals. The bat had left and Gotham was now unattended. Today's visiting time was over. He didn't talk to the jester. The whole process involved him silently watching her through thick bulletproof glass as she drew on the small room's floor. After a few strokes, she would seem to think of something, burst into mad laughter, then continue drawing, and then run around the room, gesticulating wildly, making him want to rush in and beat her up. Yes, he hated her, but certain rules could only achieve so much. In this regard, his views were similar to Batwoman's, but vastly different from Deathstroke's. People like Cindy and Su Ming never delayed revenge overnight. Gordon couldn't wait to see what she was drawing. He was already leaving the Bureau later than usual today because someone had called for help about ninjas appearing downtown and attacking someone. An entire day and half a night, Gordon was investigating the matter. Unfortunately, the rain was too heavy, leaving no clues. Not even the police dogs could pick up any scent. It was just past midnight now, and he should return to the GCPD to pick up Barbara and head home. Maybe they could stop by a gas station for some donuts or hamburgers as a late dinner, although he wasn't sure if the fast food joint they often passed would still be open in this weather. Driving in the rainstorm was a strange experience. You couldn't see far-off scenery, only hear the monotonous sound of raindrops beating against the car. Gordon turned on the radio but quickly turned it off. The sharp and excited voice of Gotham City Radio's announcer reminded him of the one he'd just seen. Perhaps he should someday investigate that announcer. It always felt like she was a member of the circus. The solitary journey left Gordon musing incessantly. He pondered how his daughter had ended up in a wheelchair at such a young age, filled with heartache and worry. Although she remained kind and lovely, these regrets often put her at a disadvantage and inconvenience in choosing a partner in life. Outside the window, the torrential rain kept pounding the car's glass, the sound of water moving and streaming down like waves that rose and fell. As Gordon drove, he found it hard to calm his mind. Bat Heroine had mentioned that there might be a way to heal spinal nerve damage, but what could it be? She said danger was approaching, but what exactly could it be? A few days ago it was the circus, today it was the Shadow Dancer Alliance. What exactly are these people plotting? With a mind full of questions, Gordon squinted his eyes, trying hard to see through the windshield completely blurred by the heavy rain. He needed to hurry and pick up his daughter to take her home. The car couldn't afford to flood and stall here. However, at a junction ahead, right around the corner, he noticed someone in bizarre clothing lying by the roadside in the puddles. Despite the dim light and rain affecting visibility, he was sure he had seen someone down, the heavy rain mercilessly drowning her body. He slowed the car down, carefully observing the situation. There were no suspicious individuals, and the buildings by the roadside were tightly closed. The residents of Gotham had long passed the stage of getting involved in others' affairs. No one would attend to someone lying by the road, as it might be fraud or a trap. But in most cases, the person lying by the roadside was truly dead, with various possible causes. Frozen to death, starved to death, murdered, and so on. He slowly stopped the car, unfastened his seatbelt, tightened his trench coat, and checked his handgun. As a police officer, even as a director, he couldn't ignore someone lying by the roadside. That's the duty. The wind and rain intensified, It wasn't like this when he left Arkham, and now, it was nearly impossible to see anything 10 meters away. The strong wind held the car door firmly, requiring great effort for him to get out. Chapter 25, Chapter 9, Kidnapping _21360 for words stepping into ankle-deep water, an icy chill crept up his spine. The rain-laden wind made Gordon instinctively duck his head, and his glasses instantly became soaked, distorting everything in his view like looking through a funhouse mirror. He realized deeply that he was getting old, feeling the decline of strength and stamina. Despite not yet being 60, the accumulated hidden injuries from over the years made every joint ache on such rainy days. Closing the car door, he shielded his glasses with one hand while the other held the gun inside his coat at the waist, like an old man clutching his aching back in a storm, moving forward slowly. Getting closer, he could see the figure on the side of the road more clearly. It was a young woman, dressed in clothing made of beast hide, like a cave dweller. Gordon wasn't surprised. When you have a friend who always dresses as a bat, driving her bat-like car ostentatiously through the city, with gadgets called bat darts, bat belt, bat gloves, bat cloak, then you can accept any strange costume. Gotham never lacks weird people. It's just that among these people, some are just attending Halloween parties, while others are dangerous elements. Judging by the person's condition by the roadside, Gordon estimated she was the latter. "Are you still conscious?" "I am James Gordon from the Gotham City Bureau." Upon determining the other might be dangerous, the first step is to shout out, hoping the person would drop the act and stop playing dead, and leave immediately. If the person persists in some dangerous situations, Gordon would also resort to shooting. This is Gotham's law enforcement procedure. The woman on the roadside remained motionless, showing no response. Gordon leaned in closer for a detailed look. Her pale face showed she was already dead, and the rain had caused her body to swell slightly. There was a huge wound on her side, inflicted by a sharp weapon. This one strike had destroyed a third of her internal organs, and caused her to bleed to death. Judging by the current state, this was not her first crime scene. She was moved here. The lack of nearby mud under her nails and no scratches on her feet showed she died in a dry and smooth place, possibly a room in some high-end club considering her attire. But the heavy rain had destroyed most of the evidence. This was all he could deduce. Her eyes conveyed unresolved death, staring blankly at the sky. Gordon sighed. This meant more work for the police. Gotham not only has crimes committed by the mentally ill, but ordinary people also kill for various reasons. The deceased's identity couldn't be determined yet. Gordon had to call in the coroners and stumbled back towards the car to make the call. However, just then, doors in all surrounding buildings suddenly opened and a crowd poured out. They wore black suits and old-style felt hats, immediately surrounding Gordon with countless submachine guns aimed at him. "Director Gordon, our boss invites you as a guest." The leading woman wore a false smile as a few black vans pulled up from behind the building, gesturing for Gordon to get in. Gordon removed his glasses, endeavoring not to impede his vision, but nearsightedness was also an issue. "Who is your boss?" "Penguin Lady." "Black Mask." Only their subordinates would be so lacking in distinctiveness. Despite being kidnapped, the fact that they were not irrational meant there might still be hope. Director Gordon seems to have forgotten old friends, only remembering new ones now. The woman chuckled, then grinned, delivering a heavy punch to Gordon. "No worries, once you reach the place, seeing the boss will jog your memory." Gordon was knocked to the ground by the sudden attack, kneeling in the street's muddy water, just as the nearby corpse still lay there, but now he felt it was watching him. That woman over there, did you kill her too?" Gordon clutched his stomach, lying on the ground, staring intently at the woman in black. The woman in black sighed, looking around the downpour. "Do you still have the mind to worry about a dead person? We've already sent another team to fetch your daughter. You should be worried if she might end up the same as this corpse. Take him away." She loudly ordered her men. Rain pattered down, unable to drown out her voice. Under the assault of a few sturdy women, Gordon was lifted into a black van. The vehicles started up one by one, and soon everyone vanished from the street. All that remained was Gordon's car, and the beast-hide-clad woman's corpse, gradually obscured by the curtain of rain. Meanwhile, Su-Ming and Cindy continued pedaling furiously through the storm. His current physical state allowed him to avoid any fatigue even in the violent storm. They had covered about 30 kilometers in just 10 minutes. The unicycle's speed of over 150 kilometers per hour could only be achieved by Deathstroke or other modified people. Had it not been for the rain today, he felt the bearings on the unicycle might have smoked by now. Amid the thick rain, he caught sight of a tall building in the distance, faintly glimpsing a beautiful round dome that was the Gotham City Court. Across from it, separated by a small park, was the Gotham City Police Department. The street was devoid of pedestrians. This was the city center, a place densely packed with upscale offices and relatively better security. On regular days, people liked bringing their families to this park, or office workers from nearby coming for a lunch break. But it's different at midnight. Even opposite the GCPD, some still traded contraband in the park. He felt himself growing as cold as the outside environment. It was a few degrees outside, typical for a rainy spring night. Water seeped through every seam of the armor, with the strong wind rapidly taking away any warmth. Cindy was still a few steps ahead, leading the way. She probably felt the chill by now too. If we'd known the rain would get this bad, we should have had a few drinks at Harley's before heading out, at least to warm up a bit. He touched the liquor in his backpack, stolen from Vane Mansion. Cindy, riding the unicycle, also sighed. Indeed, we have the same thoughts. I not only want a drink now, but also a hot dog or something. The police department's vending machine should have something. We'll smash one open later. Your world has microwaves, right? Of course, microwaves are part of ordinary household appliances. He really had no idea what was up with this world. It had the necessary appliances and communication devices, but somehow lacked aircraft, as if that branch of the tech tree had been forgotten. Nevertheless, the two were already planning what to eat once they reached the police department. They just needed to knock everyone inside unconscious and then kidnap Gordon. The city was in such chaos recently. Knowing his diligent nature, he would definitely be working overtime at this hour. Su-Ming's plan was simple: kidnap Gordon, then launch an attack on the TV station, using Gordon's safety as a bargaining chip to make that heroine appear. Would Briss leave Gordon to die? Not a chance. Even on Earth-11, before Gotham's destruction, Briss wasn't much different from other Batman across parallel universes. In fact, being the world's only superhero gave her a greater sense of responsibility. In the end, the destruction of her home left this responsibility transforming into a sense of guilt, crushing her. Wait, do you hear gunfire over there? Through the storm, he vaguely heard commotion from the GCPD direction. It wasn't thunder in this rain, then those continuous booming sounds must be explosions or gunfire. Cindy removed her helmet, tilting her head to listen, her blonde hair instantly getting drenched by the rain as her expression became serious. Yes, and just now that was a grenade explosion inside the police station. Both realized the situation changed and sped up their pace even more. Chapter 26, Chapter 10, Gotham Police Station. It looks like someone has the same idea as us. Su-Ming pedaled furiously on the unicycle while holding dual pistols in his hands, unlocking the safety. Cindy mirrored his actions, noting that in situations where the combat distance couldn't be guaranteed, 2 pistols were more reliable than the shotgun on her back. At least we can rule out Harley as a suspect. Both she and Poison Ivy were drinking like cats, and couldn't have gotten here before us. It doesn't matter who did it, the point is to go in and take out all these business stealers. In Gotham, plenty of people like to play with the bat, so there's no telling who's taking action now. After the battle with the circus, Su-Ming fully accepted that he was Deathstroke and Deathstroke was him. If this body was a house, Slade was just the former resident. Now the house belonged to Su-Ming, and he was going to write a new legend with his own name. He would use his own thoughts to drive it, and he retained the old name because he knew he couldn't go back. Using the old name was a habit and perhaps a memory of the Celestial dynasty. Cindy didn't know what kind of mental journey Su-Ming had gone through, but as they rode, she keenly felt that the men beside her had undergone some transformation. A person who seemed detached from the world had now fully converged with it. She was curious but said nothing, just retrieving her pistols again, feeling she probably wouldn't need to act. They quickly arrived at the small park where Deathstroke's exceptional vision could fully survey the situation at the police station entrance. It was a building with a lot of history, probably present since Gotham's founding. Although it had undergone numerous repairs and expansions, it still reflected the designer's original intent. It was built like a fortress, with solid and thick walls, windows as small as possible, a spacious rooftop area with protective barriers, and an assortment of independent water supply equipment and air conditioners. And of course, the bat lamp was also on its rooftop platform. The front of the station had a large GCPD sign, looking somewhat outdated but still intact. The police station's front parking lot was occupied by a bunch of black vans, erratically parked, looking like black rocks by the coast in the heavy rain. There were a few scattered police corpses at the station entrance, their blood being washed down the steps by the rain. Nearby the battered main door stood several men in black holding submachine guns, patrolling alertly and occasionally glancing inside the station, seeming to wait for someone. Black suits, black felt hats, white long scarves, and Chicago's signature typewriters, it seems their boss is a Godfather fan. The two crouched behind some bushes in the park, the rain obscuring their figures. The disparity in physical prowess allowed him to see clearly, while the other side saw nothing. Cindy didn't quite understand what Su-Ming meant, as Gotham's gangs had dressed like that for decades, making it impossible to identify them by their clothing. She glanced at the distance to the station entrance and then at the sky. The weather and timing are in our favor, both a stealth assault and infiltration are viable. They probably plan to use Gordon to lure the bat. We'll launch a frontal attack to distract them, preventing them from focusing entirely on attacking the police station's interior. If Gordon falls into their hands, we'd be in trouble. After responding to her, Su-Ming immediately raised his dual pistols and charged out from cover, firing as he ran. His brain provided an exceptionally precise sense of space. Calculating the ballistic trajectory was not solely Death Shooter's specialty, as Deathstroke could do it too, even completely replacing aiming with calculation. A distance slightly over 100 meters exceeded the handgun's effective range, but since accepting his new identity, Su-Ming no longer doubted his talents. Unified in mind and body, he fully unleashed the terror of this body. In the pitch-black night, with rain pouring down and gale winds driving the raindrops to strike everything on land, it didn't affect him at all, or rather, all external impacts had been completely accounted for in his calculations. Wind speed, angles, refraction, Earth's gravity, energy loss, conclusions from each calculation instantly appeared in his mind, transforming into actionable strategies. His shots never missed, all the men in black positioned higher on the entrance steps fell down. He sprinted full force, crushing puddles underfoot, and colliding with the rain pouring from the sky. By the time the men in black under the nightfall realized where the attack was coming from, Su-Ming had already crossed the road and the courtyard wall, reaching the police station's parking lot. Blocked by the black vans there, he grabbed onto the edge of a van, used his arms to pull himself up with all his might. His speed far exceeded what these people could imagine. Su-Ming could almost see the disbelief on their faces, but he had no intention of cherishing the despair he caused others. Standing on the roof of the van, he raised his arms, enduring their return fire, letting the bullets spark off his armor and yet maintaining a terrifyingly accurate shot rate of 1 shot, 1 kill. Only moments later, the scene quieted down. TSK, TSK, TSK. Cindy also jumped onto the roof, looking at the bodies lying not far away, clicking her tongue. You sure ran fast. I hadn't even replied yet. Chapter 27, Chapter 10. Gotham Police Station. Nothing much, they just seemed like they wanted a fight, so I gave them an opponent. Gordon shrugged, agreeing with Cindy. You gave them a slaughter, not an opponent. Cindy jumped down from the van and walked into the police station. This mission isn't reimbursed, we have to pay out of pocket. Couldn't you just use a knife? No need to be that precise with the calculations, right? Gordon also jumped down, picked up a submachine gun from the ground and checked the ammo drum. Look, they're using .45 caliber handgun bullets too, one for 45 rounds, this time it's a profit. The two chatted idly, as if they hadn't just killed over a dozen people but were bargain hunting during a supermarket sale. As they continued toward the police station, they suddenly noticed someone alive at the entrance, even though every one of Gordon's shots hit the heart. Maybe this one had their heart on the right side. Previously, Gordon had heard that 1 in 1,000 people had their heart on the right side. This time he actually encountered one. Who sent you guys? Gordon kicked away her gun, squatted beside her, and asked in a low voice, the single crimson eye on his mask like a midnight ghost fire. Even though this gang member hadn't died on the spot, the shot had pierced her left lung, and now she was convulsing in pain. But when she heard Gordon's question, she actually laughed, coughing up blood as she said fiercely, "The boss won't let you go, Deathstroke." Under the mask, Gordon raised his brow. This person was obviously not thinking straight anymore. Now with everyone here dead, who knows he was even here? This was clearly a perfect assassination. Seems like you still have some faith, then your boss should have told you one thing. Gordon lightning fast drew the samurai sword from his back, thrusting it reverse grip into the right chest of the woman on the ground, pinning her firmly there. Don't mess with Deathstroke. After speaking, he withdrew the sword, blood from the heart sprayed from the wound like a fountain, spilling through the gaps in his chain armor and covering him. The warmth of the blood dispelled some of the chill from the rain, but only for a brief moment before disappearing. He had an impulse to bathe in more blood for warmth, but quickly shook his head as reason told him that was wrong. Cindy walked over with a mischievous smile, misunderstanding Gordon's head shake, and said, "See, I told you, a knife is better." This time, the two were thinking about different things again. Gordon was pondering his bloodlust issue, while Cindy was talking about the greater lethality and reliability of cold weapon wounds. "All right, then once inside, you handle it, and after you're done, I'll critique your problem-solving approach." Gordon grumpily extended his knife, watching the rain wash away the blood before sheathing it. Cindy raised her hands in a surrendering gesture. "Fine, I'm not interested in the small fry, just leave me there, boss." It seemed the words that dying person said earlier really annoyed Cindy. No one had ever dared to threaten the world's deadliest assassin like that. Without saying more to her, Gordon entered the police station first. Here, there was no need to know the layout, just follow the gunfire. The police station's lobby was in complete disarray, mostly the corpses of officers with only a few men in black, indicating this was a surprise attack. However, unexpectedly, the gunfire wasn't coming from the director's office on the 3rd floor, but from the basement. "What's in the basement?" Gordon asked Cindy. "If I remember correctly, it's the morgue, power room, and communications room and such." Cindy looked at the stairs leading upwards, noting no corpses of men in black, indicating they hadn't planned to go upstairs, but rather their target was clearly the basement. Strange. Though Gordon spoke of strangeness, his feet didn't slow, still crossing over bodies and wrecked furniture toward the sounds of combat. Among the dead in the lobby were not only the police and men in black, but also visibly other criminals or homeless individuals. No matter their status in life, they were all like burlap sacks piled together in death. Rainwater poured through the broken doors, mingling with the blood and flowing everywhere, rendering the once beautiful wooden floor filthy beyond recognition, as if viewed from above it was a grotesque tapestry of monsters. Neither of them were particularly artistically inclined, but they easily found the entrance to the basement, where they could smell gunpowder, as if standing on the rim of a volcano. Down the stairs was a card-based door, now destroyed, leading to a long and deep corridor. Gordon and Cindy peeked inside, taking note of the placement and distance of both parties. In the harsh fluorescent light, men in black and police were exchanging fire, both sides taking cover in offices along the corridor, like a game of whack-a-mole, but people occasionally dropped after being hit. Due to equipment issues, the police were clearly at a disadvantage now. At the end of the corridor is the communications room. The police are holding out there, possibly with Gordon inside calling for help. Cindy adjusted her helmet and flexed her wrists, offering a hypothesis. Gordon, however, disagreed with this, not seeing Gordon as the type to let his men hold the line while he hid calling for help. But Cindy knew Earth-11 better, so it was hard to say. Chapter 28, Chapter 10, Gotham Police Station _3, I don't think it's Gordon, but it should still be important. Let's deal with these people first. Open the door and we'll see. Kill all the black suits, leave the cops alive. Cindy touched the small box at her waist, pulled out a cigar, and waved it in her hand. Bet a cigar that Gordon is inside. I'll handle the cops. Su Ming smiled under his mask and also pulled out his cigar. The two placed their bets on the door frame. The winner could take it later, betting, I wager he's not inside. After a brief whispered exchange, Cindy charged ahead. Although they both were Deathstroke, as she said, she favored cold weapon combat more. Her samurai sword swung tightly in her hands, and before the men in black could react, she was already like a wolf among sheep, stirring up a bloody storm in each room. No doubt, among these men in black, there were indeed some extraordinary individuals. One woman even used her gun to block an attack when Cindy slashed at her, and tried to rally her nearby allies to surround Cindy. But she was just an enemy for one round. Such small leaders were a dime a dozen in Gotham's various gangs, and Deathstroke, known as the greatest mercenary in the world, naturally wasn't on their level. Cindy's sword clashed with a sharp clang, as she drew the shotgun from her back for a shot before that sound even ended. The sound of metal and gunfire almost overlapped, and that little leader flew out with a look of disbelief, a large hole in her chest, seeing the crumbled, swirling stones of the shotgun-damaged wall behind her. Cindy's deathblow continued unabated, like a diligent little bee. She fluttered in the blood-stained blooms, yet her black and yellow armor only instilled sheer terror in the men in black. Meanwhile, Su Ming targeted the cops, wielding an electrostatic stick. The police didn't have Batman's insulated gloves and shoes, and their fighting techniques were far inferior. So, like a boiler worker on an old steamship, his stick was the shovel to poke forward, and with a flash of electric light, a cop would fall. Then withdrawing the stick, he shoveled them into the room to prevent them from getting killed by stray bullets. With a clear division of labor and formidable strength, in a little over 2 minutes, they had dealt with more than 40 men in black and a dozen or so cops. They completed their tasks almost simultaneously, and Cindy was somewhat smug. Looks like I'm stronger, see, my tally here is more than double yours. Su Ming said nothing, only shrugged. After all, his job required more attention. He had to leave some strength. These cops were ordinary people. He couldn't just poke them to death with the stick, the electric time couldn't be too long, and throwing them into the room required soft force. Some might say, is it not a spear, how could it kill someone? Yet at his level of strength, who says a weapon without a point cannot kill? Simultaneously, he had to suppress that bloodthirsty desire that erupted with adrenaline, as if reason and instinct were playing tug-of-war in his head. Seeing Su Ming's seemingly conceding behavior, Cindy got even more smug. If she had a tail, it would definitely be wagging up to the sky now. She strolled around, finally arriving in front of the communication room's door. All right, time to unwrap the present, let's see what's in this big package. With that, she began pulling plastic explosives from the bag on her thigh, humming an unknown tune, as if in great anticipation. The door to the communication room was extremely sturdy, its thick steel akin to the frontal armor of a tank. Use less, don't scare the people inside to death. Su Ming reminded, seeing the situation, the people hiding inside probably weren't combat personnel, while C4 in such a narrow corridor would produce immense noise and directional shockwaves if detonated. Scaring them to death was unlikely, merely an exaggeration, but rupturing eardrums or causing unconsciousness was possible. Cindy did not reply, merely making an okay gesture, taking a small piece, and sticking it to the door lock, inserting the timer detonator. Chapter 29, Chapter 11, Inside the Communications Room. Chapter 11, Inside the Communication Room. Barbara is very nervous right now. After Batwoman left that day, at Barbara's own request, Gordon had to bring her along when he went to work. It's not that she works at the police station, it's more like she's helping out in the communication room as a volunteer. No salary, no special treatment from others. Actually, given Gordon's position and prestige, not to mention arranging his daughter to be a cop, even if he wanted Barbara to be the next director, there would be people supporting him. But he didn't do that. The police station is for serving the citizens, it's not his family's business. If he randomly exercises his power, what difference would there be between him and those he despises the most? Barbara understands naturally. She's very happy to help out the police station as a volunteer to help her dad. So when she came here half a month ago, she diligently did everything she could. Her computer knowledge is unparalleled, even ranking among the top in Gotham. This place is just right for her to shine. Her colleagues quickly accepted her, not because she was the director's daughter, or because of the misfortunes she's been through, but because of her superb skills, and because she's genuinely a wonderful person. This world's Barbara wouldn't know that in other parallel universes, she's also a superhero, who once acted as Batgirl for many years, and after her spine was shattered by the Joker, she changed her name to Oracle, becoming the main technical and intelligence support for Batman. She was also the creator of the Birds of Prey, intelligence officer for the Suicide Squad, a good friend of Supergirl, auxiliary personnel of the Justice League, and due to her connection with Batman, she provided tech support for almost every superhero except for the tech nerds of the Flash. It's simply overwhelming. But under the great consciousness of Earth-11, anyone except Briss would unconsciously dispel the idea of becoming a superhero. The Barbara here finds it rather perverted to dress up like a bat. However, at this moment, she desperately wishes she were a superhero rather than a powerless hacker. About 10 minutes ago, a group of men in black launched an attack on the police station. Although Barbara noticed them on surveillance and alerted everyone, the officers' response time was concerning. In the assault, the officers suffered heavy casualties in their first encounter. The attackers were highly armed, they destroyed all the cameras. Barbara could only learn the situation from communicating with the officers via radio. Her colleagues locked Barbara and other male officers inside the communication room because it's one of the most secure places besides the arsenal. Then they went out to fend off the attackers, telling her to find a way to contact outside forces or the Amazon Council. Unfortunately, the attackers were prepared. They cut off all connections between the police station and the outside world at the first moment. Under such circumstances, Barbara felt not only like a cripple but also mute and deaf. She could only sit in her wheelchair, attempting over and over to find a way to contact the outside world. The network was cut off, phones were disrupted, and there was no telegraph. She wished desperately for a messenger pigeon, or something to appear at her side. She could only hope someone would notice the situation and contact external forces, but she understood that in such a stormy midnight, no one would realize what was happening here. A perfect time for a crime. She could only listen outside the door to the gunshots and screams, her heart involuntarily sinking into an abyss. But soon, the shouting outside changed, and the content of the words was no longer chaotic battle sounds, but became exclamations or other remarks. "Oh my God! She's so fast! My supreme god Zeus! Ah, stop her! It's doom!" Barbara, with her heart in her throat, soon realized that outside went silent, the gunfire and cries had all stopped. What's going on? What's happening outside? What's happening to my colleagues? Her mind spun rapidly, but the tense environment, and the cries of the male colleagues inside the house, made her unable to focus, her mind a chaotic mess. At this moment, she heard maniacal laughter and humming filtering in from outside the door, which made her think of the jester, and that terrifying feeling paralyzed her. It was as if the pain in her back suddenly returned, reminding her of being shot down painfully at the hands of the jester, trapping her in a swirling terror of memories. Then another voice sounded, seemingly reminding the humming person to use less explosives, which brought Barbara back to her senses. Barbara immediately retreated, hid behind the table, preparing to avoid the explosion, while also looking around for weapons to defend herself. Unfortunately, she was locked in the room along with some administrative male colleagues, a few medical examiners, and a cleaner. None of them were armed, and the only things considered as weapons in the entire room were likely a few chairs and her laptop. She cradled the computer in her arms. The door was directly blasted open, the airflow pushed the door hard against the wall, the door hinge screeching from deformation. But Barbara couldn't hear any more, facing an explosion at such close range for the first time. Her ears buzzed with a ringing sound, her eyes seeing stars. She could only lie on the desk, dimly watching two figures walk in from the smoke, surveying the room's condition. "Without Gordon, I've won," one of them said, pulling a weapon from their back, maliciously heading towards the male officers by the wall. Chapter 30, Chapter 11, Inside the communications room. Barbara shook her head, struggling to sit up. She was Gordon's daughter and wouldn't admit defeat just like that. She had to protect her friends. "Don't bully the men. If there's anything, come at me." Her voice made the figure walking towards the wall pause for a moment, as if they had heard something disgusting, constantly rubbing their arms, as if hair was growing all over their body and needed to be pressed down. This neurotic behavior made the male officers cry even harder, with some even fainting from fright. Unlike Barbara, whose vision was blurred from the shock, they, who had been burying their heads in pain in the corner from the beginning, clearly saw the black and yellow armor, knowing what identity it represented: the world's notorious mercenary, a super assassin with a 100% mission success rate. Deathstroke. Deathstroke wasn't often active in Gotham, because it wasn't the center of the world, just a city on the east coast of North America, after all. Deathstroke's clients were spread throughout the world. But this didn't prevent the people of Gotham from remembering Deathstroke, because she was highly skilled and exceptionally intelligent. Even Batwoman couldn't catch her. These officers, who were responsible for administrative work, had never been on the field, only hearing colleagues talk about Deathstroke working in Gotham a few times, leaving a pile of bodies wherever she went, a river of blood. Not just the mission targets but their subordinates and families, even the targets' pet dogs were executed. If Cindy knew she had such a reputation in Gotham, she would definitely laugh until she collapsed. She actually didn't want to kill too many people when dealing with targets. For example, after killing a gang leader, she could completely leave the underlings alive. Maybe among them, someone could inherit the territory and business, and then her client would hire Deathstroke again to solve the problem, making money multiple times, right? Just like harvesting vegetables, the value of underlings is different from the boss. Cindy isn't afraid of troublesome tasks that make money and hopes for more of such troubles. At this moment, Cindy seemed to have discovered a new continent. She looked Barbara up and down, nodding with satisfaction. "Looks like I won the bet. There really is a Gordon here." Su Ming was annoyed by these weeping men. He had never seen so many men gathered together sobbing, finding it disgusting, so he wanted to knock them out the moment he entered, maybe even make them faint for 10 days or half a month. As a result, a woman in the room told him not to bully the men and to come at her instead, giving him goosebumps all over. He turned his head to look at the woman who had just spoken, guessing she should be the target the men in black were trying to capture. To call her a woman didn't seem right, calling her a girl was more appropriate. She looked around 17 or 18, much younger than Cindy, with a very demure appearance. She wore nerdy square glasses and had her hair in 2 braids, dressed in a red sweater with loose threads, underneath which was a checkered shirt with a white base and pink stripes, looking very old-fashioned. However, her skin was very fair, which was the advantage of being a homebody, and her features could be considered pretty, though she had no makeup at all. He noticed her wheelchair, and combined with Cindy saying she had won the bet, Su Ming realized the girl's identity. Barbara Gordon? Although it was phrased as a question, in reality, Su Ming was certain. Barbara was a character who appeared in almost every Bat issue, and although she looked somewhat different in reality than in the comics, her unique temperament and characteristics still exposed her. "Who are you?" Barbara felt relieved that the person had given up bullying the male officers, but she was still completely unsure about what would happen to her future. Su Ming looked around. The dust from the explosion in the room hadn't settled yet, and he felt like the Barbara of this world seemed a bit naive. "Then put on your glasses, and take a look at who I am." Barbara rubbed her eyes, wiped the dust off her glasses, and looked closely. As the daughter of the director, she naturally knew something about the criminals Gordon often mentioned. Among those, there were a few individuals Gordon specifically warned her about, extremely dangerous criminals. If Barbara saw any of them, she should hurry to the police station to hide. These included the jester, Lei Xiaogu, the Mad Hatter, and others, mostly lunatics or cold-blooded assassins, and of course, among the world's most dangerous mercenaries, Deathstroke. Cindy had come to Gotham a few times before to do business, and then left, and when the police arrived, the corpses were already cold. The crime scenes were completely contaminated with blood, leaving no evidence. Batwoman had crossed paths with her but was knocked unconscious by her, completely no match. When Briss was finally ready, planning to capture Cindy the next time she committed a crime, she discovered Cindy had changed her fighting style again, and had succeeded in her target. Time and again, Deathstroke felt like a fleeting shadow. If it weren't for the jester always appearing in Briss's dreams, then Deathstroke would be a frequent visitor in her nightmares. No match in fights and unable to apprehend, Deathstroke always instilled fear, just like the bat in her own heart. These were the words Bat Heroine told Gordon, and Gordon also mentioned it to Barbara. She still remembered Gordon saying, "Deathstroke is also a lunatic but a calm one. She never feels anything wrong with killing, living beings will die, and she just accelerates the process, seeing herself as a mover of nature." Chapter 31, Chapter 11, Inside the communications room. Of course, at this moment Barbara remembered her father's words, which didn't help her situation at all, but rather made her even more flustered. One Deathstroke is enough to take a life, and there are two here. Two Deathstrokes. Barbara took off her glasses again, vigorously patting her head, suspecting she had a concussion, seeing double images of things. After fussing around, she found that the two Deathstrokes in front of her did not decrease, so she tilted her head dumbfoundedly, thinking deeply. Could it be that the previous impossible assassinations by Deathstroke were achieved because they were actually an assassin duo or an organization? One Deathstroke takes Bat Heroine around town, while the other seizes the opportunity to kill the target. Barbara felt she had discovered the truth, and an overwhelming sense of panic struck her heart, as if she knew something she shouldn't know, and was surely going to be silenced. She still had so many things she wanted to do, she hadn't even met her biological mother. Seeing her zoning out and lost in thought, Su Ming simply stunned the other officers with an electric baton, finally bringing peace to the world. "Which one of you is Deathstroke?" Barbara, instead of facing slaughter, found two Deathstrokes looking at her with interest. She hugged her computer, as if it could provide her with a sense of safety. She saw the other officers slumped against the wall. Fortunately, there was no blood flowing, indicating they were probably okay. "I am, he's not." Cindy quickly stepped forward a few steps, taking Su Ming's original position. Su Ming shrugged. After all, this was her world, she could say whatever she wanted, but it was an objective fact that he was Deathstroke. It wouldn't change even if she didn't admit it. "What are you guys doing at the police station? This isn't a place for you," Barbara said to Cindy seriously, with a look intent on sacrificing herself heroically. Cindy was a bit surprised. It seemed Director Gordon's daughter was truly courageous. No wonder she survived facing the jester. "We actually came to find your father. We need his help with some matters, but it seems he's not at the station." "Don't even think about finding out my dad's whereabouts, just kill me." Barbara immediately refused when she heard they were looking for her father. Shaking her head, Cindy had no intention of killing her. As Gordon's daughter, she should be a valuable target. Nobody would pay for her life, she wouldn't kill her, and now she had another task, which was to prevent world destruction. That's the most fundamental thing. "Did you see those guys in the hallway, wearing black suits? They should be from a tightly knit gang." Su Ming decided to use a softer approach to extract information. "Their target is you, and of course, your father. I'm going out to destroy their car's signal jamming device. Can you see if you can contact him now?" As long as the phone gets through, Su Ming and Cindy could just wait here. Director Gordon wouldn't abandon his daughter, right? If the call doesn't go through, it would further prove Su Ming's suspicion that Gordon was kidnapped, and Barbara would surely try to save him. Perhaps even calling Bat could help. This is an obvious strategy. Barbara said nothing definitive. Su Ming planned to leave, but Cindy volunteered to undertake the task of sabotaging the devices, leaving him to communicate with Barbara. as men tend to have some advantage in communication in this world. Looking at the young lady in the wheelchair, Su-ming didn't know what to say. Considering his identity as a villain, the police director's daughter probably despised him too. Time passed by second, until Cindy came back humming a little tune. Not only did she destroy the signal jammer, but she also restored the police station's internet connection. She was all soaked, with water dripping from the armor. There's a mole among your colleagues, likely among the people in the corner. I found that the internet was cut off physically from inside the station. So, did you reach any consensus while I was out? What consensus? Does sitting together in silence count? Chapter 32, Chapter 12, still not an oracle in the brightly lit communication room. There was a scene of disarray, with many chairs and tables overturned, while Cindy expressed her dissatisfaction with Su-ming's lack of progress. Even through the mask, Su-ming could feel her disdainful gaze, as if mocking his inability to deal with a little girl. He felt helpless. Was he supposed to harshly interrogate a disabled underage girl? Maybe the former Deathstroke would have done that, but he wouldn't. He pulled up a chair and sat opposite Barbara. The single red eye on the mask stared at her. Now the phone and internet are up and running. You can give him a call. Don't worry, I won't kill him this time. Barbara was skeptical. You're merely her lackey. I need her to promise me in person. She's a mercenary, she should know to keep her word, right? Cindy couldn't help but laugh. Seeing Su-ming treated as her lackey made her very pleased. She couldn't help but think Barbara had good judgment. After all, between the two, the woman was stronger. If she weren't disabled, Su-ming might have been forced to open up a debate about that. Can't you tell I'm the one in charge here? Barbara gave the two a scrutinizing look. They wore identical equipment, had identical tones, and even the bloodstains on them looked the same. How could one tell who was in charge? So she shook her head and honestly said, I can't tell. Su-ming sighed deeply, stood up, and went to stand guard at the door, signaling Cindy to speak, needing some quiet. Cindy, unashamedly, sat in the chair he'd vacated, proudly removing her helmet and lighting a cigar, as relaxed as if she were on her living room sofa. All right, I promise you, not only will I not harm Director Gordon, but I'll also try to ensure his safety. Having received Cindy's assurance, Barbara took out a small red phone from her pocket, dialed a number, but as the busy tone sounded from the other end, her face turned grim. Relentlessly, she dialed several more times, but the response remained the same. The user you're trying to reach is unavailable. Cindy had expected this. It seemed things were indeed as Su-ming had said. Since these men in black came to kidnap Barbara, they would certainly target Gordon too. From a societal value standpoint, Barbara was merely a high school girl, whereas Gordon was a significant figure in the city. How could this be? His phone must not be with him. Barbara continued pressing the redial button. Cindy leaned back in the chair, leisurely smoking a cigar, interjecting, Go ahead and try, but it's just a waste of time. With each passing second that Gordon remains kidnapped, he's in more danger. Barbara's hand froze on the phone, momentarily at a loss, but soon she put the phone aside, placed the laptop on her lap back on the table, and began furiously typing away. What's she up to? Cindy watched as Barbara seemed to fall into a frantic typing frenzy, wondering if this could really locate Gordon. Su-ming stood by the door, cleaning his stick, having been a bit heavy-handed while knocking out those sniveling men, leaving some vomit on it. She's probably hacking into Gotham City's mobile communication company servers, and then using triangulation through signal-based stations to pinpoint Gordon's location, Su-ming said. Cindy touched her eye patch, feeling a bit upset that Su-ming knew something she didn't. Is technology popular over there? Su-ming wasn't clear which number Earth this Deathstroke belonged to. As for himself, he'd watched many serials while working as a security guard, where they did things like this. Even though he didn't know how to operate, he'd at least seen pigs run if not eaten their meat. There's nothing much to it, we all have our different specialties. I'm sure your knowledge of mythology is way stronger than mine. Su-ming offered her a word of comfort, as working together with complementary skills was a good thing. Sure enough, Cindy didn't dwell on it. Even as a super soldier, there's no need to know everything. But then she cheekily complimented, your methods really aren't like another Deathstroke's. Your moral standards are higher than mine, truly a little angel. Little angel. Such a sappy word, is it used for men in this world? That's too frightening. Su-Ming really wanted to go home, back to a male-dominated society that he was accustomed to. It wasn't that he was a male chauvinist, it's just that he always felt a sense of chaotic inversion. Even Barbara, who was frantically inputting code, glanced at them. So this was the kind of relationship between the two Deathstrokes. It seemed she'd discovered some extraordinary detail. But once something aligned with her specialty, she was extraordinarily focused, never pausing the rhythmic tapping of the keyboard in her hands. A few minutes later, she pressed the Enter key, and the attack command she just programmed smoothly hacked into the communication company under Vane Corporation, the service provider for her dad's phone. She flexed her shoulders, waiting for the program feedback results, her expression less tense, continuously rubbing her fingers in anticipation. Cindy suddenly spoke again, holding a cigarette in one hand and pointing at the computer on the desk with the other, now understanding. Welcome to the family of criminals. If I remember correctly, hacking into someone else's company system uninvited is at least an espionage crime. Barbara's face stiffened, having Deathstroke call her a criminal gave her a sense of shame, as if being seen through. Chapter 33, Chapter 12, still not an oracle. That's right, this wasn't her first time using her hacking skills. In the past, she had hacked into countless other websites, not to do anything bad, just to improve her skills and refine her programming methods. She had hacked into schools, community convenience stores, and even secretly hacked into the Gotham police station to see what Gordon was doing during work hours. But she was always very careful because hackers were not well received in this world. Technology and the internet were still novel things here, and in news coverage, hackers were portrayed as cyber terrorists. Even Gordon didn't know this secret because she feared Gordon would throw her in jail. So all along, Gordon just thought his daughter liked playing on the computer, perhaps enjoying video games or something. Now in a moment of urgency, she instinctively hacked into someone else's server to look for clues, only realizing what she had done afterwards. Barbara's face turned red, trying to defend herself, but the evidence was overwhelming, and there was no denying it. Su-Ming shook his head helplessly. They were on serious business now, and Cindy's remarks were of no help. All right, she's just messing with you. What's legal or illegal? Are we going to testify in court against the police chief's daughter being a hacker? Barbara glanced at her colleagues by the wall with relief, thankful they were knocked out. Otherwise, knowing men love to gossip, the whole station would surely know. Su-Ming also took off his helmet, and seeing Cindy puffing smoke cheerfully, he got the urge and planned to smoke too, suddenly realizing something. No wonder you rushed to deal with the signal jammer earlier. Did you already take the bet from the door frame in the corridor? Cindy smugly raised her cigarette, waving it like a magic wand in the air. Hee, this is your cigar. Gotta say, the taste is a bit different from ours. Barbara again showed a horrified expression. She felt she'd uncovered the ultimate secret. Deathstroke was actually two people, and one of them was a man. After knowing so much, could she survive? Su-Ming had gradually gotten used to these people's incredulous expressions after discovering he was a man. After all, in this world, men were synonymous with weakness, while Deathstroke was renowned as a global powerhouse. Such contradictory identities residing in one person were hard for anyone to accept. The results are out. Why are you staring at us blankly instead of looking at the screen? Su-Ming nudged Barbara's computer, where a string of code had appeared, showing a set of coordinates. Barbara adjusted her glasses and her breathing, gently exhaling. These are the signal base station numbers my father passed through. By retrieving the base station locations from the database and comparing them with the Gotham City map, he went to Arkham at night. Cindy shook her head, rolling her helmet on the table playfully. That place is called an asylum, but it's actually more secure than a fortress. There are at least 400 armed guards patrolling 24 hours a day, plus gunboats, armored vehicles, and police dogs. The man in black wouldn't act there. Yes, at 12:03, he left there, followed this route back, and the final position of his phone is here. Barbara pointed at the screen with one hand and tapped the keyboard with the other, zooming in the map, pinpointing even the street through triangulation. Cindy leaned closer to look. A map of Gotham immediately formed in her mind, more detailed than the station's map because she remembered many undisclosed addresses, like black market arms dealers, smuggling gangs, and even a covert Shadow Dancer Alliance surveillance spot in Gotham. But after looking at the screen, Cindy shook her head. Gordon's route is correct, crossing the harbor bridge, then through the North Tunnel, and just going straight leads back to the station. But it's raining today, and the tunnel may be deeply flooded. Whose turf is that? Su Ming crowded over out of curiosity but couldn't tell anything. It's nobody's turf. It's a very subtle place. Cindy took a drag, thought of a term, and pointed around the map. Here, here, and here are Black Mask, Red Hood, and the Two-Faced Woman's territories, respectively. So Gordon's final location is at the intersection of the three, truly embodying no man's land. Su Ming understood too. Just like in Romance of the Three Kingdoms, no one can take this land entirely. If someone tried, the other two would definitely unite, leaving it empty as a buffer zone. It's also one of the more peaceful areas in the Gotham slums. There might be some small gangs, but they can't grow into anything significant. What should we do? Barbara now knew Gordon's location but was helpless, anxiously looking at the two. Su Ming raised an eyebrow. Can't you just call Bat Heroine or something? She always has a phone, right? Have her come to the rescue. We have something to discuss with the Bat too. We don't have her number. She always appeared when the bat lamp was on but Bat Heroine left. She's not in Gotham. Barbara was at her wit's end. Chapter 34, Chapter 12, still not an oracle. Su Ming and Cindy both frowned. Could it be that Batwoman has already gone to kill the Sea Queen? Where did she go? Cindy asked again. If it's not too far, maybe we can still catch up. I don't know. That night she came to our house in the middle of the night to talk to Dad, but when I woke up, I only heard the last part. Barbara pressed her temples, trying hard to recall. She said she was leaving Gotham for a while, because there was some danger. She wanted to take us away, but we refused, so she left alone. Perhaps the first part of the conversation mentioned where she was going, but only my dad knows. Cindy leaned back in her chair, looking at Su Ming. He's the one who said this world is dangerous, so he should know what's going on. Su Ming was also at a loss for a moment. Batwoman somehow knew there was danger ahead of time. What could make even Batman avoid? Does she know about this multiverse event? But residing in the dark multiverse, she has no reason to know. The men in black appearing this time want to kidnap Gordon and Barbara. What kind of move is this? Aside from being Batman's ally, Gordon doesn't seem to have anything special. The two women looked at him, making Su Ming feel immense pressure, especially Barbara, who seemed on the verge of tears. What have you done in the past? After determining the phone signal location, he brought the computer closer to Barbara, hoping she might have some ideas. No, nothing, I always just did it for fun, and it ended there. Barbara's expression didn't look like she was lying. It seems this world's oracle hasn't matured like in other worlds. Listen to me, start hacking into Gotham City's traffic system now, retrieve surveillance footage from this area, start from when the phone stopped moving. Barbara secretly wiped her tears, adjusted her glasses, and began rewriting the address code of the hacking program, connecting to the server backend of the transportation department. As long as there are still ideas, knowing how to investigate is good. A few minutes later, she successfully obtained surveillance of the relevant road, but nothing was unusual, just a quiet rainy scene, with no pedestrians on the streets, let alone cars. She looked at Su Ming for help. The surveillance was tampered with. Using disruptors in some instruments, they can access the surveillance and repeatedly play pre-recorded scenes. Su Ming leaned closer to the screen. He could smell a sweet scent on Barbara. This rain is too light. It should have been recorded around 10:30, and then kept replaying. Rewind some to see if there's anything. Barbara adjusted the time to around 10:30 as instructed, and the three of them quietly watched the screen. Suddenly, the image shook. That's it, stop. Su Ming shouted, slow it down and play those 3 seconds again. However, the result disappointed them. The recording only captured the shadow of a black glove passing by, with no information to identify anyone. No choice, it seems we have to personally visit the scene. Cindy picked up the helmet on the table, patted Barbara's shoulder, and was about to leave. Su Ming had no other choice either. To know Batwoman's possible whereabouts, they must find Gordon, he's their only lead now. Take me with you. Barbara didn't know where she got the courage. She grabbed Cindy's hand and pleaded, I can help you, like just now, I want to save him. No, you can hide in the arsenal and wait until daylight, it'll be safe when the police come back for their shift. Cindy immediately refused, it's already hard to move in the storm, bringing along a disabled person in a wheelchair would just be a burden. But Su Ming didn't see it that way, not to mention Oracle's computer skills. If they rescued Gordon, would he trust Deathstroke's words? And if Barbara was present then, wouldn't it be easier to gain trust? I think we can take her, after all, she's still not out of danger, even if she hides in the arsenal. What if the man in black comes again? She's not like us, she can't even shoot a gun, how can she withstand an attack? Su Ming persuaded Cindy, while indicating that the surrounding police were useless, and the daytime police were just as unreliable. If we rescue Gordon but Barbara is captured, we'd have to accompany Gordon to rescue her, and it would never end. We have limited time. When Barbara wanted to correct that she actually could shoot, Su Ming frantically gestured, and she held back. Cindy thought for a moment, sighed, she didn't know why she always got persuaded by Su Ming. All right, you can come, but don't expect me to push your wheelchair. Despite saying that, Cindy put on her helmet and changed her mind. Su Ming shrugged at Barbara, also put on his helmet, and pulled a blue police raincoat from behind the door to throw to her. Okay, bring your computer and wireless card, let's go find a car outside. Chapter 35, Chapter 13, Gotham's Most Dedicated Reporter. After emerging from the basement, Su Ming replenished some ammunition from the men in black. After all, it's not always feasible to solve problems with only knives and sticks. He then returned to the police station lobby, where Cindy was waiting for him. She seemed to be staring blankly at the dark sky outside, letting the rainwater flow freely over her body, gradually making its way indoors. Are you thinking about the apocalypse? Su Ming walked over to her and quietly gazed outside too. The sky was filled with dark clouds, with nothing visible except the bat-shaped spotlight. Cindy was probably looking at the same thing, as her monocle showed the shape of a bat too. Yeah, why do you think our world turned out this way? I don't know. Although I don't want to die, I don't feel any fear inside, just a sense of calm. Cindy shook her head, then nodded, as if unsure of what she was thinking. She stepped under the eaves and extended her hand, catching a handful of rainwater, which quickly slipped through her fingers. After being modified by the military, we've lost the feeling of fear and the reverence for life. Isn't this precisely what weapons are supposed to be like? Su Ming's soul came from the reality world. He wasn't someone who went through modifications, but he knew roughly what was going on from the comics. The issue with Deathstroke was his brain's capacity to think 9 times faster than ordinary humans, which caused his rational thinking to overwhelm everything. It wasn't a disease or side effect. That's right. But we're not perfect weapons because the military left us our emotions. Haha, you're right. That's why they lost us. Cindy seemed to be mocking the military, as well as mocking herself. Even after being out of the army, some things were changed forever. She got used to being regarded as a weapon and even thought of herself as one. At this point, Barbara wheeled herself out of the hallway, stuck below the basement stairs, unsure how to come up. She saw the two standing there but didn't dare to speak. Cindy walked over and easily lifted Barbara along with her wheelchair. Barbara, wrapped in a raincoat, held her computer in her arms. She was a bit anxious and nervous, worried about Director Gordon's situation and unclear about the Deathstroke's intentions. However, the atmosphere was relatively peaceful if she didn't look at the bloody horrors around, so she closed her eyes. Su Ming initially thought it would be easy to find a car, but when they braved the wind and rain to reach the parking lot, they discovered that not only the minivans the men in black had driven, but even several police cars that had been parked here had all exploded. Only the steel frames of the vehicles remained, the charred remnants left with no trace of smoke in the pouring rain. The men in black didn't have any backup, and the cars weren't equipped with remote bombs. The only explanation was that Cindy had blown them up. Seeing Su-ming looking at her, Cindy shrugged, acknowledging it was indeed her doing. Without professional equipment, she could only assume a signal jammer was on one of the cars. At the time, they hadn't considered bringing Barbara along. No matter where they went, a unicycle would suffice for her and Su-ming, so she blew up the minivan's gas tank, causing a chain reaction that detonated the surrounding police cars, resulting in what they saw. It turned out that the signal had indeed recovered. Su-ming walked over to a police car that still seemed somewhat intact. As soon as he placed his hand on the car door, the 4 tires flew off, and thick smoke emerged from under the hood. This place doesn't have a single good car. Does the police station have another garage? He washed the black ash off his hands with rainwater, and asked Barbara while shouting to be heard over the wind and rain, "Underground garage. The door needs to be blown open." Just as he was about to search for the entrance to the underground garage, something unexpected happened. Suddenly, a very pretty van raced up the street and drifted to a stop at the police station entrance. The van was entirely white, although it looked as if it had traveled quite a distance through the rain, with mud splattered all over the body, resembling a giant dirty face. It had a dish-shaped radar-like structure on the roof. Nevertheless, a line of yellow letters barely covered in mud could be seen on the van, reading GCTV1, Gotham City TV Station News Channel. "I suddenly have an idea." Su-ming propped his helmet as if stroking his beard. A few minutes earlier, inside the moving van, a young, beautiful female reporter was tidying her golden red hair. As the vehicle swayed side to side, she pulled out a small mirror and quickly touched up her makeup. However, the dim light inside the car, and the terrible road conditions, almost made her poke herself in the eye with her lipstick. "Slow down, Pete. I don't want to die today, I have a date tomorrow." A male voice from the driving compartment replied loudly amidst the sound of heavy rain hitting the windshield. "You were the one who asked me to floor it to grab the news, and now you're asking me to slow down so someone can do their makeup. I'm your cameraman, not your driver and boyfriend." It's all the same. Are we there yet?" The pretty woman made a pout in the mirror, testing different smiles while nonchalantly answering. Pete, the cameraman, was evidently used to this behavior from his partner. He knew her inside out, being hauled out in the wild storm at midnight from his home, because she said an informant had tipped her off about big news. Chapter 36, Chapter 13, Gotham's Most Dedicated Reporter Part 2. 1002 words. Looking at the pitch-black surroundings outside where you can't see your hand in front of your face, Pete really doubted the authenticity of this information. If the TV station leaders found out they stole a car in the middle of the night just to chase an urban legend, they'd probably lose their jobs. But his partner, a woman who always risks her life for news, seemed like she never needed to sleep. Anytime you saw her, she was either reporting news or on her way to chase it. Only he was strong enough at the TV station to carry the camera and keep up with this woman. But almost every day there was no time off after work because he could be sweet-talked or guilt-tripped into finding clues during his breaks. "It'll probably be another few minutes, but the road is flooded and the car might stall any time." The female reporter was moving her jaw, as if warming up her facial muscles. "Then don't let it stall. What do you think I've been doing?" Pete used to think he was a mild-mannered guy, even though men over 6'3" were clearly not the women's favorite in this world. But after partnering with his current colleague, he realized he wasn't as good-tempered as he thought, and he gradually got used to shouting like a hooligan. He calmed down and asked her again, "Vico, is your tip reliable?" The female reporter confidently replied, "Of course, remember that blind beggar we interviewed before?" "Yeah, I remember. That guy called the police saying he saw a fast food restaurant slicing up human meat in the back kitchen." Pete steered the wheel, avoiding a manhole cover that looked like a dark spring, Given that he's blind, the producer put our social news interview in the comedy show lineup, and for about a week, I couldn't show my face. But as it turned out, the blind man was right. That place was eventually found by Batwoman to be making human meat sausages. Although it wasn't a fast food place but a laundry, and there was no back kitchen, just a garage. Vico squeezed into the driver's seat from the back compartment, seriously emphasizing to Pete that her news was accurate. It was just that the bosses didn't know good news. Pete glanced at her from the corner of his eye and said helplessly, "How do you think I can still hold my head high at the TV station?" But that incident slapped the studio director in the face. She's definitely going to be all over this car stealing thing. She can jump all over it provided we don't uncover any news. Vico held up a slim finger, shaking it side to side, correcting him. As long as we get this exclusive story, bam. I'll show her I'm not one to be messed with. Pete rolled his eyes. The whole TV station already knew she wasn't to be messed with, famously a madwoman. If not for Vico landing several exclusive stories before, both of them would probably have been sacked long ago. Seeing his expression, Vico nonchalantly patted his shoulder. Relax, ever heard that some blind people actually have special abilities? Legends say their soul vision is incredibly powerful, letting them see through or predict the future. I made that blind man one of my informants last time. Today he gave me a big scoop, cost me $200. Alright, so now our intel comes from what a blind man saw, because you believe in some mystical legends. Pete wondered if returning the car now might get them off with a lighter punishment. Vico shook her head, smiling proudly. This time, he didn't see it but heard it. On a stormy night, he snuck into the city courthouse to take shelter from the rain. Just a bit earlier, he heard intense gunfire coming from the Gotham police station. According to him, it was as dense as the sound of a rabbit having diarrhea. Pete wore a confused black man face. What kind of analogy was that? Do rabbits even get diarrhea? Vico rolled her eyes too and awkwardly laughed. Anyway, there's scientific evidence that blind people's hearing is better than ordinary people's. So we have a reason to believe something big happened at the police station. In such a storm, isn't this our exclusive news? Pete, hearing this, thought it made sense. As long as they could secure an exclusive story for the TV station, his earlier car stealing would be seen as a journalist's passionate pursuit of news. Nothing wrong with that, and there might even be a bonus. So they exchanged a smile, filled with anticipation for a bright future, like two foxes heading into a chicken coop. When the car arrived at the police station, it was clear without needing to say a word. They could see the car wreckage scattered everywhere and corpses strewn in disarray. Vico knew her $200 was worth it. If this wasn't big news, what was? She and Pete quickly put on raincoats, wrapped the camera and microphone, getting ready for filming. The rain was so heavy that Vico had to shout to ensure the camera's audio wasn't affected. The female reporter tidied her makeup again, styling her hair into a cute fringe under the raincoat. She looked at Pete, who nodded to signal that the audio and video were working fine. She jumped out of the car, with Pete following closely behind. She chose an angle, using the wreckage of a burnt-out frame of a black car as the background. Not far away, the broken gate of the police station could be seen, with numerous police officers sprawled out like sacks on the ground. Vico gestured to start, and when she saw the familiar red light on the camera, she immediately showed her most intellectual side. "Friends, I'm your old friend Vico Valley. Now we're outside the Gotham City Police Station, and you can see the tragic scene behind us." Chapter 37, Chapter 13, Gotham's Most Dedicated Reporter Part 3. Pete, who had been cooperating with her for a long time, immediately gave a long shot of the ruins and corpses behind her. "We still don't know what exactly happened inside the police station, but please follow our camera and take a closer look. Remember, this is an exclusive report by Vico." As she spoke, she playfully raised her finger and pointed at the camera, flashing a cute smile as if joking with an acquaintance. Her style made many people in the city enjoy watching her news broadcasts. She led Pete towards the police station, constantly showing various expressions in front of the camera along the way. My God, this place is literally a human purgatory. This was terror. She seemed like a little girl who had found a monster under her bed. Who are these men in black? This was curiosity. She suddenly portrayed herself as a detective, appearing shrewd and determined to find clues. These officers fought until the last moment. May they rest in peace, and I hope their families accept my sincere condolences and sympathy. This was sorrow. She was almost more professional than a city council spokesperson, and even bowed to the cold bodies on the ground. In short, she displayed an Oscar-worthy performance. Among news anchors, her acting skills were enough to make her stand out in the Jianghu. She entered the police station lobby, where the scene was even more horrific. If rain outside could wash away the bloodstains, then here, it was purely a world of blood. Civilians and police alike lay on the floor of the lobby, looking very much like a massacre scene. Oh my God, dear viewers, Vico now feels very scared. I don't know if the killers have left, but as a journalist, I have decided to seek the truth. Please remember me and look forward to my follow-up reports. I am Vico Valley. She acted appropriately, fully embodying the image of a journalist seeking the truth despite danger, her eyes filled with fear yet unwavering, as if driven by a great mission. But she actually didn't feel in danger. The scene was clearly a firefight between gangs and police, not some psychopathic killers who would remain at the crime scene. She just wanted to gain some attention, and with popularity, even if she left Gotham, she could still do well in Metropolis. At this moment, she noticed Pete also had a terrified expression, as if imitating her, but this tall man didn't suit such a look at all. Cut, cut, cut. Vico put down the microphone and helplessly said, I know you want to be a news anchor too, but physically you're lacking a bit. Not everyone can eat this bowl of rice. Pete opened his mouth wide, looking even more frightened. Oh, I really can't help you. Why open your mouth so wide? It's too exaggerated. Vico shook her head with amusement, unimpressed by Pete's performance. Male anchors have much fiercer competition than we do, but since we're partners, I'll teach you. Look at my face, slowly knit your brows, then open your mouth slightly. Vico kindly demonstrated the slow-motion expressions. The news coverage was almost complete. They would edit the footage in the car and send it back to the station for broadcast. This time, the scoundrel in the studio would definitely be speechless, so Vico was in a good mood and planned to support her partner. After all, the TV station is a place where human connections matter. If you can't get along with your partner, the future is bleak. It seemed Pete heard Vico's correction, but he didn't follow her advice. Instead, he improvised freely, shouldering the camera with one hand and wiping his eyes with the other, then covering his face and screaming. Chapter 38, Chapter 14, Deathstroke's live broadcast. Vico nodded. A male host acting terrified, it's understandable to be a bit exaggerated. Didn't expect Pete to be quite perceptive. Usually, he seems rugged, but his scream isn't much different from other small men. Very good, though a bit overdone. Vico commented, pointing out a few flaws in the performance. The scream dragged on too long, too abrupt. If the audience has the TV volume up high, you might scare them, so when you scream, the tone can be sharp, but keep the volume down a bit. Avoid too much post-editing, it's troublesome. Pete was completely stunned at this point, maintaining that expression without moving. Vico walked over and gave him a push. All right, go back to the car and edit the tape. I'll teach you more when we have time. Your expression looks like you've seen a ghost. Saying this, Vico also laughed. Although there were corpses everywhere, ghosts simply don't exist. But at that moment, another voice suddenly appeared behind her, as if whispering in her ear. His expression isn't because he saw a ghost, but because he saw me. Vico froze, always with her back to the police department hall, completely unaware that someone had approached so close behind her, undetected. At this time, in this environment, only the murderer could appear here, right? Why didn't the gang leave after the murder this time, unlike before? Vico was on the verge of tears, guessing that there were probably countless guns pointed at the two of them, which is why Pete didn't move at all. Vico Vale, I really like your show. The voice said leisurely, as if drifting around her, coming and going unpredictably, but she didn't hear any footsteps at all. That means everyone loves me, you do too, right? Don't hurt me. Vico chuckled dryly, but didn't think that way inside. Did she gain a mob boss or a psychotic killer fan? Was this clue a trap just to capture her, and then do all sorts of things? She didn't want this kind of fan at all. Slowly turn around, I happen to have plans to be on TV. Following the voice's instructions, Vico slowly turned around and immediately showed the same expression as Pete. Behind her, there weren't the imagined 1,000 troops, dense gun muzzles, just a single person standing with arms crossed, quietly watching them. But this one person was scarier than hundreds of gang members, because he was Deathstroke. The one appearing before her was naturally Su Ming. Originally, they planned to steal their car while the two went inside for an interview, but upon hearing the female reporter's introduction, he changed his mind. He instructed Cindy to take Barbara around to the car to wait for him. He wanted to borrow the TV station's car, and also the reporter's. Although the Vico Valley of this world is somewhat like the new 52 world setting, transformed into a TV anchor instead of a Gotham Gazette reporter, it's undeniable that this woman is not only eloquent but also very lucky. She first appeared in the comics in DC's early days, 1948. She was one of Batman's girlfriends, the only one to survive in the era before Catwoman and Talia. Her luck was to the extent of being like the child of the plane. Every supervillain treated her with courtesy. Anyone who tried to deal with her was just small fries, no threat at all. She casually found a boyfriend, and it was Gotham's richest man, Bruce. She wanted big news, and she discovered Batman. Su Ming remembered it should be the 1989 Tim Burton version of the Batman film. It tells about a time when the Joker planned to blow up Gotham City, letting the Bat feel his pain. While everyone was evacuating the city, she went the opposite direction to interview the Joker. The Joker, intrigued by her madness, gladly accepted an exclusive interview, sharing his ideas and thoughts, letting her follow him throughout, witnessing everything between him and the Bat. Su Ming also remembered the movie's lines. When the Joker showed her the super bomb, she clapped like a little girl. "Joker, you created such wonderful things. Oh, you are so powerful, purple, I love purple." It wasn't clear if she was talking about the purple bomb, or the Joker in his purple suit. If Batman hadn't defeated the Joker in the end, Su Ming thought Vico might have become someone like Harley. Since then, she showed a crazy interest in darkness in the comics too. She interviewed many of Gotham's villains, including nonsensical madmen like Two-Faced Man, but always came away unscathed. Everyone enjoyed talking with her. The Joker kidnapped everyone close to Batman, except for her, which is also a mystery in DC Comics. Su Ming unexpectedly encountered Vico from Earth-11, so why not use her fame a bit? "Is it live broadcast now?" he asked Vico. "No, we're recording. Haven't had time to edit yet." Vico didn't understand why the world's top assassin would ask this, perhaps he didn't want his whereabouts leaked. So she immediately explained that it wasn't a live broadcast but a recording. Chapter 39, Chapter 14, Deathstroke's livestream _21313 words. Under the mask, Su Ming's expression was unreadable. He simply said, "I want to do a live broadcast." He took out a gun, pointing it at Pete, but the question was directed at Vico, as though he would kill her partner if she didn't answer. "It's not up to us, the station has to agree." Vico hurriedly gestured with her hands, as if afraid he would shoot. In her eyes, an assassin like Deathstroke had a purpose for every action. Since he hadn't killed them outright and wanted a live broadcast, it seemed they were safe for the moment. "All right, let's head back to the car, there are still people waiting." With that, Barbara and Cindy watched from the van as Su Ming escorted the two reporters out at gunpoint, completely bewildered, unsure of his intentions. Even Cindy couldn't understand, feeling that her otherworld self seemed quite different. Back in the van, though Vico was surprised by the two Deathstrokes, she didn't doubt their authenticity. The ground outside was littered with bodies. They had even kidnapped the police director's daughter, Barbara. Who knew what they had planned? But under the gun's muzzle, she and Pete honestly completed the video edits and sent them to the station. At this moment, there weren't many people left at Gotham TV station. Midnight programming mostly consisted of computers autoplaying old movies or dull shopping shows. But the news channel still required hosts to broadcast news 24/7. Yet what was there to report in this ghostly weather? They just repeated what the meteorologists said every half hour. In the control room. During the director's shift, she received Vico's footage. She sneered, not intending to even take a look, but it wasn't entirely her call. In the presence of everyone, it was impossible to cover things up. She and some editors and staff could only press play, and the scenes in the footage startled them, indicating Vico had uncovered yet another big story. The director gritted her teeth, initially planning to report them to the station manager tomorrow because Vico and her partner had stolen a broadcast van. Now it seemed if the manager learned they'd found a big story, rather than punishment, they would likely be rewarded. Damn it, lucky you. The director thought to herself but nevertheless handed the footage over to the editors to prepare scripts for the broadcast room. At 12:30, another round of news began. The late-night host in the studio drank water in preparation. They were like workers on an assembly line or horses grinding stone, rotating between studios and hosts. Studio 1 aired from 12 to 12:27, then rested for half an hour, while Studio 2 aired until 12:57 before swapping again. Honestly, not many watched the midnight news, but for the sake of pay, he had to maintain the most professional smile. While rehearsing his script, his eyes lit up upon discovering new information, and he was the first to report it, which was good news. It was like a small reward in a mundane, numb job, akin to winning $10 in the lottery. As the red light in the studio illuminated, he displayed his most perfect smile. Welcome to Gotham City TV station's news channel. Breaking news: early this morning, a gang attacked Gotham City Police Station, resulting in heavy casualties on both sides. The incident is under investigation. Now let's watch the report sent by our correspondent. The editor signaled with an OK, indicating it was time to switch to the footage, yet the host didn't relax, instead watching closely. The footage contained evidence of fierce fighting. The police station had become a battlefield. Such a scene wasn't uncommon in Gotham, but happening within the station was a first. Pete's camera work was impeccable, capturing nerve-wracking scenes, leaving countless bored viewers shocked in the middle of the night. On a stormy night, even typical criminals couldn't go out, and they sought thrilling scenes to watch. Director Vico has sent a live broadcast request, an editor wearing headphones reported. The female director gritted her teeth, looking at the rating monitor that shot up like a resurrected corpse's ECG, bitterly uttering two words. The host received the signal and slightly nodded in understanding. After the footage played, the camera cut back to the studio. We now have new information from the front. Let's connect with our frontline correspondent, Vico Valley. The signal connected, yet the familiar smile didn't appear. Replacing it was a black and yellow mask. Hello, Vico. It's Deathstroke. Originally smiling and waiting to connect with Vico, the host screamed as if scalded by boiling water, leaping up from his chair, backing away until his back hit the wall, unable to escape, like a frightened child. Yet his eyes couldn't leave the screen, the yellow and black armor having an almost magical allure. Hello, host. Deathstroke in the footage tilted his head slightly as if greeting. He then said with rising intensity, "Good evening, Gotham." Perhaps somewhere in Gotham, there were maniacs who responded to the TV, "Good evening, Deathstroke." But clearly the people in the studio weren't among them. They seemed choked with fear, unable to say a word. Su-Ming didn't care about their courage to speak with him. He waved his gun, signaling Pete for a wide shot. As you can see, the Gotham police station is done. Regrettably, the box doesn't contain the chocolate I wanted, haha. This joke wasn't funny. Everyone watching felt a chill of terror. As the camera panned out, Deathstroke could be seen holding a gun to a girl's head, who sat in a wheelchair, curling up in the pouring rain, tightly shutting her eyes and shivering. This is Director Gordon's daughter, Barbara Gordon. Some of you might know her. Su-ming tapped his helmet with the gun, acting deranged, aligning more with the terrifying image of Deathstroke ingrained in the perception of Gothamites, fueling their fear. I'm looking for Director Gordon, but another group kidnapped him first. Here, I have some things to tell this group. He walked closer to the camera, increasing the pressure. You better hand Gordon over to me, he's my target, and I want him alive. Otherwise, no matter to the ends of the earth, I'll find each of you and kill you slowly, ensuring the process is excruciatingly painful. He fired, shooting Barbara, who fell from her wheelchair, her life or death unknown. Many empty-hearted viewers covered their mouths, unable to bear the sight, terror washing over them again since Jester's arrest. This blatant bloody massacre and Jester's chaotic madness were two different kinds of fear. The camera once again turned to Deathstroke, smoke still wafting from his gun. No one would believe he missed from that distance. Poor Barbara was dead. Anyone with clues on those men in black, or who knows Director Gordon's whereabouts, contact the TV station, and they will relay to me. I'll grant you a wish, just tell me who you want dead, and that person won't see the next day. Based on my service rates, this is a $2 million reward. Oh, one more thing, to everyone at the station, play my footage on the news 24/7, and if you can't, your station's fate will be like the police station behind me. Pete gave a close-up of the police station, gruesome scenes displayed vividly as per Su-ming's demands. In the studio, everyone involuntarily imagined their faces among the corpses, swallowing hard. Signal lost. The host in the studio screamed, running around like a headless chicken. It's over. It's over. Deathstroke's here to kill us. I want to go home. His behavior broadcasted to every household, yet no one watching the news channel ridiculed him, each feeling the eerie breath on their necks, hairs rising in fright. Chapter 40, Chapter 15, Madwoman Reporter 1272 words. As for what kind of chaos Gotham will descend into after the live broadcast is cut, it's completely beyond Su-ming's consideration. If the chaos can really lure the bat, then that's perfect. He picked up Barbara next to him, placed her in a wheelchair, and pushed her into the carriage. You acted well, you have the talent to be a female host. Vico subtly curled her lips to the side. Being able to act is equivalent to being a female host. She had put in a lot of hard work in this field, like makeup, etiquette, and various knowledge. It was really tough for her. Barbara shivered from the cold, thoroughly soaked by the rain, but her pale lips trembled as she spoke. If we do this, my dad will be safe. Su-ming gestured for Vico and Pete to get in the car. They were kidnapped, and seeing their reluctance, Cindy started the car. I'm not sure, but threatening with my name will at least buy your father some time. Su-ming looked around in the carriage, found a towel, and handed it to Barbara. Because this will increase the kidnappers' concerns. Think about the consequences of angering Deathstroke, and they'll reconsider the methods they originally intended to use on Commissioner Gordon, weighing the pros and cons. That's the time we need. With Cindy pressing the accelerator to the floor, her reflexes making driving effortless, she even had time to join in on the conversation between Su-ming and Barbara. Barbara nodded and looked gratefully at Su-ming. Thank you, you're a good person. Forget about the good person card. Once Gordon is rescued, I'll send him the bill. Su-ming shook his head immediately, refusing. A good person card is too inauspicious. Haha, you really don't seem like an assassin, you still make jokes. Su-ming's words were taken as a joke, and Barbara finally relaxed. She felt exhausted, but now had some backbone. The title of the world's strongest mercenary gave her more confidence in Gordon's safety. Vico sat quietly across from them, watching the two, feeling like the end of the world was surely coming. A world-famous killer, actually chatting and laughing with the daughter of Gotham Police Commissioner, and performing a bizarre fake death play on live broadcast, made Vico feel the world was too crazy. Moreover, from what it sounds like, Deathstroke is on his way to rescue Commissioner Gordon, offering a bounty of $2 million just to keep Gordon alive. Using murder to save another person, this is the most illogical yet seemingly reasonable thing I've ever heard. After much deliberation, Vico ignored Pete's eyes urging her not to and initiated a conversation with Su Ming. Su Ming looked at her. She hadn't appeared on camera the whole time. Maybe the TV station thought she was dead by now. But so quickly reverting to her professional habit, had she forgotten the sense of fear. Kill one to save one, this is the way of balance. I'm doing what I should do. He took off his helmet, making the car warmer, the moisture condensed in the helmet like a steamer. He never thought wearing a uniform could be so uncomfortable. Even though Vera was surprised by his male identity, it was only for a moment. She dutifully asked, "So do you think you're insane, Mr. Deathstroke? Have you ever thought there's something not normal about yourself?" Pete widened his eyes. This was a life-risking question. Su Ming showed some interest, as this question was once asked to Batman by her from another world. "Then do you think this world is normal?" He had read the comics and gave the standard answer, which was to counter-question. Sure enough, this answer made Vico contemplative. She frowned and remained silent. Pete, on the other hand, breathed a sigh of relief. Damn, he was definitely quitting after this, no matter how much they'd pay him. It was too much excitement. But Cindy, driving, heard Su Ming's theory about balance. She didn't know he was talking nonsense, rather she found it philosophical, like those proverbs from the Eastern ancient country. The car sped forward in the heavy rain, passing through streets and alleys, even encountering some robbers or highwaymen who emerged seeking prey in the storm. But as soon as Cindy poked her head from the window, all the thugs were scared away, rolling in a panic. After such a long period of easing on the road, Vico was not as fearful. She realized Deathstroke didn't seem as crazy as rumors claimed, and instead held his own understanding and unique perception of the world. Seeing the road-blocking thugs flee, she sighed in disappointment. If Deathstroke had fought them, maybe she could have shot some extra footage or something. "You seem disappointed. Do you enjoy watching people kill?" Su Ming keenly noticed her subtle sigh. "No, not really." Vico shook her head. "I just wanted to shoot some action scenes, the audience loves it." "Well, since you want to shoot, if later we find clues about the people who kidnapped Gordon and go on a slaughter in their lair, you can film it, as long as your burly man beside you doesn't throw up." Su Ming offered her some compensation. After all, she was a lucky star from DC, better not to offend too harshly. But as for Pete beside her, just seeing a big man around 190 centimeters squirming timidly was nauseating enough for Su Ming. "He'll be fine, right, Pete?" Under Vico's imposing gaze, the burly guy agreed with a vulnerable expression, causing Su Ming to turn his head. He felt like vomiting. Vico nodded in satisfaction, squeezing between Barbara and Su Ming. "If that actually happens, I'll have an exclusive news. Mutual benefit. We mercenaries sometimes need some advertisement, and the TV station is a good platform. If this world still had a future, Su Ming wouldn't mind getting some business for himself or Cindy." Vico's eyes lit up. She pulled out a small notebook from her pocket, prepared to interview, making Su Ming laugh bitterly. "I thought you were a TV station reporter." "TV stations can use pen records too. Deathstroke, do you mind revealing your relationship with the other Deathstroke driving? Or are you not actually Deathstroke but she is?" Cindy let out a proud laugh. "See, everyone thinks she's the real one," while Su Ming seemed more like the villainous version of the Bat. Su Ming sighed. He just didn't want to kill the innocent. He drew the knife from his back. "Seems like it's better to just kill you all." "Kidding, Batwoman likes you. You're adored by all the lunatics in town. Maybe Jester watches your news reports every day in Arkham." Su Ming sheathed the knife again. Indiscriminate killing wasn't his style. Mentioning Bat heroine, Vico suddenly perked up, eyes sparkling with curiosity. "But why hasn't she come to find me? If I leave an address and phone number, can you pass it on to her? I'd like to do an exclusive interview with her." "Who are you talking about? Bat or Jester?" "Either is fine." Vico displayed a greedy expression, licking her lips like the middle-aged uncles from Su Ming's previous world who told dirty jokes. You are quite the crazy woman too. Is there anyone normal in this city? Su Ming was both amused and exasperated. The carriage was filled with a cheerful atmosphere, leaving only Barbara unsure what expression to make. At the mention of Jester, she felt a pain in her back again. Chapter 41, Chapter 16, Arrival at the Scene. 1555 words. This trip was rather long, because due to the flooding in the underground tunnel, Cindy had to detour through the Northern Ring Line, and by the time they got to the location they previously found, it was already a little past 1 o'clock. Under the pitch-black nightfall, there was water everywhere, blurring the boundary between ground and sky, but Gordon's brown sedan was still visible parked on the roadside not far away, with the tail lights on. Su Ming and Cindy were preparing to get out of the car to check on clues. As for the two journalists, even if they rushed Vico away now, she wouldn't leave. She was still waiting for more big news, and the fight promo, Su Ming promised her. Pete, being Vico's lackey, wasn't considered by Su Ming to have the courage to walk alone through 3 gang territories at midnight. Can I go down? Maybe shoot a documentary about solving crimes. Vico hastily started putting on clothes, looking at Su Ming with eager anticipation. Su Ming didn't mind, perhaps having video footage could be useful. You can, but don't get both Deathstrokes in the same frame, and don't film Barbara. No live broadcasts. If you try any tricks, I'll make your life a living hell. Cindy had no opinion on this either. After all, whoever's doing the thinking among the two Deathstrokes wouldn't make a difference. Rather, she felt somewhat reassured again, like being with her good friend Holly. Barbara did want to go down as well, but it was simply inconvenient for her to move, so she had to stay in the car. The cold chill returned to Su Ming once more. All emotions swiftly left him as he took long strides towards Gordon's car, opened the door and checked. The car smelled of tobacco and coffee, but there was no scent of blood. The cell phone was placed on the dashboard, showing several missed calls from Barbara, confirming it was Gordon's phone. The car keys were still inserted, and the engine was in idle mode, indicating he had only planned to leave the car for a short while when an accident happened. There was still half a tank of gas, the battery was fully charged, and there were no signs of the hood or the trunk being tampered with, ruling out vehicle malfunction. So what was the reason that made him leave his car and fall into the trap of the men in black? Sue, there's a body in the water here. Having gone to check the surveillance cameras, Cindy jumped down from the utility pole, splashing a large wave of water. There indeed was something like a music player connected to the camera, and she retrieved the equipment planning to study this method later. As she walked towards Su Ming, she noticed a blurry white shadow beneath the sewage not far in front of the car. Experience instantly told her it was a corpse. Su Ming understood the corpse was the reason Gordon left his car. As a policeman, only such a situation would ensure on any occasion Gordon would stop to check. This indicated the men in black wanted to capture him alive, not dead, which was a piece of good news. Cindy nudged the body out from the sewage with her foot. The corpse was somewhat deformed from soaking, the impact of rainwater accelerating the decomposition of fat, making the skin appear loose and slack. The pair immediately discovered the cause of death was massive blood loss due to external trauma, and they began conducting an autopsy on site. As an assassin, understanding anatomy is a basic skill. When necessary, they could act as forensic pathologists too. Cindy went to check the internal organs, while Su Ming examined the limbs and head. Dear audience, what we are now seeing is the scene of Director Gordon's disappearance case, and behind me is. From afar, Vico's voice came as she recorded a program for the camera. She indeed didn't intend to get both Deathstrokes in the shot, knowing it was probably a boundary crossing it would immediately turn Deathstroke hostile. The two were unaffected by her, busy executing their task swiftly, with 4 hands employing the same technique. After 30 seconds, both confirmed there were no omissions, and amidst the pouring rain, only this many clues could be gathered. Who goes first? Su Ming smiled and asked, I'd rather not play the game of speaking simultaneously again. I'll go first. Cindy stood up, scanning around, but there was nothing but rain. The deceased's internal organs not only from this knife wound had some signs of bruising, indicating they had been hit before death. Their cardiovascular system is well developed, suggesting they were a manual laborer or an athlete. Nothing was found in the stomach, guessing they had been starving for 2 or 3 days, so I think she was executed in a secret prison somewhere. She was a prisoner. Su-ming nodded and stood up to survey the surroundings as he continued, "My findings match yours. The deceased didn't walk here alone. Her soles are intact, and they wouldn't be if she'd walked barefoot, proof of a body dump. Her knuckles are large, with noticeable wear and calluses on the first 3 fingers of both hands. Her limbs are well-balanced and strong, indicating she was either a martial artist or a swimmer. Defensive injuries on her forearms suggest she fought someone before death, with restraining marks on her wrists and ankles. Someone interrogated her, and then executed her." The two stood silently, pondering for over 10 seconds, with only the sound of rain spreading between them. "There aren't any obvious interrogation wounds," Cindy said, looking at Vico Valley in the distance, who astonishingly continued her cordial performance in front of the camera, as if nothing had happened. "It could be waterboarding, a technique called tickling the officer, using paper to cover the face, and pouring water. It shows signs of suffocation in autopsy." Su-ming immediately thought of it. "Where did you hear about this?" Cindy said she hadn't seen this method of interrogation before. They typically pushed people into toilets, which would result in water-filled lungs resembling a drowning state in autopsy. "Oh, similar punishments were popular in ancient civilizations. You might have the chance to learn about them someday." Actually, he learned this from a TV series while working as a security guard, but it should be a creation unique to the Celestial Dynasty. Cindy sighed and shook her head. "You're probably thinking what I'm thinking now. Things are getting a bit complicated." Su-ming understood too, because an ordinary person absolutely wouldn't reach the physical level of this woman. Those guys have come too. The Shadow Dancer Alliance. Once again, the two simultaneously spoke the same words, but this time, they merely stood quietly looking at the corpse on the ground and said nothing more. An assassin from the Shadow Dancer Alliance had died here. Regardless of who did it, the assassins would definitely avenge her. That's the tradition in that ancient organization. If this was done by the people who kidnapped Gordon, the Shadow Dancer Alliance wouldn't spend time distinguishing. They'd eliminate every living thing as a threat, which put Gordon's life at great risk. "How many hours does it take from Nandabalt to Gotham?" Su-ming asked first, as he needed to know about the time. "You don't know? How long would it take on your side normally?" Cindy was curious, knowing Su-ming's place had things they didn't have here. "Do they make people run faster?" Nandabalt, being the headquarters of the Shadow Warrior Alliance, wasn't actually in the south, but rather in a snowy area, a mysterious place imperceptible by any technological means. Just like Paradise Island, Atlantis, and the mysterious house, it seemed to be cloaked by some power or simply wasn't in the material world. Judging from the Green Arrow series and the Dark Knight trilogy films, it's probably in Iceland or Greenland. About 7 hours. Su-ming speculated based on Gotham's location, estimating around that duration by plane. "Over here, it only takes 4 hours, and you'd find Gotham full of Shadow Dancer assassins." "Seriously? Faster than flying? Could they have some special traveling technique?" "This doesn't seem like something worthy of comparison, does it? We're already on a tight schedule now." Su-ming impatiently interrupted, not understanding why she was so proud. Even the traveling speed of the Assassin Alliance needed comparison. "Those men in black are probably hiding in the buildings on both sides. Let's check for any remaining traces." Cindy conceded. "Sure, I'll go that way." Su-ming turned and walked away. Time was of the essence now, while Cindy shrugged in the rain. She only wanted to showcase her strength. Amazon women display their allure like that, but it seems Sue wasn't impressed. She headed toward the buildings on the other side of the street, kicking open doors and going door to door, as if wanting to vent out her frustration by cutting something. After they left, Vico with Pete went to the body and started taking a lot of pictures. Suddenly she felt she stepped on something, and then she saw the wound on the waist of the body, making a discovery, which brought a smile to her face. Chapter 42, Chapter 17, Reporter Claims the Prize. 1440 words. Su-ming and Cindy took about 5 minutes, then the two of them regrouped in the heavy rain. The night seemed darker than usual today, and the entire street was filled with an unsettling atmosphere. Many civilians, who had been startled awake, hid behind their curtains at home, afraid to turn on the lights to attract attention. They could only peer through the rain-splattered glass with fearful eyes at the two blurred figures downstairs. I have only one bad news, which is that I found ninja footprints on the rooftop. Other shadow dancers were here before us. Cindy looked at the water that had risen above her knees. Gotham's drainage system was running at full capacity, but still couldn't handle such intense rainfall. Su-Ming nodded. He had found nothing either. The inside of the building was as clean as if it had been licked. This was impossible in a low-cost residential area. The men in black must have cleaned up before leaving. Unwilling to give up, he tried to find eyewitnesses, kicking down several doors and threatening residents with weapons. Although some were so scared that they wet themselves, dirtying large sections of their sheets, still, no eyewitnesses were found. This indicated that the men in black acted swiftly, making no sound at all. But on the other hand, it also showed that neither Gordon nor the others had fired, so Gordon should not be injured. He sighed. The only clue left now was the corpse of this assassin. Should they use her as bait to lure the Assassin Alliance for a talk? But that would be too passive. By the time the assassins came to claim the body, they might have already eliminated the men in black, and Gordon could be long gone. Let's go back to the car and bring the body with us. With no other choice, he and Cindy returned to the car, watching the rain turn into a river outside the window. The two remained silent, pondering solutions. Why do you think she dressed like that? There's no gunshot wound on her body, so how was she captured? Cindy had her own ideas, but she still wanted to hear Su-Ming's thoughts. As he said before, their knowledge could complement each other, and more clues were always beneficial. At that moment, they were sitting in the driver's seat, with Cindy leaning against the steering wheel, and Su-Ming resting his hands behind his head in the passenger seat. He shook his head, looking out the window at Vico directing Pete around, one moment capturing the sky, the next filming the pooled water. There are many in Gotham capable of this. Scarecrow's fear toxin is available on the black market, almost up for sale on supermarket shelves. Killer Crocodile, Mudface, those mutants also offer their services if the patrons can afford their fees. But our friends in black acted impulsively. Shadow dancers would never spill secrets, no matter how much they're tortured. It's a wasted effort, and now they've provoked the Shadow Dancer Alliance. Alas, with such economic power, they could have been potential clients of mine. What a pity. Cindy also lamented, feeling she had lost out on $1 million. No matter which faction, they previously appeared as ordinary people, but the Assassin Alliance consisted of countless elite assassins. Many of these assassins started training from a young age, mastering various melee weapons by 4, learning to kill by 5, and from 8 becoming operative for the Alliance, carrying out global assassinations. They had no self-awareness, abandoning their true names. They became weapons of the Alliance. Low-tier assassins didn't need honor, specializing in attacking targets in the darkness as a swarm. Perhaps the power that killed them would soon vanish, but before it evaporated, they had to find a way to rescue Gordon. Barbara now also knew their trail had gone cold. Aside from Gordon currently being safe, he likely had only 3 good hours left, leaving the 3 of them in silence, pondering over clues. The large surrounding area had all its surveillance destroyed by various villains, beyond any traceable starting point. Su-Ming felt like he had returned to the 80s, wondering how the police of that era solved crimes. While they sat thinking, Vico hummed a tune, happily returning with Pete, looking quite pleased with the footage they had captured earlier. Sitting down in the car and shedding her raincoat, she noticed Barbara's worried look. "Why the frown, young lady?" she curiously asked Su-Ming. "Because besides a female corpse, we have no other clues." "Has the TV station called you any keen viewers?" "Hee, despite the high reward, no one dares to lie to you, even the fraudsters are scared, so there hasn't been a single hotline call so far." Vico took out her phone, waving it. The station had indeed called earlier, but only to confirm she was still alive and asked her to tell Deathstroke that the station would cooperate with her requests, pleading not to kill them. No calls, so they won't voluntarily send people to help me look for clues. Looks like the motivation isn't enough. We should go to the TV station and kill a few people to spur some incentive. Cindy expressed some dissatisfaction. Previous missions hadn't been this troublesome. Employers would at least provide a target photo, a name, an activity area, unlike now. Oh, great. We should start by killing one of our news channel directors. She's the worst, always trying to suppress outstanding journalists like me. Vico immediately urged Cindy to drive back to the station for a killing spree. If she could use Deathstroke's hand to kill her, wouldn't her future become much more comfortable? Admittedly, her thoughts teetered on the brink of madness, harboring some form of disregard for life, as if she were merely a spectator in all events. Su Ming removed his helmet, looking at her with a hint of a smile. He suspected Vico must have discovered something, now demanding extra compensation, much like a bounty hunter salivating over rewards. You're asking us to kill people now, did you discover something? Since that's what we promised as a reward to those providing clues. Vico smiled triumphantly, pulling out a pair of glasses from her pocket. The lenses were wet, as if just fished out of the water, and she handed it to Barbara. You can't go back on your word because the one who provided the clue is me. Pointing at her nose, she continued after Barbara confirmed they were Gordon's glasses. Director Gordon dropped his glasses during the kidnapping but managed to leave a clue on them. I coincidentally found them in the water. They were hidden underwater, covered by a body and stones. Without my good luck, I'd never have discovered them. Su Ming took the glasses from Barbara's hand. At first glance they seemed quite ordinary, just like the type preferred by old folks, outdated in style. Perhaps Barbara's terrible fashion sense was learned from Gordon. But he knew it wouldn't be that simple. In the car's light, viewed from a different angle, one could see some crooked scratches on the lens. He scratched words on the lens using a shard. Cindy leaned over to look, immediately commented, "It's a license plate number, likely the vehicle used in his abduction." Typical Gordon, managing this while being kidnapped. Barbara, it's up to you now. You know what to do, right? Returning the glasses to her, she certainly knew what to do, instantly opening her laptop and attempting to hack into the Department of Transportation server, trying to locate footage from other districts, or the vehicle's registration information. But the program's feedback informed her that the server didn't exist. Damn, the city's traffic surveillance server is offline. The storm probably knocked out their power. Barbara tapped her wheelchair armrest, swearing in frustration. She just wanted to save her dad. Why was fate so uncooperative? Su Ming consoled her, signaling that it was all right. Since they had the license plate number, there was still another place sure to have the information they needed. I know a place where everything about Gotham is documented, but whether you can obtain it is up to you. I can do it. Barbara nodded earnestly. Even if it means going to jail, I have to save him. Su Ming merely smiled, glancing at Cindy, who understood where he meant. She was indifferent but pointed to the back of the car. It's best you blindfold them and remove the phone cards. That place can't allow them to remember the route. Chapter 43, Chapter 18, Romans 13:77 words. Yes, that place cannot be known to them, perhaps Barbara can, but definitely not a reporter. Su Ming didn't mind causing some trouble for Batwoman, but the villains knowing her identity is a different concept from all Earthlings knowing. So, if I give another clue, can you not blindfold me? Vico tried to bargain. Su Ming tore the towel into 3 pieces, blindfolding all 3 of them. If you dare to touch it, I'll break your toes. But it's uncomfortable the way you tied it, and even if I wanted to touch it, I'd use my hands. Why break my toes? Vico wriggled in the chair, looking uncomfortable. Because I feel like it. Su Ming answered her with a willful reply. Where's your evidence? You won't even let me see. I'm not saying anything, just kill me then. Vico turned her head, stretching her neck towards Su Ming's hand. I didn't say you couldn't see, just that you'll have to wait until we get there, and the person you want dead will die tomorrow. Su Ming shared his thoughts, pushing her back to sit properly. Cindy was driving wildly, everything in the car seemed to be shaking at a high frequency. Fine, remember what you said, hee hee. Vico laughed, realizing her luck was really good. I already know who the boss of the men in black you're looking for is. This got Cindy interested too. Why did Vico discover it when so many others couldn't? She didn't think the female reporter was smarter than herself. But Su-Ming knew Vico was just that peculiar, even fate seemed to favor her. Finding a clue was one thing, with the lucky halo surrounding her, it wasn't impossible for her to end up resolving a world crisis. That's how it was in the comics, her luck was unbelievably good. If some thug wanted to harass her, a superhero would conveniently pass by. When she wanted to investigate a story, the leads would walk right up to her. If a superior wanted to criticize her, a board member would immediately back her up. Su-Ming decided to bring her along, besides using the TV station to get things done, because of her good luck. Sometimes you indeed need some luck to get things done. She's a good tool person. Just not sure if good luck counts as a superpower. Su-Ming motioned for her to speak. Ahem, I checked the wounds on the body, these are very unique, you've seen them too, so I thought of ritual murder. Vico cleared her throat, and shared her lengthy speech. Cindy shook her head, lit her cigar, and blew a smoke ring, but it was quickly dispersed by the wind. I don't recall Gotham having a Ripper-like person. Come on, I haven't finished yet. Vico smiled with the bottom half of her face exposed from under the towel. She slowly explained. I also don't recall any Ripper showing up in Gotham, so I linked it to ritual murder. If it's not an original method, it could only be from classical tradition. Then I remembered seeing records of it. An ancient punishment. Su-Ming crossed his arms, closed his eyes to think carefully, but still had no clue. Only images of traditional Celestial Dynasty punishments like dismemberment came to mind. Cindy also appeared to have no idea. Her expression showed it. Smoking wasn't helping. Hee hee, I didn't look at the bodies too closely because it was gross, but I estimated the murder weapon at roughly 60 centimeters long and 5 centimeters wide, which matches my theory it's the Abadjaran punishment. I accidentally saw records related to it while reporting a ritual murder case a while back. Vico revealed the answer directly, but the name was unfamiliar. Seeing the others in confusion, a sense of pride bloomed in her heart. Indeed, the efforts to become an excellent news anchor weren't in vain. Her obscure knowledge finally came in handy. She continued to explain. This is an ancient Roman punishment, with the punished tied to a pillar, and the Roman short sword making them repent in blood. If you mention Romans in Gotham, who would you think of? Falcone, the Roman. Su-Ming sighed. If it is him, indeed he would despise Gordon and the bat. Ha, Gordon tricked him, and Batwoman tied him to the bat lamp to roast him. He loathes them. Cindy laughed and interrupted, shaking her head as she recalled what happened 10 years ago. The bat was indeed kind of eerie. There's no need for killing to go beyond burial. Tying someone to a lamp to roast was too much. But if all this is Falcone's doing, it complicates matters since he wasn't a stupid boss, but the Dark Emperor of Gotham from a decade ago. A man of his stature in this world wasn't a fool. He wouldn't do anything meaningless. The Assassin Alliance, a centuries-old organization, would know of the ancient punishment, so the marks on the body were the Roman signature meant for them. It's telling them, I killed your people, come find me. If it were the Roman from a decade ago, he would have the confidence to challenge the Assassin Alliance, as Gotham was entirely under his control back then. But now, what does he have to fight with? Could it be framing? I remember Falcone should be locked up in Blackgate Prison. Barbara wanted to check on the computer, but now she was blindfolded too. Why is Gordon's daughter so naive and cute? Vico teased her and reached out trying to touch her little face, but Barbara dodged. In the second month of Falcone's imprisonment, he was granted medical parole for a sudden illness. Seems like he's back now. Yeah, no one would frame someone who's been silent for 10 years, no less someone everyone's forgotten. Only he himself would bring up past matters. Cindy also agreed, the Romans should be back, given that the current clues lead only to this conclusion. The rain outside grew heavy, and now the car left the loop road, bumping along a muddy path. Shadowed trees flashed past outside in the darkness, and the sound of raindrops hitting leaves echoed all around. Su-Ming noticed broken branches also flashing past his vision, indicating that the wind grew stronger. The torrential rain had turned into a storm. He didn't know the Vane mansion was in such a remote place. Even providing water and electricity would need specific pipelines. Getting there in case of trouble took time, which was inconvenient. If Briss lived next to the police station, wouldn't it be much more convenient? As soon as the bat lamp lit, she would meet Gordon in less than 2 minutes. Watching the plants and darkness outside, he let his mind wander, trying not to think too much about the dark multiverse, a sword hanging over his head, which did not benefit from constantly looking up at it. Vico concluded her clue and fell quiet, though her ears twitched slightly as if trying to memorize the route by hearing. However, a person untrained in special operations couldn't do that, and it was destined to be futile. Luck isn't all-powerful. His thoughts returned to the kidnapping of Gordon. If Falcone intentionally attracted the Assassin Alliance, he must have a plan in place. The assassins are just trained people. If caught in heavy gunfire, they could not survive either. Except for their leader, the undying head of demon Lei Xiaogu. It seemed the Romans gathered a new force to declare war with the Shadow Dancer Alliance, but to Su Ming's knowledge, they had little interaction, not to mention any grudge. The Assassin Alliance would be willing to serve for money. Why did things become this way? What did it have to do with Gordon? If he wanted revenge, he should be hunting Gordon, the Bat and Penguin. Gordon invited him to negotiate, but when he arrived at the place he found Batwoman was present. They ambushed him, and the Bat further humiliated him. The Penguin took advantage to swallow his territory, becoming Gotham's most powerful force then. Falcone ought to make use of the Assassin Alliance instead of angering them. Chapter 44, Chapter 19, Guests of the Batcave 1331 words. The car kept swaying left and right on the muddy road, and the 3 people in the back of the car were constantly bumping into things, occasionally accompanied by the painful cries of the burly Pete. Su Ming had the impulse to tell him, "Stand still like a good boy" male sign. But in the end, he decided to pretend he didn't hear it. He also complained in his heart that Briss was so rich, why not spend some money to fix this road outside her door? Whenever it rains, even the Batmobile would jolt badly, wouldn't it? Cindy seemed quite familiar with this place, turning left and right, darting onto a small path. This small path was covered by various trees, making it impossible to see what lay ahead. Countless branches and vines slapped against the windshield, with some flexible ones slipping inside through the window and striking the two's armor, splashing water inside the car. Su Ming didn't speak, just silently put on his helmet. Since Cindy said this was the place, it wouldn't be wrong. Following the invisible mountain road downwards, they quickly arrived at a small river valley. Due to the storm, the water level in the valley rose dramatically, mixed with a large amount of yellow mud flowing downstream. For an ordinary person, they wouldn't dare to continue in this situation. If the car stalled, everyone would be swept out to sea by the mountain flood to feed the fish. But Cindy had no such worries. She only shifted down 2 gears, driving through the torrent, and after a few minutes, drove the car into a cave. Inside the cave was different from the outside. It was a smooth path. A concrete road led straight into the depths, with long lights illuminating the high ceiling of the cave. Following the road, they soon arrived in front of a steel door. It seems she had already blasted the door last time she was here, as the twisted metal lay charred and curled to one side. Without any politeness, she parked the dirty van next to the shiny Batmobile, turned off the engine, and patted the partition of the rear compartment. "We've arrived, time to get off." Which traveler booked the one-day tour to the mysterious location? Su Ming jumped out of the car, took off his helmet, and finally breathed some dry air here. After stretching his limbs, he immediately moved to the Batmobile. He had been envious of it for a long time in the movies, and now the super toy was right in front of him. Taking off his gloves, he caressed the cold steel machine. The Batmobile maintained by Alfred looked brand new. The glossy black paint, every edge and detail was stunning. The rear of the car featured a massive turbojet engine and Batwing-like tail fins, combined with broad, non-slip tires and a sleek body, exuding a daunting mystery wrapped in elegance, far better than Cindy's previous broken Jeep. Distinct from the one in the movies, due to the parallel world, Briss's Batmobile seemed more like a weapon. "Don't even think about it." I tried to drive it away once, but unfortunately, I couldn't even get the hatch open. Cindy came over. If this Batmobile could lose the tail fin and sport some orange paint, she might like it very much too. It should be controlled by the computer here. Both the Bat and the butler are very good at that stuff. Su-Ming patted the car's window, put on his gloves, and said, "If you really want to, next time you have the best computer genius in your acquaintance." Cindy glanced at the group swaying off the TV van, with Pete still dry heaving from severe motion sickness. "You mean Gordon's daughter?" "Yes, that's right. Although she's a bit late in your world, her talent is undeniable. She's one of the best hackers in the world," affirmed Su-Ming. "How about in your world?" "TSK, you definitely wouldn't want to provoke her from the other world. If you have designs on her, dozens of people like the Bat will come after you in no time," Su-Ming chuckled. "Not to mention the birds of prey were originally Barbara's, even the national team, like the Justice League, would come knocking." Sounds like she's quite valuable. I'll establish a good relationship with her, maybe she can help me out in the future," Cindy mused, looking at Barbara being carried out of the car. "If we have a future, that is. We should still have time. Once in the Batcave, with Barbara, intelligence won't be a problem." The other three only got out of the car at this point, looking around curiously. Despite the dim lighting here, and the only weak illumination, once the camera's lights were turned on, one could clearly see the shiny metal platforms inlaid at different heights around the stone walls. Various instruments and computers were placed all around, with the centerpiece being the Batmobile. "This place is amazing. Quick, start the camera, I want to film a special report." Vico immediately got excited, directing Pete to turn on the camera, while she took out a mirror to touch up her makeup. Although this wasn't his territory, Su-Ming was quite generous. He spread his hands, addressing the group, "Feel free to treat this place like your home. Welcome to the Batcave." "Oh, but Vico, the recording follows the previous rules, understood?" She agreed, though one couldn't tell if she really got it. But seeing Pete nodding frantically in fear, it should be fine, as he was the one handling the camera. "What should I do?" Barbara was somewhat confused. She didn't know the location Su-Ming mentioned was Batwoman's secret base. Did they know each other? Could clues about her father's disappearance be found here? "Oh, come with me. There's a server here. If you can crack its security firewall, you can access all of Gotham's information." Cindy immediately took her to a row of computers, where a giant monitor like a wall was surrounded by many small screens. The console was full of hundreds of buttons, not a single one labeled, all looking identical. That was why Cindy couldn't get started before. Barbara examined the massive host quickly, finding an external port to connect her laptop and starting the cracking program. "How's it going? How does it look?" Cindy asked her. "I don't know yet. So far, so good. Batwoman's external firewall is excellent, but her defenses against physical connections have vulnerabilities," Barbara replied quickly, tapping away at the keyboard. She silently apologized to Batwoman in her heart, but she didn't feel guilty. This was for her dad. Su-Ming nodded, giving her space to work without joining the commotion at the host, instead exploring the Batcave. It was his first time in person, so naturally, he wanted to see the differences between the parallel world and the comics. An empty cylindrical glass case, with a black mannequin, presumably where Batwoman kept her suit. It seemed she took it, but the mannequin's bust was too big, disproportionate, a bad review. A winding spiral staircase leading upward, if he was correct, connected to the study at Vane Mansion. To come down from above, one had to play the piano in the study. An operating table, where Butler Hero often operated or stitched up the Bat's wounds. Alfred really was multi-talented. A massive dinosaur model, looking like a toy, but in the comics, it was actually a part of Batcave's security system, a mechanical Tyrannosaurus. Although it wouldn't kill, its program would severely injure any intruders. Something seemed off. Su-Ming slightly turned his head to call behind him, "Have you dealt with the dinosaur here?" Cindy was busy observing Barbara, chatting with her, trying to get closer and improve their relationship. Hearing Su Ming, she casually asked back, "What dinosaur?" Chapter 45, Chapter 20, Security Dinosaur 1284 words. Actually, she didn't need to answer, Su Ming already knew. Because right before his eyes, the massive mechanical dinosaur began to move slowly, an even deeper and larger black shadow gradually enveloping him. This mechanical dinosaur was activated when Barbara connected to the host's port. Briss didn't choose any network firewall program, knowing that once enemies had entered the cave to crack the system, no matter how secure the firewall was, there was always a chance it could be breached. So she used a physical firewall. After the mechanical dinosaur broke everyone's bones, who could still crack the system? Cindy, you're definitely going to want to see this. Now what? Men are such a hassle. Cindy carelessly turned her head and was startled. Damn, Sue, what did you do? I didn't do anything. You should ask yourself what you forgot to do. This is the security measure in the Bat Cave. Su Ming rolled away to dodge the dinosaur's large mouth. Although it wasn't a killing weapon with a mouth full of sharp teeth, getting caught between two massive steel plates would definitely result in serious injury. What is this? Aren't bats supposed to be a bat's toys? Cindy was also a bit puzzled. Last time she thought it was a decoration. Apparently, she must have been torn between making Batman or Dinosaur Hero for a long time back then. Su Ming made a joke, then hooked his foot around the railing behind him, turned, and did a full-body backbend to avoid the dinosaur's tail swipe. The tail passed just a few centimeters in front of him, and he could hear the whooshing wind. It was a powerful swipe, tearing through the iron railing, sending it spinning away. Even though Su Ming's body and armor were in good condition now, he couldn't take too much of this type of blunt force damage. Internal organs would be severely damaged, self-healing ability works better on open wounds, so dodging was the reasonable choice. Fortunately, this thing wasn't actually fast, and its massive size meant it must have weaknesses. Can you handle it? Cindy didn't have any immediate solutions either. This dinosaur seemed fixated on Su Ming, chasing him around the cave, smashing quite a few tables, chairs, and jars in the process. Su Ming led it towards the direction of the passage they came from. Should be no problem. Su Ming slipped between the dinosaur's legs, tentatively firing a shot beneath its groin, but aside from a shower of dense sparks, there was no effect. You protect Barbara and the computer host. Cindy nodded, pulling out a long staff so that if any debris flew towards them, she could knock it away in the air. Vico's eyes brightened. She thought a battle between Deathstroke and a mechanical dinosaur was a great subject, immediately directing Pete to start filming Su Ming. With the dinosaur wreaking havoc in this place, to ensure the cave wouldn't collapse and the Batwoman's mainframe wouldn't be damaged, Su Ming couldn't use C4 or electromagnetic pulse devices, which bothered him. Batwoman was forcing the invader to destroy both the Bat Cave and the dinosaur, ensuring her data's safety. Vico, still guiding from the side, kept saying things like, stab its eyes, kick its jaw, yank its tail. Su Ming acted as if he couldn't hear. At this moment, he was gradually figuring out the dinosaur's patterns. This kind of thing requires enormous energy to operate, but it's obvious it's not steam, or an internal combustion engine, nor is it a magic creation. So it's either battery or nuclear-powered. Nuclear power is too far-fetched, not even Briss could outfit that. Her beloved Batmobile doesn't have nuclear power, so some kind of battery is the only explanation. Using a battery, plus it can identify enemies and operate independently, showing it has an independent processor and program, it can only be inside its body. Which means, this thing is actually hollow, like a knight from the Middle Ages. The sturdy shell doesn't mean it has enough resistance to blunt force. Its attack methods currently seem to be threefold: trample, bite, and tail swipe, with no long range or energy usage. We can try this. After some thought, facing the mechanical dinosaur before him, Su Ming immediately listed down plans and started executing them. Every bit of analysis was actually completed in a fraction of a second. He quickened his pace to run a few steps, going from stationary to wind blaring by his ears in an instant. Just as the dinosaur's big mouth lunged to bite, He slid beneath it, sliding under its belly and mounting its tail. Using the force from its tail swinging, he timed it right, letting go of his hands, just like being tossed by an elephant's trunk, landing on the dinosaur's head. The violent impact made him feel momentarily stifled. The dinosaur is equipped with full-body sensors. Even if its eyes can't see, it can sense pressure to feel someone was on its head. But here lay Su Ming's crucial calculation, because Briss's model was a Tyrannosaurus, its forelimbs were extremely short, unable to reach its head, disabling 2 of its 3 attack methods, leaving it with only one option. Its massive tail immediately lifted up, whipping down toward him. And this was exactly what Su Ming needed. He immediately dropped and rolled sideways, grabbing onto the dinosaur's eye socket frame, dangling himself in midair, evading the strike. The dinosaur's steel tail slammed into its own head. Duong. A huge sound echoed through the cave. Su Ming almost let go to cover his ears. It was like an enormous gong had exploded beside him, making his vision blur for a moment, but his combat instincts quickly brought him back. The collision of 2 massive steel entities wouldn't do much to the monster, but on its head, due to the heavy hit, the dinosaur's dark green outer shell cracked open, revealing a long stretch of deformed metal inside, like a small water channel in a field. He lured the dinosaur into doing this to its own head a few times, all striking the same spot. After all, a program is a program. Once its action logic is understood, it can be exploited endlessly. After repeated loud noises, the metal on the dinosaur's head deformed, creating a small gap. Su Ming had been waiting for this moment. He drew the samurai sword from his back and stabbed it in, regardless of what was inside, stirring it up violently. Sparks spewed out of the gap like fireworks, splashing onto his mask, marking some black lines on the yellow parts. The more sophisticated the device, the more likely it is to collapse from a single gear. It was the case in the Steam Age, let alone the Information Age. There's no need to destroy its CPU or hard drive, simply breaking a few circuits would suffice. Like a computer, opening the case and tugging on a few wires is sure to have an effect. However, this big dinosaur is unsurprisingly Briss's toy. Even after Su Ming vigorously disrupted it, the dinosaur didn't immediately stop. To be safe, he quickly pulled the shotgun from his back and stuffed it into the gap, emptying all the shells inside. The dinosaur stopped moving, starting to topple over gradually. Su Ming stood up straight, standing atop its head, and ensured a safe landing on the ground. A cloud of dust rose, then fell, gradually revealing the shiny silver armor and the mechanical dinosaur beneath his feet. Bending down to wrench out his shotgun from the gap, he calmly began reloading, as if he had just swatted a mosquito, nothing worth mentioning. Chapter 46, Chapter 21, Decryption complete. 1191 words. Clap clap clap. Vico clapped her hands beside him, her delicate face almost as red as her hair, chest heaving with excitement. Bravo, Mr. Deathstroke, you're the strongest warrior I've ever seen. Su Ming slung the shotgun back over his shoulder. Dealing with this dinosaur hadn't been too strenuous, and with the help of his self-healing ability, any pain from previous impacts had already vanished. Even if you call for an encore, I won't come back for a curtain call. Hurry up with your show, and once we get the intel, we leave. He couldn't tangle with this woman, otherwise, she'd have an endless stream of questions and demands. Su Ming only wanted to use her good luck to achieve his goals, but didn't want to get too entangled with her. Oh okay, but can I take a piece of the dinosaur as a keepsake? Vico dawdled, voicing her thought. Su Ming turned and walked towards Barbara and the others. With Oracle's level, the decryption should be almost done. Suit yourself, but if you think getting to the Bat Cave will help you find out Batwoman's identity from material suppliers, save your energy. She's not that stupid. Vico stomped her foot. She didn't know why her thoughts were always seen through, but as a reporter, what did face mean? She was wearing high heels and a tight short skirt, tottering quickly to the debris of the mechanical dinosaur, pulling out a giant eyeball, and then reached into a gap in the head to yank out a piece of wire still attached to hardware. Su Ming couldn't be bothered with her. Vico's curiosity surpassed everything else, reaching a pathological level, yet she knew well where others' boundaries were. She was also clever, having likely realized that neither of them intended to kill her. He came up behind Barbara's wheelchair, watching the lines of characters jump on the large screen, its glow lighting up the trio's faces, yet he didn't understand how much progress had been made. The dinosaurs dealt with, how about you guys? Almost. Barbara replied without turning around, typing rapidly on the keyboard and console, inputting something, open sesame. A brand new scene appeared on the screen, an overhead view of Gotham. Miller's spatial computing ability made him immediately realize that this perspective should be from the dripping stone beast on top of Vane Mansion, where cameras had been installed. Apart from that, the Bat's database was always linked to the major departments, with synchronized copies of their data also stored here. She's monitoring the entire city. Barbara muttered. The scenes in front of her were overwhelming, and as she familiarized herself with the system operation, she noticed Bat cameras spread throughout the city. She understood Batwoman's motives but couldn't comprehend the necessity of her actions. Given the density of these hidden cameras, nothing on Gotham City's surface was a secret to her. From luxurious high-end restaurant boxes to broken bridge holes where the homeless lived, her surveillance was everywhere, treating everyone as a potential criminal, with even several cameras aimed directly at Gordon's home. Su Ming patted her head, bringing her back to reality. Welcome to the Dark Knight's inner world. Yes, she's exactly what you think. It's too crazy, I don't know. Is she really doing good? She's invading everyone's privacy, regardless of whether they are criminals. Barbara frowned, finding it difficult to accept, having always believed Batwoman shared her benevolence towards the world. But thinking about it, it makes sense because the Bat never appears during the day. That's because her heart harbors only darkness. To the Bat, Gotham City's populace falls into already a criminal, and not a criminal yet. She trusts no one. Cindy sneered coldly from the side. She didn't like the Bat's style. Strictly speaking, despite killing all over, at least she believed in contracts, deeming herself more suitable for society. Not even my father. He's always supported her. Barbara found it difficult to accept, clutching her wheelchair's armrest tightly, her gaze disoriented. Not even your father. Su Ming sighed. The Batwoman of the dark multiverse was darker than the Batman of the main world. He comforted. Your father, to Batwoman, is only unlikely to become a criminal, posing a low threat. Even though she considers Gordon a friend, her definition of friend is different from most people's. Batwoman will always keep a card up her sleeve, just in case. Barbara was in a daze. She didn't know what she was thinking, but to her, compared to Batwoman, Deathstroke was a world-renowned villain, synonymous with bloodshed. No, that's just your speculation. Perhaps, but I've heard something, maybe you'd like to hear it too. Cindy, who had heard Su Ming talk about Barbara's uniqueness and witnessed the power of the network, knew she couldn't let her fall to the Bat's side, so she interjected immediately. Barbara looked at her, her gaze filled with inquiry. From much on this computer, she'd already glimpsed the kind of person Batwoman was, but she was unwilling to believe it. Cindy clutched her helmet, sitting on a control station on the side. It's about the time you had your accident. Gordon and Batwoman caught the jester. Gordon raised his gun at the jester, but the Bat blocked the barrel with her own body. What does that prove? Bat heroine and the jester have something going on. Barbara, irritated and anxious, trembled like a rabbit at the mention of the jester's name. If it were me or Sue there, we wouldn't have blocked it. Cindy pressed on Barbara's wheelchair arm, drawing her closer, staring into her blue eyes where fear slowly morphed into her own reflection. That's because you don't care about the law. Barbara turned her head away from Cindy, her slender fingers leaving the keyboard to embrace her chest as if coldness enveloped her. That's because I know Gordon wouldn't shoot. Cindy pinched her face, turning her head to face reality. Both the Bat and I have memorized Director Gordon's profile. We have his complete psychological analysis. We know what kind of person he is. Emotions won't make him lose control. Gordon will do what a cop should do. But the Bat? Do you think her blocking the barrel was a sign of trust in Gordon? Barbara was left speechless. Though she wasn't aware of the specific circumstances at the time, upon waking up in the hospital, Gordon was dejected, merely telling her he was a cop first and her father second. He cried as he apologized to her. Barbara didn't understand then, merely assuming Gordon was upset about her legs. So learning the truth today, Barbara finally realized that his decision to spare the jester was his own, never linked to the bat. Gordon's despondency stemmed not only from her but also from realizing Batwoman never trusted anyone. He'd been a cop in Gotham for over 30 years, working with Batwoman for over a decade, yet she still wouldn't trust him, even though he believed he kept her secrets. In reality, it was only what she allowed him to know. Batwoman always has her own plans. Chapter 47, Chapter 22, Indian Mountain. 1392 words in the vast Batcave, only Vico's shouting voice remained. She continued her performance in front of the camera, and had already decided to treat today's date as her future lucky number. Not only did she survive Deathstroke, but she also witnessed many dark secrets she hadn't imagined before. The major news she obtained today was worth a year's worth of reporting, leaving her in a very cheerful mood, and further solidifying her resolve to pursue a career in journalism. Unfortunately, Barbara was not as happy. She originally thought Batwoman was the city's hero, but it turned out to be like this instead. Batwoman had a dark heart, not trusting anyone. Just hearing about her life gives an idea of it. Seeing this machine, and the surveillance on everyone in the city gave Barbara an empty feeling, as if her idol had crumbled. Su Ming saw that she seemed completely lost in thought, and the others were still waiting for her result, so he waved his hand in front of her. I say, if you're going to mourn your girlish sentiments, find a better time. Isn't now the moment to check that license plate? Gordon is still waiting for rescue. Just a moment. Barbara snapped back to reality, and began to input the license plate that was engraved on Gordon's glasses. Yes, whatever about the bat. She's just another person in a tight suit, and yet I thought of her as the city's hope. How naive. Whether or not the bat's peeping habit is normal, her search program is undeniably effective. Almost immediately, the registration information of the car appeared on the big screen. The owner of the car was irrelevant, the name was likely a pseudonym. What was important was its activity today. If there wasn't any for today, then past traces can be used, such as where it stopped, where it refueled, and areas it frequently appeared. With this information, the system can mark a small enough area for them to search, and a professional mercenary could definitely find some clues. No one can escape so many hidden cameras. Wherever people go, they inevitably leave traces. Barbara called up all the video recordings, conducting queries and cross-references. The large screen was divided into countless smaller screens, starting to play wildly. The program would sift out all useful information using digital recognition technology. The worst-case scenario that Su Ming envisioned did not occur, because today, the movements of that car were quickly summarized by the system, marking its final destination on the map. No, not here. Seeing the red dot flashing relentlessly on the map, Su Ming shook his head helplessly. In such a big Gotham, with so many places to hide, why did it have to be the one place he least wanted? Is there something wrong with this place? Barbara pulled up data on this area. The name shown was Indian Mountain, located near the eastern river docks in Gotham, at a scrapyard. Long before Gotham City was built, this was an Indian reservation, hence the name, but with continuous urbanization, the Indians eventually succumbed to the power of capital. They sold the hill where their ancestors' remains were buried, for a long string of numbers on a check, then left Gotham, reportedly to open a casino in Las Vegas, becoming wealthy tycoons. But no one remembers who bought it or what they originally intended to do with it, only that long ago, probably since the invention of the automobile, it became Gotham's spot for scrapping vehicles. Before old cars were crushed into small metal blocks and sent to steel plants for reuse, they would be stacked like bricks one by one, forming small mountains there. The current Indian Mountain is more like Wandering Mountain. Countless homeless people like to set up nests inside the discarded cars, enduring the cold nights, maybe starting a fire to warm the leftovers they found in the trash bins. At least it's a place any gang wouldn't care for, absolutely lacking in profit, with land as barren as its people, unable to grow anything. Even thieves and robbers who act in the night wouldn't go there, knowing it's a futile effort. What could you possibly gain from scavengers and the homeless? Fleas and bedbugs. Barbara couldn't understand why Su Ming seemed so reluctant after seeing Indian Mountain. He and Cindy had previously spoken about Arkham and Blackgate Prison with ease, joking as if entering and exiting those places was no great effort. But however one looks at it, a scrapyard shouldn't be comparable to the other two places, right? Cindy also didn't understand. Could it be that Sue's cleanliness has become pathological, feeling itchy all over upon hearing about wanderers? Probably not, otherwise, he'd scream just breathing Gotham's air. Su Ming looked at the two of them, fiddling with the armor plate on his elbow, pondering how to speak up. He wasn't a local. He knew well what lay beneath the cover of the scrapyard at Indian Mountain. In the DC main world, it was a secret research center the United States established after World War II, studying biological weapons. By the typical course of the dark multiverse, things would only get worse, so the Indian Mountain here should be that kind of place too. Any biochemical projects you could think of could be found there, except the owner has changed from the United States government to the Amazon Council. Modified people, mutants, genetic monsters, deadly viruses, doomsday weapons. He and Cindy should be fine, but the 800 million people in the city are at risk. If Gotham were destroyed, no matter who was responsible, Briss of Earth-11 would become a supervillain. If Atlantis submerged Gotham, she would become drowned. If Gotham were destroyed by Amazon's research into biological weapons, she might become something like poisoned. If Gotham was gone for other reasons, she might become burnt or fall in destruction or such. No matter what name she takes after turning dark, as long as she falls into darkness, Barbados's conspiracy would succeed, adding another member to his Dark Knight order. Meanwhile, Falcone had prepared a grand gift for the Assassin Alliance there, attracting them to come. If Su Ming and the others went in before the ninjas, they would undoubtedly take the hit, but if they were too late, Gordon might be in danger, leaving him somewhat undecided. His mind ran wildly, making calculations and guesses. The two women exchanged a puzzled look as they watched him staring blankly at the big screen, but they knew Su Ming wouldn't deem something troublesome without a reason, so they waited quietly for an explanation. Su Ming finally sighed and told them what he could, just saying that in his original world, it was an underground biochemical research facility where some not-so-good things had once escaped. What do you mean by not-so-good things? Cindy also got serious, asking further. Any experiment associated with the military usually involved weapons, like Deathstroke himself. In your world, magic is also used in military affairs, so combining technology and magic, I don't know what might be inside. Maybe it's zombies that can use magic. Or magically enhanced Black Death virus. Upon hearing this, not only Barbara, but even Cindy paused in surprise. They originally thought Jester was the world's craziest person, but it turned out politicians and generals are the craziest. The 800 million residents of Gotham City had been living unknowingly atop a giant toxic vat for decades. This is a bit tricky. Cindy also pondered Su Ming's earlier dilemma, inadvertently baring her teeth a little, taking a swig from her bottle. There is one good piece of news, though. Su Ming also pulled out his own bottle, bit open the cap, and seeing Barbara staring at him, frowned. You can't drink, you're underage. Barbara stared at him with a, "Are you kidding me?" expression. I'm waiting for your good news, not trying to drink your wine. I know, just a joke. Su Ming tilted his head back, downing half the bottle without feeling anything special, his mind still incredibly clear. The good news is, it stopped operating in the 90s. If there were containment breaches, Falcone would be the first to face them, and as of now, he seems to be alive. Chapter 48, Chapter 23, A Gathering of Powerhouses 1390 words. But that's just at the moment, we still don't know what Falcone has prepared for the Shadow Dancer Alliance. It could be a biobomb that takes all of Gotham as collateral damage. Cindy raised the bottle to clink with him and sighed. If he's arresting Gordon for Batman, it's likely he plans to wipe out himself and everyone else along with it. 10 years ago, Gotham was his city. 10 years later, Gotham has become a city of lunatics. Falcone has every reason to go crazy. The mafia city he painstakingly managed for decades is gone. He's already old, he doesn't have those decades to rebuild the Dark Order, so taking his city with him before he dies perfectly fits a lunatic's logic. As for why drag the Assassin Alliance into this? That's because Lei Xiaogu sees Gotham as the source of sin, and the Assassin Alliance has always wanted to destroy Gotham, only blocked by the Bat. Now with the Bat not around, Falcone and Lei Xiaogu both have their opportunity, but there's only one Gotham, who gets to destroy it. Even though the goal is the same, their philosophies are completely different. One is a mafia emperor, the other a ninja master, fundamentally not on the same path. The conflict between the two is thus inevitable. Of course, there's no evidence supporting this speculation at present, and Cindy hasn't spoken these thoughts aloud, they remain as backup options in her mind. We can't go in before the ninjas, so the only way is to stake out nearby. Once the ninjas go in, we follow, so we can react no matter the situation. Su Ming also clinked glasses with her with a bitter smile. This is a non-planned plan. Hopefully, Talia is the one bringing the shadow dancer, she's the only one with some sanity, otherwise, even if we handle Falcone, we'll have to fight the shadow dancer. Cindy gulped down a few mouthfuls, the golden liquid flowing down her snowy white neck. She wiped her mouth with satisfaction, tossed the bottle aside, and spoke her concerns. Su Ming also shared similar thoughts. If the ninjas receive orders to eliminate all living things, they would wipe out the Indian mountain wanderers, not to mention Gordon. But who can predict the future? We can only take one step at a time. Even if Talia does come, persuading her to change her mind will inevitably require a fight first. Proving one's honor and determination through a duel with the leader is paramount for the Assassin Alliance. Only then might she respect your will and consider changing her orders, otherwise endless assassinations will follow. If facing that many assassins, it's best to have someone specifically protecting the computer expert. It'd be great to have a few reliable helpers. Any mercenary friends you have in Gotham? Su Ming asked her. What friends do mercenaries have? It's all business. Cindy sneered disdainfully. She couldn't think of any familiar faces here to cooperate with in peace. Just as she could stab others in the back for money, others could too. Su Ming looked at her helplessly. This woman. Offending all your business partners, no wonder your business keeps shrinking. Don't you know how to let out a long line to catch big fish? Depends on the fish, even if they're caught, they're octopuses, and I don't like octopus. Cindy appeared indifferently. Past matters aside, what could she do? Forget it. By the way, there's a mercenary rookie in Gotham, codenamed Silence, have you heard of her? Su Ming gave up arguing with her. Everyone had their own thoughts. Perhaps Cindy preferred doing business her way. He liked living freely, so he wouldn't interfere with her. Instead, Su Ming recalled a newcomer from the comics, a black woman codenamed Silence, an assault expert, master of firearms, specializing in blasting. The key was she, like Deathstroke, was very contract-oriented. As long as the pay was right, she wouldn't abandon the task. Cindy thought for a moment, shook her head. Either the person you mentioned doesn't exist, or she's too nameless. I don't know how you mixed on your side, but here on Earth, when mentioning mercenaries, people first think of me. Right, Barbara. Barbara sat in her wheelchair, hearing Cindy and Su Ming's conversation puzzled her. What are your side and our side? What this Earth? Suddenly hearing Cindy talking to her, Barbara was a bit dazed, but Cindy naturally took her silence as agreement, proudly puffing out her chest to Su Ming. Lady Shiva. Su Ming didn't mind her behavior, just turned aside and mentioned the name. This made Cindy a bit deflated. Shiva is acknowledged as the world's strongest assassin. She originally wasn't called Shiva, it's the name of a Hindu goddess. She was so strong that people used godlike abilities to describe her fighting techniques. Su Ming had read DC's official TRPG rule book. Batman and Copper Tiger's fighting ability is 14, Deathstroke is 15, and Shiva is 16 points. 16 points in the rule book means cosmic level superpower. No one else could train fighting techniques to a cosmic level. Although TRPG is just a game, it reflects something from the side. She's an assassin, we're killers, it's different. Cindy found an excuse but turned away sheepishly. Actually, she had a point, since Deathstroke's assassinations often made a big spectacle, waving blades or directly sweeping with machine guns, using various modern weapons. Lady Shiva, however, preferred barehanded. She killed with a slap or a finger in silence. In this world's shadows, there are people as strong or stronger than Shiva, like Aikido Grandmaster Sayar, Shiva's teacher Master Diyu, 12 Brothers in Silk's father Master Huang, and the Japanese old man codenamed Sensei, maybe others I don't know. Su Ming sighed. The comic world was too deep. His current strength was probably similar to Deathstroke's but didn't provide much reliance. These people were just martial arts grandmasters, superpower users weren't even counted. He must find his own way to get stronger, mere fighting techniques and firearms were far from enough. Cindy shared the same sentiments. Aside from Master Diyu, she hadn't even heard of the others. She now hoped these people didn't exist in their world. However, in reality, these people were all supervillains, inevitably existing in the dark multiverse. Alright, it's just talk. These people mostly mix around Asia. Be careful when you go there, we have serious matters to handle. Su Ming freed himself from this silence. He just clarified his future goals. Maybe he wasn't their match now, but later it would certainly be different. Strong opponents only gave him more power, instead of discouraging him. Indeed, we have a little time before the Shadow Dancer Alliance arrives. We should absorb some energy and prepare for the upcoming battle. Cindy agreed with him too, sprouting a desire to get stronger. Previously, only Lady Shiva was apparent, now there's a bunch of fighting powerhouses secretly. How could she bear it as someone unwilling to admit defeat? She already decided if she survives, she'll find a quiet place to hone her fighting skills. Even though using guns, she could still find work. Falling short of finding helpers, it's better to eat first, it's going to be a long night. Cindy left up the stairs, likely to raid Vane Mansion inside, while Su Ming looked at the dazed Barbara, whispered to her, "Use this system to help me locate Briss Vane, and her butler Alfred." Barbara immediately became alert. A mercenary finding Gotham's most famous billionaire, it wasn't a good sign. "What are you up to?" "Nothing, just planning to develop a new client. You heard earlier, Cindy's business isn't doing well lately." "You're definitely planning something bad. I won't help you." As she spoke, the girl wheeled away, squeaking softly. Su Ming laughed. Indeed, Gordon's daughter, even the stubborn attitude was the same. Though she wheeled away, the system was still running, her laptop still connected. "Just like Gordon, if I don't see it, it doesn't exist." Now she had some understanding of dark affairs. Briss was too wealthy. Without pay, mercenaries wouldn't harm a super-rich. Su Ming watched her back. Maybe in seeing the darkness, she would gradually get used to the powers within and fully mature. Chapter 49, Chapter 24, Misunderstanding 1735 words. Su Ming picked up the little girl's laptop, quickly entered a name, and found nothing. He then tried the console, switched to appearance search, but still no answer. Sure enough, the Bat's surveillance excluded itself. Su Ming had anticipated this. He used Batwoman's system to search for her real identity, just as a shot in the dark, hoping to hit something by chance. This was simply eliminating a possibility. He sat to the side, waved to signal Barbara to come back for dinner, and then took out his cigar. Barbara studied his expression as she slowly returned to the table. She didn't ask about Su Ming's search results and said nothing, as if the previous events hadn't happened. She changed the topic. "Do you really think that place, Indian Mountain, is so terrifying?" "If my memory serves me right, indeed, as soon as you push open the door to the underground lab, there are deformed monsters everywhere." Su Ming described the scenes he had seen in the series, Gotham, but I must correct one thing, Deathstroke is never afraid nor gives up on his mission. "Then what is your mission?" "I don't think anyone would pay to have you save me and my dad. We don't have that much money." Barbara asked again. She clearly understood her family's financial situation. After all, she was the one managing the household before her paralysis. Every month's income, expenses on food and daily supplies, every penny was meticulously recorded in her little notebook. Previously, Deathstroke revealed on TV that his base price for killing someone was $2 million, not to mention that saving someone is far more complicated than killing. This amount of money was something she couldn't possibly afford. Su-ming glanced at her. Her change was almost visible to the naked eye. In such a short time, she accepted all previous events and could think normally. Originally, she seemed like a girl from the countryside, but now she could face mercenaries calmly. So people do have inherent differences in aptitude. We can't tell you our mission, ask your dad after everything is over. Su-ming tapped the ash off his cigar onto the table. The beautiful metal tabletop of Batwoman's was scorched with a yellow stain, a bright spot on the shiny surface. But it would probably be Ah Fu who would be troubled. Su-ming had some respect for the old butler and decided not to flick ash onto the table anymore, onto the floor instead. He casually brushed off the girl because some things she couldn't accept for now. If this were the main world's oracle, perhaps Su-ming might share and get her advice, but for now, he should find Director Gordon and see what he knows. Barbara listened to Su-ming, lowered her head as if she understood something. She liked to stroke her sweater sleeve when thinking. It had been rubbed into a fur ball. Vico also finished her work at this time. Panting heavily, she brought Pete to the table, seemingly exhausted, slumping onto the cool metal surface. Su-ming slid the remaining half bottle of liquor on the table to her, and she took a swig without hesitation. I have something to tell you. We've discovered the enemy's lair, and the next step is to rescue Director Gordon. Isn't this a good thing? Vico pulled the bottle from her mouth with a pop, her beautiful face filled with confusion. Is it necessary to be so serious? Could it be that they intend to go back on their word and not allow filming for the news? However, the enemy's base is unexpectedly a trap. If you continue to follow, you'll face significant danger, life-threatening danger. Su-ming spoke while noticing Pete's face was turning pale, as if he was on the brink of collapse. Vico's eyes darted. This woman didn't know what giving up meant. She pointed at Barbara beside them. Then, is the little girl going with you? Without her, Director Gordon won't believe us, so Barbara must come with us. We'll also protect her, but it's different for you. Cindy and I are only two people, we can't spare ourselves to protect you. Su-ming nodded, admitting frankly. Vico almost immediately, like a little chicken pecking at rice, nodded her gold-red head non-stop. She didn't care about life, what she wanted was the news. We'll follow you. After all, how can warriors as strong as you not have a journalist to record your valor? Deathstroke, as a man working as a mercenary, what are your thoughts on the recent rise of the men's rights movement? If it weren't for his empty right eye socket without a prosthetic eye, Su-ming would definitely pop it out and throw it at her, letting her see what a white eye looks like. This woman is truly out of her mind. What does the men's rights movement have to do with him? You'd better ask your partner. He seems like he's about to wet himself, and your shoes will have the answer. He pointed with his chin at Pete beside her. This strongman was now slumped like a pile of mud. If you've decided to go, I can tell you this is a biohazard situation. You better prepare hazmat suits and antitoxic masks. Vico immediately stood up and kicked Pete beside him, urging him to quickly check if there were hazmat suits in the Bat Cave. I've been waiting for a biohazard outbreak for a long time, and finally it has come. Praise Celestial Empress Hera. All right, if you find any, get one for Barbara too, Vico, help her change into it. Su-ming couldn't be bothered to manage her, knowing she wouldn't die no matter what mess she got into, so he let her be. Do you two not need one? Vico readily agreed and asked if he and Cindy needed one. No need, our helmets have chemical protection functions, and our physical fitness far surpasses ordinary people. We'll have time to retreat if we sense anything amiss. Hearing Su-ming's words, she immediately took out a small notebook and jotted it down, Deathstroke possibly a modified person. Then she gave an okay gesture and turned to run off. Do you like red-haired women? Barbara suddenly chimed in beside him, almost choking Su-ming. No, why ask that? Because it seems like you are very laissez-faire towards Miss Wally. Barbara looked at him with inquisitive eyes, with an indescribable meaning. I'm also very laissez-faire with you, even though you're also a redhead, but that doesn't mean anything. Su-ming patted her head, suggesting she not overthink and instead charge the laptop while they had the chance. If I hadn't wanted you to reunite with your father right away, I could have just left you here to provide us with intelligence support. But didn't you just say bringing me along was to earn my father's trust? Barbara frowned. She initially thought she was valuable. In her superficial understanding, people in the shadows always liked to judge others by their value. That was a lie to Vico. Even without you, do you think Director Gordon would have any other choice with the four of Cindy and I putting knives to his throat? Anyway, afterwards he'll thank us. Su Ming exhaled a puff of smoke, watching it swirl in the cave under the breeze, morphing into a skeleton, then a bat. In truth, that was also a lie because in the TV series, that underground research facility had countless electronic devices and security doors. Without Barbara the Oracle, he and Cindy would probably be at a loss. Barbara's little face turned red as she somewhat misunderstood Su Ming's intentions, the imagination of a young girl leading her thoughts elsewhere.
Could it be, he likes someone like me? But, I'm a cop's daughter, what do I do? Yet, he's actually quite dependable. But my legs. At her age, it's easy for thoughts to wander to that, especially with her and Su Ming's seemingly forbidden identities, making her heart race even more.
Now he appeared precisely at Barbara's most helpless moment, though at first he brought her only fear. Gradually, that fear evolved into a strange heart-pounding feeling. This is what's described in psychology as the suspension bridge effect, where people in dangerous environments naturally develop a fondness for the opposite sex they're with. It is an instinct genetically inherited for the preservation of human progeny. In ancient times, humans needed this instinct embedded in their DNA for lineage survival in adversity. It might also just be a form of compliance psychology. A well-known phenomenon of compliance psychology is Stockholm Syndrome, where in the infamous Cellar case, the women kept captive for long ended up assisting their captor, also due to this type of psychology. When a strong person holds absolute control over the life and freedom of the weak, any small acts of kindness are magnified infinitely in the weak's eyes, eventually leading them to admire and blindly obey the strong. This phenomenon has led psychologists to propose a famous hypothesis that humans can be domesticated, just like cats and dogs. In truth, Su Ming had no such intentions. His mind was entirely focused on survival. Just as Barbara was lost in fanciful thoughts and Su Ming puffed away contemplating his plan, Cindy returned, descending the spiral staircase with a giant roast turkey in one hand and a pot in the other. I found this ready-made above, but there doesn't seem to be any turkey-eating festival around this time, right? I don't get it. There's also some potatoes and onions and such. I've tossed them into the pot to boil. Let's make do. The three gathered around the metal table, beginning a uniquely styled dinner. Cindy was mildly curious about what Vico and Pete were rummaging not far off, but she couldn't be bothered, knowing Su Ming would handle it. Previous tasks were never this laid back. Her mind was already contemplating the means to keep Su Ming to form a team, after getting through this global crisis. Su Ming was right, without friends, business only narrows with time. For her own future freewheeling life, it was time to look for a partner. Who would be the ideal candidate? Naturally, the Deathstroke from another world who cooperates with her seamlessly, Su Ming. Chapter 50, Chapter 25, Planning Ahead. 1141 words. There was no denying it, Cindy's cooking skills were really bad. It seemed just as she said, she merely threw whatever vegetables she could find into the pot. Su Ming swore this was the worst stew he had ever tasted, and the method was a Western-style sweet soup. The turkey left by Briss, however, should have been made by the old butler. Despite having a bit of a fridge smell, it was still edible. The three of them ate in silence, without much conversation. Vico ultimately didn't find any proper protective suits, only a few bat masks. Though unsure of Briss' intended use for them, upon inspection, they indeed had antitoxic functions, so she had them all wear one. There weren't any proper weapons in the bat cave, and Su Ming didn't care for things like darts. He just replenished some smoke bombs, calling it the completion of their preparations. Everyone returned to the car, leaving a mess behind, without cleaning or hiding it. Su Ming blindfolded them again, allowing Cindy to drive away from there. Outside the cave, the wind seemed to have lessened a bit, but the rain was heavier, the dense rain once again shrouding the car, and the atmosphere became heavy again. Su-ming leaned against the passenger seat, resting his head on his arms, silently calculating. If Falcone and Lei Xiaogu were still manageable, then the Laughing Bat and Barbados hiding in the shadows were another story. Su-ming was aware of their plans, but those were the comic versions of them. In the real world, anything could change. For instance, his arrival was a destructive impact on the original story, and the resulting butterfly effect was hard to estimate. His past comic memories no longer provided much help, at most allowing him to gauge opponents' strength levels and trump cards in the face of enemies. If the Laughing Bat faced them directly, he and Cindy would surely win, but Barbados was a completely different story. He's referred to as the Dark Cosmic Dragon, the Bat God, which implies a multiverse-level monster. Such strength isn't something a couple of people can handle. In the comics, to defeat Barbados, some special metals were needed. The metals serve as the door connecting the light and the dark multiverses, and Barbados plans to use them to travel to the main world. Over there, various metals were being infused into Batman as planned. Thus, he influenced some people through dreams, making them his followers, executing his plan. First, there was the Owl Quartz Amber Gold, resembling clear spring water, which Batman accidentally drank during his fight with them. Then, the Dionysus Factor, found in Joker's blood. It entered Batman's body during mutual injury with the Joker. N-metal was exposed to Batman during his assistance to Hawkman and Hawkwoman, with its energy permeating his physique. Next was Promethium, the metal composing Deathstroke's armor, which Batman used to create his final machine, a high-tech automatic surgery table capable of rapid healing, and he had used it several times. Finally, there was Bat Gold, located in the ancient tomb of the Bat tribe in Egypt on Earth Zero. When all these metals are gathered, the Batman of the main world will become a gateway to the dark multiverse, and he will undergo spatial exchange with another Bruce, who is the Laughing Bat from Earth-22. The Laughing Bat will summon Barbados to Earth Zero, preparing various dark rituals, and once Barbados arrives there, he will launch them, continuously gathering power, dragging all worlds into darkness to achieve his goal. N-metal is what converts dark energy into reality. It can harm Barbados and his dark creations. But to truly defeat Barbados, the 10th metal in the universe is needed, X-metal, which exists within the World Furnace. As for the World Furnace, Su-ming only knew it was located somewhere in the dark multiverse. Where exactly? He didn't know. How to get there? Unknown too. This means even if Earth-11 is saved, it only prolongs his life, for once the bright multiverse falls into darkness, the entire DC world will lose its balance, and everyone will perish together. Yes, Barbados never meant for this. He just wanted to drag all universes into darkness, making them his territory, erasing the light. He would be the sole ruler. But the trouble is, his understanding is still limited, and he never considered the principle of cosmic balance. There are 52 bright universes, 52 dark universes, within an invisible plane of the world, one side towards the sun, one side shrouded in shadows. They are like eggs at the ends of a balanced scale, capable of coexistence. If a few from the other side were brought over, the scale would tilt, causing severe consequences, like the Flashpoint Paradox and Infinite Crisis. If, as planned, all were brought over, the scale would topple, and everyone would end. If Su-ming wants to continue living, he must go to the bright multiverse and eradicate the scourge. Since the story changed, his arrival already affected Earth-11's destiny. Nothing is as in the comics, and if the Justice League continues acting as they did in the comics, the outcome would be uncertain. He didn't want to entrust his destiny in others' hands. But Deathstroke is a mercenary, not a mage. How can he traverse plane barriers? For now, he hadn't thought of a way, only able to take one step at a time. Cindy didn't know what he was thinking about, just felt Su-ming seemed to have become much quieter. The water on the road was already very deep. The car driving on the road more resembled a boat, with ripples spreading on both sides from the water it pushed aside. Apart from them, the car had only a corpse of a shadow dancer, wrapped in several black garbage bags, tossed in a corner, perhaps as a bargaining chip with the Shadow Dancer Alliance. Everyone remained silent, there was an atmosphere of an impending battle, yet each expression was quite different. Barbara was daydreaming, thinking about various things, her face flushing at times, turning pale at others, occasionally stealing glances at Suming's back. Vika was excited. She was reapplying her makeup, adjusting her antitoxic mask in the mirror, seeing how to wear it nicely, believing she was witnessing history tonight. Pete, well, he had no thoughts, as he seemed to have fainted. The weather made them the only vehicle on the road. On the pitch-black highway, their car's lights were the only source of illumination. The storm likely damaged Gotham City's power facilities, as most of the city was plunged into darkness, aside from a few central districts. However, the bat lamp atop the police station, it seemed always to remain lit. Chapter 51, Chapter 26, Reunion of Old Friends 1319 words, fortunately, we didn't take the electric car. Cindy said to Suming beside her, as she stroked her rain-dampened blonde hair sticking to her forehead, and focused her gaze on the dashboard. At this speed, we'll probably reach our destination in half an hour. Suming looked at the rain outside the window. On a nearby overpass, an electric car had been suspended in midair due to power issues in the city. He wondered if anyone was inside, or if someone was waiting for them to return home. If things turned for the worst, these people wouldn't make it home. Suming had thought about this issue before. Others had a home, while he only had a rented room. He always seemed to be lonely. If there's an opportunity, once things wrap up here, I plan to leave and try to head to Earth Zero. What's your plan? He turned and asked Cindy a rather abrupt question, while ensuring nosy reporters didn't overhear, and stopped looking at the stranded electric car. Cindy pondered for a while before shaking her head. This is my world. Is Earth Zero your home? No, it's not. My home is even farther away, it's just a place I'm familiar with. He rummaged through the cigarette box, there weren't many cigars left. Where is your home? Cindy stopped the car as she noticed a small supermarket by the roadside. They got out and she skillfully broke the lock with a long stick, and as they continued their conversation, they scavenged around inside. Haha, I don't know, maybe it has a number, maybe it doesn't. She stuffed a few colorful alcoholic beverages into her backpack, and turned her gaze to the snacks, checking the packaging bags while casually saying, "Why don't you stay here? We could be partners for a long time." Your world is numbered Earth-11 in the blood domain, representing the 11th world of the dark multiverse, where Barbados can't be defeated. He's the god of the dark multiverse. To completely stop this crisis, not only do I have to keep things hidden here, but I must also travel to Earth Zero. It's my only way to save myself. Suming finally voiced this issue. These thoughts had been circling in his mind for too long. He needed someone to share the burden, not requiring substantial help, but just to listen to what he knew. Cindy's hand paused in midair before she casually hugged a bag of tomato-printed snacks. Is that so? Looks like there's a lot you need to explain to me. Director Gordon regained consciousness from a patch of darkness, rubbing the back of his head, and recalling the past events. He was dragged onto a vehicle by a group of people. Before that, when he knelt down in the mud, he carved a black van's license plate into his glasses. He wedged it into a gap in the roadside curb stones. If someone found it, they might track down his location. But this hope was very slim. After all, that had already left the city. Who else could manage this? Although he had high hopes for some young people in the bureau, those were just hopes. He knew even if they found the glasses, they might not be able to track him down. Given that he didn't even know where he was now, the men in black had knocked him out after he got into the vehicle. The current setting was a pitch-dark room, but it wasn't the imagined cell. In contrast, the bed under him was very soft. Just touching it, you could feel the slippery texture of silk. This didn't make him feel relaxed. As an experienced detective, he sensed the surroundings were very humid with an eerie vibe. It should be underground. After glancing at his watch, he realized he had been unconscious for a little over an hour. Not enough time for the van to exit Gotham, so he was still in the city. He slowly got up, everything intact, except for his missing gun. even the handcuffs were still at his waist. It seemed he was genuinely invited as a guest, albeit with slightly aggressive means. He groped in the dark, switched on the bedside lamp, and the soft light illuminated the small room. A glass of water and a bottle of aspirin were on the nightstand, the medicine bottle adorned with prescription notes and medical advice, his name appearing on the patient section. This was taken from his home. They invaded his home. Right, Barbara. Gordon remembered the men in black had mentioned, another team had gone to GCPD. He immediately stood, ignoring the medication, and hurried to the door. Gripping the handle, a twist opened the door. Of course, unsurprisingly, there were still several women in black waiting outside. "Where is my daughter? Let me see her." Gordon, almost frenzied, grabbed one of the women by the door, but was quickly pulled away by more hands. "Director Gordon, our boss is waiting for you." The woman who had punched him before emerged from the corridor corner, walking with matched stride, slowly approached Gordon, speaking with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. Gordon realized he was in a cold corridor, with harsh white lighting above, surrounded by tiled walls like some kind of hospital. "Where's my daughter?" The woman rubbed her temples as if in annoyance, sighed, "When you meet our boss, you'll know." Gordon broke free from those holding him, adjusted his trench coat, and brushed off non-existent dust as if his clothing had been sullied by these individuals. "What are you waiting for? Lead the way." The woman didn't mind, turned her head, and walked back the route they came from. Gordon cautiously scoped around, but gained no information other than reinforcing his belief this was indeed underground. The corridor was very long, seemingly endless in whiteness, flanked by small closed rooms, their insides unknown. Making several turns along the corridor, after Gordon felt he had lost sense of direction, they finally arrived at a larger door. This door was made of solid wood embellished with exquisite gold edges and enamel, adorned with a relief of the three goddesses of destiny, their expressions lifelike and vivid. The woman knocked on the door, stepped back, and gestured invitingly to Gordon. Gordon fearlessly walked in. Inside, he felt like he entered Vane Mansion's study. Tall bookshelves laden with various books surrounded him, and not far away, a fireplace crackled brightly. Family portraits adorned the walls, soft wool carpets covered the floor, the fireplace fronted by refined handmade sofas, sculptures in the room were masterpieces, even the teapots on the coffee table wafted the aroma of the finest red tea. Everything led him to doubt his prior judgments. This was a grand manor of some family, rather than any underground labyrinth. Until he saw, not far from the fireplace, a large desk with an unexpected figure seated behind it. Even alone, the man retained a straight posture, meticulously combed hair swept back, dressed in an elegant handmade suit, a rose adorning his pocket, gently stroking a white cat in his arms, smiling at Gordon. He appeared old, much older than last time Gordon saw him, once black hair now silver at the temples, his face and hands lined with wrinkles. But his eyes remained unchanged, still so tranquil and authoritative, just like 10 years ago. "Gordon, my old friend, welcome to my family." "Falcone." Momentarily, Gordon could only stare amazed at the figure uttering this name, for the name carried deep-seated entanglements, leaving him speechless. In the first 10 years of his career, Falcone was the mountain over his head. Everything in Gotham was connected to him: bars, restaurants, gas stations, cinemas, even the hot dog stand on the sidewalk led back to him. He managed Gotham's dark order, everyone living under the exploitation of the prominent families. Chapter 52, Chapter 27, Falcone's Presence. 1240 words. The rule of Falcone, seen from today's perspective, is a dictatorship filled with black violence. No matter what business you run in Gotham, you must pay protection fees to the families led by Falcone, otherwise, you won't survive a day in this city. Of course, it's called order, and those protection fees could be renamed as management fees or something. After all, Gotham has become a city of crime families. But this also brings a problem: the rich get richer, and the poor get poorer, as those at the bottom of society are exploited the most. It's like in the ocean: big fish eat small fish eat shrimp, and shrimp eat mud. At that time, more than 90% of the people in Gotham weren't even considered mud. they could only struggle for survival in the most ordinary jobs, barely maintaining a living after paying monthly protection fees, continuing to make money for the big families the next month. Everyone was hurried and numb, living the same day over and over, doing everything they were ordered to under strict supervision, no matter what it was. Anyone who dared to defy would face beatings or worse punishments, like their house being set on fire, being gunned down on the street, or having the whole family tied to cement blocks and sunk into the sea. Everyone was enveloped by this black terror. You couldn't own anything they fancied, they would take everything. Your handsome husband taken. Your sturdy bicycle taken. Your soft couch taken. Though these acts weren't carried out by the Falcone clan, those who did were lowly scum, but their small powers were attached to greater ones, until they all converged at the 10 clans. In other places, if you asked kids what they wanted to be when they grew up, the answers would be diverse, wanting to be scientists, priests, or firefighters. But in those days in Gotham, there was only one answer: to be the boss. Because the only way for kids to succeed was to join the darkness, follow a good boss, becoming the kind of person they hated as children, climbing the ladder through various dark deeds. At that time, more than half of Gotham's officials accepted political donations from the 10 clans, and the remaining half lived under threats and intimidation. It was a hopeless city. And then, retired James Gordon returned to the city and became a detective. His first case was the murder of Briss Vane's parents, gunned down in an alley. He comforted the young Briss, promising her to uncover the truth and seek justice for her parents. But all clues pointed to the 10 clans. During the investigation, he encountered numerous incidents that showed him the terrifying undercurrents in the darkness. Strictly speaking, as a homicide detective, Gordon was doing quite well at the time. As a police officer, he didn't need to pay protection fees, and thugs wouldn't deliberately cause trouble for them. After all, to the 10 clans, Gotham was their city, and the police in the city also maintained order for their families. Why would family members pay protection fees? Though born in Gotham, Gordon had seen the outside world, its dazzling colors unlike the always dreary Gotham. He couldn't accept his city being such a place. He intended to bring all the villains to justice, to let Gotham see light again. Even though half of his meal money had the Falcone name on it, always filled with delicious food. But he didn't do it for himself, he did it for the many poor people. Thus he endured much hardship, being demoted, threatened, framed, and assassinated. As his investigation deepened, the enemy's methods became more intense. Many times, he narrowly escaped death, until more than 10 years ago, Batwoman appeared, and together they struggled for 3 years, and finally, he won. The 10 clans collapsed, leaving only the Cobert family, now the Penguin Lady. What she possessed was less than 1% of what used to be. He personally sent Falcone, the once Gotham Emperor, to Blackgate Prison. Though he was soon out, he went to Hong Kong, and Gordon never saw him again. After that, most of Gordon's energy went into dealing with the endless masked figures. Perhaps only during nights of rest and drinking would he recall those thrilling younger years. Now the people from his memories appeared. Gordon, the good lad back in the day, you're old now too. Falcone spoke with emotion, looking at Gordon without any hatred, just like an ordinary old man looking at his nieces and nephews. He was still so dignified, impeccably dressed, urbane. Everything in the room seemed to have time-traveled back to the glorious era of the Romans, back to when Gordon first met him. At the outset of the investigation, he once sought Falcone for clues, and Falcone had graciously received him, the emperor of the city, and a small policeman, just separated by this desk, having a dialogue. Just like today. Gordon wouldn't be enchanted by him, maybe 30 years ago he would, but not today. He still remembered clearly how his men invited him here before. The Romans are back and fully armed. You're aging faster than I am, Falcone. Even when trapped, Gordon did not retreat, immediately retorting. Falcone just smiled, leisurely stroking his cat. The cat, warmed by the fireplace, was drowsy, yawning comfortably in his arms. Yes, we are both old, this world is destined for the young, so I plan to return to these parts to see before I die. There's nothing worth seeing in Gotham, you should leave. Gordon sat opposite him, calmly making eye contact. Falcone paused for a moment, smelled the rose on his chest, then looked at Gordon, puzzled. Yes, there's nothing to see. I left you a glorious city, yet you've let it become like this. At least people have gained freedom. Gordon closed his eyes, leaned back on the sofa. What is freedom? Now they don't even dare go out at night. Falcone shook his head, laughing like he'd heard a joke. Seeing Gordon's eyes closed, he added, You deceived me with Batwoman. I don't blame you, because I know you wanted a better city. Nor do I blame her because someone in the family killed Briss's parents behind my back. Though it was the Owl's infiltration, it's still the retribution I deserve. Gordon remained silent. Remember? I asked you what you wanted. You told me, you wanted a city where people could live and work in peace, where children could grow up healthy. So I let go, I gave it to you to accomplish what I couldn't, I let you imprison me. I let you be Gotham's hope, then I left for distant lands, but this is the answer you give me. Falcone calmly placed the cat on the carpet, watching it curl up and sleep, and took a bottle of wine from his desk, pouring it into 2 glasses, the golden liquid in the firelight reflecting brilliantly. Gotham only needs more time, it will get better. Gordon said words he himself found hard to believe. That's why I have faith in you, Gordon. You always have hope, you never give up. Falcone stood up with a smile, wobbly handing a glass of wine to Gordon, clinking glasses lightly. Compared to the little lame one from the Cobert family, you are my ideal inheritor. Chapter 53, Chapter 28, Faded Glory 1249 words now in Gotham. He's probably the only one who can call Penguin Lady a little cripple. There's no disdain, no emotion, as if the words are coming from his mouth, just like talking about a disappointing younger relative in his family. It's just 2 old friends chatting about daily life, without any reservations. Gordon frowned. He was somewhat confused about Falcone's intentions. Using dozens of guns to kidnap him, was he only here to reminisce? Falcone took a sip of wine, sat back in his seat, and let out a light sigh. After I returned, I observed her territory. I have to say, she's far worse than her mother. As her uncle, I feel ashamed. Penguin Lady. Yes, now everyone remembers her as Penguin Lady. She also takes this as her nickname, but she forgot, she should be Miss Cobert, not this name derived from her limp. Falcone also leaned back on the sofa, lightly rotating the ring in his hand. She's different from you guys. Gordon also picked up his cup, took a gentle sip, facing Falcone, needing some method to calm down and think seriously. Yes, that's why I saved the Cobert family for her to assist you. At the time, I thought she would have a promising future. Falcone reminisced with a smile, looking up at the pitch-black ceiling, as if gazing at the sky, but over the years, she's lost too much territory, allowing new clans to rise. That's the biggest mistake. Look, she even let the Japanese Yakuza come into Gotham. The Yakuza came into Gotham under the guise of legitimate companies, using investment operations as a cover, but one day I'll bring them to justice. Gordon certainly knew about these Japanese people. Now most of the biker gangs in Gotham are run by them, handling underground racing, and a series of other activities. He just needs some evidence and has been working hard on it. Falcone nodded, slightly waving a hand at Gordon. Yes, I understand, but this isn't your task. You're in the light, this belongs to Miss Cobert. Falcone said the words that shattered Gordon's worldview with a smile. Before I left, I arranged with her. I saved her family and territory to assist you, and she agreed to it. Gordon was shocked. What was this all about? You're a police officer, you can arrest any criminal, but when people like the Yakuza enter Gotham in a legitimate disguise, aren't you out of your depth? Falcone said calmly, as if everything was within his foresight. That's why I left Cobert, so that when darkness arises beyond your capability, she handles it in the way of the streets. But she... Falcone shook his head, smilingly looking at Gordon, his ring clinking against the glass. Now her operations are a complete mess, she's like a frightened mouse. The rise of Black Mask and Silence I can still accept, the Seeney's clan, and the Elliott clan are old fixtures in Gotham, though some of these new generations are quite crazy. Roman said, words of reprimand spewed quickly from his mouth, although the volume was low, the powerful presence was palpable. But Red Hood, Two-Faced Woman, Mudface Gang, and dozens of other gangs, what are they? No honor, no rules. A lion remains a lion even when old, such majesty, Gordon has only seen on him. And now Falcone isn't even angry, he just casually expressed a few complaints. Yes, these new emerged forces are lunatic gangs conducting black market deals, almost everyone among them is abnormal. What they care about isn't business, but... Gordon was still struggling to digest this startling news, feeling as if everything was manipulated by the old man in front of him, while trying to understand his intentions. Falcone looked at him again and said, "And you, Cobert is only moving some goods in her territory, and it's merely arms trade. Why are you always sweeping her places? Has she troubled you, or disrespected you? Threatened Gotham's safety?" In the Amazons' rule, the arms trade is legal. In their view, weapons are mere external objects, and the warriors participating in battle are what's important. So long as weapon origins and destinations are reported to the council, anyone can partake in this business. A coward can't beat a warrior wielding a wooden stick even with a gun, so to Amazon, selling arms is akin to selling wood. The Amazon Council rules the world, they have millions of ground's strongest warriors, among whom many possess divine power. What is there to fear? Except Penguin Lady conducts this business, with a massive quantity of weapons and never reports it. It's illegal but barely so, because all she needs is to submit a form and some extra tax. But legal, not quite, she's still short of some procedures. She's now more like Gotham's gray area boss, her actions ambiguous and unclear. Unfortunately, Penguin Lady is the sole heir of the 10 families, which have a blood feud with Briss. Batwoman keeps an eye on her every day. Not to mention secretly selling arms, even if she sold a boat of fish without paying tax, Bat would inform Gordon. Gordon, being an upright person, with a steady stream of evidence from Briss at his disposal, the block he clears most often is Penguin's. To be honest, despite Penguin Lady's short stature and comical gait, she's shrewd and completely without any moral restraints. Flattery and bootlicking are her forte, walking the old clan's path while executing new forces' tactics. She doesn't need honor but remembers the rules. Penguin Lady seldom causes Gordon trouble. Most of the time she's managing her restaurant. Sometimes, when crossing paths while driving, she warmly invites Gordon for a meal, loudly introducing the origins of the day's lobster and salmon at a crossroads, claiming their authenticity and freshness. Gordon would quickly roll up his car window, cutting off her endless promotion, then drive away. But Penguin never minds. The next time they meet, she recommends new dishes. She is closely connected with many city officials. The Iceberg restaurant is among the city's most popular spots. Each night, city dignitaries gather there, and she deftly navigates among them. Just like the 10 families used to be, Gordon doesn't appreciate such an atmosphere. Because she breaks the law. Gordon said to Falcone. "I know what kind of person you are, you can't tolerate the slightest grain of sand, haha." Falcone laughed again, kicking up a white handkerchief to wipe the corner of his mouth. "But I also know, it's that vain girl stirring you, isn't it? She forever hates us. Because you killed her parents. It wasn't just us. The Vane family are also founders of this city, we share the city's glory and wealth. She should have become an outstanding entrepreneur or a boss, not today, not today." Falcone displayed remorse. Briss's parents were actually also his friends, they often watched plays together. Become today's hero. Gordon raised his eyebrows. Become today's madwoman. Falcone raised his head, his old eyes looking at him, as if scrutinizing his soul. "Tell me, Gordon, do you think Briss is still normal? She dresses like a small animal, flies back and forth in the city, releasing her inner fears, spreading fear to her enemies, and amplifying it back to herself. Is this normal?" Gordon moved his lips, as if dryness made him lose his voice, wanting to say something, but unable to utter a word. Chapter 54, Chapter 29, Rome is always Rome. 1189 words. Gordon was speechless. He didn't even know if he should speak. Even someone barely aware of the situation could see that she wasn't normal at all. The identities of Bat Heroine and Briss seemed completely separated, like two entirely different people. Every time the jester was caught, she would always smile and shout to Batwoman, "Dear Bat, you and I are the same. I understand you. We are the same kind of people. You made me what I am." Every time this happened, Batwoman would just stand silently, watching as the heavily injured jester was loaded into the transport truck heading to Arkham Asylum. She said nothing, then flicked her cape and disappeared into the darkness. No one knew what she was thinking, nor what she would do next. Even if a mentally ill person could see it, how could Gordon not? Today, Gotham was filled with lunatics and freaks because there was a kindred spirit here attracting them. But on the other hand, Briss was someone he had watched grow up. He believed she would do the right thing, and Gotham indeed needed a force in the darkness to stem the spread of crime. But today, Falcone told him that he knew everything. The path Gordon chose was something Falcone had foreseen, and he had even arranged a helper for him. Miss from the Cobert family, today's Penguin Lady, was supposed to handle these things from the shadows. The role Batwoman played today was originally meant for her. "Look, Gordon, you are a man of integrity, you can't even lie to me again. We all know that Briss has gone mad, her personality split into halves," Falcone said to Gordon indifferently, without any joy at having obtained an answer, only endless sighs. In the beginning, Gordon chose Batwoman to deter the dark forces of Gotham. Compared to Penguin's energy, the help she could provide was minimal, besides that kind of bat fear, nothing else. Gordon now knew that if Penguin Lady wanted to, she, being a descendant of the 10 clans, could instill a fear in people that was 1,000 times greater than that of the bat. Anyone in Gotham who was old enough would shiver at the mention of Falcone and the 10 clans, the kind of dark terror, like a real night. The Penguin Lady had long known everything, as Falcone had instructed. She was merely waiting in the shadows, accumulating strength. Once Gordon gives up the cooperation with Bat, she would take the initiative to step forward, pushing things in the direction the Romans wanted to see. She ingratiated herself with officials, wove connections, stockpiled weapons, all for this day. To reshape a brand new, beautiful Gotham, jointly governed by both the black and white sides. If everything indeed went according to Falcone's arrangement, with him using white and Penguin using black, then the chessboard of Gotham City would have no other colored pieces. Everything could develop according to Gordon's ideas, and perhaps really become the happy city of his dreams. Director Gordon wasn't a child, he knew that where there is light, there is darkness. Since darkness is inevitable, it might as well be subject to his governance. But even so, Gotham would just be a chaotic city of black and white, merely transforming from the dictatorship of Caesar from the Romans to the senatorial republic, with no difference. Rome would still be Rome. No, that would still be your Gotham, not the one I want. A city involving gangsters in governance is destined to fall. Gordon shook his head, dismissing all sorts of associations from his mind. He had his principles and didn't want any association with the mob. "Yes, I understand your thoughts, all these years I've been watching you. You've worked very hard, even though Gotham has only gotten worse," Falcone consoled, pouring some more wine into his glass. "Under your supervision, daytime security has significantly improved, and government corruption has decreased. The only issue arises at night. Cobert disappointed me." Gordon frowned. People who disappointed Falcone never met a good end, history had already proven that. But Falcone did not continue the topic. He merely put down his glass, gently clapped his hands, and said to the door, "Sophia, you can come in." The familiar woman outside the door entered the room. She took off the felt hat from her head, and her long black hair cascaded down like a waterfall. She glanced at Director Gordon sitting on the sofa, and quietly walked to Falcone's side. "Let me introduce her, she's Sophia Falcone, my youngest daughter. You haven't met her before, as she has been studying in Europe," Falcone said with a satisfied smile, patting her hand. "Saying this might make others uncomfortable, but Sophia is indeed the most talented of my children." Gordon looked at the woman's face. He hadn't paid much attention before because the woman was always talking about the boss, our boss, and Gordon thought she was just a senior thug, of which there were tens of thousands in Gotham. Now, under the light, a single word could describe her femme fatale. She still bore that same smile that didn't reach her eyes. Compared to her father, she lacked the grandeur of ruling the world, but had an added layer of neurotic madness. Gordon returned his gaze and mockingly said to Falcone, "No need for introductions, we already knew each other well." "She is very passionate." "Is that so?" Falcone raised an eyebrow, smiling as he inquired of his daughter, "Did you get along well with Director Gordon?" "Of course, father, Director Gordon is a very good person," Sophia responded in a sickly sweet voice, like a daddy's girl, but her eyes were filled with a profound meaning as she looked at Gordon. "She will assist you in creating a new Gotham after everything, it will no longer be covert. From now on, the Falcone clan will be your support." "Wait, after everything?" Gordon heard something off in his words, unable to comprehend Falcone's meaning. What new Gotham? Falcone closed his eyes, furrowed his brow, tilted his head as if recalling something, but quickly smiled apologetically. "Oh, did I not mention it? Alas, as you age, you tend to forget things. So, my dear Gordon, do you know where we are right now? Gotham sewers? Or an abandoned asylum?" Gordon eyed the fireplace, then looked at the ceiling. Falcone raised his right hand, making a small gap between his thumb and forefinger, regretfully shaking his head at Gordon. "Sadly, you were this close, you really don't understand Gotham. The darkness you see is like a thin layer of seaweed floating on the ocean at night. But it doesn't matter, you weren't meant to understand these things, these are matters for our families to handle. Where are we?" Gordon focused on him intently, tired of these riddles, tired of being arranged and manipulated. Falcone leaned back in his chair, as if basking in the warmth of a winter afternoon sun, smiling contentedly by the fire. "Indian Mountain, Gordon, we are at Indian Mountain." Chapter 55, Chapter 30, The Origin of Gotham 1274 words, Indian Mountain. Gordon tried to recall, but even as the police director, his understanding of this place was limited. He knew that it didn't belong to anyone, it was an enormous junkyard where many wanderers lived. Moreover, the land seemed cursed as not even weeds could grow there. In fact, this was probably the part of Gotham with the lowest crime rate, since no criminals would come here to make a living. "It seems you haven't thought of anything." Falcone smiled at him, shaking his head, whether in disappointment or contemplation, "So let's try another name. Does Indian Mountain Quasi-Military Zone, or Gotham City Research Institute spark any ideas?" With the Military and Research Institute mentioned, Gordon, with his experience, instantly understood what kind of place this was, causing his pupils to dilate involuntarily. At that moment, his only thought was, after all these years, Falcone had gone mad as well. Even without hearing those names, he could guess what went on there. Though the Amazonians looked down on technology, in their long war with Atlantis, they naturally used technology to create weapons to arm ordinary people or to massively eliminate enemies. Some of these were probably things that would make Lei Xiaogu fall silent and Briss shed tears of emotion, yet he never imagined there would be such a place in Gotham as well. "Ah, it seems you've thought of something." "Not bad, still as sharp as ever, I'm pleased." As you guessed, this place was once a special research institution set by the Amazon Council, focusing on biological weapons. Falcone gently clapped his hands, gesturing for Sophia to sit and listen to tales of Gotham's founding. "Our city was established in the 1880s by four great families." He quietly walked to the fireplace, holding a wine glass, watching the flames flicker. They were the pioneers of this city. It took nearly 10 years, until 1891, for Gotham to be completed. The four families were, respectively, the Vane clan from which little Briss' mother hailed, the Kane clan from which her father hailed, today's Silence Thomas's Elliot clan, and the Cobert family. Well, strictly speaking, among our 10 clans, except for the Cobert family, we were all latecomers, merely some pitiful homeless people before our ancestors arrived in Gotham. I might have gone off topic. Let's return to the construction of Gotham. Back then, the four great families weren't as wealthy as today, at most they just had some money. They could have built a small town here, but a city. TSK. Amidst this financial shortfall, a political broker from the Amazon Council approached them with an offer they couldn't refuse. The Amazon Council would fund them to build a city here, specifically, a bridgehead on the east coast to fight Atlantis. Once the city was completed, the four families could manage it on behalf of the council, and the council wouldn't interfere. The council intended to build research institutes, military bases, prisons, and temples here, and the four families had to handle all logistics and supplies within the city. What lay before the four great families back then wasn't today's towering buildings but a barren shoal and a little town. They were in no position to refuse this pie from the sky, hence they quickly reached an agreement with the messenger, becoming white gloves of the Amazon Council. The city was established, and the council honored its promise, handing over the city to them. They likewise continually supplied the council with goods from Gotham, such as fish, steel, and human resources. Your police station, along with Blackgate Prison and Arkham Asylum, among other places, have you noticed how much they resemble fortresses? Because they were constructions of that era. As decades passed and the nature of wars changed continually, soon enough, the council felt it needed a bigger stick to intimidate those creatures in the water. So they bought the cemetery of the Indian ancestors and built the Gotham City Research Institute, aiming to eradicate adversaries for good in any potential wars. What could be more convenient than establishing a biochemical research facility in a seaside city to directly pour venom into the sea? This is where we are now. I must say, those people from the past century had imaginations that even I, an old man, find astonishing. You truly should see the monsters hovering above us, haha, they indeed have brought me quite a bit of amusement. Gordon was now restless, overwhelmed with anxiety, shifting constantly on the sofa as if sitting on pins. So, Falcone, what's your aim? What do you plan to do, having seized this place? The old man took a sip of his drink, turned around calmly. My aim is to give you another chance to build the Gotham you envision. We, the Mafia, have always thrived on social life. Perhaps it's time to cleanse ourselves and engage in legitimate business. Gordon truly couldn't grasp Falcone's notion, not even sure if he'd ever understood. Beneath us lies a full 40 million cubic meters of green liquid. It's a specially concocted compound enhanced by magic. Once dissolved in water, it can effortlessly penetrate the skin and flesh of animals, turning living beings into corpses. The manual states they named it Super Sarin, initially intended for deployment in oceans to entirely eliminate the Atlanteans. Falcone also settled on the sofa, placed down his wine glass, and continued smiling at Gordon, but later science discovered that if the oceans were polluted, these toxins would spread across the entire Earth via rainfall. At that time, even the Amazonians wouldn't survive, so it was abandoned in 1990. Get to your point, Gordon pursued. I've returned this time to use them to purify Gotham, just a little, to restore it to its original state when it was empty. Gordon, at that time, you can build your city as you wish. Once this rain ceases, when you step out tomorrow, you'll find that Gotham's light will be so dazzling. You seem to have forgotten to mention your daughter. Isn't this her city? Gordon scoffed at this idea, contemplating ways to stop this madness. Falcone solemnly shook his head, raised a hand to interrupt Gordon. No, Gordon, only you, the new Gotham will center around you, and Sophia will merely assist in managing the darkness. If she were to govern the city, what would be different from when our 10 clans were in control? You promised me you'd infuse Gotham with hope. This is for the city's future. Yes, I want Gotham to improve, but not this way. Gordon widened his eyes, repeatedly shaking his head. Don't be afraid, Gordon, it'll all be over soon. Everyone in Gotham will die in their sleep without knowing, without any pain. Falcone gently took his hand, their skins similarly withered. The inhabitants of Gotham are beyond saving, their hearts are filled with madness and darkness. Only by completely cleansing them from Gotham can this city be reborn. You're insane, Falcone, insane. Gordon pulled back his hand, leaning against the back of the chair, the flickering firelight highlighting their faces, with only Gordon's appearing ghastly pale. Falcone smiled as he returned to his seat, fetched a cigar from the box on the table, patiently trimming it. No, Gordon, this isn't insanity. It's something I learned during my time in Hong Kong. Over there they have a saying, learn as long as you live, from which I've greatly benefited. I finally discovered in the magical East a way to cure Gotham, that is what they call cutting off one's own hand to save the body. Chapter 56, Chapter 31, Poor Gordon 1190 words, Gotham itself is not sick, it's the residents who are. So all we need to do is replace the residents. Although killing so many people makes me sad, this is how it is with drastic measures, there's always going to be some pain. Falcone intended to pour himself a drink, but Sophia took the bottle willingly, not only refilling Falcone's glass but also topping up Gordon's. That's 8 million. 8 million people. Gordon angrily slammed his glass onto the table, spilling the golden liquid inside. Father, it seems Director Gordon is not feeling well. Shall I take him to rest? Sophia asked Falcone with a smile, but the joints in her body cracked loudly, and the room's temperature seemed to drop a few degrees. The cat on the carpet immediately awoke from its slumber, warily searching for the source of its unease. Falcone calmed her down, smiling as he waved it off, personally taking some paper to wipe the table. It's fine. Gordon has been like this since I met him. Once this matter is over, he'll see the new Gotham and then understand me. Also, even though you're a girl, you should stop resorting to threats so often. Our Falcone family values honor and rules and persuades through reasoning. What you did was too unbecoming. Yes, Father, I'll be more careful. Sophia softened, picking up the cat from the rug and playfully twiddling its ears. Falcone looked at her warmly, nodded, and turned to Gordon. Sorry for the embarrassment. Haha, my daughter learned some skills in the Far East, and given her young age, she can be quite energetic. She may be rude at times, so please bear with her in the future. Gordon found it impossible to communicate with the two lunatics, but Falcone's words reminded him. Where's my daughter Barbara? He straightened up, directing his gaze at Falcone. The Roman's smile finally stiffened slightly, hesitating for a moment before softly instructing Sophia. Turn on the TV, let Gordon see. With that, he looked at Gordon apologetically. Sorry, Gordon, I know you love her dearly, but our invitation encountered some mishap. Gordon stood up excitedly, but as Sophia passed by him to turn on the TV, she casually flicked her hand, causing his legs to lose sensation, and he fell back onto the sofa. What did you do to her? How is she? Gordon struggled, continuing to stare intently at Falcone. It's not what we did to her, it's because you've offended some people before. Someone wants to get back at you. He signaled Gordon to watch the TV. At that moment, the news cycle began again, and before Gordon could turn to look, a hoarse, demon-like voice emerged from the TV. Good evening, host. Good evening, Gotham. When Gordon came to his senses, he felt utterly hopeless, tears streaming down his face, his mind replaying the scene of the masked assassin in black and yellow shooting Barbara, her frail body falling into the rain. He hated himself, wondering why, whenever he offended someone, it was always his family who got hurt. Barbara was only 17. Why did this happen? Falcone, nearby, took a handkerchief to wipe the corners of his eyes, feigning sadness, while Sophia was engrossed with the cat, her attention fully on the white feline before her. My condolences, Gordon. I deeply regret your loss. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. You and your daughter were meant to join us happily for a family gathering in this safe hideout. But I had no idea someone in the city invited Deathstroke. I'm very sorry. My grasp of the city's affairs is not what it used to be, and I obtained no intel at all. Falcone said, taking out a new handkerchief for Gordon and speaking earnestly, insisting he never intended to harm Gordon and his daughter. What did I do? Whom did I offend? It should have been me. Gordon clutched his head, frantically banging it against the sofa armrest. Falcone signaled Sophia, who immediately raised her hand to press Gordon's chest. Gordon found that except for his head, his entire body was paralyzed, unable to move, and left only to allow tears to spill from his eyes. Gordon, my dear boy, don't beat yourself up. It's not your fault. You just wanted to make the city better. You and I are alike, we're both good people. Falcone approached, adjusting Gordon to sit more comfortably against the chair back, pressing his own chest as he spoke to him. The fault lies with the city's people, they've gone mad. We need to cure them, and we can avenge Barbara. We have the chance now. Gordon did not respond, remaining silent with tears in his eyes, muttering softly. Barbara. Barbara. He disconnected his senses from reality entirely, fully immersed in his grief, unable to hear anything said to him now. Falcone turned his gaze towards Sophia. This was not the Gordon he wanted. Before Gotham's rebirth, Deathstroke must be eliminated to lift Gordon's spirits. Sophia, are you confident in defeating her? Sophia knew whom he was referring to. Several expressions flashed across her face: disappointment, anger, unwillingness, but none of what Falcone hoped to see. She lay back on the sofa, sighing softly and shaking her head. Sorry, father, I'm no match for her. How can that be? Your teacher said you're a genius not seen in a century, capable of anything after your training. Falcone frowned, his authoritative aura imposing, suspecting his daughter was shirking to avoid trouble. Sophia sighed deeply, speaking with utter honesty. Then they must have only told you half the story, for, while the world is definitely for the taking, some individuals are better avoided, and Deathstroke is one of them. Is she really that strong? I've never seen her in Gotham before. Falcone sat back down, now believing Sophia. Unbelievably strong. She's very young, maybe even younger than me. If you asked me to deal with Briss, I could capture her with just my legs because the bat doesn't kill. Sophia shook her head with a wry smile, aware of the limits of her own abilities, but with Deathstroke, that's a no-go. She's not only a master of hand-to-hand combat, but also a master of all weapons. By all weapons I mean whether it's swords, spears, or tanks and grenades, anything that can kill, she's mastered flawlessly. Your teacher said this. Falcone calmed down, lowering his head to stroke a rose petal. Sophia nodded, absent-mindedly petting the white cat's head, which bore a trace of her lipstick. Yes, because I'm close in age to Deathstroke, my teacher sometimes mentions it as a lesson. Even after my apprenticeship, Deathstroke remains a name she instructs me to avoid. Falcone pondered deeply. My teacher said that if I faced Deathstroke in hand-to-hand combat, I might have a 60% chance of surviving. But if she used blades, the odds would drop to 30%. If she also employed firearms, I would undoubtedly die. Sophia finished and then fell completely silent. The room reverted to silence, only the sound of Gordon's hopeless murmurs remaining. Chapter 57, Chapter 32, The Plan. 12 words after a moment of silence, Falcone suddenly burst into laughter. He laughed heartily, full of youthful exuberance and grandeur. It's incredible that someone like her has emerged in the world. If she had been around in our days, I'm sure Maroni would have paid her to kill me. Sophia, while teasing a white cat's ears into the shape of a rabbit, corrected him disinterestedly. Uncle Maroni couldn't afford that much money. Deathstroke is a mercenary with a clear price list for her targets, typically 30% of the target's total assets. I checked her quotation for Briss Vane, excluding her bad heroine identity, just Briss on paper. Guess how much it is? How much? Falcone was intrigued too. He took a sip of his drink and curiously asked his daughter. In their era, they often dealt with assassins. The cheapest solution was to randomly hire a thug off the street for a few $100. He couldn't remember how many times in his youth he hired people to solve problems, probably until the family grew, and they had their own enforcers, they no longer needed outsiders. He wanted to know the recent price trends, because he hadn't dealt with such petty matters for a long time. Briss holds 80% of Vane Corporation's shares, counting all real estate and investments, and considering inflation over the years, her net worth is about $80 billion. So for her, Deathstroke's quote is $24 billion. If someone offered that amount, she would kill Briss. Sophia calculated on her fingers, resulting in an astronomical figure. Pft, cough, cough. Falcone was choked by this method of calculating fees, coughed a few times, and wiped his mouth, saying, she really dares to ask for that. It seemed that Deathstroke truly had the power, and was capricious, as if everyone's life was a clearly priced product displayed in Deathstroke's supermarket, waiting for the wealthy to buy. Why hire the world's top mercenary? Go find a petty thug on the street. So, according to this calculation, even if Deathstroke existed back then, you'd be safe. Although our family didn't have a tangible business, the yearly protection fee income could be the calculation standard. Your price would be over 100 million, whereas Uncle Maroney's could only be 40 million. He's the one who should always worry. Sophia concluded, leaving Falcone unsure how to react, as if feeling fairly poor, and questioned how Briss could earn so much. How did Briss manage it? The combined wealth of the Vane clan and the Kane clan couldn't be that much. Falcone asked, noting that all his years in Asia's underworld didn't earn him that much, let alone Vane Corporation, which was a legitimate enterprise. Sophia shrugged. She caught the tide of the information age, father. But with these prices, can Deathstroke really do business? Falcone wondered, setting down his glass, finding the current value of money hard to digest. Yes, business is good because celebrities like Briss aren't everywhere, but ordinary people's vengeance is most abundant, just like she said on TV earlier, basic service, $2 million US. Sophia sat up straight, glanced at Gordon who was absorbed in his reminiscing world, and continued explaining to her father, imagine you're a small boss, but your competitor keeps troubling you. Right then, you just have to contact Deathstroke, pay $2 million, and your adversary would vanish into thin air by the evening. The next day, when you wake up, you'd have gained a larger market, even swallowing up their business, and you'd find the money exceedingly well spent, with absolutely no trace linking back to you. Just like that. Her highest pricing mode is astronomical, but the lowest allows ordinary people to afford her. Falcone felt the pricing standards were vague. Yes, Deathstroke doesn't care about who you want to kill or why, she only does business. Of course, the wealthier or more famous the target, the higher the price. Sophia explained. Falcone pondered for a moment and raised his glass again, but Barbara isn't an exception. Deathstroke's target is Gordon, so why involve Barbara? No one's paid for that. Sophia didn't know the answer, only speculating. I heard Deathstroke is very temperamental, sometimes killing for free when in a good mood, but killing anyone in sight when she's not. Maybe Barbara was just unlucky. Lunatic, another lunatic. Falcone shook his head, increasingly impatient with this city, eager to see a new Gotham emerge. In that case, let Deathstroke be buried with the old Gotham. She couldn't possibly survive the venom downpour. This will also comfort Gordon. Yes, father, but our other guests haven't arrived yet. They might be delayed by the storm. Sophia began to focus, putting the cat down and letting it wander off. The Assassin Alliance delayed by rain. Is that supposed to be a joke from you youngsters? They are never late, especially not for vengeance. Falcone instantly dismissed her notion, clearly well acquainted with them. Get our surveillance running at full capacity, keep an eye on every shadow entering or leaving the city. When they step into Gotham, we'll release the venom into the clouds, ensuring they can never leave. Sophia nodded, her black hair undulating in a small wave, adorned with a touch of red from the firelight, then quickly asked, but will Lei Xiaogu and Talia come? Falcone returned to his calm demeanor, placing his hands on his knees, sitting upright. They will. Once they know their opponent is me, they'll come, knowing their assassins can't deal with me. You're sure Gordon left clues for them, right? Sophia smiled and nodded, pouring herself tea from the table teapot with practiced elegance. Yes, Director Gordon thought he had secretly etched words on his glasses without me noticing, but at my level of martial artist, I could see his little motions clearly. I double-checked the license plate he left was correct before I was comfortable bringing him back. Good, when the Shadow Dancer Alliance finds out I killed their people and receive Gordon's clues, they'll quickly prepare to enter the city. By then, just ensure Lei Xiaogu and Talia survive. Falcone commended her, feeling his daughter was far superior to his sons. As for Albert, he should focus on studying. Why keep those father and daughter alive? Father, are you softening? Sophia asked him. No, besides the fact that both Lei Xiaogu and Talia, having soaked in Lazarus Spring, are exceptionally hard to kill, the new Gotham will also need enemies. Otherwise you, Gordon, Briss would be scattered like sand. A mad ninja master serves as the perfect adversary for a new Gotham. Falcone answered with a smile, understanding the necessity for the new Gotham to unite, and only external forces can bring the trio together. When the ragged ninja master, Lei Xiaogu, lost all his followers and roams outside Gotham in madness, Gordon and the Bat will lean more on the forces in the shadows on Sophia. Sophia glanced at Gordon. He seemed more awake now, appearing alive, and she lowered her voice. But father, are you really sure Director Gordon will cooperate with me? Earlier, I had doubts, but now. Falcone lifted his glass, took a gentle sip, his gaze lingering on the dazed Gordon. Chapter 58, Chapter 33, Margin of Error 1195 words. Gordon's consciousness finally returned to his body. He could sense the light, feel the warmth of the fireplace. But inside, he felt like it was winter. Everything was frozen, with no sunlight, no hope. Falcone gently patted his shoulder, comforting him like an elder. Gordon, my dear Gordon, it's all over, everything will be all right. You lost 2 wives, lost your child, all for this city, you're just a bit tired. Yes, I'm tired. Gordon bowed his head, slightly trembling. No, Gordon, it's not time for you to rest yet. The new Gotham hasn't been established, you can't rest yet. Only you can save it, you promised me. Falcone hugged him tightly, the frail old man almost lifting him off the sofa. Gordon looked at Falcone confusedly, he couldn't remember what he had promised. His mind was like a boiling pot, thoughts chaotic, as if they lost connection with each other. Yes, I promised you. He replied vaguely. Yes, you promised, a better Gotham, a Gotham where everyone can live happily. This is our city, and we all want it to get better. Gordon painfully held his head again. Falcone comforted him once more, patting his back. It's all in the past, it's all in the past, you will have a new wife. When the new Gotham is rebuilt, I will host your wedding with Sophia, then hand the Falcone clan over to you. I will leave in the midst of applause. You will have new children, a new city, live happily. As he spoke, he looked expectantly at Sophia, as if seeking her opinion. Yes, father, everything is up to you. She maintained that fake smile, like a Middle Ages noblewoman's polite expression toward others, using her good girl's voice to answer him, as if she had never changed. Come, Gordon, kiss my ring, accept my promise, and we will be a family from now on, for a better Gotham. Falcone smiled, extending his right hand to Gordon. On his ring finger was an exquisite gold ring engraved with the Falcone clan's rose emblem. But the dazed Gordon still turned his head away, no longer looking at that ring, just like he did more than a decade ago. Outside Indian Mountain, Su Ming and his group had been staking out in the broadcast van for an hour now. Time had passed 4 o'clock, but there was only the sound of the wind and rain around. Endless rain fell from the sky, twisted into water dragons by the gale, seemingly always finding unbelievable angles to drill into their car, taking away their body's warmth through small gaps. The car was in complete darkness. He and Cindy sat in the dark cockpit, each holding a bottle of beer they had just swiped, monitoring the movements outside. Earlier in the small supermarket, Su Ming had told Cindy about everything related to the multiverse, also revealing the mastermind's plan, and some other speculations. The reason was that she was the only person Su Ming could trust here. Before leaving, he felt he should leave enough information so that Cindy could continue surviving. He didn't know if his decision was right, nor if it would trigger a butterfly effect or more severe consequences, but he just did what a partner should do. Even though they had only known each other for 6 hours, and were just a temporary team, their similarities and tacit cooperation made it feel like they had known each other for a long time. Indeed a long time, for Su Ming had only been in this world for 6.5 hours, those 6 hours almost encompassed his entire new life. During those 6 hours, he experienced things he had never imagined before, made changes he had never considered, and he had become inseparable from the world that created all of this. But back then, Cindy's reaction was very calm, like she took it as ordinary intelligence after Su Ming told her about the mastermind's plot. She merely said, "Oh," not knowing what she was thinking. The two returned to the car in silence, drove here, and then turned off the ignition to wait in the dark. In the distance, the scrapyard had scattered firelights, kindled by some homeless wanderers sheltering in broken cars from the rain, with some unfortunate flames being extinguished by the heavy rain, occasionally interspersed with curses or cries from unknown locations. This weather wasn't suitable for small animals to be active, but Su Ming was sure he saw rats dart in and out of the scrap cars, seemingly transferring their stored food to higher ground. The wind direction had shifted slightly, the rain coming from a new direction, yet their awaited target still hadn't shown up. Damn it, could the Shadow Dancer Alliance have encountered a flash flood? Why haven't they arrived yet? Cindy lay on the steering wheel, her body stiff from waiting. Something seems off. Batwoman's monitoring system still hasn't detected any ninjas entering Gotham. Something must have gone wrong. Su Ming gazed into the distant darkness, trying to discern the direction of the underground research facility's entrance, hoping it matched the location in the TV show's world. Barbara continued using her laptop connected to the Batcave's Batcomputer. The screens were rapidly switching, with the system failing to identify any Shadow Dancer members. What should we do? Cindy turned her head to look at him. After a moment of thought, Su Ming suddenly considered the possibility that the Shadow Dancer had a different plan. Cindy had only found the ninja footwear's footprints on the rooftop. The Shadow Dancer's spy might not have come down to check the body. She only needed to know the organization's people were dead, not needing to investigate like Su Ming and his team. After all, it was Gotham's fault. With Batwoman not in the city, isn't destroying Gotham avenging their death? Lei Xiaogu might be assembling forces in Nandabalt now, requiring Alliance members to return from around the world, naturally taking more time. When the Shadow Dancer returns, perhaps they will launch a major operation to destroy Gotham, not bothering to discern who the murderer is. Too troublesome, it was Gothamites doing anyway. Detonating a few nuclear bombs in the city, sending all the mafia and residents skyward, naturally avenging the killed member, fulfilling Lei Xiaogu's long-held wish. Two birds with one stone. We attack, can't wait any longer. No matter what's inside, we have to go. Su Ming put on his helmet, adjusted the buckle, and organized his weapons. We still can't confirm where the Romans plan to confront them, Cindy said with a smile, but her hands were swift, also preparing for battle. Su Ming just glanced at her, then at the others in the compartment, and jumped out of the car. I can only be certain that with time passing, greater danger is coming closer. He was referring to the possible renewed war between the Amazon and Atlantis, along with a potential assassination initiated by Briss. They didn't have time to wait longer here, they must quickly rescue Gordon and find the Bat. Chapter 59, Chapter 34, all 1085 words. Two people took the lead, while the three unarmed ones followed behind. Barbara clutched her laptop, Vico held the microphone, and Pete, with a pale face, carried the camera at the back. His steps were unsteady, his expression dazed, like a zombie in the rainy night. Su Ming thought this was a bad omen, as if it foretold that opening the underground facility would unleash a horde of flesh-eating monsters. He drew his dual blades and slashed twice on the barbed wire, sparks flashing briefly in the rain, drawing an X shape. Then he bent the wire, forming a hole large enough for a wheelchair to pass through, and moved Barbara through first. Barbara nervously gave him a smile, then focused her attention on the pitch-black surroundings. The abandoned cars were mere shells, stripped of engines, spark plugs, batteries, or anything valuable, piled here like discarded corpses, forming small hills. In the night, the shadows of these black mounds occupied every direction around the group, no matter the angle, they all looked the same from afar. Neither Barbara, Vico, nor Pete had ever come to such a remote place at midnight. Every Gothamite knew what lurked in the darkness, some pursued it, while others avoided it like the plague. Su Ming keenly sensed someone watching him. He looked up and saw a wanderer in the distance among the abandoned cars, observing them through the non-existent car window of an empty driver's seat. He wasn't initially concerned until the woman started making strange noises. Su Ming immediately raised his hand and fired a shot, stunning Barbara and the others. This unexpected killing, was this the true nature of a mercenary on a mission? However, what they thought was a sure shot was dodged by the strange woman in an unbelievable way. She suddenly shrank her neck like a boneless creature, her head retreating into her body, and the bullet grazed over her head. When she emerged again from the abandoned cars, the Wanderer's guise had turned into a masked figure with round glasses. She suddenly stood on top of the car, dressed in a black leather uniform with gold decorative patterns and incongruous lace trims, resembling the formal hunting attire of a Middle Ages aristocrat. The round glasses on her head, resembling the eyes of an owl, overlooked Suming's group from above. "Protect them." He left behind this sentence, drew his dual blades, and leapt onto the nearby abandoned car, quietly confronting the strange figure. "I always thought their existence was just a legend." Cindy also drew her weapon, standing in front of the group. It seems just as Sue said, Gotham hides too many secrets. Vico, of course, wouldn't miss such an opportunity. She quickly directed Pete to use the raincoat to shield her, took out her notebook, and used the camera's light to start recording. "So, Miss Cindy, it looks like you know the masked figure across. Could you explain her identity to us?" Cindy glanced at her, knowing that the people Suming brought were likely not ordinary figures even in a parallel universe, but here, Vico was just an ordinary person, and excessive curiosity would surely be her downfall. "You just need to know that they are assassins from a very ancient force in Gotham, and if you know too much, it could cost your life." "That's okay, being a reporter, I've always been mentally prepared for that. Please tell the citizens the truth." Unexpectedly, the threat of death seemed to trigger a switch in Vico. Her face flushed with excitement as she pressed for more, biting her lips, her eyes wide with excitement. Cindy shook her head, unsure if it was in agreement or not, and she recited a nursery rhyme widely spread in Gotham, rumored to have been recited by playing children decades ago on any street. "Beware the court of owls, lurking beneath your feet. Watching Gotham from the shadows, hidden on attic peaks. In your house with you they stay, under your bed they creep. Never speak their name aloud or talons will pierce your neck." Vico paused for a moment, but her keen journalistic instincts recorded the words to investigate Gotham's history, if given the chance, hoping to uncover something. Suming was the first to react. Being a transmigrator in Gotham, this city of the Bat, during such a stormy night, hearing the hoots of an owl, he immediately sensed something was wrong. The woman disguised as a wanderer was an assassin from the Court of Owls, a sharp claw. Until Suming transmigrated, DC Comics still hadn't fully explained the details of this mysterious Court of Owls. He only knew it was an alliance of Gotham's oldest families, influencing Gotham through various means. No one knew their identities, all members wore white night owl masks, and had a unique ring as a token. Sharp claws were assassins trained by them to eliminate dissenters in the city. Before the gangs took power, after the four great families, Gotham did experience a brief period of governance by the Court of Owls, but internal strife from power struggles severely weakened them. Falcone and other gang bosses seized the opportunity to drive the Owls back into hiding in the darkness. Perhaps Batman or Falcone might know intelligence of this level, but Suming, coming from another world, knew even more. The court's origin dates back further to humanity's Stone Age, with the Bird Tribe, Wolf Tribe, Bear Tribe, and Bat Tribe, considered the origin of DC Universe's European civilization. Batman is a descendant of the Bat Tribe, while the Court of Owls originates from the Bird Tribe. Most critically, all members of the Court of Owls have been brainwashed and controlled by their owl priest Chi-Hu, swearing unconditional allegiance in the dream realm to the Dark God Barbados as the Dark Multiverse's minions. In some respects, Barbados is the Bat God and Dark Dragon of the Dark Multiverse, the one true God, making them devoted followers, albeit to a deity who only sought light cosmos for entertainment and disregarded his followers as disposable tools. But this was no excuse for Suming to relax. The sharp claw appearing here meant the court would soon be informed, and then Barbados would soon be aware too. The danger level would rise at a mad pace then. He must keep this sharp claw here as long as possible to delay the Court of Owls' knowledge. Chapter 60, Chapter 35, Deathstroke's Battle 1359 words. The sharp claws have no self-awareness. They are warriors hypnotized and frozen by the Owl Court. When needed, they are thawed and given missions, most of which are assassinations. After completing their missions, they return to the owl maze to be frozen again, awaiting the next awakening. Perhaps the sharp claw before Su-Ming now is an elder hundreds of years old, but one must never underestimate them. They are modified people, and their strength surpasses even the assassins of the Shadow Dancer Alliance. They are brainwashed and infused with ancestral sharp claw fighting techniques, making each one a cold weapon expert. Considering that their leaders are all Gotham nobility, with no burden of honor in their hearts, all of their weapons are coated with deadly poison. An ordinary person encountering a sharp claw is almost certain to meet their doom. When they disguise themselves as others, they can easily mimic anyone's demeanor and voice, acting flawlessly and unpredictably. In sharp claw mode, they rarely speak, preferring to make ah-ah or coo-coo sounds, imitating owls. Their numbers always remain at 100, with 99 ordinary sharp claws, and one meticulously trained zero claw, the most formidable. Each year, new ordinary sharp claws are added to replace those severely damaged in missions. The Owl Court selects promising children or young adults, tricking them into undergoing the brainwashing ceremony to maintain their numbers. The one Su-Ming is facing now seems like just an ordinary sharp claw, but if she flies away to report, things could turn as bad as he had imagined. As long as she returns to the Owl Maze, the Owl Court will know what happened here. He must bring her down and fight her, taking the chance to kill her. Enraging them is a reasonable choice, and as for how to provoke the sharp claws, Su-Ming has a theory. Owl Court eats shit. He suddenly shouted, even flipping his middle fingers at the sharp claw. Cindy covered her face, while the other three looked at each other, wondering what was going on. Eat, 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 shit, shit. The echo of his words reverberated among the car wreckage, and the sound of wind and rain could not stop the insulting words from piercing the ears of the sharp claw. Originally poised to fly on high, the sharp claw hesitated, turning her gaze back to the figure below. Yes, as tools for the noble assassins themselves, it didn't matter how the tools were insulted. But for the nobility, it was different. Therefore, within the hypnotic commands of the sharp claws, there was an instruction to always obey the Owl Court and uphold the court's prestige. Su-Ming's actions directly triggered this command. Loyal to the court. A black shadow dived towards Su-Ming rapidly, the fierce wind causing the sharp claw's cloak to flap noisily, as if merging with the falling rain from the sky. Su-Ming did not become complacent for achieving his first goal. He only relaxes after thoroughly eliminating his enemies, but always remains vigilant. Swish swish. Two bright white streaks with hints of black flashed before him. These were the sharp claw's talon-like gloves, extremely sharp, and coated with deadly poison, designed to tear a target's throat. Just like how an owl would capture a mouse, always tearing the neck first before hollowing out the insides. Su-Ming nimbly dodged, using the knife in his hand to knock the talon aside, sparking as they clashed. He then shifted his stance to the side of the sharp claw, maintaining distance. Meanwhile, he mentally noted down details about her. Skilled in claw techniques, likes tearing throats and bellies, consistent with the comics. As the sharp claw's hood was fully enclosed, with thick round glasses resembling a telescope fixed over her eyes, he speculated that her field of vision might be restricted. Even though Deathstroke was missing an eye, he could rely on his brain's memory and calculation abilities to mentally reconstruct his surroundings, making him the least affected by his helmet. So now, Su-Ming chose to stand at her flank, testing if she had any blind spots. The wise plan now included finding her weaknesses, making future encounters with multiple sharp claws easier to handle. Sure enough, the sharp claw, like an owl, didn't move her body, but turned her neck and head at an odd angle, confirming Su-Ming's speculation, earning another mental note. Everything was eerily quiet, as if even the raindrops slowed in their descent, while the scarlet eye and the round lenses exchanged stares across the distance. Suddenly, Su-Ming surged forward, his two knives slashing vertically and horizontally towards the sharp claw. She executed a backflip, quickly evading the blades, then immediately lunged forward, drawing two long daggers from her waist to engage Su-Ming. Clang 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 clang. The sound of metal clashing rang out continuously between them, sparks flying, as raindrops tossed from their arms and bodies formed strings of pearls that crashed against the surrounding wrecked cars. They constantly shifted positions, but the Sharp Claw's lower stance was lighter, with few leg attacks, yet she always used her uniform for short gliding moves, remaining highly agile. Su Ming meticulously recorded the Sharp Claw's strengths and weaknesses. Impressive weapons, toxic, agile but weak in strength, the lightweight gear offers almost no protection. He switched to a shotgun for close-range blasting, yet she dodged even that, beginning her evasive glides as soon as he moved to grab the gun handle. In fact, the combat was entirely under Su Ming's control. After a few exchanges, he realized this Sharp Claw wasn't as strong as in the main world comics. He could have taken her down immediately but chose to gather intelligence without letting her escape. Against someone like Deathstroke, with his all-round capabilities, rich experience, and superior physical attributes, she stood no chance. Su Ming took the opportunity to test almost all his weapons, even pulling out ropes and grappling hooks for a few exchanges. A minute later, his information collection was complete. From now on, the Sharp Claw assassins of Earth-11 would hold no secrets from him. The rain picked up again, and Su Ming pushed back the Sharp Claw, though she showed no signs of fleeing. They were both enhanced people, with long breaths. After exchanging hundreds of blows, neither showed fatigue. However, Su Ming had obtained what he wanted, and his brain had already formulated the optimal resolution plan based on the gathered intelligence. It's over. He drew his dagger, no longer dodging the Sharp Claw's attacks, only twisting slightly to let her dagger graze his side, while he drove his own dagger into her. It sounded like a deflating basketball. As the sound echoed, he sharply pulled the dagger back, creating a large cavity in the Sharp Claw's chest, slicing her heart in two, separating it into upper and lower halves. Blood gushed out, like a small red fountain, beautifully erratic, as the rain washed over it. The Sharp Claw slowly collapsed, splattering dirty mud everywhere. A noticeable white line appeared on the chain armor of Su Ming's side, yet this attack didn't break his defenses. Every element had been meticulously calculated, from the force angle to the pressure per square unit of armor, to friction and weather effects, from the opponent's actions to possible reactions. With his body's instincts and mind's calculations, Su Ming perfectly achieved his objective. This was an expected victory. But he was waiting to confirm one final thing. He wiped his dagger on the corpse, sheathed it, and studied the wound and internal organs intently. A few minutes later, he removed a grenade, planting it inside the chest cavity of the corpse, pulled the pin, and walked back towards Cindy and the others without looking back. Limbs and remains flew all around. Maybe a few hands or feet remained intact, but on this dark night, the Owl Court would have no chance to reassemble the body. He had also obtained the answer to the last question. On Earth-11, the Owl Court didn't possess amber gold. Chapter 61, Chapter 36. Good luck 1503 words. As mentioned before, the amber gold of the Owl Court is a transparent, colorless liquid metal. It's always shrouded in a psychedelic silver halo, appearing as dazzling as a galaxy descending to Earth. The Batman of the main world once drank it unknowingly. It is one of the 5 metals that turned Bruce into a door, and of course, amber gold has some unique uses. Firstly, as a liquid metal, it is not only sweet to the taste but also very thirst-quenching. Secondly, frequent consumption can slow aging, increase strength, and depending on the concentration, provide weak regeneration and self-healing abilities, and also induce beautiful hallucinations in those who drink it. Finally, if a suitable blacksmith can be found, amber gold can be processed due to its high ductility and malleability. It has a restraining effect on magic creatures like ghosts, tree spirits, and werewolves. As an additive to armor, it can better resist magical damage and curse effects. However, as far as Su Ming knows, only Hephaestus, the god of forging, and the weapon masters in the cosmos can forge liquid metal. More magnates are playing with creation or shaping, which is even more advanced. But he already has armor made of promethium, which includes trace amounts of N-metal to enhance magic resistance, so he doesn't need to replace his armor. As for weapons, they are of ordinary alloy, but since replacements are hard to find, he'll just make do for now. The reason he was observing the body earlier was to confirm that the Sharp Claws lack self-healing ability. It seems that amber gold does not exist on Earth-11, or the court would definitely use it on their assassins. He blew up the corpse to delay the discovery of the body. Returning to the trio, he stated that they could continue on their way. Cindy put away her weapon with a shrug, having already noticed that Su-ming was gathering information, so she memorized the same things. It was Barbara, however, who expressed concern for Su-ming, and looked over his armored waist, only relaxing when she saw nothing was amiss. Pete, true to expectations, threw up. When Su-ming used a hand grenade to blow up the body, a small piece of some organ splattered onto the camera lens, and he couldn't hold back anymore. At this moment, he was vomiting profusely, crying and retching simultaneously, while Vico helplessly carried the camera, grimacing as he waited. "The Owl Court is here, we don't have much time, we must find the Batman quickly." Su-ming touched the white mark on his armor and spoke to Cindy, removing his helmet to let the rain cool his head. The recent bloodshed had overexcited him. "The entrance to the underground laboratory, all we need to find are fresh footprints, a whole bunch of them, in such heavy rain, no one can clean away all the prints from the mud." Cindy patted his shoulder as rain continued to wash over her own armor. She glanced around and shared her plan. Su-ming nodded, exhaling lightly, using the helmet in his hand to shield a cigarette as he lit it. "I'll leave it to you, I need to calm down a bit. The bloodthirsty urge is affecting me." "Something's not right with you, feeling hungry is just your healing factor working, signaling the body to take in energy, which simply translates into an instinctive thirst for fresh blood and chunks of meat. You might have suffered serious internal injuries you're unaware of, possibly even to the brain." Cindy raised her hand, feeling Su-ming's skull, as if checking for injuries. Her tactical gloves and the hand armor covering them were icy cold. "I don't feel hurt anywhere except for a little pain in the head." Su-ming tapped his own skull, then patted his chest and abdomen. "That's why I said it feels wrong, I can't guess the reason either." Cindy let go and continued searching for a large cluster of footprints, which in such weather appeared as circular deep holes filled with muddy water. Just then Pete, who was vomiting nearby, suddenly screamed, prompting Su-ming to immediately draw his gun and aim at the spot. It turned out Pete had instinctively searched for a low spot to vomit, only to discover another consequence of the heavy rainsoil erosion. Indian Mountain was originally used as a traditional burial ground by Indians. Now, a partially skeletal corpse had been buoyed up by the rainwater just in front of him. While vomiting, he noticed the bone-white remnant, and looking up, saw a white skeleton bobbing in the water, its hollow eyes staring at him. He couldn't help but scream in horror. But before Su-ming could act, Vico gave him a shove, causing him to stagger. "What are you screaming for, over a dead man's head, and one that's long deceased, at that?" "Oh, I'm scared. Could the place be haunted?" At the corners of his mouth hung disgusting white froth, and he constantly wiped at the liquid on his face, be it rain or tears. A burly man standing over 1.9 meters and weighing over 150 kilograms, with a bushy beard covering his face, was complaining like a child to a petite woman barely reaching his elbows. The scene was too much for Su-ming to bear looking at, fearing he might pull the trigger instinctively. In an attempt to console him, Vico retrieved the skeleton from the water and started tossing it like a toy. "See, there's nothing spooky about it, it's quite fun, no need to fear." Although the approach was questionable, Vico genuinely cared for her partner, yet the effect was the opposite as Pete shook his head in denial and stepped back several paces. Vico, with a camera on one shoulder and a skeleton in the other hand, looked to the sky, sighing as if her very energy had been depleted. Looking blankly up to the celestial father Zeus, she sought answers, for her partner was a unique gem, one terrified of ghosts, turned pale at the sight of blood, yet ate 10 times more than her at meals. Adding to the dilemma, the convention in journalism was for news anchors to treat their photographer partners to meals, lest they'd risk being filmed as unattractive. Such was the heartbreak. But soon her attention was redirected by an unexpected good thing. "This skull has gold teeth, nice, they're mine now, I'll find someone to make a ring or necklace with them later." She cheerfully pulled out a row of gold teeth from the skull, pocketing them as her blue eyes lit up with giddy greed, quickly dismissing Pete's hapless antics. Pete blinked in surprise. He hadn't noticed any gold teeth when the skull was before him, but in Vico's hands, like magic, the gold teeth appeared. Isn't that just terrifying enough? Cindy returned from the surrounding darkness, her silhouette twisting in the rain like an unreal mist. She approached Su Ming, found it, but the path is troublesome. No problem. Su Ming hoisted Barbara's wheelchair, signaling Cindy to lead the way. Once we're underground, things will get better. Do you think with all this commotion, Falcone might already have eyes on us? Having seen the bat surveillance system, Barbara became particularly vigilant about privacy, feeling constantly observed. Even though his every step sank deep into the mud, Su Ming moved briskly forward. Do not worry. He calmly adjusted the wheelchair, trying to step precisely on Cindy's footprints. This is just the encampment of wanderers, let alone install surveillance cameras. Even if he hid a small radio in a scrap car, wanderers would find and sell it. Leading in front, Cindy added, it's a stealthy affair for him to hide here. He can't harm the wanderers around, so he maintains a low profile, but once we're underground, things might turn around completely. Romans don't seem like they want the shadow dancer here. He probably wants the assassins to enter the city quickly. The group discussed the potential situations they might face, unconsciously walking into what seemed like a floodwater channel, unusually dry instead of wet. The smooth concrete ground was covered with creeping plants, resembling a cave in the green forest, seemingly peculiar here. This wasn't typical for Indian Mountain. If it weren't for the bizarre smell and eerie fear, Su Ming guessed many wanderers would choose this over a tiny scrap car for the night. At the tunnel end lay a green metal gate, without any signs or writing around, further intensifying the unease felt from behind, daunting any ordinary being to approach. Arriving at the gate, Cindy placed explosives at the lock and inserted the remote detonator. Once they were safely concealed, she placed her finger on the red button. Are you ready? Quit joking, Deathstroke is always ready. Su Ming shook his head with a smile, the red lenses on his mask drawing a faint bright streak through the darkness. Chapter 62, Chapter 37, Research Facility 12:45 words with the sound of an explosion, a dragon of dust rushed out from the doorway, covering the few people behind the cover with dust and mud mixed with rainwater on their bodies. A sign from somewhere was also blown to the front of Su Ming, with only the word lab remaining on the fragment. It seems Falcone didn't clean up after moving in. His new Rome isn't as clean as ancient Rome, Cindy observed as the dust settled, patting the dirt off her body, but this does feel a bit like archaeology. Are you sure his men took Director Gordon down this road? It doesn't look like it. Su Ming raised his pistol, peering into the research facility from the outside, seeing only a sea of red through his goggles. I'm not sure because I didn't find any footprints today. Maybe there's another entrance in the junkyard. Cindy took a few steps forward, leaned on the doorframe, and the debris on the ground crunched under her feet. The night vision function of the helmet had always been handy, but peering inside from the entrance showed nothing but trash, as if untouched since the evacuation, with burnt documents and broken typewriters. Everything that could be destroyed had been destroyed. All right, this is definitely the right place. He knew this was likely Vico Vala's luck at play. She wanted to record the news segment Su Ming promised her, so destiny brought them here. Without thinking, taking this path would definitely involve enough fights for her to edit into a news feature film. And in such weird circumstances, if they tried to find another route, they'd surely fail. That's the power of luck. She wanted an antitoxic mask. She could casually find it in the Bat Cave. She felt short of money, and she found gold. Vico seemed like an uncontrollable causality law weapon, a double-edged sword that Su Ming found himself burdened by at times. Yet he had to leverage her luck. Su Ming felt his luck wasn't great, being thrown from his apartment facing gunfire in Gotham, and the world was on the brink of destruction, a truly unfortunate fate. With her, if anything unexpected occurred, and things became overwhelming, the mystical might just save lives. She could be a good luck charm until they found Briss, the girl of destiny, who would be even more effective than Vico, and decisions could be based on the situation then. Now, Su Ming just hoped the monsters inside weren't too numerous. We're going in, you protect them. Su Ming holstered his gun, drawing the long knife from his back, ready to enter the research facility. Cindy quickly extended a finger, pressing against his armored chest, shaking her head while nudging him back. drawing dual blades from behind her to enter first. What a joke, letting a man scout the path would leave her without any dignity in the future. Su Ming shrugged. Since she wanted to lead, he would bring up the rear. It was just a few steps difference anyway. Both had night vision systems in their helmets. The dim indoor environment posed no challenge, while the other three had to rely on the camera's lighting to see their surroundings. The power supply here was normal, but the lighting system on the first floor was damaged. The lighting electrical box and wires dangled limply from the wall like a dead animal with its insides exposed. Barbara felt like a typhoon had swept through, and under the camera's lens light, she saw that almost everything was shattered. Gotham's history fragmented before their eyes. A place like this shouldn't exist in Gotham. Vico had started recording, instructing Pete to capture the environment as material, without starting any commentary. This was the first layer of the underground research facility, theoretically safer, but given the situation, Su Ming felt something probably came up from below. At this moment, Cindy, scouting ahead, swung her weapon, a flash of cold steel in the air slicing through a black shadow that flew towards her, splitting it in two and dropping to the ground. The thing wasn't completely dead, still writhing on the ground. Cindy looked down, seeing a black maggot about the size of a palm. What the hell is this? She stomped the writhing thing into a pulp. Looks like an oversized maggot. Su Ming had seen the little thing too. It was just a byproduct of the gene experiments. I'm starting to hate this place. Cindy wiped her blade on the remnants of a nearby desk, with some jelly-like green viscera wrapped around the blade's back, then continued advancing, as insects occasionally leapt out of the darkness towards them. We need to find a route further down, through the experiment area, to the dormitory section, Su Ming said after slicing an insect himself, speaking to Cindy. There's a passage 200 meters at 11 o'clock. Cindy glanced up, experience and equipment immediately guiding her judgment. The group started moving in that direction. As they advanced, the road teemed with more and more black insects, and Cindy switched to using a shotgun to increase their progress. These creatures seemed endless, uncountable in the darkness. Better to hurry through. The closer they got to the passage, the denser the monsters became, proving her judgment correct. They had escaped from the experiment area, and that's the path leading there. However, it also meant a containment failure. The mad scientists wouldn't play with such small beings alone. Under the protection of the two, they successfully reached the door, which opened with a gentle push. A black shadow suddenly swooped down from the ceiling beyond, pouncing on Cindy, attacking with claws and teeth, making metallic clashing sounds. Nevertheless, Cindy wouldn't panic. A world-class mercenary had faced countless sudden situations. She promptly withdrew her blade, stabbing it directly into its head, piercing through the eye socket out the back, with a crunch of the skull breaking. The carcass dropped to the ground. This thing resembled a hairless monkey or gorilla, with thick shell-like crusts growing at the joints, like wearing a crab shell. It was probably a leech-hunting creature, but chose the wrong prey this time. Cindy simply cut off its head, so even if it had self-healing abilities, it would take time, giving them a chance to pass. Now what's this, a beetle monkey? Celestial ox ape. Cindy picked up the bizarre creature's head, its teeth growing sideways like an insect's. Who knows, probably only a lab specimen number, but I guess it might have been human before, Su Ming said calmly, leading the other three through the door. Cindy shrugged and continued to pave the way. Knowing it was a military experiment, there were naturally human subjects as primate samples. Why else use monkeys? That's human. Barbara was shocked. Aside from some human-like facial features, there was no guessing it had been human. A guess. Su Ming closed the door behind them, glancing at the carcass once more. Barbara was speechless, feeling a bit sorrowful, and once again sensing human madness, a tendency towards self-destruction always shadowing humanity. Vico nodded. It aligned with her theories about Deathstroke's origins. She promptly jotted it down in her notebook, while instructing Pete to film the creature on the ground, whatever it was, a big close-up first, then shots of its corpse in its entirety. She reckoned after audiences watched this special episode, they'd surely go wild and fall in love with her. Chapter 63, Chapter 38, The Limits of Humanity. 1094 words. This indeed was the road leading to the lower levels. After walking some distance through the passage and dealing with some minor troubles, they quickly found the stairs and elevator down to the lower level. The elevator was out of the question, decrepit and old, not to mention not suitable for emergency situations. The group entered the second basement via the stairs. This staircase only led here, and did not go deeper. The electrical panel here was still operational, and Su-Ming turned on all the lights, making the underground area as bright as day. The sudden brightness required some adaptation time for the three ordinary people, but they soon realized that the scale here far exceeded their imagination. In front of them was a vast experimental area encased in transparent glass chambers. At a glance there were at least hundreds, equipped with operating tables and lab desks, which still seemed intact. "It's all dissection tables, let's pass through here." Black insects were following them, and Su-Ming shot them down one by one. He then spoke to Cindy up ahead, instructing the team to move. The view was obstructed here, and they couldn't see the path leading lower, so they needed to pass through these areas first. The group moved through the gaps between the glass rooms as if touring a museum, containing various old surgical tools, their bloody marks indicating their use. Not all of the operating tables were empty, some had grotesque dried corpses on them, indicating that evacuation was abrupt, without time to destroy this place. The reason was unknown, but Su-Ming didn't care. After passing through the dissection area, they arrived at a thick, solid door. The door was tightly shut, its thickness unknown, with dust obscuring the writing and patterns on the door. How the little monsters they encountered earlier passed through was unknown. There were many possibilities: ventilation ducts, restroom drain pipes, or even revived from the dissection tables. Beside the door was an old ID card slot, connected to a password panel. "It's up to you now, open it." Su-Ming pushed Barbara's wheelchair to the panel, signaling her to open the door. She did not hesitate, immediately raising her hands to dismantle the card reader, pulling out a tangle of wires, and retrieving an adapter from her laptop bag, lining them up, and connecting it to her computer. Barbara's computer knowledge was comprehensive. She wasn't just a hacker but also very skilled. The oldest type of electronic door lock. Did the government have these before the 90s? First, simulate the ID card permissions. Barbara operated her laptop, inputting strings of commands, and quickly acquired the password. She entered the password on the panel, and the door emitted a hiss sound, rising upwards as dust fell like rain. What appeared before them was a grim scene. Beyond the door was possibly a storage room, with numerous cylindrical glass tanks filled with blue liquid, housing various transformed creatures, occasionally supplemented with oxygen bubbles. The monsters had some human features. The sources of their other half's genes were untraceable, or perhaps they had mutated beyond recognition, with some coiled inside the tanks and others peacefully closed-eyed, as if asleep. "Are they alive?" Barbara covered her eyes, peering through her fingers. Su-Ming removed her hand, making her face reality. "You should tell me. Look beside the tanks. Every tank has its own control panel. What do the values and indicators mean?" Suppressing her queasiness, Barbara approached the nearest tank, which contained a fleshy mass resembling a person with bent, deformed limbs, curled into itself, sealed tightly. Ignoring the grotesque creature, she pursed her lips and began hacking and operating the control panel. The panel looked like a book fixed on a pedestal, with a keyboard and a small screen. Human and armadillo gene fusion weapons, capable of curling into narrow spaces for espionage. She narrated while operating the control panel. Experiment logs. 320 trials, specimen number, current status. Deceased, recommend recreating the specimen. An armadillo. Cindy tapped her shoulder armor with the back of her knife, making a clang. "I remember that's an African animal, right? These people, their taste really is morbid. What's the use of such a thing on the battlefield?" Su-Ming remained expressionless, signaling Barbara to look at the next one. As he answered Cindy, "Usefulness aside, the military always encourages scientists to experiment more, because what if it turns out useful?" Cindy shook her head, already familiar with the military's habits. Next, Barbara encountered human dragonfly hybrids, human fly hybrids, human lizard hybrids, and other experimental creations, growing numb with each grotesque sight, feeling her understanding of humanity's moral bottom line dropping with each encounter. Su-Ming intended for Barbara to see more of humanity's darkness, revealing the Council's glamorous facade hosting such experiments. Although Deathstroke was infamous, comparing kill counts, who could outmatch the Amazon government? Perhaps Deathstroke killed innocents, but it was survival in this steel jungle, where jungle laws reigned. But the Amazon Council. Creating such things seemed less like weapons, more like human torment for amusement. Compared to that, even Cindy seemed like a saint. Having shown her this, Cindy might receive intelligence support from Barbara in the future, at least avoiding immediate rejection. In other worlds, even Oracle ignored Deathstroke, which would not do. Besides, intelligence wasn't for free, she would receive payment, providing home budget support. Director Gordon would surely appreciate Su-Ming's good idea. Focus turned back to the room. Not all the tanks were full, some were visibly shattered, with the contents likely escaped for various reasons. Encounters with them could happen during subsequent actions, and to increase understanding, Su-Ming had Barbara begin hacking these control panels. They stood beside shattered empty glass tanks, contents vanished, and the dried blue liquid, leaving pale blue stains on the ground. Barbara skillfully ran programs, then began interpreting for them. Human and bat genes, nocturnal weapon, using ultrasound for direction, infiltrating and disabling radar stations, current status, containment breach, contact security department. Cindy laughed, swaying her weapon back and forth. Seems we found Batwoman's kin, just wonder how they look. Su-Ming didn't reply, merely pointing upwards at the ceiling, where a large brown fur ball was hanging upside down. Humph, a bat is a bat. Cindy drew 2 pistols, firing at the bat with bullets forming a dense line in the air. Whether it was avoiding the light or asleep, Batman indeed took several bullets, then let out a strange cry, and started to flutter and fly. Chapter 64, Chapter 39, Underground 1210 words. Instead of calling it Batman, it would be more accurate to describe it as an oversized bat with a human head. Based on its current behavior, Su-Ming believes it lacks human intelligence or character, merely a beast. However, this kind of large, ugly creature indeed makes people feel uncomfortable, especially when it's flying around overhead, making sharp, eerie screeches. Whether due to malnutrition or unstable genes, its fur keeps shedding during flight, filling the room like a fall of dark brown snow. Su-Ming also drew his gun and opened fire. Although this thing flies not slowly, compared to the sharp claw from the owl court, it's rather unimpressive. No help for it, these genetic monsters were merely ordinary people before mutation. On the ground, it's probably no better than a rat of the same size because a bat's bone density is very low, with hollow-filled bones like those of birds, allowing it to be light enough to fly. These scientists performing genetic experiments with bats and humans is definitely unnecessary. Atlanteans live in the sea, so if they are the hypothetical enemy, why not conduct experiments with aquatic creatures? Of the monsters seen so far, none can swim. All are useless creations. But now is not the time to criticize these folks for wasting taxpayers' money. The bat has been shot down by the 2 of them, crashing into a few other glass jars and falling in the corner not far away. Cindy drew a knife and walked over slowly. I hope there aren't too many bullet holes to ruin the pelt. Every wealthy house has a bearskin rug, and now I can have a bat skin one. Such a big bat is quite a collectible. The bat wasn't dead yet, just severely injured, lying helplessly on the ground. The red blood mixed with the blue nutrient solution shattered earlier, turning into a black liquid. Its face showed a human-like expression as it stared at Cindy approaching. It opened its mouth wide, making strange sounds. Cindy swapped her knife for a gun. It surprisingly uttered simple words. Cindy decisively fired, the bullet striking it in the forehead. The bat convulsed slightly before lying still. Barbara pressed her lips tightly. If it were her former self, she might have tried to save this talking bat, but now she understood that only by killing it could it be truly saved. If it really did possess human wisdom, being trapped in a bat's body would be the cruelest thing. Only death could be the ultimate liberation. Cindy took out her magazine and reloaded, heading back to the group. No bat rug. Su Ming asked Cindy while reloading, having already shot indiscriminately at the creatures thrown out of the jars. No, hanging a dead thing at home isn't auspicious, Cindy said indifferently. Maybe when the bat showed that human-faced terrified expression, Cindy had changed her mind. Even Su Ming had to admit it was indeed a person. Vico sighed, signaling Pete to get back to filming. After recording a few shots, the team set off again. The samples in these jars could still be considered to be from the outer sections of the lab, all useless waste products, soaked in sleep-inducing nutrient solutions, their lives maintained by these jars. A pitiful existence. Before leaving the hall, Barbara, at Su Ming's request, executed the disinfection command for all the life support pods, ensuring these monsters would all die in their sleep. Barbara knew she had killed them. At least half of their genes were human, they looked human, and could even potentially speak human language. But she knew she had done the right thing, killing them was a good deed. For the first time, she understood this truth, which challenged her previous beliefs, leaving her thoughts in disarray, so she silently unlocked the door leading to the next room. Su Ming, meanwhile, was discussing with Cindy. According to his hypothesis, Earth-11's Indian Mountain was more like a madman's toy. This is a genetics lab, so below could very well be a virus or something else, be careful. Cindy nodded, don't worry, just keep a bit of distance from me, I know what to do. The door gradually opened, practice makes perfect, and this time it was much quicker to unlock the door than before. Cindy entered the room first, while Su Ming stayed behind to guard the group. Upon entry, there was a human skeleton, a blackboard, and many educational facilities reminiscent of those commonly found in medical schools. Scattered around were some exercise equipment and some desks and chairs. It looked like a gym that had been abandoned for many years. The instruments and equipment here were much fewer, but each took up more space, larger and more towering. The oversized metal instruments looked like shipping containers. Cindy cautiously scoped out the area, not missing places like overhead. She quickly signaled the all clear. Su Ming recognized the place, it was the mutant research experiment zone. In the TV series, it held many mutants, who, as experimental subjects, hated outsiders extremely. Those giant metal instruments beside them were actually isolation chambers, each was like a room, with mutants confined inside, observed like zoo animals at all times. He approached the side of one chamber, noting that the facility was still operational. Peering through the observation port, he saw chaos inside. Originally arranged like a bedroom with a pretty wooden bed and thick mattress, now everything inside was shredded, with furniture bearing bite and claw marks. In the center of the room lay an extraordinarily large skeleton, positioned in a spread eagle posture. Su Ming guessed it died of starvation. In the TV series, Indian Mountain was discovered and opened in the 1990s, practically found just as the lab closed, and the mutants inside were alive and strong. But now on Earth-11. Decades have passed, and no matter how strong a mutant was, they would starve to death. Unlike in DC and Marvel, there is no concept of mutants here, mutants don't possess innate superpowers. All mutants here were once human. The military captured them, then induced genetic mutations through large doses of radiation or chemicals, turning them into monsters. Earth-11, the history of the lab would probably be localized, possibly with scientists trying to find a way to mutate Atlanteans, leading them to self-extermination. But that's a false proposition. Atlanteans, like Amazonians, are of demigod blood. How can scientists experimenting on humans come up with weapons effective against Atlanteans? They died in vain. These mutants are humans, with thoughts and hearts just like anyone else. Hence, the skeletal remains in the rooms varied, some huddled in the corner, clutching themselves, others lay peacefully on the bed, and others had clearly taken their own lives. There's nothing worth seeing, the hall is safe. Su Ming called over Vico, having her also take a look at the isolation facilities, while giving a brief account of the situation. This topic should interest reporters like you, the government experimenting on the populace. Maybe, but perhaps I've seen too much news today, I can't quite get excited. Vico thought for a moment, scratching her chin with her finger, and replied. Chapter 65, Chapter 40, Black Lantern Battery. 1256 words. The structure of the research facility seems very monotonous, metal walls painted with white paint, one hall after another intertwined like candied haws, making Su-Ming feel like this is an ancient tomb rather than a research facility. Dull, oppressive. If he were a scientist here, he would definitely go mad. Whose research facility is built like this? Do they think having all these doors makes it safer? Su-Ming can't understand their thoughts, but he must continue forward. In the next few rooms, they witnessed various kinds of monsters, all born from the grotesque experiments conducted by those mad scientists. The method of creation was equally cruel, and the results were equally unreliable. They created a sponge man who rapidly absorbs water, probably intending to dry out the bodies of Atlanteans in close combat, causing them to dehydrate and die. Then they made a convex lens man who can gather light, perhaps intending to blind deep-sea creatures and thus gain an advantage. And a creature with the front half of its body as a fish, and the rear half as a human. What was this? Did the scientists at that time view Atlanteans like this? All those creatures in jars or other containers were destroyed by Su-Ming. Rather than calling this a biochemical research facility, it's more like the Amazon's toy factory. Cindy doesn't know what expression she should make. Indian Mountain on Earth -11 isn't as dangerous as Su-Ming described, which is a good thing. But upon seeing the Amazon Council kill like this in various fancy ways, under the guise of war, she feels a bit embarrassed. In war it's kill or be killed, and the creation of new weapons is understandable. But does this look like a weapon? Are these people planning to laugh the Atlanteans to death with their creations? If that's truly their intention, I must say their creations are indeed massive killing machines. Cindy sighed, resting her chin on the handle of her pistol, waiting for Barbara to open a new door. After coming down several rooms, she had become immune to the various grotesque creations, and began to wonder if the jester's ancestors had worked in a place like this. The scientists here are definitely madmen, and incompetent madmen at that. Even the pig-face professor's creations are more reliable than theirs, at least her pig-headed voodoo dolls are truly gruesome. Su-Ming silently waited, tilting his head at Cindy to indicate they should continue. The technology of this world is truly toxic, he has nothing to say. Then, the door opened once more, this time revealing a familiar scene before everyone. Cindy immediately fired her gun, uncertain of the cause of these zombies. Long-range weapons seemed safer. Su-Ming also almost simultaneously fired, aiming for the zombies' heads based on experience and pulling the trigger. Zombies rarely appear in the DC universe, but they are not non-existent. After all, there are always people interested in studying the matters between life and death, and such researches often go awry. These zombies move very fast, swiftly running forward. However, they're ultimately brainless corpses. Once Su-Ming and Cindy guarded the door, their numbers quickly dwindled. "Are you sure it's not a virus?" Cindy asked while swapping the magazine for a new one, reminding Su-Ming. "I'm sure. If it were a virus, it would need to propagate itself, and propagation requires matter energy, causing viral zombies to need food or accelerate decay." Su-Ming knocked down a few nearby zombies. Watching Cindy finish changing magazines, he began to change his own and continued, "Look at these zombies, this place has been abandoned for 30 years, yet they're still intact, should be some magic causing this. These madmen indeed made a useful weapon, at least zombies don't need to breathe. Though weak, their numbers can make up for it." Cindy quickly pulled the trigger, and another row of zombies fell. But simple corpses move very slowly underwater, again forgetting to consider the environment of use. Upon seeing the remaining few, Su-Ming decisively used the shotgun to finish them. This room contained around 200 zombies. At this moment none were left standing, not a single one could move. Of course, the consequence was that they were running low on their .45 handgun ammunition. As everyone entered the room, a stench filled the air that hadn't been present in previous rooms, like the decaying smell of a coffin. Black-brown dried blood stains covered the walls, with scratch marks from fingernails, and a kind of yellow-brown sewage on the floor, unknown what it was, flowing recklessly. The zombies were treated far worse than the previous creatures, only surrounded by an iron fence on the walls, but after so many years, the iron had decayed, so they broke free and ran around the room. Cindy used her foot to inspect a corpse, seeing dried, shriveled skin, pale gray eyes, exposed yellow teeth, classic zombie features. Can't figure out the cause, you guys better not touch. She tossed the corpse aside, advising Barbara and the others who didn't have protective gear. Su Ming's attention was drawn to an object in the room. It looked ordinary, encased in a small glass box, resembling a flashlight everyone has at home. However, even untouched by anyone, it emitted black light from its tip. No flashlight was ever like that. I know what this is, these zombies are magic creations, no risk of infection. As he said this, he lifted the glass case, gradually extending his hand toward the small flashlight, carefully gripping it. Instantly, even through his tactical gloves, a bone-chilling cold surged into his mind as if searching for something. But it found nothing and quickly retreated, leaving Su Ming unharmed. He let out a breath, placing the small flashlight into his bag, telling the others, "This is the energy of the Black Lantern, originating from the Black Death Emperor." Couldn't believe these madmen even played with this. Vico had already started recording again, while Cindy didn't understand and hoped for an explanation. All light in the cosmos is composed of a spectrum, and each of the 7 colors represents an emotion, but that's not for now. Apart from that, there's the white light representing life and the black light representing death. They are purely concept manifestations, extremely dangerous. Su Ming looked around, finding no similar items, so the group continued forward, heading to the next area, while he briefly explained to them. If white light represents life, it doesn't sound dangerous. Barbara pushed her wheelchair, her face showing a perplexing expression. In her understanding, those around her from childhood always told her that life is beautiful, death is terrifying, and to respect life. But here Deathstroke is telling her that life is dangerous. Because it might spread to anything living. As long as the white light doesn't dissipate, those creatures will live eternally. When you want to eat chicken, you'll find you can't kill the chicken. When you want to eat grain, you'll find you can't kill wheat. When you want to drink water, you'll find microorganisms and bacteria in the water can't be killed. Su Ming explained the terror of white light to her, though in comics the white light is somewhat under control by the White Light Guardian, but since they found an energy battery storing black light here, there's no guarantee there won't be white light. And the energy appearing in the battery can be used by anyone, completely uncontrolled. Chapter 66, Chapter 41, Plants 1345 words. Barbara was taken aback by the situation described by Su Ming. If the white light spreads uncontrollably, it would indeed be a terrifying thing. All animals and plants would become unkillable, leaving humans with nothing to eat. Yet they themselves wouldn't starve to death either, which means living forever in a state of hunger. Just thinking about it is unbearable, better to die than endure that. Su Ming, still pondering why a Black Lantern battery would appear here, paid little attention to the expressions of others. Vico, on the other hand, insisted that Pete take extensive photos of the dense zombie corpses on the ground. He ignored Pete's continuous retching. The burly man had already thrown up everything in his stomach and was now dry heaving. Cindy walked over to Su Ming and leaned against the wall beside him, next to the doorway leading to the room next door. She was twirling her pistol, caressing the netted grip. "What about the black light? You put that container away earlier, what can it do?" The black light, representing death, is actually simpler. It can transform all deceased creatures into zombie forms, making them slaves to the Black Death Emperor. Su Ming patted Barbara to snap her back to reality, opened the door, and continued, "Even those who had died and been resurrected once before would be immediately controlled by the black light, returning to death. As for other functions, I have a hypothesis, but it needs verification. But those zombies earlier seemed irrational. I don't know who the Black Death Emperor you're talking about is, but clearly, they are not under control," Cindy said, kicking a headless corpse from which black blood was oozing out of its chest. Su Ming noticed no Black Lantern Corps insignia on the zombies' chests, which indeed proved they were uncontrolled, acting solely on instinct. "I don't know, even this battery shouldn't exist, but there are always secrets in the world." He observed the room filled with corpses, holstering his pistol on his thigh. we are now dealing with creations of magic or alien energy, so be cautious. Ha, let them come, Cindy scoffed. She was curious about what formidable characters these foolish scientists could create. The door opened once more, revealing a magnificent room where the original experimental tools had vanished, leaving only a world of green plants. The ground and walls were covered with moss, and everywhere there were vines and fallen leaves. A giant tree stood in the space, topped with a high-intensity lamp simulating sunlight. Before they entered, the place was probably devoid of light. Without light, plants shouldn't grow, yet here was a tree. Currently, no animals were visible, but on the ground, things like mushrooms and wildflowers mixed together, giving a slightly eerie feeling. The humidity has increased. Is this a lab simulating a rainforest environment, or is it a park meant for relaxation? Cindy spoke while reaching back to stop the others from entering, indicating they should wait at the doorway. Doubtful. Next door is where zombies were studied, and this turns directly into a lunch park for scientists. Doesn't that seem a bit off-putting? Black light zombies eat meat too. Su Ming responded to Cindy, and tentatively fired a shot at the large tree. Wood chips flew as the bullet created a hole in the trunk, yet the tree seemed to come alive, slightly swaying as its surrounding vines retracted like whips, lashing towards the two. A deep mark appeared in the metal floor between them. The force was stronger than Briss's dinosaur toy by several margins. The vines moved like tentacles emerging from a lush canopy, constantly dancing in the air, reaching to grab them. Well, is this a brother of the swamp monster? A forest monster? Cindy and Su Ming rolled aside to dodge, talking even in midair, though, as Cindy mentioned earlier, she disliked dealing with plants because she hadn't brought herbicide today. You all hide well. Su Ming shouted to the three outside, instructing them to retreat to the previous room momentarily. He dodged another vine's winding. It's a plant, its weakness isn't just herbicide. Cindy also drew a knife to cut a vine, but as more vines surged towards her, she had to evade while shouting her discussion with Su Ming. All plants derive energy from the green of all things. Plants need sunlight and water to grow. Destroying the roots won't allow them to survive long. The vines and the tree trunk share a symbiotic relationship. Flames counter plants. The key is, what's the weakness of this particular entity in front of us? We don't have magic to summon hellfire or possess a fire superpower, Su Ming replied as vines pursued them persistently, but plants shouldn't have eyes. How does it know our positions? Think back to poison ivy. Cindy understood. Poison ivy previously heard their conversation through vibrations, so this plant likely determines an enemy's location through vibrations as well. Thus, simultaneously creating vibrations far stronger than their running or heartbeats should effectively interfere with the tree and vine's ability to distinguish positions. I got it. I'll create the vibrations, you take it down. Cindy removed 2 grenades from her uniform, throwing them into unoccupied corners of the room. 2 seconds later, a massive roar and tremors followed. The vines, closely chasing them, suddenly rose like snakes, swaying slightly before heading towards the direction of the explosion. Su Ming's analysis was correct, plants indeed lack eyes. He immediately altered his course, evading the vines on the ground, heading towards the tree itself. Cindy focused on generating vibrations larger than his own actions, drawing all the vines' attention. At the tree's base in a patch of soil, some mushrooms and small flowers grew, encircling the thick trunk as if adorning it with a wreath. The bark appeared rugged, with some metal instruments wrapped within, only a few edges visible, remnants of science surpassed by natural growth. Its roots were vast and robust, penetrating unknown depths underground, but those exposed on the surface were each thicker than Su Ming's thigh. Su Ming didn't have time to ponder a plant's age of growth. He took explosives from his leg pouch, skillfully placing them around the tree's roots. Not far away, Cindy was still buying time. Attaching a detonator to the explosives, Su Ming quickly retreated while signaling Cindy to find cover. Soon after, a colossal explosion echoed, and the tree fell audibly. Countless green leaves and branches dropped as soil, and wood splinters scattered chaotically. A splash of green sap splattered on Su-ming's shoulder armor, emitting a strange grassy smell, which he ignored, focusing intently on the vine's movements amidst the haze. After seemingly thrashing in its death throes, all the vines limply collapsed back to the ground. Both moved to the room's center, regrouping at the tree's remnants. The explosives shattered the spot, leaving a large hole in the ground, yet below lay endless soil, not a passageway leading down. The tree's upper half was blown a distance, revealing its fractured cross-section densely lined with worm-like vines, which were parasitizing within the plant. The explosion severed them, stripping the vines of control. Looks like it's encased in a wooden sheath, containing copper wiring within. Cindy, like him, first checked underground, then at the broken tree. Su-ming sighed. This thing wasn't overly strong but certainly wasn't weak either. It was a decent choice against melee enemies. If not for someone with Deathstroke's speed, getting struck or ensnared by it would yield no pleasant outcome. He spoke to Cindy standing aside. Now, the tree is no longer a problem, but we've made quite a commotion. Falcone should be somewhere below, he'll likely notice. Cindy organized the remaining explosives on her, plenty of grenades left intact. Although most heavy artillery was lost in the jeep's explosion, what was left suffices. Even a knife could do the trick, just requiring more effort. Being discovered was only a matter of time. I'm curious about what he'll do, knowing we're here. Chapter 67, Chapter 42, Nandabalt 1584. Words. Cindy and Su-ming were just talking, but in actuality, guessing without any clues won't lead to any conclusions. It's just a waste of time. He invited the three of them in, let Barbara continue working, and then said to Cindy, "We've been delayed here by all sorts of things, but this clearly isn't meant for the Shadow Dancer Alliance. These monsters can't stop us, and naturally, they can't stop Ra's al Ghul either." Exactly, so I think he actually just wants to lure Ra's al Ghul into Gotham and attack on the way, probably using large-scale weapons. And since this place is underground, it's the safest. Cindy had also thought of the same issue. She had a general idea of Falcone's plan. So you're saying that by kidnapping Gordon, he's actually protecting him? Who knows what his thoughts are, and I don't care. Anyway, if you need to ask Gordon something, we'll just go and ask. He took Gordon, so he's the enemy. Cindy said indifferently. She only knew she needed clues about the bat from Gordon, and she wasn't interested in anything else. Barbara was on the side cracking the door, her fingers flying over the keyboard. I don't know what protection is, but his men really killed a lot of people at the police station. This doesn't seem like a good deed. He has his own agenda. Su-ming and Cindy exchanged a glance, not expecting Barbara to see this connection. Although it was just speculation, it was much better than before. Great, whatever he's planning, we won't let him succeed. Gordon must stick with us. Su-ming adjusted his strap, holding the shotgun in hand. Who knows what lies ahead? But after thinking for a bit, he decided to try his luck cheat device, so he called Vico over. "Vico, do you have enough news material?" "Almost. I'd love to find a Roman to do an exclusive interview with him." Vico nodded with a smile, initially finding the various monsters here fascinating, but now they had become mundane, and the audience would also grow tired of them. Now all that's left is to find the big villain, give the story an ending, and call it a day. "All right then, Barbara, you can open the door now." Su-ming patted the armrest of Barbara's wheelchair, indicating she could go ahead. As the door opened, it indeed revealed the staircase and elevator leading to a lower level next door. So sinister. If luck wasn't such an elusive thing, too uncertain, Su-ming would have sought a way to the main world, leaving the Earth-11 matter to her. However, considering her madness, she'd probably do an exclusive interview with Barbados and request to film the world-destroying process, right? The Earth isn't important, only her news matters. As for where to publish the news once it's ready, crazy people wouldn't care about such trivialities. This major event, Su-ming couldn't let her know at all. Thousands of kilometers away from Gotham, amidst ice and snow. There's a strange complex built on a steep snow-capped cliff. These buildings are a hodgepodge of world architectural styles, with Middle Eastern castle-like shooting parapets, and celestial dynasty garden-like beautiful corridors connecting each structure. Within the complex, Japanese-style courtyards and Gothic spire houses could be seen everywhere, clustering around a majestic castle perched on the cliff, as if embedded into the mountain. This is the headquarters of the Assassin Alliance, Nandabalt. Besides the assassins themselves, very few know of this place. Nandabalt is perennially snow-covered, and the residents lead simple yet peaceful lives, honing their skills, pursuing higher realms, and killing more people. They set out from here, traveling globally to kill their target missions or die elsewhere. The activities of the assassins are all about money, but collecting wealth is for a great goal. That goal is to destroy this world. Completely overthrow the rule of the Amazonians. Ra's al Ghul has lived for over 800 years. Back then, the Amazons hadn't unified the world yet. Originating from the Middle East, he never felt women had any right to rule the world. They were merely slaves and appendages, meant to bow to men. Indeed, although this world has many strong women, some of whom can defeat him with one hand, Ra's al Ghul never regarded them highly. No matter how strong they are still women, and that means weakness. Weak where? Don't know, but they're weak. Don't ask why, simply weak. No one knows what happened to him, but everyone knows he's an extremely biased misogynist, making him a notorious terror madman. About 8 years ago, while secretly plotting world destruction, Ra's al Ghul suddenly heard of a masked individual appearing in Gotham, powerful and intelligent. He had some interest in this person, and intended to recruit them into the Assassin Alliance. But not only was this person a woman, but she had no consciousness of being weak, refused to submit to him. Even said Gotham was her city, and told him to get lost. No one had ever dared talk to the ninja master this way, so he decided to destroy this weakling's city, purifying the world's largest filth. The Assassin Alliance mobilized its entire force, only to be driven back by this bizarre bat-suited woman, employing various methods. Over the years, several attacks have been launched, all in vain, leading him to shame and anger. Even when he personally faced this odd person, he was no match. She seemed to have plans long in place, and mysteriously, he always failed due to minor issues. It's not just that she's the only woman in the world he considers to be of any worth. If Talia wasn't his daughter, he'd kill her. At this time, the ninja master is sitting cross-legged in the Assassin Alliance's hall. The hall has only 3 walls, and an expansive platform faced towards the mountains. Outside the terrace, cold winds howl and snowflakes fluttering. He huddles his hands near the fire for warmth, gazing at the distant snow-formed peaks. The hall was filled with calming incense, faint blue smoke swirling around the antique eaves and pillars. He appeared calm, quietly waiting. Talia was kneeling by his side, holding a chawan teacup, placing the green tea powder with a small wooden ladle into the teacup, pouring in hot water, and gently stirring with the chawan. She knew he liked tea. The Amazonians' world dominance happened only 600 or 700 years ago. Originally, the world had countless varied countries with each its own culture, which persists even today. In his youth, he'd been to Asia, where he learned fighting techniques, and of course, he drank tea leaves. However, this place is too remote, and even if the assassins brought back good tea, it was never as good as freshly picked leaves, so it didn't much matter what he drank. It was there, during the martial arts study, that he absorbed many ideologies, comprehending the meaning of honor, understanding the destiny of a martial artist. Unfortunately, his mind contained more Middle Eastern thoughts and fundamentally believes men surpass women, refusing to recognize powerful women, ignoring facts. This made him extreme and radical. Talia was different. She had traveled too, walked the path her father once did, yet she realized only power was respected. His refusal to acknowledge reality had become his heart demon. Without overcoming this, his combat prowess would hardly improve in this lifetime. Although the ninja master is already a well-known warrior, reputed as the strongest swordsman, Talia obviously sensed that he gradually lost his usual calmness. He was too fixated on proving that woman was weak, investing too much undeserved attention into Gotham. There weren't many small businesses there, for anyone could suddenly become an assassin. Most minor targets were handled internally. However, some big deals couldn't be handled internally, yet the Assassin Alliance had no share in them. Previously causing big incidents in Gotham, any Assassin Alliance member appearing there would almost inevitably be found by the Batwoman that night, beaten to unconsciousness with broken bones, so how could they compete? All Ra's al Ghul's doing, indeed Gotham is a wealthy city, yet the Assassin Alliance can only watch others such as Deathstroke, Copperhead, and Death Shooter amass wealth there. The Assassin Alliance only has a small contact point in Gotham, where the few assassins have to disguise themselves as strip dancers to gather information, enduring tough times. Batwoman keenly understands Ra's al Ghul's mindset, as if she penetrated his mind. She deliberately gave the Assassin Alliance a feminine name, and used her methods to promote it globally, enraging Ra's al Ghul, causing him to drastically lose his level in battles, falling short once more in Gotham confrontations. The name she chose was Shadow Dancer Alliance, and this title replaced the century spread, the Alliance's true name Assassin Alliance, spreading worldwide. Shadow Dancer Alliance is simply Ra's al Ghul's most hated 5 words, hearing them would make him lash out, killing. Talia had suspected more than once, could her father be possessed by some hellish being? For by her knowledge, only a hell's demon is without parents, and someone with a mother, how could they deem all women weak? In the pre-medical era 800 years ago, only true warriors dared give birth. But she could only ponder in her mind, dared not voice it before Ra's al Ghul. She feared him, having lived in fear of paternal authority since childhood. Chapter 68, Chapter 43, Talia's Secret 1162 words. In addition, Talia has a small secret. She defied Lei Xiaogu's orders and secretly interacted with Batwoman. She is the only one in the Assassin Alliance who can freely enter and exit Gotham, as long as she is accompanied by Batwoman throughout. Because Batwoman does not trust her. She is a bit different from Briss, as she believes that strength dictates respect, and that combat power is the standard for everything. Briss, on the other hand, believes that one's beliefs and will are the standards of strength, and overcoming one's fear is true power. Lei Xiaogu doesn't count because he fears reality and this world. Talia doesn't count either because she fears her father. Even Bat Heroine herself doesn't count because the bat is her source of fear. In Batwoman's eyes, only a few people like Jester and Deathstroke can be considered strong because they are never afraid. Even Scarecrow, who invented the fear gas, was so terrified after inhaling his own gas that he cried out, making her laugh out loud. If she weren't wearing the bat suit at the time, she would have doubled over with laughter. However, these differences didn't stop Talia from seeking her out. Sometimes after completing tasks in Midtown or Star City, she always liked to take a detour through Gotham. Although Lei Xiaogu said that Gotham is the cancer of the world, the filthiest place, and that destroying the world should start with the destruction of Gotham. But she thought Gotham wasn't so bad. It was filled with chaos and madness, with various masked lunatics constantly appearing one after another, making it feel like watching a play. Having long lived in barren ice and snow, bored to death, she preferred the hustle and bustle. As long as she was in Gotham, circling places like Vine Tower or the police station rooftop, Batwoman would silently appear beside her, watching her with cold, suspicious eyes, monitoring her to prevent any trouble in Gotham. Talia liked it that way. After all, she would just chat with Bat about recent events, talk about how many people she had killed lately, ask if the madman had put on any performances, and then leave shortly afterward. Since their first encounter, after Talia lost to Batwoman, she became extremely interested in this powerful masked figure and assumed she was friends with Briss, one-sidedly. Because Batwoman defeated her but didn't kill her, which to Talia was unbelievable. If she didn't intend to kill, why fight? Wouldn't killing be a definitive solution? Actually, she didn't understand Batwoman as well as Jester did. Jester said that Bat and she are alike, and he wasn't wrong. Although Jester kills, she doesn't do it often because she prefers seeing everyone's hearts filled with the chaos and madness she spreads, allowing them to all laugh heartily together. The Bat never kills, as she hopes the evil one's hearts are filled with fear of her, fear of the Bat. She would break her enemies' limbs or spines, torturing them with the cruelest methods, leaving them forever paralyzed, letting fear torment them for life, just as fear tormented her. Living in perpetual fear is far more cruel than finding liberation through death. So when Gordon and some others consider her Gotham's female hero, Briss never sees herself that way, because her actions are filled with vigilantism, aimed at venting her fear through violence. Gotham is merely her hunting ground, and she just hunts evil people. That's probably why so many masked figures come to Gotham, because they see a resemblance between Batwoman and themselves. Briss's strategy was effective at first, but then it lost its meaning. Because of Jester's appearance, this lunatic came out of nowhere. Even if Briss broke all her bones, she would still happily scream and laugh non-stop, as if Briss made her feel good. The next time she appeared, the injuries that would have left her paralyzed or disabled were inexplicably healed, allowing her to continue playing new games with the Bat. Moreover, more people with medical backgrounds gathered in Gotham. Even if Bat would break their fingers to stop them from treating themselves, they were always willing to help each other, continuing the games. Take Silence, for example. She was Briss's friend in childhood, the family also an old acquaintance. As she grew up, she became a lunatic but remained a super authority in medicine, capable of performing surgery on herself without even needing a mirror, just a knife. Countless times Batwoman crippled her, only for her to appear alive and kicking next time. Hugo, Pigface, Mr. Freeze, Scarecrow, etc., were all experts in biology or medicine, capable of healing any injuries caused by the Bat. Not to mention the Owl Court lurking in the shadows, eager to sow chaos, also providing medical assistance to the wicked. This resulted in rumors of Batman suffering from Saint Mother syndrome in the city, saying she's a weak woman who wouldn't harm even an ant and lets the villains escape time after time to harm the citizens, unworthy of being called a female hero. Batwoman wouldn't change her original intention, because she just wanted to instill fear in the villains, so she continued her ways, feeling no need to explain, as she was never a hero. She just felt she needed to update her fighting techniques. How can one maim a person so badly they can't recover? No answer yet. Not just her, other bats from parallel worlds probably share such woes, as old fighting techniques seem a bit outdated. It would be great to have a technique that could evaporate part of someone's body with a punch, preferably leaving only their brain alive. This way, enemies would better experience the fear bats went through in childhood yet could never escape. Therefore, Talia feels that the Bat is actually like her, both cruel, just in different ways, fooling Gotham's citizens. But Batwoman always remains silent, seemingly not caring what others think, eternally cold. Talia is always left speechless by Briss and returns to South Badr dejectedly, but after some time, in her boredom, she would run off to Gotham again. Lei Xiaogu has not discovered her little secret, because in many ways, Talia is already no weaker than him, and if it weren't for his eternal life, Talia could completely succeed as the second-generation head of Demon. Talia can already be called a ninja master. Stealth, combat, disguise, archery, she excels in every killing technique, and as a New Age ninja, she also knows hacking and various firearms, surpassing Lei Xiaogu in many ways. Even though Lei Xiaogu believes that using firearms doesn't bring the glory of a martial artist, assassins earn their rewards by killing targets. If the target has no honor, neither need he. Except when it comes to issues of gender in Gotham, where he is entangled with heart demons, in most cases, he remains a highly competent leader of the organization. Chapter 69, Chapter 44, Bat 1589 words, Talia, my daughter. Lei Xiaogu looked expressionlessly at Talia, who was incessantly stirring the tea leaves. Her eyes were obviously vacant, and although her hands didn't stop moving, her thoughts were already elsewhere. What's up, father? She snapped back to reality, looking at him in confusion. The cold wind from afar was carrying off the last wisp of steam from the teacup, and if it continued, it would soon freeze. The fire in the hall blazed brightly, casting the shadows of the two onto the wall, resembling black demons. What were you thinking? Lei Xiaogu turned his head, continuing to gaze at the distant mountains. In this place, half of the year is daytime, and half is night. At this moment, South Badr was in the polar night. Nothing, a bit distracted. It's been really cold lately. Talia found an excuse, she couldn't reveal that she was thinking about Gotham. Lei Xiaogu snorted softly, non-committal. He knew what his daughter was thinking. The distant mountains knew it too, her little thoughts were like a black dot on the snowy mountain. No matter how small, it was very clear to Lei Xiaogu. I've told you, Gotham must be destroyed. Its existence is a stain on this world. Talia lowered her head, adding a bit of hot water to the bowl, and placing the kettle back on the nearby fire. Yes, father. Lei Xiaogu sat quietly on the cushion, savoring the scent of matcha. He liked Talia's obedience. The reason she could live and enjoy the eternal life granted by Lazarus Spring was because he liked hearing the word father, filled with parental authority. Her mother died early, so she only had a father, and could only have a father. Even though he had access to Lazarus Spring, he never resurrected that woman, even though she was his wife. When Bane brings me what I need, we will start the operation. Gotham will pay in blood for the lives it took from the Alliance. Though he spoke such words, Lei Xiaogu's expression remained serene, as if he was merely trying to wipe away a smudge on the snow, rather than obliterate a city of 8 million people. Even if Gotham City was empty, he would erase that city that symbolizes ugliness to find peace. These years, he has been moving further from peace. The calm on his face was just a facade, his heart had always been a tumultuous storm. Yes, father. Talia pursed her lips, responding lightly. She knew that when Lei Xiaogu had a fit, no one here could stop him. Coincidentally, Batwoman was missing at this time, and even with the Alliance's intelligence capabilities, no one knew where she had gone. Talia originally wanted to suppress this news because she knew that without Batwoman, her father would surely target Gotham. It happened every time, even knowing it was a trap, Lei Xiaogu would dive into the bottom of the trap to see what lay within. The Alliance had suffered losses precisely because of this before. However, the situation deteriorated too quickly. A few days ago, one of the assassins lurking in Gotham went missing, and at dawn today, another assassin discovered her corpse was discarded by the roadside, left to be drenched by the rain. Ordinary assassins have no right to use the pool of Lazarus. Dead is dead. When this news came, she knew she could no longer suppress the fact that Batwoman was not in Gotham. A member of the Alliance died, and the Alliance had to avenge her. This was the code of the assassins and the core guarantee that brought so many assassins together under the organization's banner. She reluctantly informed Lei Xiaogu of the news. Lei Xiaogu's face remained unchanged, but she could see the fire in his eyes seemed to buzz and ignite instantly. He sent his subordinates to contact Bane, the person most familiar with Gotham. Bane was once a member of the Assassin Alliance, brave and skilled, with infinite strength, until, for some unknown reason, he angered Lei Xiaogu and was expelled. Afterward, this big brute didn't know who he joined, and years later, when they met again, he was wearing a gas mask and equipped with a venom device. The venom on his back, called Titan, could double his size and strength, greatly enhancing his recovery and resistance. But long-term use of Titan venom can damage the brain and cause organ failure, and currently, only Bane's unique physique could endure it. Lei Xiaogu seemed to see the scrap metal he once cast aside being forged into a precious sword by someone, placed right in front of him. He certainly wouldn't miss the opportunity. At that time, he sent Talia to contact Bane to stir up trouble in Gotham. Bane didn't hold a grudge, and he always had a good relationship with Talia. As soon as they met, he agreed to assist his old employer. During their operation, he broke Batwoman's spine with a wrestling move, throwing her into the pit of death in the Middle East, where he had once suffered, leaving her helpless to watch Gotham's demise as a form of torment. Unexpectedly, Batwoman was rescued by her former enemy, Lady Shiva. Not only did she heal Batwoman's shattered spine, but she also taught her new moves and fighting techniques. Batwoman returned to the city, drove Talia away, and discovered Bane's weakness, the plastic tube that delivered venom to his back. Once she pulled it out, she easily defeated him and captured him into Blackgate Prison, using specially made equipment weighing 50 tons to contain him. Until a few days ago, somehow Bane acquired the raw materials in the prison and reformulated the Titan venom. With his enhanced strength, he escaped again, hiding somewhere in Gotham. The Ninja Master thought of Bane again, and sent someone to inform him that the Assassin Alliance needed some special things, saying the Alliance owed him a favor. This so-called special things were only known to Lei Xiaogu and Bane, not even Talia knew what it was. But as far as she thought, it wouldn't be anything good. At this moment, Talia's emotions were complex. On one side was Batwoman, her friend, and on the other, her father and the organization, as if two voices were constantly tugging at her mind. In reality, she felt Gotham couldn't escape this calamity. Batwoman was nowhere to be found, and even if she wanted to secretly inform her, she couldn't. Lei Xiaogu, of course, understood this too. So now he pretended to wait calmly, anticipating Bane's good news. He was even in a good mood, dragging Talia to admire the snow scene in the dead of night, a scene he had watched for hundreds of years. "Ah, Talia, is my tea ready?" he asked softly, gently stroking his beard. "Or will it be after Gotham's destruction that I can taste it?" "Of course not, father, it's ready. Please enjoy." Talia knelt, placing the teacup on a wooden tray, and slowly pushed it towards Lei Xiaogu. Lei Xiaogu nodded with satisfaction, a gentle smile on his face. He looked at her approvingly, picked up the teacup, and took a gentle sip. "Very good, this time the matcha from the capital is authentic, and your tea-making skills have improved." "Thank you for the compliment, father." Talia bowed. She was educated this way from a young age. Obeying her father seemed to be her instinct. Previously, she had been fighting against this instinct, but this time it seemed that there was no hope in the future. He. Lei Xiaogu laughed up at the sky. His mighty aura radiated out without reservation, making the flames flicker more violently, even the distant mountains echoed with his laughter. The laughter was filled with triumph, relief, and madness. "No one can stop me anymore. Destroy Gotham, then the world." He patted Talia's head, lifting her up. "We will make the world reborn from the corpses of the Amazonians and the ruins of the earth. It's my world." However, as he envisioned a beautiful future, a hoarse voice suddenly sounded from the dark corner of the room, interrupting his beautiful dream. "I think not." "Who goes there?" Lei Xiaogu instantly drew the sword from his waist, a double-edged long sword in an Eastern style, his most adept weapon. He was reputed as one of the world's best in using knives and swords, a masterclass swordsman. He had never thought someone would dare infiltrate the Assassin Alliance headquarters, let alone get so close to him. The visitor did not answer his question, only took a few steps forward, letting the flickering firelight illuminate her. Black cloak, black uniform, black mask, she had wavy black hair draping over her shoulders, with two pointed ears standing erect on top. She wore black lipstick, a gold medallion with a bat insignia hung around her neck, serving as both an ornament and her voice changer. A pair of blue eyes looked at Lei Xiaogu through the mask, expressionless. Lei Xiaogu frowned, pushing Talia aside, gripping his sword's hilt with both hands, and prepared for battle, boosting his aura. "How could you have found this place?" Batwoman flung two bat darts, hitting the fire pit directly. The darts emitted strange gray smoke, extinguishing the flames instantly without a trace of ash, plunging the hall into darkness. Her voice, altered through the voice changer, resonated from another direction in the darkness. "Because I am Batwoman." Chapter 70, Chapter 45, Duel 1644 words. Lei Xiaogu remained vigilant, for moving in the dark was truly the ninja's specialty, as was their ability to transmit sounds from other places. This method can thoroughly confuse the enemy, making it impossible to determine the direction from which the attack will come. But this was of no use to him. As a martial arts master who is proficient in swordsmanship, he understands that mastery of one technique leads to mastery of all techniques. He can detect even the faintest breath or heartbeat. Closing his eyes would not affect his combat ability, not to mention that he also fancied the darkness. This world's Briss was not a student of the Assassin Alliance, her skills stem from her own practice. Lei Xiaogu sensed Batwoman was not far ahead of him. Having not moved at all, the sound coming from behind was just a trick, and he would not be fooled. "Humph, childish. Are you women only capable of these tricks? Why not engage in an honorable battle to prove who deserves the glory?" Stop trying to provoke me, glory is irrelevant to me. Briss's voice came from another direction again, yet Lei Xiaogu could feel she still hadn't budged. Since she rejected the duel of honor, he did not need to adhere to the path of honor either. He swung the weapon in his hand toward the darkness, and the speed of his sword was so swift no one could see it clearly, and the special black treasure sword reflected neither light nor made any wind noises. Intention leads, and the sword follows. This was a sword master's concentration of essence, energy, and spirit into a single sword strike, the most powerful initial blow. Using the sword to propel his body, he appeared at the location where Briss originally stood in a mere instant, yet the treasure sword struck only air, missing Batwoman entirely, even a thread from her garment. How is that possible? Lei Xiaogu was baffled because he was sure he had felt it, and his sensations were never wrong. Perhaps you should ask your daughter. She will explain how heartbeats and breathing can be simulated by computer programs and played through mini amplifiers. Briss's voice resonated from all directions. She had somehow filled the hall with miniature speakers. No one knew how long she had been here, nor how she installed such devices. Lei Xiaogu exhaled murkily and turned his head to look behind, seeing Briss appeared behind him during his attack, and taking advantage of the opportunity, Talia was knocked unconscious and lay on the floor. I didn't feel your heartbeat or breathing, you are like a corpse. Lady Shiva taught me how to deal with martial artists, a South Asian yoga technique called turtle breath, quite effective. Briss maintained an impassive expression, eyes of blue gleaming behind the mask with a light he couldn't comprehend. Now, am I terrifying enough? Will you abandon your plans against Gotham? In your dreams? Foolish bat, charging into our fortress all by yourself. The one who should surrender is you. Lei Xiaogu flipped his hand, throwing a small steel sphere out the window, which unexpectedly erupted into frightening flames, blossoming in the air like fireworks. The buildings atop the cliff and the distant expanses of snowy plains were illuminated, appearing pale as if in daylight. All the assassins, no matter which corner of the mountains they were in, could see the flames bursting in the sky. This was the signal from the Assassin Alliance, and they would immediately head to the hall to gather. Yet what puzzled him was that Batwoman showed no intent to stop him. She hadn't even taken out bat darts, merely turned her head slightly. Lei Xiaogu originally planned to launch a second if the first was intercepted midair, but Bat's seemingly dismissive response made his breath catch in his chest, his face turning ashen. Arrogant. Do you think you can defeat 3,000 assassins? Today this will be your grave. I'll hang your head at our fortress's front door forever. Lei Xiaogu, you are the arrogant one. I've never told you I came here alone. Briss shook her head, adjusted her gloves, and adopted a fighting stance. Come on, no one will interrupt us. Lei Xiaogu grunted coldly. Logically, the assassins closest should have arrived by now, yet no one had. He did not know what had happened to his assassins, but facing Briss head-on matched his plan. However, facing Briss, and striking the Kenjutsu posture, he felt a heavy hit to the back of his head, instantly dizzy, as if hit by a car, unable to stand any longer. Before losing consciousness, the last two words that surfaced in his mind were deception. Then, a masked figure in a black hooded cloak, tightly wrapped, appeared where he fell, as if materializing from the air, previously not there. Did I go too hard on him? He's 800 years old, right? The figure scratched his head and shrunk his neck. I didn't kill him, did I? Who's going to call an ambulance? Briss pulled Talia up from the ground. She was pretending to be unconscious because she couldn't face either her father or Batwoman, so she acted as if she'd been knocked out. You can't kill him. If what you told me is true, then he won't die. Lazarus Spring will heal his injuries and even speed up his recovery. We have limited time. Okay, that's good. Scared me for a second. The cloaked man laughed, lightly patted Lei Xiaogu's back as if comforting him, then stood up and said to Talia, Sorry, Talia, first time meeting again, and I hit your father. You've gotten younger, We don't seem to know each other, your father should also. Talia? Briss shook her head, interrupting their awkward banter. Firstly, you've never seen this Talia before, so you can't compare or conclude she's younger. Secondly, if Lazarus Spring can grant immortality, then your Talia must be the same, so if you say this to your Talia, you'll be immediately found out as lying. Talia? She seemed to never understand. Briss appeared to be insane. What's yours and ours? Is there another self in the world? The cloaked man seemed to suddenly realize, I see, no wonder Talia wants to talk to Superman but not me. It's surely a lifespan issue. It's not about lifespan, just about mood. Briss retorted, turning to Talia, pressing her forehead against Talia's, ignoring her scarlet face, and said, Listen, Talia, I'll be brief. To save our world, I need the water from Lazarus Spring. Give it to me, or we'll find it ourselves. Talia bit her lip, not saying anything nostalgic. They come for the Assassin Alliance's treasure, really. So she obediently led Briss and the mysterious men to the back mountain, and opened the secret chamber. No way, she just loves the bat. This was constructed behind the castle, a secret chamber built into the mountain. Inside the chamber was a small pool, not much bigger than a bathtub. Entering the room, the red liquid bubbling in the pool emitted faint smoke. Is this the pool of Lazarus? Briss asked the mysterious man beside her. Probably. Sorry, I've never seen it before. The cloaked man shrugged. You're the one who told me about this, said the pool water has special effects, but you've never seen it. Briss raised her eyebrows, teasingly asked. Talia hurried to explain, not wanting Briss to think she was deceiving her, this is Lazarus Spring, but for resurrection, you need to be fully immersed, taking water only grants self-healing ability. Briss nodded, her bat gold medal around her neck also swaying with the motion. Enough. With that, she took out a large metal can from under her cloak, filled it with a glug-glug, as the silver-white metal gradually sank into the pale red pool water, which bubbled like boiling water despite being cold. She watched the spring water fill the can, and then stored it away. Aren't you going to use it yourself? My father doesn't know, you can use it. Talia quietly suggested to Briss, thinking that if both of them could be immortal, they'd have more opportunities to spend time together. Briss didn't even turn around, returning to the secret path. Her cloak billowing with the wind created by her walk, like a bat spreading its wings in darkness. No need, this can of spring water won't be used on me. I suggest you hurry back to the hall, and lie in your original position, you've all been knocked out. We're leaving first. But Bane. Talia intended to mention Lei Xiaogu contacting Bane. Bane has already been dealt with, and I've confiscated his nuclear bomb. Once everything's over, you can come to Gotham to find me. If there's spare spring water, I'll return it to you. Briss didn't give her a chance to finish talking, and hurried back the way they came. The group returned to the hall from before, with Briss staring at the cloaked man beside her, pursing her lips tightly, not uttering a word. Is that it? Then, goodbye, Talia. The cloaked man glanced at Briss and then Talia, as if just realizing they needed to leave. What things? Talia initially wanted to inquire, but with a flash of golden light, the bat and the moon were gone, leaving the room empty. Lei Xiaogu still lay on the floor, snowflakes blown in by the wind from the window landing on his face. He seemed to move slightly. Talia immediately, resolutely, slapped herself in the neck. Only by truly passing out could she deceive Lei Xiaogu. Before losing consciousness, she felt the pain from the back of her head, and thought about the date Briss promised, her face displaying a hint of joy. Chapter 71, Chapter 46, Top Speed 1291 words beyond Talia's line of sight, across the vast snowfield, a red light was racing rapidly over the thick snow. Countless piles of snow were thrown high, shooting straight up into the sky like a celestial maiden scattering flowers. However, before they could land, the person who stirred them up had long disappeared. If one focused their gaze at the forefront of that light, they could see the cloaked man, with Briss on one shoulder, his legs moving frantically. Time seemed to freeze around them because they were moving too fast, while the world was too slow. How is it? What do you feel? I've never run with anyone in the Arctic Circle before. The cloaked man asked with concern, while his feet didn't stop. The snowflakes couldn't even touch him, and both were enveloped in a golden lightning. Briss just stared coldly at the road that didn't exist ahead. The pitch-black polar night endlessly spread in her view, with the horizon of the snowfield nowhere in sight, but she knew she was rapidly approaching the coastline. If you know another me, then you should know I have my ways of enduring pain. I mean, unless it's necessary, you don't have to endure anything, Batwoman. It still feels awkward saying that. The cloaked man's cape fluttered with his strides, revealing the red uniform underneath. Actually, your so-called divine speed wraps us in a special force field, and just like all those previous times, I don't feel anything. Briss answered softly, feeling the world had become strange. Things she never thought possible were happening to her. If it weren't for the evidence this cloaked man presented, she wouldn't believe what others called the future. This environment, where relative time to the outside world is still, is called the bullet time zone. I've temporarily shared a bit of the divine speed with you, so our conversation is synchronized. When our speed and acceleration align with the divine speed field, you don't seem to care. The cloaked man immediately began to passionately lecture Briss on the theory of divine speed, sharing the insights he had accumulated over years of ability application. But he found Briss completely absent-minded, as if she was traveling the cosmos and wasn't interested in what he said. Here, she was different from Batman. Bruce would never zone out around others. All right, stop your dissertation on relativity. We have serious matters to attend to. Once everything's settled, I can pay for you to give a full lecture at Gotham City's stadium. I can hire as many spectators as you want. Why would I reveal my abilities to unrelated people? The cloaked man was a bit puzzled. Then you didn't have to tell me either. Briss shook her head. If she wanted to know, she trusted only her own investigation, not someone volunteering information, so take me back to Gotham, back home first. The cloaked man sighed. It's always like this, isn't it? Are all the Batmen in all worlds so awkward in their relationships with people? All right, the Bat is always the boss. We need to cross the sea now. He carried Briss on his shoulder and had already reached the end of the snowfield, his footsteps running directly into the sea. The floating ice and waves in the sea around them were completely still in their vision. He ran directly across the sea surface, kicking up huge splashes behind them. In the dark, they seemed to be constantly running towards the sunrise. Is it really okay to leave the butler on the island? The cloaked man kept running, just like his feet, his mouth couldn't stop. He asked another question. Briss rolled her eyes, though, it was precisely this chatterbox behavior that convinced her of his words. No one would send someone this chatty to deceive her, because the more you say, the more you err. A con man must be careful with every sentence to avoid mistakes, especially with her as the target. A person who talks this much simply can't pay attention to every word they say, so what he says can only be true. I'll say it again, it's Station 7, not some deserted island. Alfred is safest there. Briss corrected his statement. If I'm not mistaken, your Batman should also take a liking to that place. Yes, Miss Briss, as an old man, a tropical island near the equator might really be beneficial for my legs, but we can't have coconuts and bananas for breakfast again tomorrow. You might need to upgrade the menu. In the pointed ears of Briss's head, Alfred's voice came through, the ears serving as both a walkie-talkie and a bat radar. Don't worry, Afu, I know what I'm doing. Briss accepted his goodwill but habitually expressed her capability. The cloaked man had taken her around the world several times in a month, visiting many places, making various preparations, yet generally, they would return to the island for dinner. Alfred insisted on being responsible for a balanced diet. The island's specialties were coconuts and bananas. In this month, they had tried all seafood and coconut-banana combinations available. Despite Afu's excellent culinary skills, people are not gorillas. No matter how delicious bananas are, one would tire of them eventually. So, miss, can you come to the observatory station to pick me up first? The mansion hasn't been cleaned for nearly a month, and as a butler, this is a serious dereliction of duty. The situation in Gotham is still uncertain. Briss planned to decline. She hadn't approached her home to avoid sensitive areas. Although an hour ago she had knocked down Bane and seized his nuclear bomb, it was done underground in the city. For her, unless she filled in this month's city surveillance footage and understood what had happened in the city, the situation in Gotham remained unclear. That's why she intended to return to Vane Mansion this time. But the butler wasn't in a hurry, continuing with his elegant and appropriate tone, "But miss, don't you already have a plan? Things will be resolved, just like before." Briss was silent for a moment, her blue eyes reflecting a thoughtful gleam. "Yes, you're right. Preparations are almost complete." She patted the cloaked man's shoulder. "Let's go to the island first, then to Gotham. Then we need to speed up a bit, give me 10 seconds. The cloaked man calculated quickly and with a smile, gave a time. "This time, I really feel like this trip is a weight loss journey. I've lost too much weight already." Even while saying so, the cloaked man accelerated his pace, moving so fast that his steps became invisible. His body emitted more lightning, completely enveloping the two, like a golden comet gouging a deep wave over the ocean, turning towards the equator. No creature could see their passage because their time was so brief that they couldn't even form an image on the retina. Perhaps only a god could know what happened. As if the words had just been spoken, they appeared on a tropical island where the sun hadn't yet set, and Alfred was beside a barbecue grill preparing butter-roasted bananas. The cloaked man took a breath, picked up a roasted banana, and stuffed it into his mouth. He felt if he didn't eat something, he would faint, even though bananas reminded him of gorillas, and he once fought against a kingdom founded by a gorilla. "Allow me to remind you, Mr. Allen, you didn't wash your hands." However, the cloaked man shrugged, with his mouth full of golden banana, and the heat causing him to turn the food around in his mouth, he mumbled, "Actually, I did, just too fast." Chapter 72, Chapter 47, Homecoming 1398 words. Alfred was taken aback for a moment, shook his head, and realized he couldn't manage the superpowered friends of the young lady. Despite his skeptical expression, he was actually quite pleased. After all, in Gotham, he had seen countless people in tight suits, but apart from Briss, all of them were antisocial maniacs. These people seemed to pop up endlessly from Gotham's darkness like weeds, each with quirky ideas, all wanting to destroy Gotham or Briss. There was even one who wanted to be friends with Briss, but that person was definitely a battle-crazy maniac among the maniacs. However, the person who appeared a month ago was not only strong in justice but also cheerful and friendly. Just looking at him, one would feel his sincerity. He couldn't be a bad person. Afu thought Briss might have found a companion. This person's performance over the month was even more heroic than the young lady's. But when he appeared, he also brought some bad news that the world was in danger, with a terrifying force closing in step by step. Briss finally believed this fact because she witnessed the changes in the world firsthand. Some clues were always indicating that something was approaching. To prevent world destruction, they had been busy for a month, while Alfred had it easier, needing only to stay on the island to cook. Briss had traveled all over the world, but it seemed to no avail. "The calories that bananas provide are too limited. I feel like I might lose my hair." The cloaked man quickly finished all the bananas he had prepared, but even so, he still felt drained. "Eat when we get back to Wayne Manor. I remember we should still have some stuff at home." Briss took off her mask and wiped her sweat. Although there was no need to consider wind resistance under divine speed, she still felt sea foam all over her face. Alfred immediately dismissed her idea, taking off his apron and straightening his tuxedo, although he looked quite out of place on the beach. "I must say, young lady, if there's any food left at home, it's what we had when we left nearly a month ago. I'm confident in the fridge at home." Briss put her mask back on, resuming her Batwoman aura. "Eating food stored for a month is very unhealthy, young lady," Alfred dutifully stated as he extinguished the stove and began tidying up the observatory's belongings. "But that's a turkey. I was planning to have turkey sandwiches for breakfast the next day." Briss finally remembered what was in her fridge. She had been near Gotham an hour ago, where the weather wasn't as nice as here, and it was okay to eat just about anything. Yet Afu was undeterred. He meticulously locked the door of the observatory, where a nuclear weapon marked with a radiation symbol was stored, stood upright with his hands behind his back, and refused with a tone full of classic European flair. I believe not even a phoenix could bring themselves to eat it anymore. Perhaps we could stop by a supermarket on the way. We'll see, but right now, I don't know how much time we have. Briss reluctantly gave up the thought of eating turkey, realizing it wasn't the best time for shopping. The cloaked man then interjected, waving his hand as if trying to get both of their attention. Ahem, is anyone noticing here that I'm quite good at making up for lost time? 5 minutes later, they had returned to Wayne Manor. More than 4 of those minutes were spent by Afu shopping for groceries. Once back in the city, Briss immediately noticed a blackout in Gotham. Even she couldn't fix it because no one knew where the problem was, and in this weather, it couldn't be repaired. The city's water level had risen above knee height, and the torrential rain showed no sign of stopping. Fortunately, in the bullet time domain, they could dodge the raindrops completely. In this weather, no supermarket or convenience store would be open, so Briss straightforwardly pried open a store's lock, took what she needed, and left twice the amount in US dollars on the counter. Back at the mansion, it had its own power system from a geothermal generation device under the Bat Cave. The house welcomed its owner back, and the lights in every room were on. Alfred went to the kitchen to prepare food, while Briss placed her helmet by her side, lounged lazily on the sofa in the sitting room, watching the fireplace flames dance and relaxed. She even took out her treasured good wine to entertain the cloaked man. The two usually met at Vane Mansion. It was the cloaked man's first visit to Briss's home. Actually, you don't need to wear a large cape, nobody knows you in this world. The cloaked man, of course, knew this, but he just wanted to experience the feeling of doing things in a black uniform, feeling very bat-like. Am I considered a member of the Bat Clan now? Can I have a bat code name in this world? Lightning Bat, Bat Express, something like that. Briss stared at him expressionlessly. All right, just saying, he shrugged in disappointment, and with a flash, the tightly wrapped cloak was gone, revealing a young, shy-looking man in his early 20s. His light brown hair hung curled on his head, his skin was fair, he didn't appear robust, and he wore a bashful smile like a big boy. He wore a red and white t-shirt printed with Star Lab and a pair of ordinary jeans, but he was barefoot. I found your guest slippers still in the same place as in our world, but I figured I should at least ask if I can wear them. Briss's lips twitched and she nodded, answering with a soft mm. With a flash of electric light, Barry was already sitting beside her, wearing dark satin slippers, ready to toast with his glass. Thank you, the material is very comfortable. Briss was a bit numb. Fortunately, the person in front of her posed no threat for the moment, showing no signs of madness, or else she wouldn't know how to handle such a power user. But Briss didn't say it aloud, she simply smiled as she clinked her glass with his. You can use the bathroom in the guest room on the 2nd floor, and however you and that Batman get along in your world, you can do the same here. Actually, I don't have many chances to be at Wayne Manor, and most of the time, it's underground, you know what I mean. Barry scratched his head and took a tiny sip of wine, but the spicy flavor made him shake his head repeatedly. As a scientist, he always felt that strong liquor was more harmful to the brain than divine speed. Briss certainly knew what was beneath her house, probably, the other Batman did too, so, are you interested in touring my base to compare whose is better? As they drank and chatted, Alfred walked in through the door. Sorry, young lady, it seems our house had an unwelcome guest in our absence over the past month. Didn't the home's alarm system work? It was Briss's first experience being stolen from, a sensation of bitterness and anger welled up. None of the security equipment worked. I suspect it was a military-grade EMP that fried everything, Alfred nodded, maintaining graceful composure. Briss touched her neck as if in thought, what's our loss then? I've checked all the rooms. So far, we lost a roast turkey, about 2 kilograms of carrots and potatoes, lettuce, 200 grams of various spices, including your favorite Southeast Asian nutmeg for coffee, Alfred listed without needing notes. He had every item in the mansion memorized by heart. Oh, and we're missing a large pot, a ladle, 5 plates, and matching cutlery. Barry, once a forensic scientist, frequently running around identifying crime scenes, felt a question mark pop over his head upon hearing this list of missing items. Sounds like someone organized a camping trip at your place. Have you sponsored Gotham's Boy Scouts? We have no Boy Scouts here. Briss understood something, squinting her eyes and striking the Bat's classic skeptical pose. Chapter 73, Chapter 48, Rob 1299 words. She held a wine glass, leading the two to the study next to the reception room. Without needing to say much, one could see a string of dark footprints on the floor, stretching towards the back of the bookshelf. There were a few black handprints on the piano keys, left by dirty gloves. Barry Allen knew he was witnessing another crime scene, and this time it was in Batman's home. Even if it's the Batman of a parallel universe, it's still quite rare. Briss squinted at the footprints. They were left by special combat boots from a certain uniform, with no distinct patterns, just segments of metallic surfaces. She certainly remembered these footprints, but the ones she used to see were bloody. This time, it was just mud. Deathstroke. How did she get here? Briss suddenly flared up, unhappy that a detestable assassin had infiltrated her home. Afu, call the police station and ask what Deathstroke has been up to in town recently. Barry Allen wasn't too panicked. He seemed to have little reaction to the mention of Deathstroke's name, as if seeing a savior. Oh, Deathstroke from your world. Send her my regards, haha. He looked at the black handprint Cindy left on the piano, calculating the stride. Looks like she took the turkey. Judging by the splash range of the muddy water beside the footprints, with the same stride length, she was lighter when she arrived and heavier when she left, probably just the weight of the missing food. I know, I'm just wondering what that perverted assassin came to my house for. Briss pressed a few keys on the piano, and the bookshelf silently swung open, revealing a pitch-black passage. Isn't Deathstroke supposed to be on our side? Barry scratched his head, finding it strange. On Earth-Zero, many heroes or villains chose to escape from the crisis. Only this mercenary Deathstroke took the initiative to help. Why does it seem different here? Briss was actually more surprised. Your Deathstroke is on your side. This question stumped Barry since Deathstroke's actions were truly hard to categorize. He's primarily on the side of money. I suppose that's the same here. Briss nodded, agreeing with him. He's done a lot of bad things, killed many people. I suspect he's the culprit for half the unsolved cases I have. Briss nodded again in agreement. But many times, he's also helped save the Earth, assisting the Justice League in repelling alien invaders, often risking his life. So he's actually a complex person. This time, Briss didn't nod. Instead, she pinched her chin, with both corners of her mouth downturned, deep in thought. After a moment, she came back to herself, motioning Barry to follow her to the Batcave, speaking as they walked. Our Deathstroke probably doesn't know about this world-ending matter yet. If I inform her, what do you think the chances are of her helping us? 100%, Lady Bat, as long as you can persuade her, she will definitely not stand by. If you find persuasion difficult, you could just write a big check. Barry understood what kind of person Slade was, but he didn't know this world's Deathstroke, and could only offer this hypothesis. I'm not concerned with her stealing the turkey for now, but I need to know what she has done in my base. Before Briss could finish her sentence, her eyes widened. The Batcave was in complete disarray, with traces of vandalism everywhere, the cave floor filled with various footprints, and used dishes scattered across a table. Her favorite giant dinosaur even had a hole in its head, occasionally sputtering a few electric sparks. The city's surveillance system had been breached. At that moment, the large screen displayed continuously switching surveillance footage, and an exposed data cable under the mainframe indicated Deathstroke had used a physical connection to hack the system. Briss wasn't surprised that Deathstroke could deal with the mechanical dinosaur, as it was originally meant for common thieves, not world-class assassins like Deathstroke. But she never knew Deathstroke was also a computer expert, even surpassing her own skills. In a flash of electric light, Barry appeared at the top of the dinosaur's head, bent over examining the marks left on the dinosaur. The top of the dinosaur's head had some footprints, black handprints were at the eye sockets, and there were water stains on the tail. He quickly deduced Su Ming's tactics, replaying it in his mind. This further proved that only Deathstroke could execute such a surgical strike targeting vulnerabilities. Many who could execute it wouldn't think of such a tactic, while many who could think of it lacked the physical capability. He then assessed the other traces on the ground. A woman in high heels, a large man in sneakers, and someone in a wheelchair. They had indeed camped here, the table littered with plates and leftovers, including expired turkey. The only thing puzzling him was that Deathstroke had two sets of footprints, one larger and heavier, the other smaller and lighter. He scratched his head, unable to comprehend, and returned to Briss's side. In reality, only 3 seconds had passed. She was still contemplating the breach of her system. Barry shared his findings with her, but even Briss couldn't immediately figure it out. Afu came up from behind, descending the stairs, adjusted a few knobs on the system, and switched to the news channel. "Miss Briss, I think you should see this. I couldn't reach the police station earlier, but I saw something on TV." On TV, the station was replaying footage of Su Ming. The fearful station executives had pulled all evening news, replacing it with a special interview with Deathstroke. Despite the massive blackout in the city, as long as one person could watch TV, they dared not pull this program. What followed was a scene of Su Ming shooting Barbara. The gunshot echoed through the Bat Cave, causing both the old butler and Barry to shiver and involuntarily close their eyes. It doesn't make sense, Deathstroke had no reason to kill Oracle. Barry shook his head repeatedly in disbelief. Oracle was more valuable than the average superhero. Deathstroke wouldn't just kill Barbara like that. In the main world, that shot would mean billions of US dollars down the drain. "Alan, we're talking about Deathstroke. She's a mercenary who kills for money, she doesn't care who she's killing." Afu corrected, having once served the government as a warrior with faith, whereas mercenaries like Deathstroke were, in his view, positionless mavericks. Warriors need positions, whereas businesspeople only care about interests. Briss herself leaned on the console, slowing down the footage on the supercomputer by 20 times. She wasn't saddened for Barbara but focused on the bullet. Barry is right, Deathstroke didn't kill Barbara. The bullet just passed 1 centimeter outside her neck, a trick with positioning. Then she brought Barbara here, and had her hack your system. The wheelchair tracks here match the axle distance and tire circumference of Barbara's wheelchair shown on TV. Barry nodded, wiping off the black handprints Su Ming had left on the console, then looked at the floor beneath the few people standing. "I'm not surprised she could hack your system either." Briss still pinched her sharp chin, quietly watching the slow-motion replay on the big screen. The computer was automatically slowing down the news footage, and she noticed something peculiar. However, there still is something surprising. The person in that holy image uniform isn't actually our Deathstroke. As she spoke, she pressed a button, freezing the image on the screen, displaying Deathstroke's close-up. That scarlet solo eye stared at the 3 people in front of the screen, casting a quiet around them. Chapter 74, Chapter 49, Distinguishing Truth from Falsehood. 1299 words. Barry scratched his head. He was still hungry and felt unable to focus. The darkness here was making him sleepy. But he forced himself to stay awake, rubbing his face with his hands, and asked Briss, "You said Deathstroke isn't Deathstroke, what does that mean? Is this an impersonator?" "Men using guns to this extent, I don't recall seeing them here." Briss enlarged the image to show Deathstroke's whole body. "This person's skeletal structure is male." After speaking, Briss captured images of the police station door pillar behind Deathstroke, the TV station's broadcast truck, and Deathstroke himself, measured the horizontal distances between them, and created a scale. The broadcast truck from Gotham TV station, made in Metropolis, is an Amazon brand 1999 model, with a cabin height of 3.5 meters. The height of the Gotham police station's main entrance is officially recorded as 6.2 meters, and due to geological reasons, it has subsided 0.01 meters each year since 1996. While Cindy Wilson's height, 73 meters. After inputting this data, the mainframe emitted a beeping sound, almost showing a big red cross, which made Briss shrug. Doesn't match, this person is 184 meters tall, male. Now it's not just my personal impression, even the system confirms that there is no such person in Gotham. Barry had already noticed the leftover food on the desk. He scooped a bit of soup from a big pot, and sent it into his mouth with a large wooden ladle. The unpleasant taste gave him a shudder, and it tasted like viscous mucus. But he encouraged himself he was a superhero, after all, he couldn't be daunted by this little hardship. He needed nutrition, and he needed it now. So, the footprints on the dinosaur's head are his, he killed your dragon. Thank you for the reminder. Briss's expressionless face did not reveal what dark accounts she had kept in her heart against Su Ming. After recording the news, he and Cindy together kidnapped Barbara, and 2 reporters from the TV station, and came here together. Barry took the horrible sweet soup into his mouth. The soup had already cooled and solidified and lacked any sweetness, the numbness on his tongue made it hard for him to speak clearly. And then they happily ate dinner here at your place, patted their butts and left. Barbara and the reporters showed no signs of being coerced. That's precisely what I can't comprehend. Briss picked out a piece of lettuce from the pot, only to lick it and spit it out, looking at Barry with incredulous eyes and shaking her head. I can understand the reporter's ideas since news is valuable, but Barbara. Have you contacted Director Gordon? Barry struggled to swallow a mouthful, uttering a painful groan of ugh, caught his breath, and reminded her. Deathstroke specifically named him. I don't think I can get through on the phone. Briss started using the mainframe to make a call, which would leave no call record, and said to Ah Fu, you'd better quickly prepare food, our guests are eating the dish Deathstroke made. After just a taste, I felt like she was going to kill me. Of course, miss, the food is already on the stove. Ah Fu walked back up the stairs to prepare the food. Letting guests go hungry is not something a butler should do. Gordon can't be reached. Interestingly, this equipment once tracked a license plate number and the locations of me and Ah Fu. Briss sat down with interest, only to find a patch of ash next to her hand. She paused and squinted her eyes. It should be Barbara who checked it. Barry patted his stomach, feeling a bit uncomfortable. Is Barbara really good at computer technology? Briss asked again. Yes, one could say she's among the best on Earth. Barry said, discussing the matters on his side. He didn't have much contact with Oracle since his colleagues in Midtown were all scientific madmen who could provide him with full logistical support. His only contact channel with Barbara was occasionally via video calls in the Justice League. Not only are her hacking skills very strong, but she also has command talent and leadership. Many female heroes on our side are willing to listen to her. Briss silently wrapped her arms around herself, wiping the yellowish smoke scars on the table. This is interesting because Barbara in our world is just an ordinary high school student and has never shown any talent. I don't know, and Gordon doesn't know either. Barry raised an eyebrow, seeming to understand something. But Deathstroke found out, and he purposefully brought Barbara to your place to operate your Brother Eye's system to find people. My system doesn't have a name. If it were to have one, it would be called Sister Eye. Briss stared at the screen, pulling up earlier location queries, with a place called Indian Mountain flashing on the map. Is this Deathstroke from your world? Barry shook his head. No, our Slade is 194 meters tall. He's gone with Sea King to Atlantis to find something. They don't have the ability to travel dimensions. I am in charge of finding multiverse reinforcements, but there was a little accident. I know, you've said it many times. Integrating into divine speed to travel between worlds is unpredictable. You encountered the time ghost, barely escaped with your life, and landed in our world. Briss pulled up the information about Indian Mountain, examining it seriously, but couldn't make anything out of a junkyard. Yes, that's it, and then I found time had rewound somewhat, yet it didn't trigger a flashpoint effect. The world remained the same, and Gotham was as chaotic as ever. Barry sat on a nearby table, attempting to wave his arm with divine speed to help Briss wipe off the yellow stains on the table, but the smoke's yellow stain only grew larger. Our world was different to begin with, even if the flashpoint effect you mentioned was triggered, you couldn't tell. Subsequently, you discovered a world that was supposed to be destroyed still exists, and someone who was supposed to be your enemy, like me, hasn't gone mad yet. Briss stated calmly. Barry widened his eyes, blew a breath onto the table, and gave an embarrassed smile. That's the gist. Now, I suspect that Deathstroke might be from another parallel universe. Perhaps he and I collided in the realm of divine speed, and our arrival times offset each other. We counteracted each other's speed, so only minimal ripples caused any changes in your world. But as it stands, these changes appear positive, increasing our odds of victory. I only want to protect my own world. As for helping you against Barbados, I don't have the energy. My world doesn't have as many heroes like yours. Here, all the crazies in the world love to come to Gotham. If you didn't have divine speed, I wouldn't even leave Gotham. Briss's indifferent answer left Barry a bit awkward, but fortunately a few minutes later, Alfred's arrival broke the odd atmosphere. Miss and Mr. Allen, dinner is ready. Today's main course is beef stew in red wine, with side dishes of roasted oysters and celery chicken rolls, lobster sashimi, and European noodles as the main food. But given the limited time, the beef might not be tender enough. It's already excellent, bring it here, please. I need to make some preparations. I'm curious about what this bizarre person actually wants to do. Briss smiled at Afu, feeling quite proud that only her butler could prepare a beef stew in just over 10 minutes. Meanwhile, she already had a rough guess in her mind. This Deathstroke has a clear goal, and he knows a lot of things. Chapter 75, Chapter 50, The Bat Always Has a Plan. 1309 words. Afu quickly delivered dinner, using a concealed elevator. He pushed the dining cart down, and even prepared a full set of tablecloths, napkins, and cutlery. On the large table in the Bat Cave were the leftovers from Pete, and the other's meal, as well as half a pot of the strange sweet soup made by Cindy. At that time, only Pete and Cindy, relying on being modified people, managed to take a few bites, while the others turned pale after just a taste. As Afu was cleaning up these leftovers and cold dishes, he suddenly noticed a smoke-stained yellow spot on the table, with cigarette ash scattered around it, also on the floor. His expression instantly became sharp. Miss, if you want to befriend Deathstroke, I think we should order a batch of ashtrays for the Bat Cave, perhaps natural crystal products. What do you think? Briss continued looking at the information on the screen without turning her head, as if Indian Mountain seemed familiar to her, but the historical records in the intelligence were only a few lines, which was itself a problem. Why hadn't she noticed it before? No one will be friends with Deathstroke. I just want to talk business with him. Afu nodded, tilting his head, raising his eyebrows to show understanding, methodically clearing away the debris, setting up the tablecloth, and placing new food. Oh, but I recommend having a lawyer present when negotiating with a mercenary like Deathstroke, and the contract must be tight. Barry will join me, Briss said casually, moving away from the monitoring console and sitting at the large table, which was her workbench where she usually crafted some gadgets, always mindful not to make it greasy. But today the workbench was used for a new purpose by Deathstroke, and it got dirty, so she might as well eat on it. But I deal with forensics, kind of like a medical examiner, but contracts aren't my specialty. Barry was suddenly sitting by the table, already having set his own napkin and cutlery, waiting for the dishes to be served. Briss gave him a "you're kidding me" look, as Barry, though highly intelligent and probably the best optical physicist and material scientist she'd seen, seemed to lack common sense like many scientists. No need to prepare documents, just come with me in uniform. Oh, you meant that, Barry realized, his youthful face lighting up with a smile. I get it now, you speak even more cryptically than Diana did back there. I understand, the hero here is an arrogant, selfish, and sinister person. Seeing his interviews on TV makes me nauseous. Briss set her napkin while Afu served the appetizer first, a plate of green fish salad. Then what about your Sea King? Barry eagerly took a bite, feeling his taste buds finally coming back to life. She attempts to create a world ruled by Atlanteans, and for that purpose, she's willing to bury the whole world with it, Briss answered his question while eating, using her fork to pick food, and put it in her mouth. Ah Fu, who stood by serving, watched her speak while chewing, not recalling teaching Miss to do such a thing. Barry nodded, seeming to understand the situation. Forgive me for saying, Briss, I now feel you may never be the person I remember, but if the Amazons and Atlanteans erupt into war, I've seen such a scene, in a wrong timeline, and the world would be destroyed too. Briss remained calm, the darkness of the bat cave seemingly deep in her bones, with her indifferent expression always accompanying her. I can guess, if the world's situation continues to worsen, the old me would probably treat Arthur as a world-class threat to deal with him. I originally had a very similar plan. The old you was the world's fuse. I have made you change your mind, but not Barbados. He's still continuing his evil plan, using the power of the dark multiverse, trying to drag the bright multiverse over. Once successful, we're all done for. Barry had finished his food, waiting for the next dish, wiping his mouth with a napkin. He spoke the previous words. I've heard your theories on cosmic balance and restart, though that's just a hypothesis and you can't prove it, but as long as there are Amazons and undersea people in this world, the threat remains. Maybe our world is incomplete, doomed to destruction. Briss put down her fork and knife, gesturing to Ah Fu to continue serving without waiting. That's what Barbados wants you to think. No world is doomed for destruction, people can change their destiny. Barry became serious, his childlike smile fading. He said earnestly, don't be influenced by him, he might appear in your dreams, full of lies. We will soon stop this war, and the world will continue. Briss glanced at him, revealing a hard-to-decipher expression. I know, we should first find Deathstroke. I've had the urge to give it my all and fight her to the death several times. This person is the one I hate the most, but the situation is special now. He's not a regular villain. He's done good deeds, maybe one day he'll change his ways, though even I find that hard to believe. I understand you can be very strong when you don't hold back, but we both have a principle of not killing. I'm finished eating, when shall we leave? A flash of lightning, and Barry was at the side picking his teeth, having devoured half of all the dishes in an instant and changed into his red and yellow lightning uniform. Briss sighed, got up, put on her bat helmet, and restocked her various small gadgets. Ah Fu, I'll finish the remaining food when I return. Barry and I are off for a bit. Of course, miss, I'll be waiting for you at home. Ah Fu gave a slight bow, showing a gentlemanly smile, watching Briss disappear in a red flash, just as he had countless times watched her leave to fight for justice. Indian Mountain Underground Research Facility, 3rd floor. Su Ming and Cindy encountered a hail of bullets here. Having just come down the stairs and before taking a few steps, they were met with comprehensive firepower coverage. This place seemed like an employee dormitory area, or simply a place meant to detain ordinary people who were to be used as experimental subjects. In the brightly lit corridor, small rooms lined both sides. At the moment of the attack, Su Ming pushed the 3 unarmed people into a room, while Cindy darted into a small room across the corridor. 47 personnel, submachine guns, rocket launchers, large-caliber shotguns, small anti-tank cannons, and some unidentified weapons. Your decision. Cindy peeked her head out from the room door to take a quick look. Amidst the continuous gunfire, she rapidly relayed a series of tactical gestures to Su Ming. Vico beside her urged Pete to record quickly, but the big guy's legs were as soft as noodles, forcing Vico to carry the camera herself. Su Ming immediately envisioned a structural map of this building's form, like leaves growing symmetrically on a vine, with rooms on either side of the corridor. The rooms contained only a damaged small stainless steel bed and nothing else. The walls used soundproof materials, and despite decades passing, the quality seemed decent. Flash bomb, Su Ming responded to her with tactical gestures. The enemy's fire made the cement near the door fly in disorder, and within just a dozen seconds, even the corridor floor had been chipped away. Cindy nodded slightly. On the opposite side of the corridor, countless bullets trailing flame, and air current passed through their line of sight, the heat slightly warping the air. This tactic suited her well. Chapter 76, Chapter 51, Biting its Tail. 1339 words. Several black and yellow speckled balls were thrown out of the room, flying toward the crowd. They looked about the size of a golf ball, each with a button that emitted a green glow. currently flickering with a faint light. A series of explosions echoed, and the gunfire in the corridor suddenly thinned out, replaced by screams. Many of those dressed in black suits clutched their eyes and began to roll on the floor. The powerful flashbangs, besides causing blindness, also disrupted the brain by damaging the optic nerve, making people lose their balance and sense of direction, unable to move. Concussion grenades could achieve a similar effect, but through sudden loud noises and high-frequency sound waves, in such a narrow underground environment, they were indifferent to friend or foe. Choosing the right weapon is as important as choosing tactics. Upon realizing they had lost their combat abilities, Su-Ming and Cindy wouldn't hold back. For Deathstroke, obstacles had to be removed. He immediately drew his dual blades and charged swiftly into the crowd, Cindy doing the same. In the pale corridor, trails of blade light gleamed dazzlingly. With each flash of light, one or more heads flew into the air, various severed limbs danced everywhere, and blood splattered every inch of wall and floor. Their fighting styles were slightly different because Cindy, being smaller, preferred weaving through the crowd to find weaknesses and opportunities. Su-Ming, however, leaned more towards a crushing style of combat, relying on the extraordinary strength of a modified person, cutting through any barriers with his dual blades. Actually, they could both fight using each other's styles, all techniques were at their disposal, but there were issues of different worlds, different habits, not to mention Su-Ming being a transmigrator. This straightforward method of advance made his blood boil, fulfilling his lust for deathblow. He felt much warmer, as if a large amount of unfamiliar memory was flooding into his mind. He vaguely recalled countless times of slaying enemies, even remembering vividly the expressions on their faces. Those were Slade's memories, completely different from Su-Ming's, filled with violence and blood. When he felt cold once more, only he and Cindy were left in the corridor, surrounded by various mutilated corpses, discarded firearms everywhere, even the barrel of the anti-tank cannon was broken. Good, we're getting closer to Falcone. Cindy flicked the blood off her blade, nodded in satisfaction. She liked using swords, the lethality was reliable, no need to check the bodies on the ground. Maybe I do need to eat well and sleep somewhere. Su-Ming shook his head, calming himself down again. Maybe Cindy was right, with the healing factor at work, his mood was affected. And as Slade's memories kept resurfacing, he became less sure of his identity now. Who was he really? He had Deathstroke's body and memories, so naturally, he was Slade Wilson, but where did Su-Ming's memories come from? The chaos of memories intertwined with bloodlust made him irritable, though thankfully he could still control his emotions for now. From the comics, this kind of bloodthirsty madness wouldn't last long, likely by morning, things would be back to normal. Provided he gets enough food and rest, and Cindy's previous stew, he only ate a few bites. Everyone ate the turkey, originally it tasted good, but it had this refrigerator smell. But it seemed it wasn't just the healing factor at play, memories were indeed chaotic. Cindy patted his shoulder, gesturing for the three hiding in the back room to follow. It was a bit difficult for Barbara with all the corpses in the corridor, her wheelchair wasn't very maneuverable. She was thinking if she needed to go to such places often, maybe it's time to switch to caterpillar tracks. Your self-healing cells acting up again? Cindy asked him. It's okay, still under control. Su-Ming sheathed his blade, patting his head, searching through the pile of corpses for usable bullets for his pistol. As long as you don't get hurt. If you get hurt again, the self-healing cells speed up, and you could lose control. Cindy knew how her body worked, and if Sue was like her, he faced the same issue. Once we've dealt with Falcone, we can borrow some equipment at a hospital. A few good doctors in Gotham can check out your brain CT. As she spoke, she performed a similar action to Su-Ming, running low on ammunition after fighting zombies. No need, not the right time yet. Su-Ming declined her suggestion, even after resolving the Romans' matters. They were only halfway through, far from having the time for a physical checkup. Besides, those doctors in Gotham related to Cindy, who could they be? He didn't want to be treated by Professor Hugo, or Dr. Pigface, avoiding missing or adding organs to his body. Suit yourself but don't give me trouble in combat. Cindy shrugged, since Su-Ming insisted, no need to persuade further. Don't joke around, these gangs are hardly trouble for us. He straightened up and continued forward with Cindy. The blood in the corridor was ankle-deep, while the three behind, apart from Vico's excitement, Barbara and Pete were pale and gagging. Before, on the upper floors, they were dealing with monsters, which was easier. Seeing so many human corpses now, human instincts stirred fear. The corridor wound left and right, no one knew which direction it led, but he could feel the resistance from the men in black getting fiercer, indicating they were approaching their target. With each step forward and kill made, more memories returned. He remembered dozens of bank accounts and passwords from unknown worlds, secret safe houses and arms caches worldwide, and his recent assassination missions, causing his head to throb, yet his expression remained unchanged beneath the helmet, silently following Cindy. On their way, they found a small room with a light on, showing signs that someone had slept there with silk sheets. A bottle of medicine was on the bedside, with James Gordon's name written on it. Falcone even brought your father's painkillers. Su-Ming picked up the bottle, tossed it to Barbara. I must say, he's rather considerate. Gordon should be safe now. Barbara caught the medicine, examining it closely. She remembered this bottle was in the medicine box at her home, familiar with the doctor's prescription and handwriting. How did these guys sneak into my home? My dad installed a lot of security systems. Barbara was troubled. These villains were relentless. Gordon can catch thieves for 1,000 days, but can't guard against them forever. When someone is determined to enter your home, no security system will work. How equipped do you think your home is compared to the Batcave? Su-Ming removed his gloves, felt the sheets, finding no warmth. Gordon had been gone for at least half an hour. Briss's security measures were formidable, yet Cindy still managed to break in. Cindy also inspected the medicine bottle, even tasting a couple pills, confirming they were indeed aspirin, then said, bypassing security systems is easy, for instance, coercing the manufacturer, for these things often have a deactivation password or frequency. Or hiring professionals like us, making all security systems meaningless in our eyes. Su-Ming took back the bottle, swallowing a few pills, relieved his headache significantly, causing him to exhale in delight. Leaving the small room, he nonchalantly grabbed the pillow from the bed as he spoke. If someone prepared painkillers for Gordon, it implied he wasn't totally unscathed. A pillow during a headache was helpful, and the silk material could be torn for use as a bandage or splint. Even if Gordon didn't need it, it could be for the Romans. Killing and humanity aren't mutually exclusive. Perhaps after killing Falcone, laying his cold corpse on the pillow, it might bring a smile. Although the headache eased now, the complex memories left him so irritable he only wanted to kill. Chapter 77, Chapter 52, Static Electricity 1298 words. On the path forward, wave after wave of the men in black fell before the two, and Vico was quite pleased with this. If possible, she wanted to expand this news into a documentary. She had already thought of the name, Deathstroke on the blade. The dazzling scene before her, paired with her professional commentary, made her believe she would surely become famous. She had already thought of the lines, such as, when the first ray of spring moonlight spilled over the land of Gotham, the person in black and yellow armor set out from home with a sharpened long knife. She passed through roads littered with corpses and entered another world filled with blood to frolic. This is an ancient assassin custom, and a daily pastime for Deathstroke. Corpses are undoubtedly the joint creation of biology and great assassins. The tacit cooperation between flesh and blade allows the warm, passionate innards to burst and then immediately shatter, leaving only the simple aroma, an empty shell. Spring has arrived and Deathstroke in Gotham has slaughtered hundreds more. In the south, Black Arrow chooses to use a bow and arrow. Not far away, Death Shooter prefers a sniper rifle, while to the east, Lady Shiva chooses to use her own hands, with assassins in different regions having their own preferences. Watching Su-Ming and Cindy showcase their flowing and water-like killing techniques among the crowd, she deeply understood the aesthetics of blood and violence, and those markings on the walls began to seem like paintings with self-volition in her eyes. Every line of blood, every patch of red moisture, every piece of visceral fragment, seemed to express something from a higher level of spirit and telekinesis. If Su-Ming knew this thought, he would surely give her a white dove and encourage her to become a director and make films. The current enemy was already powerless, and the two Deathstrokes had completely shattered their will to fight. Actually, for Su Ming, whether they came charging all at once or in groups of dozens, it made little difference. The number of ordinary people was just a trivial issue. Even in the various calculations in his mind, the number of these mobsters could not even constitute a variable. In his mind, there was only a constant, the speed of advance when facing a group of ordinary enemies. No matter how many there were or what weapons they held, the pace of Deathstroke's advance was set, unstoppable. Finally, after eliminating the last group of enemies, they arrived at two massive doors, beautifully crafted, clearly from a high-end hotel. Pushing the doors open, inside was a hall resembling a study, with a fireplace blazing, but no one inside. The room carried the scent of cigars and alcohol, apparently indicating that Falcone had hosted Gordon, though what they discussed was unknown. There were 3 people and a cat in the room, Cindy said, using the tip of her knife to lift a long black hair off the sofa, with blood dripping into the cracks of the armrest, staining some white long hairs. Why a cat? Vico questioned, wanting to analyze the next victim's story from a different angle. Su Ming paused for a moment, aware despite his headache that something seemed off when they had entered the room. He sat on the sofa with a smile, removed his helmet, took out 2 teacups, poured the tea from the pot, and tasted it, concluding it was average. Foreigners didn't brew tea right. This tea's origin might be South Asia, with a faint curry flavor. The water was still lukewarm, indicating they hadn't left long ago. Without urgency to pursue, he calmly answered Vico, because a cat is a predator, even if it becomes a pet for thousands of years, it still embodies feline traits like silently observing, decisively striking, and noiseless killing, aligning with the mafia's self-perception. Cindy agreed with his perspective, sipping tea alongside Su Ming, but unlike him, she seemed pleased with the tea. Dogs wouldn't do. Dogs are pursuers, canines being savage and fierce, noisy and wild, acting in packs. Only biker gangs prefer them to flaunt their fierceness. When you reach the Romans' level, you need more to display tenderness. Su Ming glanced at Cindy with some disdain. Even this tasteless tea was palatable for her. Turning away from her savoring the tea, he remarked, "So we determined it was a cat here. You wouldn't think a crime boss like Falcone would cuddle a rabbit or a goat every day, right? Even in a feminist world, crime bosses wouldn't embrace such creatures. Herbivorous animals do not mesh with organized crime." Vico recorded her realization, gaining new insights into mafia psychology, but she was puzzled as to why the two suddenly sat to drink tea. "Why did you stop suddenly? This room should have a secret passage or something, shouldn't you search for it?" She questioned them, and Su Ming pushed the teapot to Cindy, picked up a bottle of alcohol, switched cups, poured a full cup, and drank it all at once. "You noticed we found the hair and cat fur, but didn't notice how we found them, did you? Because when we came in, both the hair and cat fur were swaying on the sofa like seaweed. Our armor wouldn't cause such a reaction, nor would the gadgets you have. We generally call this phenomenon what?" Su Ming drew the knife off his back, placing it on the table. "Large-scale static electricity." Cindy mirrored his action, only placing the knife on her leg. Su Ming nodded, smiling as he scanned the room. The fireplace illuminated only a small area, with most spaces remaining dark. Static electricity is generally caused by friction, but if you're fast enough, a human magnetic field cutting through Earth's magnetic field can also produce similar effects. Indeed, Cindy raised her gun, pointing to another corner of the room, which was nothing but darkness. "I've been contemplating her disappearance because Batwoman was never one to run away. Knowing danger, like a paranoid, she confronts her enemies." Su Ming glanced at her, making no defensive move. "Anyone passing by leaves a trace, yet Batwoman did not, making me speculate. Given my access to many pieces of intel, I had numerous conjectures. Until now, seeing the static electricity, I understood how Bat moved without hiding and remained undetected." Back before entering the lab, in a small supermarket, he and Cindy exchanged thoughts on the multiverse. She felt that if Su Ming could reach Earth-11 from a parallel world, others could too. This statement reminded him, the multiverse being a whole, what he accidentally achieved, others could intentionally do too. The room was silent as though he was conversing with air. Cameras scanned every corner, yet didn't reveal even a glimpse of Batwoman, even at the angle Cindy aimed her gun. Using high-speed movement to render oneself invisible is a good ability. But Barry, with the world on the brink, are you sure you want to engage to Deathstrokes now? Su-Ming sighed, signaling Cindy to lower her gun. He poured another drink and placed it on the table. We have explosives, limiting your choices in such a tight space, while my blade will await on your trajectory. He stood up, tore apart the pillow he casually grabbed earlier, pulled out the feathers, and tossed them into the air. Despite being extremely subtle, they accelerated visibly in descent, as if being drawn by something. Since you all pursued as I expected, yet chose only to hide without initiating, I conclude you have good intent. So, will you come out and have a drink with me? Or do you wish to be stabbed like your nephew? Chapter 78, Chapter 53, finally meeting face to face. 1356 words. The dark room was filled with silence. Except for two who were confident like Deathstroke, the other three were suspiciously eyeing their surroundings. Only the sound of crackling logs in the fireplace could be heard. The flame continued to blaze, but was destined to turn to embers. You're right, nothing can hide in the dark forever, not even me. An mature, husky female voice rang out. Two people suddenly appeared like phantoms from the direction Cindy had pointed her gun, with golden lightning slowly fading from her black suit. It was Batwoman. She was wearing a slightly different Batman uniform. Her deep blue eyes observed Su-Ming from behind the helmet. As she had guessed, this Deathstroke was not from this world. He not only knew her, but also knew Barry, this otherworldly person. He seemed prepared yet without hostility, and from his tone, he even seemed happy. In fact, they had just arrived. After reaching the Indian Mountain Underground Lab, they followed various corpses all the way, and after Su-Ming and others entered the room, they arrived later and hid in the room. Just like Su-Ming said, Barry wrapped them with divine speed, ran along the room's walls, achieving invisibility by not leaving any trace on the retina through high-speed movement. However, Su-Ming still discovered them. Once he consciously thought in this direction, he easily associated it with the Flash. After all, in the metal event, Barry was responsible for contacting the multiverse's reinforcements. His purpose should have been the multiverse, like Earth 2, Earth 12, Earth 42, such worlds. Why did he end up in the dark multiverse? And the timing was wrong too. At this time, Barbados hadn't gathered the Dark Knight Order nor attacked the bright multiverse. In the current main world, except for Batman, everyone else should have been living their daily lives. It seems there was some problem with the divine speed. As a high-dimensional force in the DC universe, divine speed is truly dangerous. Speedsters can harness its power, but it can also consume anyone. Barry caused the Flashpoint event, rebooting the entire multiverse. Later in other events, he disappeared in the divine speed for quite a while, and everyone thought he was dead. His nephew Wally, Lightning Boy, the third-generation Flash hero, was also trapped in the divine speed for as long as 10 years. The villains using divine speed almost all died because of it. Several generations of the Flash always used a power they didn't fully understand to pursue superhero feats. The Allen family was quite daring and even disregarded their life to do good. In the realm of bullet time, when Su-Ming mentioned methods to deal with speedsters, Barry's face stiffened. The method he mentioned had indeed been proven by Deathstroke from the main world to be effective, and he, as another Deathstroke, could obviously replicate this if he wanted to. However, Barry didn't have the ability to accelerate cellular recovery like Wally, and the personal abilities gained from divine speed are different and random for each person. If he got slashed, it wouldn't be that easy for him. Even though Deathstroke looked slow, when needed, he could be unimaginably fast, such as drawing a blade. Briss naturally noticed this, and she sensed Barry's surprise. Is what he's saying true? If it's Deathstroke from our side, he indeed has experience defeating speedsters, not just once. There are ordinary people here too. I'm not confident I can save them while facing Deathstroke and an explosion. Then let's leave and go with Plan B. Su-Ming was also sizing up Briss. One had to admit, she gave a more dangerous vibe compared to the Bruce from the main world described in the comics. She had more darkness and appeared tougher. The Bruce from the main world didn't get involved in various power struggles, but Briss would dip her hands into wars between Amazon and Atlantis. The environment of the dark multiverse had deeply affected her. But Earth-11 still had hope. Unlike other Dark Knight's Earths, it hadn't shattered to become world furnace material in the end, it simply became devoid of life. Perhaps in tens of thousands of years, Earth would evolve new life again. This gave Su-Ming confidence. He could quietly preserve it as long as Barbados didn't notice, and the Dark Knight Order's attention wasn't drawn. Bat heroine, you made us search so hard for you, but with Barry by your side, I suppose I don't need to explain some things. Su-Ming pushed over a wine glass, signaling her to sit down and talk. He changed his original plan and decided to adopt a backup plan, but Barry, could you first go down and bring up an old man? He seems to be planning to blow up all of Gotham. Oh, although we might not know each other, we'll talk later. Okay, how did you know me? He gave Su-Ming a puzzled look but actually found the entrance leading underground in an instant and after going back and forth twice, brought out the Romans, Sophia, and Gordon. He knew Gordon, so placed him on the sofa. As for Falcon father and daughter, they were knocked out and thrown on the floor, covered in feathers from a pillow, making them look like they had turned into poultry. Poor Gotham villains. They might fare well against ordinary Batwoman, but once facing a real superpower user, they're somewhat lacking in strength. Besides that brainless Sea King, anyone from the Justice League should be capable of handling this situation. That's the DC setup. Barry's opponents are mostly speedsters, Wonder Woman's opponents are mostly mythical figures, Green Lantern's opponents are mostly aliens, Batman's opponents are mostly lunatics. If the Justice League swapped opponents, they could likely solve issues effortlessly. Barbara wheeled herself beside Gordon, while Gordon seemed a bit dazed. He held Barbara's hand incredulously, feeling the warmth on it. Barbara, are you okay? You're alive. Yes, Dad, Deathstroke helped me. Barbara cried, hugging him. That's great, that's great. Gordon also cried, tightly embracing his daughter, I thought I lost you. I really didn't know what I'd do without you. Briss sat on the sofa without taking a drink or the teapot, but watched the two Deathstrokes seated side by side, thoughtfully, while speaking to Gordon. Actually, had you calmly analyzed, you should have noticed the bullet's trajectory was off, and no blood sprayed. Batwoman. Gordon's expression was complex since he didn't want her back, as she said her return would bring danger to the world. Yet, he had to admit, seeing her at the moment did bring a sense of relief. Ahem, Gordon, first off, Barbara was saved by us. Secondly, we came to rescue you first, so if you're looking at the bat all gratefully, you're looking at the wrong person. Cindy pouted, knocking her long knife on her leg armor with a clang, expressing her dissatisfaction. Gordon looked even more bewildered since Deathstroke had always been Gotham's most wanted, yet he realized now that he had neither the stance nor the ability to apprehend her. I'll settle the cost of rescuing Director Gordon with you, whether cash or transfer, you can choose, Briss interjected. She leaned back on the sofa, her face completely shrouded in shadow, with her index fingers crossed in front of her, observing Su-Ming's face. So, who are you exactly? And what do you know? Su-Ming raised an eyebrow with a smile, turning to Vico Valley, who seemed thrilled like it was Christmas. Now the director is rescued. He must want an exclusive interview. Barbara can appear on camera, and my demands on your TV station can be cancelled. Vico handed the camera to Pete, took up the microphone again, and led the drowsy Gordon father and daughter out the door, understanding Deathstroke had something not to say in front of her, but she restrained herself. Don't forget my reward. Vico mouthed silently to Su-Ming. Su-Ming glanced at Cindy, who nodded, indicating she'd handle this business. Chapter 79, Chapter 54, Communication. Watching as the unrelated people left the study, Vico chose to conduct the interview outside that blood-stained place, finally allowing Su-Ming to speak with Briss. Barry, I know what you want to ask. I'm Deathstroke from another universe, you can call me Slade. Since my memories are somewhat jumbled at present, you can temporarily call me Sue. A name is just a label, it doesn't matter to me. Barry examined him closely, as if looking at something incomprehensible. You don't have magical energy, nor divine speed. How did you get here? Do you think if I knew how, I would still stay here? It's not exactly safe here. Su Ming smiled at Barry, as if telling a joke. Relax a bit, although your appearance has added some flaws to my original plan, at this moment, we can't engage in internal conflict. Indeed, at the first sight of Barry, Su Ming considered using divine speed to head directly to the main universe, but he quickly dismissed the idea. Barry, being a good-natured person, seeing Earth-11 still surviving and Briss not turned into the drowned, would never leave it unattended when he could change history without side effects, deeply immersed in the effects of time and divine speed. If he doesn't leave, neither can Su Ming, because Barry's divine speed is the most direct method to cross dimensions. Although this world also has speedster villains, none of their abilities involve dimensional travel. You seem very familiar with me, but I have no memory of you, and you're way too young. Barry relaxed a little, sitting down on the other side of the sofa, just touching the edge, but judging by his tone and body language, he remained wary, his eyes still on the sword on the table. This sword, unlike the Slade he knew, used a Prometheum-made giant sword, a massive weapon 20 centimeters wide and 1 meter long, while the one on the table in front looked like ordinary metal and was of the samurai sword category. You can call my world origin Earth, so over there sometimes I know things a little earlier. Su Ming concocted a lie that couldn't be falsified, since unknown worlds still existed in the DC universe. Even users of divine speed couldn't guarantee that 104 is the total number of worlds. Not to mention Barry retains memories of the pre-Flashpoint world. He's seen the infinite Earths of the infinite universe. It was as if he understood something, yet understood nothing at all. Su Ming's answer left him in a fog, starting to ponder whether during the universe convergence, a world might have been left out. Su Ming hadn't completely lied. It was indeed Origin Earth. The DC editor department was in what used to be the United States in his world. Isn't that origin enough? Briss didn't bother with Barry's confusion, as the matter of parallel universes was beyond her control. She was more concerned about why Cindy appeared in Gotham again, a very sensitive time. She knew the habits of Deathstroke, who always acted only when paid, and now there were 2 Deathstrokes. She had to stay alert every moment. But now Barry was completely scared by one sentence. Whether she could really handle 2 Deathstrokes was questionable. If the confrontation dragged on too long, it might cause issues for the world. She hadn't reviewed the surveillance footage, nor did she know what happened outside Gotham City. She wasn't confident enough to confront Deathstroke right now. Why are you in Gotham? Briss looked at Cindy, speaking in an interrogating manner. She hated all criminals, especially violent murderers. Deathstroke wasn't really murder but slaughter. The corridor outside was lined with bodies, and she saw no need to kill. They weren't a match for Deathstroke. Cindy glanced at her indifferently, sheathed her sword, and lounged comfortably on the sofa. I come because I want to. Gotham's not yours. Answer my question. Why are you here in Gotham? At this time. You want to fight? Go ahead and try. You don't have to hold back. Let's see who will die. Cindy stood up and fastened her helmet, her black-yellow armor nearly touching another dark figure, their noses almost meeting, their eyes locked in a stare, neither yielding. She had anticipated that Batwoman knew about the world heading towards destruction. During such times, there's absolutely no way she'll act. Her feelings for Gotham surpass everything else. Cindy herself had plans to engage. She was considering her previous plans and the current situation. Su Ming had said Briss was the fuse. Their original plan was to capture Batwoman, with 2 against 1 plus holding Barbara and Gordon as hostages. They practically had her cornered. After defeating her, they would lock her away for a while Su Ming and she handled the war issues, thus saving the world, wouldn't it? But now with the appearance of a speedster, it's much harder to accomplish this, as no matter where she's held, the speedster can easily find her. It seems the plan requires some changes.
There are 2 options. One is to kill the speedster and Batwoman, eliminating the problem once and for all, but with the world crisis approaching, they also wish to prevent Earth's destruction, so an internal conflict would be like cutting off their own arm. The second option is to keep Batwoman under surveillance, uniting forces, with both Deathstrokes acting together with her. At the very least, don't let her use the speedster to disappear again, so they can legitimately monitor her. Should she show any instability, Su-Ming and Cindy can immediately stop her. Chapter 80, Chapter 54, Communication _21274 words.
The Watcher's favorite pastime of watching others, especially Batwoman, made Cindy inwardly delighted. Although she and Su-Ming had not communicated, she had already completely understood which new plan he had adopted from his actions, which was exactly the same as her own thoughts. Moreover, he seemed very familiar with that speedster, and was trying to win him over. He chose a more conciliatory plan, but this did not mean showing weakness to Batwoman. On the contrary, the stronger Cindy appeared, the more reassured Bat would feel. Briss liked logical thinking, so the completely illogical jester became her nemesis. Even though Su-Ming and Cindy had not made a move yet, they clearly held the upper hand, and Su-Ming had bluntly pointed out the method to restrain the speedsters, causing Batwoman's original plan to collapse. Once they held an advantage yet appeared reasonable, Briss would sense the illogicality and possibly guess their new plan, potentially causing a stir. The current situation was Plan B against Plan B. Cindy had to maintain stability, while Su-Ming was playing the good cop, so she would naturally play the bad cop. Watching Cindy and Briss argue, Su-Ming knew Cindy understood his plan, so he pretended to sigh helplessly, and Barry almost sighed at the same time. The women of this world, they're too strong-willed. Su-Ming pretended as if he couldn't manage Cindy, and shook his head. Yeah, it's like everyone is possessed by Diana, very odd. Barry, unaware of the details and after experiencing Briss's assertiveness over the past month, wholeheartedly agreed. Come on, let's talk somewhere else. Casually hooking his arm around Barry's neck, Su-Ming led him towards Falcone's desk nearby. Barry was only slightly stiff, but he felt this Deathstroke had no ill intentions, even using little force on his arm, so he dazedly sat beside Su-Ming at the desk. Su-Ming smiled faintly in his mind. Now was the time to sever the connection between Barry and Briss, at least making him feel closer to his own stance. I've said my piece, now you tell me, when did you leave there, and how far has Barbados progressed? Barry closed his eyes, his fist clenched tightly as if enduring something. Barbados has already reached the main world, and he is building dark towers in every city, tying people onto them to make them fall into endless nightmares, using this as energy to gather dark energy, attempting to drag the entire bright universe into the dark dimension. Su-Ming immediately matched it in his mind, understanding where the main world was heading. So you gathered at the Forgotten Bar, then dispersed to take action. You and Superman went to the Arctic's lonely fortress, using the Anti-Monitor's cosmic tuning fork to open the way to the dark multiverse to find the displaced Batman. Do you know that? Barry showed a ghost-like expression. He hadn't even finished his words before Su-Ming knew, giving him a sense of being seen through. I mentioned that I learned some things in another world, but you shouldn't have entered the dark universe. How did you end up here? Su-Ming didn't directly answer him, but continued with the next question. Yes, after sending Superman into the dark universe, Barbados's Dark Knight order arrived quickly, wanting to seize the cosmic tuning fork as an energy amplifier. I fought them, and in the battle, a speedster called Red Death Demon appeared. During the fight, the fluctuations were too big, attracting the time ghost. To escape him, I entered the time-space turbulence and hit something. When I woke up, I was here. Barry reluctantly repeated what he had told Briss, while slightly touching his head, looking a bit embarrassed as if he had bumped it. Su-Ming nodded to show understanding. From here, things were different from the comics. In the comics, Barry didn't escape but was directly tied to the tower as a battery. It seemed this was the time Su-Ming arrived in the DC universe, indeed having caused a butterfly effect. Barry's arrival did indeed create a flashpoint effect on Earth-11, but before that, he had been affected by the transmigrata effect of Su-Ming, like a light flashing inside a covered pot, with no light passing through, only affecting locally, which was Briss's destiny. So now Earth-11 could be changed at Su Ming's whim, and his transmigrator effect was greater than Barry's flashpoint effect, allowing him to set aside previous concerns. Learning these things, Su Ming relaxed a lot, although he still had no evidence of who he really was, and the two memories were splitting his personality. And then you found time had reversed, things hadn't happened yet, so you decided to change it all before Briss became drowned, at least reducing the Dark Knight Order by one. Yes, that's what I thought. You know, even just one Bruce is difficult for us to deal with, let alone the Dark Knight Order consisting of 7 Bruces, each possessing our abilities. Barry picked up his teacup, seemingly agitated from recalling those twisted Batmen, still trapped in the tension of being hunted by the Dark Knights. The Justice League felt like mosquitoes fluttering in the night, pursued by a swarm of bats. They're just imposters, at their core they are still Batman. As long as you take me to the main world, with everyone uniting, we can completely oppose them. Su Ming hurriedly poured a bowl of motivational soup for Barry. Superheroes love words like unity and struggle, portraying himself righteously to gain trust. Moreover, it was not entirely untrue. Knowing the comics well, Su Ming indeed knew the weakness of each Dark Knight. However, how much he could contribute now was uncertain, as everything diverged from the comics. Yes, and after resolving the danger on Earth-11, I'll return to my world. If you're willing, you can come with me too. Barry indeed drank up the motivational soup, instantly feeling invigorated, immediately agreeing to Su Ming's proposal, patting his chest with the lightning symbol with a bang. Su Ming was secretly pleased, as the main world was much more stable and safer than the dark multiverse. The Flash, true to the Justice League, was the easiest to trust others. Although he had undergone the effects of divine speed, his actual age wasn't as young as he looked. His personality remained cheerful and optimistic, willing to be kind to others, making him the easiest to persuade. Next would be Superman, with a steel body and a golden heart, also willing to trust others, always thinking positively about people. Batman was the hardest to persuade, forever buried in the darkness, never trusting anyone. As for Sea King, the rebellious child didn't matter. After all, the Justice League never cared about his opinion, as he was just an advanced hand. Steelbone lived perpetually in the Watchtower in outer space or in the Hall of Justice in Washington, and Green Lantern flew all over the universe. One was a human computer, and the other often away on assignments, generally having little say. Shazam was not yet a member of the Justice League, and Mars Hunter was nowhere to be found in N52, so they were also excluded. Now Su Ming, relying on his skill in brewing motivational soup, initially gained Barry's trust. Given some more time, proving himself in battle, Barry would surely acknowledge him even more. He was preparing a follow-up plan. He needed the Justice League to assist him with something, which required gaining approval from those with significant influence within the League. Chapter 81, Chapter 55, Abduction 1246 words. Yes, Barry, I will help you, but first, we need to secure Earth-11, otherwise, no one can stand firm. Su Ming raised his glass and clinked it with Barry's. Compared to Cindy and Briss beside him, it seemed like the two men had already become new friends. He deliberately chose words that Barry liked to hear, making the innocent Barry feel like he had found a kindred spirit. Briss and I did some preparation, but unfortunately, Earth-11 hasn't found any N-metal. If Barbados and the Dark Knight Order arrive, we won't even have weapons. Then let's not let them come. Su Ming said bluntly, the dark multiverse not only has 52 formed worlds but countless unformed ones, like floating debris in space without life or environment. Those worlds were originally destined for destruction. Barbados deceived the Dark Knight Order, those Batmans, their world was actually destroyed by themselves or by Barbados. Barry rotated the teacup, suddenly realizing, is that how it is? I've always had a similar guess, but I couldn't prove it. We will prove it, trust me. Su Ming was actually also speculating, but once he reached the main world, the space he had to maneuver would be much larger. Earth-11 currently doesn't show anything that could attract Barbados' attention. As long as we eliminate the Owl Court and remove the war threat from the Amazons and Atlanteans, Earth-11 can survive under Barbados' nose, just like other dark worlds, hidden in an inconspicuous dark blood domain. At least this way, Barbados might choose other Earths, not here. As long as you don't stand out, the chance of being selected is not actually high. Barry agreed after listening. Maybe because I came from the future, I know the Dark Knight's number 7. But currently, Barbados is unaware or doesn't care whether there are 6 or 7 under him. He considers himself a god, dismissing any mortal. Actually, it is indeed a god, that's correct. But it's a dark god, not a god of time. It hasn't seen the future, while we have, which gives us the confidence to save Earth-11 and the entire bright multiverse. Su Ming didn't really think so. The Dark Knight Order had 7 members, actually arranged by the Laughing Bat to correspond with each member of the Justice League, assigning each one an opponent similar to themselves as part of his plan. But Su Ming only wanted to save Earth-11 and keep himself alive. He didn't care which other dark universe had to take the fall. So he didn't correct Barry. Instead, he replaced I with we, with a speech that made Barry nod repeatedly. Just a pity for the other Bruces, maybe other universes can still be saved. Barry started to daydream again. Su Ming quickly interrupted him. The divine speed wasn't for such use. As long as he lived on, he didn't care about the other crazy bats. Stop, you came to this point in time on Earth-11 entirely by accident and luck. Do you want to bring the Flashpoint paradox to the dark multiverse? Miracles don't repeat. Barry sighed, sitting dejectedly on the armrest of the sofa. Yes, you're right, being able to reduce an enemy means I'm lucky. Once Cindy and Briss are done talking, we can move on to the next step, eliminating threats sooner rather than later. Su Ming immediately decided that the next target would be the Owl Court. As the dark minions of Barbados, they must be eradicated, otherwise, problems will inevitably arise. They must be dealt with before they notify Barbados of this difference. The Dark God doesn't care about its human followers. As long as they don't report proactively, Barbados never asks about their situation. Secretly taking out the Owl Court would make Earth-11 safer. Despite Barry being the fastest, he never kills, making things tricky. Wait, when you say eliminate threats. Sure enough, Barry showed a puzzled expression. Just as it says, eliminate. Su Ming calmly answered, sheathing the long knife on the table back behind him. Maybe you cultural folks prefer other words. Murder. Annihilation. Taking out the trash. I won't help you kill. Barry shook his head like a rattle, never having killed, always just running, giving a push, then running again. Of course, Su Ming knew that and wouldn't force it. These superheroes had incredibly firm wills, their principles not changeable by a few words. We could model after the Justice League. Who used to kill? I'll give you an address, drop me off, then you can smoke or grab a pizza, come back to pick me up. Barry was somewhat speechless at the mention of the Justice League model, as the rules stated the Justice League doesn't kill. However, for warriors like Diana and Sea King, when their blood boils, they sometimes can't stop. What to do? Diana's credo is to use deadly force when there's no choice, for justice's sake even if the sky falls. Sea King, even worse, being Atlantean, didn't consider killing humans killing kin. Since they're Justice League comrades, they would explain away a killing as accidental or unavoidable. What more could be done? Start a civil war. Just accept the apology, have a meeting to reflect on shortcomings, self-examine, then everyone returns home to eat and sleep. Don't smoke. Barry could only weakly say this. Su Ming smiled, patting Barry on the shoulder affectionately. You're a forensic expert, and you studied physics, so you must know about Schrödinger's cat. Now there's Schrödinger's people. People. Barry seemed to understand something, an odd expression on his face. Yes, you know there are people in the house, but before you enter the house and see them dead with your own eyes, they're actually in a superposition state. As long as you don't open the door to see, they'll eternally be neither dead nor alive but not dead, right? Barry instinctively felt something was off, but it did seem true. Without seeing Deathstroke kill, how could he confirm they were killed? Su Ming saw Barry was almost bewildered by the folk science explanation, immediately putting a cup in his hand, filling it with strong liquor, warmly taking his hand to toast. Come, celebrate our consensus, cheers. By the way, have you and Briss been to Egypt? Barry was pushed by Su Ming to the drink, only able to down it, talking business. He forgot about Schrödinger. Yes, we've been to several places. Amazons only ruled this world for 600 years, before that, there were still various nations. We started from the pyramid of the pharaoh of the first dynasty of ancient Egypt, searching almost everywhere, but found no N-metal we wanted. N-metal is limited in its effect, and seems to be absent from the dark multiverse. We can discuss it more after leaving here, but I did find this. He took out a small flashlight emitting a black light, placing it on the coffee table. The black glow was profoundly deep yet all-encompassing. Like a miniature black hole, it devoured the fireplace's light, the room filled with a chilling tension. Black lantern. Barry immediately recognized it, the impression it left on him too deep. When black lanterns wreaked havoc in the main world, countless former comrades had crawled from graves, becoming zombies under the Black Death Emperor, wanting to eat his flesh and brain. It was simply a nightmare. Chapter 82, Chapter 56, Strike First for Advantage. 1547 words. Seeing Barry's reaction, Su Ming knew this wasn't brought by him, but for now, he couldn't spare attention for it. Under Barry's worried gaze, he put the small flashlight away again. The previous conversation between the two, rather than being Barry being fooled, was more like Su Ming giving him an excuse, a way out. Barry saw the way out and didn't delve deeper. After all, he's taken the way out many times before. He knew the world was facing a crisis, and fighting together like the Justice League was a necessity. He originally joined the Justice League just to make friends. Su Ming decided to arrange those owls clearly, maybe not able to eradicate them completely, but this would certainly hurt them deeply, forcing them underground, turning them into the groundhog court. As for the other personnel, not to mention them, but the owl priests must be completely eliminated, as they are the communicators with Barbados. He already had a plan and knew where they were. After that, he and Barry didn't chat idly, the important matters were mostly discussed, and there really wasn't much for the two informed persons to say. Cindy and Briss kept talking, seemingly arguing over some meaningless topics. For example, Cindy mocked Briss for her previous failures in their encounters, while Briss insisted it was actually a draw, since Cindy was injured too. Then Cindy said that anyway, the mission was completed, and Briss failing to protect the assassination target meant she failed. After listening for a few sentences, Su Ming knew it was about time. Ahem, ladies, shouldn't we get down to business? Briss and Cindy both stood up, knowing it was not the time for idle chatter, but their positions were completely different. I know, Falcone is mine. I'll send him and his daughter to prison. Batwoman tugged her cape, obscuring her face, looking at the two unconscious people on the ground, deciding to send them directly to Blackgate Prison. Why not kill them? I can give you a discount. Cindy sneered provocatively. She hated the Bat's hypocritical demeanor the most. We can't decide others' life and death. Briss immediately warned harshly, her bat gloves clenched tightly. Su Ming interjected between the two, raising his hands across his chest in a cross. Stop, both of you stop. The victims here are actually Gordon and the police department. The people go to Gordon, but payment is necessary, and if Falcone escapes, then catching them again will cost more. Cindy took a deep breath and calmed down. She nudged Sophia on the ground with her foot. All right, you heard what Sue said, you'd better hurry up with the payment. Strictly speaking, this father and daughter were caught by Barry, but even if the Flash hadn't come, the two Deathstrokes catching them was only a matter of time. Besides, those henchmen before also required payment, that was all hard work after all. There must be something bad below here. We guessed while passing the upper levels, this place needs to be sealed, and all weapons inside destroyed. Briss didn't pay her any mind, essentially agreeing to the arrangement, as she turned her gaze to the secret passage leading downward. Barry extended a finger, signaling to wait, and then a red flash darted into the secret passage, returning shortly. There's a type of magic venom below. It's meant to target all of humanity. They seem to plan to launch the venom into rain clouds using rocket shells, wiping out all of Gotham's citizens. It's better to send them to Arkham, that seems more fitting. Bruce, upon hearing such a mad plan, couldn't help but shake his head. Even Falcone had succumbed to this. What was wrong with the world? Gordon and his daughter can return to their home, or the police station. The next tasks aren't something the police can handle. Su Ming also remarked, confronting the remaining enemies truly wasn't something a city's police director could manage. And the reporters can be sent away too. I can't understand why you acted with reporters along. Briss addressed Su Ming, looking at him with a scrutinizing gaze. Su Ming raised an eyebrow, putting his black and yellow helmet back on, the cold metal enveloping his mind again, the headache making him frown slightly. We needed to leave evidence you could trace. Cindy and I are professional mercenaries. If we left clues, it would seem too deliberate, arousing your suspicion, so we chose to act with a few ordinary people openly. Your curiosity indeed led you to follow us. Briss furrowed her brow. My system traces and the television news had the same intent, always looking for me. You seem to understand me well. Not really, but at least I understand Batman from another world. Su Ming took a bottle of liquor from the table. It was good stuff he planned to drink on the road. Cindy took a box of tea. She seemed fascinated by tea leaves with curry aromas. Outside the door, Su Ming saw Gordon's desolate expression, mirrored by Vico's incessant questions, wanting him to recount stories from decades ago. Seeing this, Su Ming shook his head and motioned for the camera to pause. He had a few words for Gordon. Director Gordon. Deathstroke. After saying this, both Cindy's and Su Ming's read solitary eyes on their black and yellow masks fixed on him. Su Ming signaled Cindy to take a few people out, while he shook hands with Director Gordon. You can call me Slade, even though we won't have much interaction in the future. I'm handing Falcone and his daughter over to you. You decide how to handle them. Even though you did the right thing this time, I'll still come after you if you commit crimes in Gotham again. Gordon said with a serious expression, though still shaking Su Ming's hand firmly, fully aware that they saved Barbara and found him in time. Su Ming wasn't bothered by his bold words. Gordon wanting to catch Cindy was purely about showing resolve and making statements. Gotham's police department had always been lackluster, especially after this significant reduction in numbers. It's more a misunderstanding on your part. We mercenaries are businessmen. If the city government is willing to pay, we can occasionally help the government, as long as the price is right. Su Ming shook his head with a smile, patting Gordon on the arm. You might discuss with Briss about establishing a protection fee fund or something. Mercenaries have no enemies, only business. I don't know what you're talking about. Gordon maintained a calm facade, feigning ignorance but internally felt a jolt. We all know Briss's identity, no need for such timidity. Is the bat making you fearful too? Su Ming whispered near his ear, lightly nodding before leaving. What remained was a dazed Gordon, lost in thought. Catching up with Cindy, and with the two reporters and Barbara back in the car, Su Ming returned to the junkyard, only returning after a while, covered in rain and mud, with something bloodstained in hand. It was the hood from before worn by the Sharp Claw assassin. It was somewhat tattered from the explosion, with black blood stains that couldn't be hidden, but a bit of dirt didn't matter. Su Ming needed it to disguise himself as a clawed assassin. As Slade's memories continued to recover, his thoughts became significantly broadened, and to refine his backup plan, he needed this. The side door of the broadcast van could open, and he and Cindy sat there shoulder to shoulder, staring at the rainy junkyard, still the same as when they arrived. He washed the blood stains from the hood in the rain. Just a few hours earlier, he couldn't have imagined he'd become an expert at destroying evidence. Can that guy in red really be dealt with as you said? Cindy asked in a low voice, her gaze fixed on the dark shadows of the junkyard. Not necessarily. Dealing with a speedster isn't simply about explosions, it also requires massive calculations, speed, path, his psychology. He examined the hood. The headpiece remained largely intact, though the round glasses were somewhat cracked. A place to fix it was needed. Once, another world's Deathstroke defeated Barry's nephew using this tactic. I was just bluffing with him, but he didn't know. We should avoid combat with a speedster as much as possible, and if unavoidable, seek out psychological weaknesses rather than brute force. I get it, tactics are still necessary. Cindy nodded, looking at the flowing sewage on the ground, but you seem to get along with him. Su-Ming bundled up the owl's hood, stuffing it into his bag, maybe, because he's someone who always harbors benevolence. But you lied to him earlier. Cindy removed her helmet, rubbing her hair as she gazed at the distant rain curtain. I've noticed what's different between you and me. Yes, though I don't know why, my eyes can see a faint shadow. Logic says we shouldn't see a speedster moving. Su-Ming answered blandly, without a trace of guilt, but he doesn't need to know this, I'll keep it as a trump card. The heavy rain fell, veiling their expressions in darkness. Chapter 83, Chapter 57, The Mastermind 1267 Words. A few minutes later, Briss and Barry returned. They had just taken Falcone and his daughter to Arkham. Most of the time was spent communicating with the Arkham guards, going through procedures, and confirming that the two maniacs were securely locked up. Arkham has its own power supply system, and it's still relatively safe. The GCPD is destroyed, and there is a massive power outage in the city. But the TV signal is still on, which means the TV station still has electricity. Gordon, you take Barbara and the two reporters to temporarily stay at the TV station, don't go home. Briss walked out of the darkness, instructing Gordon without explaining why arrangements were made this way. But Lady Bat, I'd like to conduct an exclusive interview with you. Vico remained insatiable, her thirst for news was endless. Briss just glanced at her without any expression. Gordon had lost his gun somewhere. Now he seemed to have picked up a submachine gun from one of the corpses, hanging it around his neck. Coupled with his long trench coat and felt hat, he looked more like a thug than a cop. Got it, but we need to drive the vehicle out. Gordon picked up Barbara's wheelchair and carried it onto the broadcast van. Don't worry, I have a plan. Briss nodded, signaling them to get in the vehicle quickly. Su-Ming watched them come back empty-handed. He stood up and walked into the rain. Where's the cat? Briss and Barry looked at him, puzzled. Could Deathstroke be a cat enthusiast? There were more pressing matters at hand, why ask about a cat? You and Barry both heard it. There were 3 people and a cat in the room earlier, a white cat. Where did it go? Su-Ming frowned, adjusting and securing the buckle on his helmet. Is the cat really that important? I didn't see any cat just now. Barry looked at him, completely baffled. I just realized something's off. Quickly, take me to the research facility's lower levels. There's no time. Su-Ming had no time to explain. He immediately hooked Barry's neck. His headache prevented him from thinking about too many things at once. His earlier thoughts were focused on Barry and Briss, and only now did he realize the issue. Talk later, hurry. All right. Instantly, Barry and Su-Ming vanished from the spot. Briss and Cindy exchanged a glance but quickly turned away from each other. She had nothing to say to her. Su-Ming felt the sensation of divine speed coursing through him for the first time. It wasn't the imagined electricity or anything like that but a special kind of energy. It had temperature, it had texture, it had will, like it was alive. It wrapped them in a small pocket, isolated from the world, moving them as if in a paused moment of time, with raindrops suspended midair. Actually, for us now, time relative to the outside has been stretched. You could tell me what's wrong with that cat. Barry's legs were running fast enough to leave afterimages, yet he asked Su-Ming calmly, without breaking a sweat. Because the timing is just too coincidental. Why are the Romans appearing in Gotham at this time? After being gone for 10 years, he could plan his return a few days earlier or later. Why is it today? Today, Batman isn't here, today is the biggest rainstorm on record. Today is the day I arrived in this world. All coincidences. Su-Ming looked at the world, frozen in motion, and said calmly to Barry. From a logical perspective, a chain of coincidental events happening simultaneously is impossible. Yes, besides, there was the citywide blackout after I appeared on TV. Encountering the Owl Court's talons upon arrival, Falcone's plan seemed to have been broken effortlessly. If it wasn't for me bringing Vico, a formidable weapon, there would have been much more significant challenges. The Talon wasn't monitoring the Romans or Su Ming and others but was secretly the cat's bodyguard. Was that reporter Vico Valley earlier? I heard she's Batman's. Barry smiled, curled his pinky finger, and gestured twice. Yes, in your Earth that's the case. Besides, she's also your world's domino. You could try buying a pony or a lottery ticket with her next time, you'll win for sure. Su Ming sighed, offering a brief explanation. With someone like Barry, who had infinite time, getting him to be serious was genuinely challenging. What do you mean? Barry looked utterly bewildered. Ahem, things next door, not to be discussed too detailedly. Just know she's incredibly lucky, like having a cosmic level of superpower, where many illogical and melodramatic things can happen around her. Su Ming cleared his throat as a summary before bringing the topic back, so Falcone and Sophia were merely controlled. The matter isn't so simple. Barry raised his head, thought for a moment while looking at the ceiling. Altogether, there were only 3 of them in the room. Director Gordon isn't a problem, and the Roman father and daughter are locked up now. Are you saying the cat was actually the mastermind controlling them? Su Ming sighed, touching his mask, enduring the headache while speaking to Barry. Everything outside flew past rapidly, forming patches of light spots. While I can't be certain, your understanding of Barbados's divine power isn't comprehensive enough. He doesn't just command the forces of darkness and destruction. He's also skilled at imparting his will to creatures within dreams, or infusing dark energy into beings with weaknesses in their minds to turn them into servants. I mean, any creature. The cat is a hawk priest. It's using magic to influence them. Barry understood, this realization startling him. The Justice League was already struggling to prevent human threats. The thought of fending off all Earth's creatures was unimaginable. That's what I think. For instance, in other sections of the multiverse, like Earth 26, all intelligent life, there are various animals. The Superman counterpart in that world is a rabbit called Captain Carrot. On Earth 43, everyone's a blood race. On Earth 20, the world is full of zombies. Across these worlds, there are hawk priests. They can be any animal, zombie, blood race, or robot. Thinking the cat is a hawk priest doesn't sound so crazy anymore. Barry scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. He had visited those worlds, and the Justice League had a good relationship with Earth 26. Su Ming hadn't given much thought to Barry's psychological state. Even on Earth-11, while Barbados could entirely choose humans as hawk priests, it doesn't mean he lacks the ability to transform other life into darkness. Our enemy, better to be too cautious than less. Hope that isn't the case, and it really is just an ordinary cat. Barry quickened his pace a little. If it is a hawk priest, then you've placed it alongside a bunch of biological weapons. Now I just hope it can't read or understand instruction manuals. Su Ming felt around himself, bringing the gun to his hand. Barry stuck his tongue out, feeling genuinely embarrassed. His first encounter and he had already blundered, making him feel a bit awkward. Can Barbados turn insects into his minions, too? I'm somewhat sensitive to bugs. The brain capacity of insects is too small to comprehend concepts like dreams, and they can't absorb much dark energy. But if he wants, he can achieve it. Su Ming shook his head, looking forward again, offering an answer Barry didn't want to hear. That's divine power. Chapter 84, Chapter 58. Hawk Priest 1685 words from the road outside the junkyard. They ran back along the original route to the lowest level of the research facility. By now, they had reached the bottom level where countless biochemical bombs were stored. There was only simple lighting here, and the surrounding walls were covered in dark mold. The damp air was filled with a smell reminiscent of disinfectant. Some thick pipes extended overhead along the corridor in all directions, resembling dark blood vessels, occasionally emitting puffs of pale yellow steam. Robin raised his dual guns, searching for the cat's trace, but apart from the sounds of water droplets and steam, there were no other movements. Where did you find Falcone and his daughter? Over there, let's go. With a surge of divine speed, Barry and Robin appeared in a steel-enclosed area filled with various instruments, where a white cat sat perched on a control panel, its tail swaying like an ordinary house cat watching a cartoon on the sofa. Its fluffy ears twitched, and it pressed a button. Immediately, its head twisted 180 degrees like an owl, looking at the two men as if its head were separated from its body. The cat's face wore a sinister smile. A black, long tongue licked its sharp fangs, and in a harsh voice, it shouted human words. All roads will eventually lead to darkness. Everything shall return to Barbados. Robin immediately fired his gun, while Barry was so shocked by the cat actually speaking that he didn't even have time to stop its small movements. The cat jumped off the control panel, and a pitch-black, ink-like round energy shield appeared around it. Robin's bullets hit the shield as if sinking into the sea, completely disappearing. Jia jia. The cat cackled and charged at the two of them, the dark energy on its body writhing around like living tentacles, expanding and extending in the air. Anyone could see this bizarre power with the naked eye. Darker than darkness, colder than extinction, this terrifying trait was devouring all surrounding light. Share some speed with me. Robin drew his sword. Barry came to his senses and patted Robin on the shoulder. A trace of golden lightning wrapped around the yellow-black armor, giving it a golden sheen. Divine speed would not last long in an ordinary human body, unless through complex scientific steps. Robin was only temporarily housing it, and with use and time, the divine speed would quickly fade away. But he only needed this brief moment. If his speed could surpass the neural firing speed of a feline, then that dark energy shield would definitely not be able to stop him. Memories constantly surfacing in his mind taught him many things, memories that once belonged to Slade. The fastest neurons in the human brain still required bioelectricity to transmit information, with the fastest speed being 193 kilometers per second, which was also the limit speed of human thought. The Flash's top speed is said to be 30 million kilometers per second. Because of the divine speed, he could still think as if time had stopped. Robin wasn't sure about the truth of that statement, because if you exceeded the speed of light, which is 290,000 kilometers per second, according to relativity, time would turn back, causing a flashpoint effect. However, he didn't need to be that fast, he only needed to borrow the divine speed to strike a single blow. As a modified person, his thinking speed was 9 times faster than normal, and undoubtedly exceeded any feline. The lightning-wrapped sword swung down at the white cat. In a still environment, Robin's strike could be said to be a perfect blend of speed and accuracy, aimed at 3 crucial points: the brain, neck and heart. If it hit, even a lion or tiger would perish. However, the sword only left a white mark on the cat's forehead. Behind the mask, Robin furrowed his brow, realizing what was happening. As a dark creation, this cat was no longer just a cat, it was a dark monster. His weapons, lacking metal, were ineffective against these dark creatures. But even if the sword and gun were useless, Deathstroke still had his fists. His armor was entirely made of promethium with traces of N-metal. His distinctive colored arm and hand armor could also serve as weapons. His sword hadn't been deflected yet, but with his free left hand, he delivered a heavy punch to the previous spot. The white cat went spinning and flying like a white trash-filled plastic bag. With a flash of electric light, Robin quickly followed up, his fists raining down on the monster's head. The tremendous force even started to deform the metal floor, pounding the dark monster into a small pit in the ground. But the divine speed was rapidly fading, and his fists were no longer as fast. Although he still overpowered the monster, the white cat kept emitting eerie laughter. For Barbados. A burst of black smoke exploded from the monster's small body, and Su Ming was blown away by the powerful explosion. The dark energy corroded every part of his armor, emitting a faint sizzling sound. The monster self-destructed, spraying black entrails everywhere. The dark energy completely covered the area. Barry, standing at the door, managed to avoid it, but Su Ming felt something was amiss. The injuries on his body were nothing. The holy statue uniform resisted the magic damage, and the muscle strains and bone fractures from being blown away could quickly heal. However, his healing factor was working, causing his rationality to dissipate, and a flood of memories surged in. He thought he was Slade, and these memories were way too detailed. In comparison, the monotonous and repetitive life memories of Su Ming seemed fake. Huff huff. He took a few heavy breaths, trying hard to focus. The current situation was unresolved, and he couldn't lose his mind. Slade, how are you? Barry ran over and supported him. I'm fine, but next time when dealing with the owl, it's better to plan ahead. You go quickly and see what that monster activated just now. Su Ming pushed him away, leaning against the control panel, trying hard to soothe his mind to keep it stable. But it was like trying to calm the stormy sea. He could only ensure his sanity wouldn't capsize. The headache was even causing a constant ringing in his ears. All right, wait for me. Barry dashed out of the room, feeling the vibrations on the ground, indicating something big was happening here. Lightning enveloped him as he scouted from all directions. Finally, he discovered a massive cavity underground in one direction. Everything that originally blocked it had been removed, and rainwater was directly pouring down into the ground from there. Raising his head, he saw a fireball blazing in the night sky. The monster had launched a rocket containing venom after all. When it reaches the cloud layer, it will explode, purifying Gotham completely, like artificial rain. The hot air and smoke filling the launch silo told him he was a step too late. But Barry is a superhero. Such a situation could not make the Flash, representing speed, give up. He looked around but found no suitable tools. Then he set his gaze on the smooth inner wall of the launch silo. Barry leaped and began running along the inner wall of the launch silo, accumulating speed. Lightning fully enveloped him, and he reconnected with the divine speed. Then, as he ran in circles, his speed increased continuously, and he then changed his foot direction, sprinting straight upwards against the rain falling from the sky. The launch silo launched him out as well. In almost an instant, he caught up to the rocket in midair. He began relying on his extraordinary speed, using his lightning-wrapped hands to pound and tear the rocket's outer shell. Even a stone cannot withstand being hit tens of thousands of times in the same spot by water. Without proper tools, Barry had to resort to this crude method of persistence. Finally, he successfully pried open the outer shell and saw a canister of green liquid. This was the super-strong venom. The Romans' rocket only carried a minuscule amount from the entire lab. They merely wanted to purify Gotham, not destroy the world. Yet this small canister on the rocket was thicker than Barry's waist. The Owl's priesthood aimed to create a huge commotion. Just by achieving a bit, they could report to the great dark god to see if he took interest in their world. Barbados once promised that if he took over some world, the Owl's priests there would enjoy direct ruling power, only under Barbados. The Owls believed that a world war was best, so they decided to give it a try. If they caused enough stir, they would surely attract Barbados's attention, and the priests would become paramount figures. But it was just a lie. The Owl's priests in the main world did the same, but before they even glimpsed their god's robe, they were all killed and fed to the robin hounds. Fortunately, this owl priest, due to his identity as a cat, could exert limited influence. Falcone was a seasoned mob boss who, although magic drove him a bit crazy, retained a baseline of rationality, and didn't load enough venom to trigger a world war. After they were captured, the feline priest continued his plan. Because all his helpers were caught, he had to go into battle himself personally. However, due to his small size, he couldn't replace the bullet head. He kept pondering the method, but by the time Su Ming and Barry arrived, he still hadn't found a way to replace the warhead, so he had to launch it. In the gale, Barry lay on the flying rocket. The howling wind screamed in his ears. Through the pried-open hole, he saw the green goo gleaming ominously in the rain, the liquid surface rippling with the rocket's tremor, as if impatient to penetrate into people's bodies. Chapter 85, Chapter 59, Aerial Relay. 1820 words. Time is running out, the dark clouds are hovering not far above in the sky, and Barry doesn't hesitate any longer. He immediately starts dismantling the large container, hoping that this seemingly thin glass jar is sturdy enough. His speed is so fast that even Briss and Cindy on the road outside the scrapyard can only see a blaze shooting up from the ground, trailing a streak of electric light straight up, tearing through the pitch-black night sky. It's unclear what's happening, but it's evident that something has indeed gone wrong with the underground lab. Yet when they look up, all they feel is the rain pouring down on their faces. At this moment, Barry has already completed the dismantling. He takes a deep breath, glances at the pitch-black ground, then grabs the huge liquid container and leaps off the rocket. The rocket flies for just a few more seconds before exploding as it touches the cloud layer, like embroidering a golden little flower on a black velvet curtain. This isn't Barry's first fall from a height, he's done it countless times. He can run up a building from the side, and naturally, he can run down from it. Now he needs a place to regain his footing, just a touch is enough. His speed is incredibly fast, yet Barry's biggest shortcoming is that he can't fly. Speedsters can ignore most physical laws, but they must create friction with the ground to run forward. And now in the air, with nowhere to gain a foothold, he can only hold onto the large container in free fall. The lightning of divine speed extinguishes from his body. Right now, he is a meteor, still carrying deadly poison. The heavy rain blurs his vision, the whooshing wind fills his ears, and water stains cover the entire glass jar, eager to make contact with the venom. Barry tries to keep his eyes open. He needs to see a landing spot to slow down again on the inner wall of the silo and safely bring the container back to the ground. However, due to the wind's influence during his fall, it seems he has deviated a bit, and won't be able to touch the inner wall of the silo. Instead, he will fall directly into the dark center of the silo. Oh crap! This is bad. Barry mentally grumbles to himself. Indeed, going uphill is easy, but coming down is hard. Even if he doesn't crash to death, the container of venom will definitely explode. As he's thinking of a solution during the fall, he notices Deathstroke appearing at the spot where he was standing earlier, in a corridor midway up the silo, looking up at the sky. Su-Ming holds his head, enduring the rush of numerous memories, and with the last bit of divine speed in his body, quickly found Barry's location. Barry is different from other speedsters. Other speedsters consume divine speed as they run, while Barry generates it with every step, though unfortunately, not in midair. Now, with his extraordinary vision, he can see Barry falling from the sky. Rain and mud are falling along the inner wall of the silo, turning the supply port midway up the wall into a water curtain cave, with muddy water falling onto his armor and helmet, but it doesn't obstruct his view. He looks at the deep silo in front of him. It's impossible to say how deep the darkness goes, and there's nothing on the surrounding walls to leverage. With just a moment's thought, he has a plan and immediately puts it into action. Su-Ming steps back a few steps, bends down, and his 10 fingers dig into the steel grid floor. Many factories or military bases are designed this way, as such grid floors provide anti-slip features and do not retain liquids. With a forceful lift, the metal lets out a twisty explosive sound, breaking all the weld points and screws on the floor. A solid steel grid, 2 meters long and more than a meter wide, is pulled up by him. He props the floorboard with his left hand, draws his sword with his right hand to slice across, and amidst the splattering sparks, both the steel plate and his sword break. Discarding the damaged weapon, he lifts the steel plate with both hands, and quickly calculating Barry's falling trajectory, he throws the plate fiercely to the other side. With a powerful swing of his arms, the plate, weighing over 100 kilograms, flies out like a playing card. Step on it. The shout echoes with the sound of wind and rain inside the silo. Su-Ming's calculations are equally precise. The data from gravitational acceleration, wind-caused deviation angle, and the parabola of the steel plate all work together, instantly giving him a clear answer. Barry, during his fall, steps on the steel plate, gaining a point of leverage. With a swift maneuver, divine speed activates instantly. He stomps the plate down into the abyss, and with the rebound, runs onto the inner wall of the silo, beginning to circle and decelerate. Seeing golden lightning form rings before him, Su-Ming knows it worked. He stretches his neck and steps back a few paces to give Barry space. Soon, Barry, still holding the giant container, appears before him. Put it down, cover your mouth, I'll check the container first. As Barry is about to speak, Su-Ming interrupts him and starts inspecting whether this spooky container has leaked. The answer is no, although it's wet, it's all rainwater. Great, we're safe. Barry laughed, grinning as he rubbed his arm and wrist, patting his chest to catch his breath. I can't leave it here, can you help me hold it? It's really a bit heavy. Indeed, this weight might not be much for the rest of the Justice League, but for Barry, beyond his divine speed, he's just a tech geek with always subpar physical strength. Su-Ming picked up the big canister, which looked like a transparent superpressure cooker, probably containing 100 or 200 kilograms of venom, looking all greenish. Looks like we've saved Gotham. This weight wasn't an issue for Su-Ming. He lifted the canister and chatted with Barry, seizing the opportunity to build rapport. Yes, although I don't know if the stuff inside has the same effect as described in the console data, but I think. Barry widened his eyes, nodding and shaking his head. I'm a bit hungry now, my heart is pounding, it'd be best to replenish some high-calorie food. Let's properly place this thing first, then temporarily seal this underground facility. Actually, you could try the cuisine from Turkey, like roasted camel hump, Su-Ming suggested while looking for a secure place like a safe, though such a proper place didn't actually exist. I noticed earlier that you have a high compatibility with divine speed. Are you sure you're not a speedster who lost his divine speed? Barry recalled the previous events, feeling something was strange. He indeed could very briefly grant divine speed to things he touched. But that was supposed to last just an instant, yet when Su-Ming simply intended to leave after Barry patted his shoulder, he realized the divine speed lingered much longer than expected. The plan was meant to last only a fraction of a second, but the divine speed lingered for more than 2 seconds, which was entirely unexpected. Su-Ming didn't know the reason. In the comics Deathstroke did acquire divine speed, but it was through technology, and not this simple patting. I'm not, and I have no interest in your divine speed either. All around, the walls were embedded with huge metal cans, deeply buried underground, and beneath the steel grid plates underfoot, there was nothing but bottomless darkness. The entire facility was unsafe, but for now, it had to be left as is, leaving it to Briss for future handling. After all, she's the one with money. They first put the big canister back in the control room, studied the console a bit, sealed the launch silo, then left, locking one door after another behind them until they finally returned to the surface. Across the street, Cindy and Briss stood by the roadside. Cindy found a large billboard to shelter under, smoking beside a pillar, while Briss kept her distance, standing on the curb, letting the rain freely run down her bat cloak. Sorted out, she asked. The cat was no cat, it's a magic creature that can launch rockets. I went to the sky just now, did you see it? Phew, if it weren't for Slade, I would have been a goner. Barry laughed and told her, turning around to gesture in the air. Nicely done, but we still have more trouble. Briss wrapped her cloak, pulled a black remote from her belt, and pressed a few buttons on it. Su-Ming stood with Cindy, avoiding the heavy rain, and also pulled out a cigarette to smoke. The cigars he brought were out, now smoking the ordinary ones he stole from the supermarket last time. Cindy glanced at him. Though his armor was undamaged, many parts had their paint scraped off in the blast, particularly the shoulder plate was seriously affected. Off playing superhero again? No, just an extra service for a fee. Su-Ming shook his head, leaning against the pillar, his bones issuing relaxing cracking sounds. He knew it looked like saving people, but it was more about self-preservation. I'll bill Briss later, settle everything when it's done. Cindy indifferently blew a smoke ring, her bright red lips curving into an arc, watching as raindrops passed through the smoke. The next moment, a perfectly round smoke ring was torn apart by the wind. If you're leaving anyway, does that mean all the money's mine? Su-Ming did want to take some money to Earth Zero. After all, sometimes money can be useful. Green bills or a large denomination note could certainly boost Deathstroke's mood, suppressing his bloodthirsty desire from another angle. But the money from Earth-11 wouldn't be spendable at all on Earth Zero. He had noticed this before at Harley's place, as Harley Quinn tossed her change all over the place. There were even a few bills on the sofa where Su-Ming sat. He accidentally saw them while talking to her. The US dollar in the main world is genuinely US dollars, printed with former presidents of the United States depending on the denomination, issued by the United States Federal Reserve Bank. Here, although also called the dollar, its full name is the beautiful Amazon yuan. All denominations bore the likeness of the Amazon Queen, issued by Paradise Island, which clearly couldn't be used outside. If he really brought it over, it would probably be less valuable than one with the Jade Emperor printed on it. Chapter 86, Chapter 60, Purge 1143 words. All right, it's all yours. On the way out, I'll grab some jewelry or gold. It's just pocket money anyway, for a bit of psychological comfort. One of your swords is broken. Cindy looked behind him. Of the two swords originally slung on his back, only one remained. Broken, cheap product. Su Ming shrugged, cigarette in mouth, watching Briss and Barry's movements. I'll grab an exhaust pipe from the scrap pile later. Cindy thought it was only natural because she also liked to use local materials. Steel pipes, bricks, kitchen knives, all were deadly weapons in the hands of the weapon master. Next, we deal with the Owl Court, right? Already on it, took down a hawk priest. Even though it's just a cat. The number of priests is unknown, but definitely not many. Su Ming extinguished his cigarette in the rain. In an instant, the flame went out. Cindy also dropped her cigarette, but watching it float away with the water, the last wisp of smoke quickly dispersing. Do you have a plan? The Owl Court is well hidden. For so many years, Gotham has only known their legends. That's because everyone who's seen the Sharp Claw is dead. But incidentally, I know where they're hiding, and even a few leaders' names. About 11 families are involved. Su Ming rubbed his temples and put on his helmet. Among Gotham's current rich, excluding those with underworld backgrounds, like Penguin Men and Silence, and eliminating the mayor, speaker, and the like, whatever wealthy are left, killing them off won't be mistaken by much. Yes, the Owl Court has always hidden in the shadows, emerging at night, secretly gathering, thinking no one will discover them. But they're like other bird species, they like to build nests. As the silent overseers of Gotham, could their nests be crude? They are the Owl Court, but more so humans, driven by instinct to eat better, live better, and have more entertainment. All of these require money. Money is the key to sustaining an organization in the shadows. Besides serving Barbados secretly, it's their only interest. Su Ming is neither a cop nor Batman. He doesn't need evidence to act. With the world on the brink, even killing a few wrong ones can be considered a sacrifice for the world. After Su Ming whispered the method to Cindy, she understood as well. Isn't judging by money the best method? In Gotham City, besides Vane Corporation, there's no other leading company. Below Vane, it's Red Hood's security company and Penguin Man's iceberg restaurant. All those ancient families should be wiped out. As long as there's a 30% chance in this world situation, there's complete justification for murder. Briss won't agree, hee. Cindy smirked at Su Ming. You're about to wipe out all the old families of Gotham. She won't know. I'll distract her, have Barry take us to Egypt. You handle Gotham City. Su Ming had a plan. Even as fast as the Flash is, he can't be in two places at once. As long as Su Ming says the Hawk Priest's base is in Egypt, Barry must follow along, being the transportation. Briss surely will go too, since Su Ming plans to reveal the Owl Court's involvement in her parents' murder. DC Comics describes it chaotically. Some worlds say it was a hired assassin by a gang, others a contract from the Owl Court. Su Ming isn't sure about Earth-11's case. Events in darkness are often blurry. If evidence points to the gang, it could be the Owl Court's framing. If it points to the court, it might be a setup by the top 10 gang families, or simply none of them, and an outsider manipulated it. Given this, consider everyone involved, share the blame evenly. Witnessing her parents' murder is Briss's nightmare. She doesn't know who exactly did it, as the assassin was just a street thug, with the mastermind still hiding in darkness. If Su Ming reveals the Owl's secrets here, Briss will definitely follow to Egypt. She seeks not revenge, but to confront her fears. Barry, with only 2 arms, holding Briss in one, Su-Ming in the other, allows Cindy to legitimately stay behind and execute the purge plan. This is quite the undertaking, killing all these people. I probably won't have much business in Gotham after this. Cindy shrugged, donning her helmet, checking her weapons, but it's fine. If we let them summon Barbados, none of us have a future anyway. Good, you should contact Barbara, have her provide a list of Gotham City's wealthy from the past 50 years, targeting the long-standing families, Su-Ming whispered, his speech somewhat intermittent as his mind began to fill with auditory hallucinations again, as if someone from his memories was talking to Slade. Cindy nodded. While Barry and Su-Ming handled the cat, Briss and Cindy watched Gordon and others leave for the TV station. She remembered Su-Ming mentioning Barbara's excellent computer skills, hence she specially requested Barbara's phone number. It's unclear what Barbara was thinking. Perhaps she anticipated needing dark forces in unsolvable situations in the future, or maybe she just wanted to keep in touch with Su-Ming, so she also gave her number to Cindy. So it's a kill-all, leave none colossal slaughter. Once you get them out of the way, I'll strike. Cindy's head shook slightly. It was unclear what expression she wore, but her tone light-heartedly accepted. Another lead, Bauer's clan members, all owls. If you can loosen their tongues, you'll get a list, but... Su-Ming, watching Barry talk with Briss on the street, heard another sound in his ears, trying to focus on Cindy. The owl's beak is quite tough. Hee, the Bauer's clan, huh? The most luxurious hotel in Gotham City is theirs, 45 floors high, with a wooden gym, bowling alley, swimming pool, and a platform for docking a Zeppelin airship on the roof. Cindy laughed delightedly, as if thinking of something amusing. I've never played there before. Today I'll visit once, and if I can get something in 30 seconds, all the better. Otherwise, I'll send the family rooftop. It's best to disguise them as accidents. When Briss returns, we still have leeway. Su-Ming nodded in approval, and be careful of the sharp claw. I've remembered their weaknesses from your fight with them. Cindy nodded. Ordinary sharp claws are manageable, be wary of Zero Claw. She's special, her abilities uncertain. He looked at the puddles on the ground, now at a higher elevation, observing them flow down the streets like a small river, the auditory hallucinations gradually fading. If you encounter a priest with a bird skeleton mask, don't use knives or guns, use something containing promethium to kill it. Understood, they're coming. Cindy looked up. Barbara and Barry were walking towards them. Chapter 87, Chapter 61, Hitching a Ride 1138 words. The rain had soaked the 4 people's uniforms, and the surroundings were completely dark. They stood there in the gale. Finally, it was Briss who spoke first, gazing at Su-Ming with blue eyes under the mask, as if trying to read his thoughts. Barry speaks highly of you, but I still can't trust you. No need to trust, just pay up. Su-Ming's state was fluctuating, absorbing memories was somewhat uncomfortable and made him question his identity, but it didn't affect his thinking. He knew she wouldn't trust anyone, not Sid, not even him as Deathstroke, and probably not even Barry entirely. Cindy's previous contract executions were impeccable, with a 100% completion rate, which could reassure Briss. For a smart person like Batwoman, if Su-Ming offered to help for free, she would overthink it. Better to charge for the service to guide her line of thought. Sure enough, after Su-Ming said this, Briss's expression eased significantly. In fact, she was insecure, except when it came to her wealth, which she had confidence in. Since Deathstrokes wanted money, that made things easier. All right, I'll write you checks, fill in anything below 30 million. That's too little, 30 million each for Cindy and me, and we want only cash or gold. This price was exorbitant. The Deathstroke of the main world helped fight the evil Justice League of Earth 3, the crime syndicate, and Lex Luthor only paid him 2.5 million. Yet the more they haggled now, the more secure it made Briss feel, because she knew what the world was facing, and she didn't have many choices. Briss looked at Su-Ming, her lips tightly pressed, rain falling between them. She spoke after a while. You seem to be deliberately trying to reassure me, but you don't understand me at all. Still, 30 million each, deal. Such wealth, 30 million sounds like $3. Briss didn't waste any time. She tugged her cape and headed to the roadside. In the distance, two lights were approaching rapidly, like ghostly flames in the night. Su Ming nodded at Cindy, who also stepped forward. Although full of calculations, for now, their goals aligned. The lights turned out to be the pitch-black Batmobile, remotely driven here by Ah Fu. It's well known that the Batmobile has only one seat. Briss climbed into the driver's seat, her black cape tracing a beautiful arc, wet with water. "Where are we going?" Barry asked, shielding his eyes from the rain to look into the distance, although all he could see was rain. "Home first, there's something we need to discuss, and I need to prepare," Briss replied without lifting her head, fiddling with switches and buttons in the cockpit like piloting a plane. "Shall I take the 2 Deathstrokes ahead and wait for you?" Barry gestured towards them, wiping the rain off his face. Briss pressed a few buttons in the cockpit, and the massive trunk of the Batmobile opened, revealing 4 seats that extended slowly. "The trunks meant for transporting prisoners and wounded. Sit inside, we'll move together." Transporting prisoners, so it's a cage, really, Su Ming thought, narrowing his eyes inside his helmet as he looked at Briss and then Barry. He boldly climbed into the trunk and settled in. As the seats slowly retracted, he found it not only spacious but also lit. There were drinks and emergency food secured at the sides of the seats, along with several first aid kits. Handing a biscuit to Barry, who immediately started eating it. Running at super speed consumes a lot of energy, so speedsters rarely gain weight. Once they use divine speed, they are almost constantly hungry. The vehicle sped along, the sound of air friction against the body was audible. Barry was chatting with the two, loud and giddy, sharing stories from his past. Cindy's impression of him greatly improved, and she stopped thinking about how to take out the speedster. They chatted along the way, discussing differences between the two worlds, while Su Ming quietly organized his memories, fingers unconsciously tapping his gun. When the trunk opened again, they had returned to the Batcave. The Batcave was completely renewed. Not only were the previously damaged instruments replaced, but even the tables and chairs were new. The mechanical dinosaurs' remains were gone, and the previously chaotic mess, the black footprints everywhere, were wiped clean, shiny enough to reflect images. How did Ah Fu clean everything up alone? Magic, perhaps. "All right, you didn't bring us here just to have a meal, did you? What's the situation? Time is of the essence now." Su Ming addressed Briss, noting she seemed leisurely as she pressed the intercom to ask Ah Fu to prepare a second dinner. Briss removed her helmet, shaking out her long black hair, and then began taking off her gloves. "I don't know about your situation, but a lot happened today, and I need to review Gotham's surveillance and news for this month." Su Ming and Cindy exchanged glances, removing their helmets and looking at Barry, who had shed his uniform and appeared to have taken a shower, changed into new clothes, and put on slippers. "What made you think to investigate the pyramid?" Su Ming asked Barry. "Because Hawkman and Hawkwoman constantly reincarnate. In the main world, they were once an Egyptian pharaoh and queen, so we wanted to find N-metal in the pyramid," Barry said, seated on a chair, towel drying his hair. "N-metal can be used, but it falls short against Barbados." Su Ming spoke of comic knowledge. In the comics, Batman's son wounded a Robin Hound of a laughing bat with Green Arrow's N-metal arrow, leading them to believe N-metal could defeat Barbados. But how much dark energy could a Robin Hound contain? Barbados himself was a god, in a completely different league than a Mad Robin. "Yeah, you mentioned before at the lab that N-metal wasn't right, but Green Arrow clearly saw N-metal gravely injure a Mad Robin," Barry said, perplexed, pulling the towel away. Su Ming wasn't in a hurry. He removed his gloves and weapons, placing them on the table, then slowly sat down. "Indeed, N-metal can manifest dark energy, Promethium can absorb alien energy. But these substances aren't strong enough to deal with ordinary dark creatures yet can't eliminate Barbados. So what do we need?" Barry urgently asked. "Where is it? What is it?" Barry scratched his head, never having heard of it. "It's the material used to forge many worlds. You might say it's the primordial substance of the cosmos." Su Ming explained his hypothesis, the comics hint, but don't explicitly state, it's located somewhere in the dark multiverse, in a place called the World Furnace, which is also where Barbados originated. Chapter 88, Chapter 62, Departure 1590 for words continue talking. Briss emerged from a nearby cabinet, having changed into her pajamas, shedding Batwoman's uniform, and began reviewing various intelligence reports for the month in front of the massive computer. Su-Ming summarized the information he could share with her. At the inception of the multiverse, two brothers were born out of chaos, tasked with overseeing the order of the cosmos. Barry clapped his hands and raised a finger with a smile. "Ah, the Watcher and the Anti-Monitor, I know them." Su-Ming nodded to him, indicating that he was correct. Besides them, there is actually another brother, the World Forger, who eternally resides in the World Furnace, using its flames to forge a constant stream of new worlds, placing them within the multiverse. Some of these things I don't quite understand, but I find your information credible for now. Briss, showing some bruises on her body, was tending to her wounds, spraying an unknown chemical agent over them. Worlds that are brighter are placed into the bright universe, while those that are darker are placed into the dark universe, like two sides of a plate, which is called the blood domain. Su-Ming continued speaking without looking at her pale thighs. "Is the World Forger Barbados?" Barry rubbed his temples. This information was news to him, leaving him feeling mentally exhausted. "He is not, he is actually the World Forger's assistant, responsible for collecting the waste and returning it to the World Furnace." Barry looked at Su-Ming with an expression as if he were joking, while Cindy and Briss, although less theatrical, had similar meanings in their gazes. "What about the Dark God? What about the world's destroyer?" Su-Ming gave Barry a disgruntled look, thinking he must have gone stupid from school. Barbados' seemingly ordinary job, if carefully considered, isn't something just anyone could do, right? His job involves traversing the multiverse, destroying and reclaiming monistic universes, absorbing all dark energy and people's negative emotions, which definitely makes him a cosmic-level big shot. The World Forger's process of forging is a bit like blacksmithing, you know, with sparks flying and molten iron flowing. Su-Ming rubbed his eyes, grabbed Barry's towel to wipe the blood from his hands. The sparks that scatter and cool down turn into shapeless universes, and Barbados' original task was to break down these shapeless universes into fragments and bring them back to the World Furnace for reforging. He can tow entire monistic universes, and now he's planning to drag 52 universes into darkness. This isn't as simple as you imagined it to be. Barry asked again. The World Forger was killed by Barbados, who set up his own domain. He intends to extinguish the furnace fire and bring all worlds under his rule because the worlds of the bright multiverse are a bit high, like fruit on the face of the plate that he can't reach, so he plans to drill a hole in the bottom of the plate to let the fruit from the top fall down. Su-Ming wiped the white towel so that it was full of blood and mud stains, resembling a bewildering pattern, then threw the towel away. Briss squinted, contemplated for a moment and then spoke. "Sounds like a madman. These 52 pieces of fruit, if combined with the other 52 stuck to the bottom of the plate, will cause everyone to disappear, even Barbados, and the multiverse will be rendered extinct." Su-Ming responded to her, rubbing his temples. He didn't know if the multiverse would restart like this, but if it did, he'd be left out as an outsider, popping like a soap bubble, never to be seen again. Everyone was digesting this information, while Cindy, familiar with Su-Ming's prior explanations, appeared relaxed, knowing he already had a plan. Briss stood quietly with her arms crossed, contemplating, before parting her black lipstick lips to speak in a low voice. "Originally, Barry and I obtained Lazarus Spring from the Shadow Dancer Alliance, intending to use it on the Sea Queen. As long as she doesn't die, and I don't get involved in the Amazon and underwater war, the global situation might stabilize significantly. But given the current situation, if the Owl Court keeps messing around, this solution will merely delay destruction. If it were just the two of you, securing more time would be expected, but should this world catch Barbados' attention, it'd be difficult to escape. I have a plan to cut off their ability to contact Barbados, slipping past right under his nose." Su-Ming repeated the conversation he'd had with Cindy as planned, only withholding the forthcoming assassination in Gotham. As expected, after learning that the Owl might have been involved in her parents' death, the suspicious Briss couldn't shake the idea from her mind. The owl priest's stronghold is also in Egypt, as they are descendants of the bird tribe. That's their foundation, Su Ming concluded, offering no further comment, knowing what choice Briss would make. You know where they are. Briss's fingers clenched tightly, emitting cracking sounds. It wasn't a yearning for vengeance against her parents' murderers. Such hatred had long transformed into something else through countless dark operations. She wanted to return the fear the culprits instilled in her 1,000-fold. They're in Set's temple. Su Ming took the opportunity to throw out his suggestion. Oh right, Set's temple, how did I forget about this? What's going on? Barry kept slapping his head, suspecting that the divine speed might be causing him to lose some memories, which felt very unsettling. The divine speed sometimes causes people to lose time, and sometimes memory lapses occur. Almost all speedsters have experienced being trapped by the divine speed. Briss looked at Barry with an inquisitive gaze, then at Su Ming. She knew Deathstroke had other motives, but Su Ming met her gaze without a hint of guilt, his one eye full of determination. We'll set off after dinner. In the end, Briss decided to drop her inquiry. She would understand everything once she went to Egypt with Su Ming. Su Ming smiled, and behind his back, he made a gesture to Cindy that only the two of them understood. Great, I'm looking forward to Alfred's cooking. Thank you for the compliment, then I shall serve the food. Just then, Alfred pushed a dining cart out of the elevator. He had prepared a second round of supper, not just leftovers from what Briss and Barry had eaten earlier, but a newly made meal. Don't serve the dishes in order, just put everything out. There were things to do afterward, and no time to enjoy a noble-style dinner. Briss signaled the butler to lay all the dishes on the work table. Miss, if you keep dining in the Bat Cave, our dining room will lose its function. Butler Hero decisively served the dishes, not forgetting to remind Briss about this. After eating, the headache and throbbing temples Su Ming experienced temporarily faded away. Slade's memories were neatly organized in his mind, fully accepted, or rather recalled, making him feel much more at ease. After a few glasses of wine, he prepared for the upcoming action. Putting on his armor again, he also had Fu fetch him a broadsword. It was just a decorative sword from the mansion's medieval armor, but at least it was sharpened. Briss changed back into her bat suit, and Barry also donned his red tights. Before Briss could speak, Su Ming swiftly said to Barry, "Barry, take Briss and me to Egypt." Barry glanced at Briss, who nodded in agreement. He wrapped an arm around each of them, activated the divine speed, and the three vanished instantly. Cindy leaned back in her chair, snuffed out her cigarette in the ashtray, and donned her helmet, beginning to check her ammunition and weapons. Well, Pennyworth the butler, I should get going too. Can you lend me a car here? I will go with you and drive. I overheard some of your conversation. Alfred said politely as he removed his apron. Cindy paused. My plan with Sue is much more direct than Briss's plan. Alfred quickly placed the plates on the dining cart, maintaining a calm tone. Yes, I suspect Miss anticipated that when she hired you, but Mr. Allen holds you in high regard and said you would fight for the world. Ha ha, it's just self-preservation, earning money would be even better. Besides, someone has to do this job even if there's no pay, unless we all want to become seabed muck. Cindy chuckled. She and Su Ming were not noble people, their goal was simple, survival. I used to be a government special agent, killed quite a few people for the government, knowing that sometimes direct methods are necessary. Alfred chuckled, showing no trace of the elderly former government executioner. However, I retired long ago. This trip is merely to drive you. I'm not concerned about how you mercenaries conduct business, but I ensure Mrs. Money is well spent. Cindy shrugged, recognizing it as a form of oversight. Briss surely noticed something. Alone, the butler couldn't keep an eye on her, and Briss might just want to impose a slight restraint on her actions, to not go overboard. Getting rid of him would be easy, but having someone familiar with the roads to drive was also convenient, and it was a chance to test Batwoman's boundaries. Follow along, then, but try not to get in the way. Chapter 89, Chapter 63, Landing. 1288 words, not to mention Cindy and Alfred wandering around Gotham City. Barry was sprinting with Briss and Su-Ming over the vast ocean. For Barry, it makes little difference whether he's running on water or land, so the quickest route from North America to Egypt is naturally across the Atlantic Ocean. The Atlantic Ocean, unlike the Pacific, is full of changing currents and wild storms, especially in the middle of the sea where towering waves seem like skyscrapers. But for the three of them, it's like a decoration of deep blue crystal, frozen in midair. While Su-Ming and Briss could enjoy the scenery, Barry felt somewhat tired since he had to carry two people. As he ran, he complained to Briss, "Your world hasn't developed flying technology. Isn't reaching the skies a human dream?" Su-Ming, hooked by Barry's arm, also held onto his shoulder with one hand. "Exactly, I asked Cindy the same question a few hours ago." As a native of Earth-11, Briss had seen Amazonians flying around, so she had some interest in flying devices. She gazed at the frozen waves not far away, unable to suppress a smile at the majestic beauty. Some Amazonians possess divine power, allowing them to fly. "It's their privilege," she said, applying some force to Barry's shoulder to help ease his burden, then continued, "But if science could achieve it, I'd like to try." "What's your theory?" Bernoulli's equation, P plus rho GH plus 1/2 asterisk rho V caret 2 equals C. Barry immediately began explaining the basics of fluid dynamics, rattling off constants and calculations unfamiliar to Briss. Su-Ming recalled similar knowledge, as Deathstroke often used those calculations to compute trajectories, but mostly it served as a part of shooting. For Briss, however, the concept was foreign. Listening to Barry felt like deciphering a celestial book, and the smile on the part of her face visible under the mask gradually faded. "In short, it's about creating a pressure difference above and below the wings to lift the plane into the air. Does that make sense?" Barry cheerfully asked, looking at her. "You really could have just skipped to the conclusion," Briss replied, casting an annoyed look at him, leaving him somewhat embarrassed. Previously, Su-Ming considered whether Barbados had already set his sights on this world, but later analysis overturned his earlier speculations. As a god, Barbados wouldn't lay down plans hundreds of years in advance for a few ordinary human henchmen to alter the tech tree. That's how Su-Ming came up with a new plan to thoroughly eliminate the Owl Court's hawk priests, and subsequently prevent any major events in this world. The power of an individual hawk priest wasn't enough to communicate with Barbados. They needed to gather and perform cult-like rituals using a magic array to relay messages. Now, it's time to raid their hideout. The problem is that, currently, only Su-Ming's armor serves as a weapon against them, but it doesn't have the lethal force needed for a one-hit kill, as proven when dealing with the White Cat before. A new strategy was necessary. Among the metals that could harm dark creatures, amber gold was confirmed to be non-existent since the claws here lack self-healing ability. Briss and Barry searched extensively but couldn't find N-metal bliss, suggesting it likely doesn't exist either. The most promising option seemed to be promethium, since Cindy's armor was from this world, indicating promethium's existence here, along with the Dionysus factor, evidenced by the jester lunatic. If bat gold could be found in the temple this time, it could be used for weaponry. Although it's a magic metal that requires magic for forging, Su-Ming could use a block of bat golden brick to crush those hawk priests. This time, it's not just about eliminating threats but also about looting. As he pondered, they had already landed in North Africa, which on other Earths would be Morocco's location. Within seconds, the coastal forests and high mountains transitioned to a vast desert. It was dusk here, and the great desert shimmered with golden red light under the sunset. Some small animals like lizards sensed the cool sand and began to cautiously surface. They turned their tiny heads, sensing the vibrations of the sand to hunt for smaller creatures to satiate their hunger. Barry continued running, creating a yellow line in the desert. With no reliable landmarks in the sea of sand, he kept heading east, through Algeria and Libya, until they reached the Nile River in Egypt. Following the Nile upstream leads to the Valley of the Kings, where you'd find pyramids and temples aplenty. Hopefully, the Amazonians hadn't removed those Egyptian temples despite viewing the Egyptian pantheon as heretical, being followers of Zeus. Though it's uncertain if the Egyptian pantheon ever truly existed in this world, at least the pyramids and temples were constructed. The surroundings were all sand, nothing scenic, all yellow to the eye. Su Ming could see sand particles suspended by the wind, each grain reflecting faint lights in midair. Rattlesnakes hunted sand mice, a cactus lost a thorn, and a few rare drops of desert rain trickled from the sky. It all seemed as if someone had pressed the pause button on the world. Soon, they reached a broad river sprawling out before them, its waters cloudy with silt, resembling a muddy giant dragon slithering into the distance. On it, some boats carried tourists wearing smiles as they admired the Nile sunset from the west. Not far away, a modern city, Cairo, shimmered under the sunset's glow. Cairo is 700 kilometers south of the Valley of the Kings on the Nile's west bank, Su Ming told Barry. Yes, we'll be there soon. Barry smiled, the Nile sunset lifting his spirits. Valley of the Kings. In Su Ming's original world, it was established from 1545 to 1515 BC, with 62 tombs discovered before he traversed, including Ramses II and the reputed death embodiment, Pharaoh Tutankhamun. The canyon boasted numerous tombs and temples. Egypt had many gods, with countless others beyond the 9 pillar gods reputed to have created the world, like the beetle god and snake god. Of course, Olympus had the most gods, ones overseeing sewers, public baths, and public toilets. Ancient Rome further developed public hygiene enterprises. Our target is Set's temple, the owl's stronghold, Su Ming said, releasing Barry, stretching his neck and arms, and stepping into the canyon to orient himself. Barry also released Briss, reaching his hand. I saw a shop on the way, Briss, some change, please. This sandwich is chickpea flavored. Right, back on track. But Set wasn't an owl god at all, and has nothing to do with birds. Set's animal form is a beastman with soft fur and fangs, often considered a boar or an extinct species by scholars. Su Ming kept walking forward, but Set, in mythology, is also a god of storms and deserts. Later he became the god of night and darkness. Sounds familiar. The dark god Barbados. Barry enjoyed the mineral water and sandwich he bought, eating and drinking alternately. I'm unsure if they're related, perhaps just similarly named. But clearly, our owl court thinks otherwise, infatuated with Set. Su Ming shrugged, they abandoned modern life to inhabit ancient burial grounds. Isn't that love? Briss undertook a similar task to Su Ming's, first orienting herself, then observing the surrounding architecture. Set is one of the 9 pillar gods, but as a symbol of darkness, his temple is usually in shadowed places, separate from the main gods. Su Ming agreed and added, yes, and his temple generally opposes the sun gods. Their gaze turned to the canyon's depths, where a place tucked into the canyon's curve remained forever shaded by steep cliffs above. Chapter 90, Chapter 64, The Temple 1407 words, but look at these footprints, hundreds of people have already come through here. It's a tourist area. Barry pointed to the ground at the canyon's entrance, addressing the two walking ahead, and the shop where I just bought stuff is really not far. Su Ming turned his head to look at him. He had, of course, also seen the footprints on the ground, densely packed like ants moving house. These footprints won't last long in the sandy ground, probably only from half an hour ago. Barry appeared beside him in a flash of lightning, so I figured, if someone was having a strange party in the temple, would it not be discovered? Briss covered the lower half of her face with the bat cloak, the wind and sand relentlessly trying to get into her nose and mouth. I can tell you a bat fact, Egyptians are very skilled at underground construction. Su Ming also patted Barry's shoulder, walking arm in arm with him as they continued forward. The above-ground part of Egyptian pyramids is actually only 2/3, for example, the Pyramid of Khufu, the pharaoh's burial chamber is 200 feet underground, completely surrounded by giant stones, not buried by wind and sand. Mayan pyramids are formed by piling stones on the ground, but ancient Egyptians are different. They also excavated and built underground, a technique applied to temples. Briss continued toward that direction, speaking without turning her head. I thought after we've visited so many pyramids before, you would know when we reached the burial chamber. Oh, it's all dark and chilly around, so. Barry spoke as he shoved another sandwich into his mouth, and Su Ming thought he must have swallowed a lot of sand. Briss ignored him and asked Su Ming, the entrance to the underground should be inside the temple. What do you think? There might be multiple entrances. Dark energy isn't edible, they need supplies underground. Su Ming speculated, this wasn't knowledge found in comics. Look, there's security at the temple entrance. The Hawk priests can't bring large quantities of food and water and enter every day along with hundreds of tourists. But the entrance inside the temple is easier to locate, at least you don't have to search like a needle in a haystack. Briss squinted her eyes. Yeah, unless you don't want me to kill the security at the entrance, then it's up to you. Su Ming watched as the security ran over, one hand on her baton. Anyone upon seeing 3 uniformed people approaching artifacts would react this way. Visiting hours are over, it's best you 3 freaks leave. Oh, the tone of voice wasn't quite what I imagined, I thought this was a scenic area. Su Ming turned to Barry as he prepared to reach for his gun. Barry immediately held down Su Ming's hand. Su Ming was drawing his gun too quickly, so Barry had to use divine speed. Though being called a freak is a bit over the top, this is clearly an ordinary person, not enough of a reason to kill. Briss flicked her cloak and backhanded the security unconscious. She was quite restrained, she'd been called a freak not just for a day or two, and her heart was unfazed at the moment. The security here might be under magical influence, but she wouldn't be from the Owl Court. How couldn't they recognize Batwoman? The Bird Tribe has been watching the successors of the Bat Tribe for thousands of years. From her expression, Briss could tell, this person knew absolutely nothing, just a rude security guard. Su Ming released his grip on the gun, well, just to give Barry some face. As long as she's not blocking their way, it was fine, hopefully she'd learn some polite language upon waking. Stepping over the unconscious security to enter the temple, Barry kindly dragged her near the temple entrance, letting her rest against the pillar, saving her from being buried by sand. Set's temple didn't have anything impressive, maybe once had gold or gemstones, but a lot was lost during wartime. Now only severely weathered statues remained and some replicas encased in glass cabinets. Pharaoh's golden staff, pity it's fake. Su Ming tapped the glass beside him. Under the spotlight of the display case, a shiny curved long staff lay inside, resembling a Christmas candy cane, except that would be red and white, with a peppermint flavor, whereas this was gold and blue, not edible. How should we find the entrance? Barry finished his sandwich and tossed the cling wrap into a trash bin. Briss took out a metal bead from her belt, it was her bat smoke bomb, and placed it on the floor casually. If there's a channel or hollow underground, under Earth's gravity, the floor above will always sink a bit, we just need to find the lowest point. The bead began rolling, sliding away towards a certain direction. She motioned for them to follow, weaving around statues and display cabinets, passing various slogans and information boards until finally it stopped at a location. Briss checked repeatedly, the bead was set on this spot. She pulled out a canister resembling hair gel from her belt, spraying a bat shape on the ground, explaining to Su Ming and Barry, this is bat directional explosive, it can break open the floor here, just cover your face, no need to hide too far away. Barry glanced at Su Ming, covered the lower half of his face with his hand, muffled. I've actually seen this thing in our world, but I've always wanted to ask, why spray it like toothpaste? You draw a bat symbol, don't you think it's a waste of time? Briss didn't answer him, acting as if she hadn't heard. The stuff dries quickly, and as soon as the two finished speaking, a strong directional blast occurred, but the sound wasn't loud. The ground broke open with a bang in front of them, and they fell along with the debris, down into a pitch-black passage. The alarms overhead blared, powder and dust settled upon them. Su Ming wiped the dirt off his eyepiece. Doesn't that answer come naturally? Because he's Batman. Let's move, save the chit-chat for later. Briss swung two bat darts down both sides of the corridor, they quickly returned, and she pointed to the left, that way, the automatic sonar has detected activity. Barry lifted the two of them, in the dark corridor, there was a flash of electric light. The next second, they found themselves in a place resembling a theater box seat, looking down to see a group of bizarre figures in black robes surrounded by numerous torches. They wore masks resembling giant bird skulls on their heads, completely concealed in hoods, stooped over as if mimicking ostriches. This is the typical attire of Hawk priests, that cat from before was an exception. Unsurprisingly, there were over 10 hawk priests below, posing quite a problem, for they were over 10 mages, not just chickens. Defeating them would take effort. Briss, having no mettle and refraining from killing, could only restrain them, whereas Suming needed to punch them to death one by one, which would consume a lot of time. The priests were continually chanting around a black well below, strange smoke rising from within. The language was completely unrecognizable, not resembling any known human tongue, more like birdsong. The three of them were in bullet time. Here they could discuss freely, without fear of being detected by the outside world. There are quite a few. What should we do? Barry asked, needing to keep running around to maintain their current state. Suming answered him rather than Briss. Use divine speed and lightning to restrain them. Each time toss one out for me to solve. Don't let them raise their hands or speak, and avoid touching any beams or objects they emit. Briss remained silent, tacitly approving this arrangement. Suming then turned to her. While we're battling them, look for bat gold. It should be here somewhere, if it exists. What does it look like? Briss asked for more description. Suming recalled, it looks like copper but emits a red glow, a kind of magic metal. The hawks won't have much, but if they do, it won't be less than a brick's size. All right, let's do it your way. Barry, take us into the crowd. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.